Chapter 281. The rules of double roads are very simple. Each player grabs 21 cards from a deck of cards. The cards can be formed into various types of cards like Texas Hold'em, straight, flush, pair, full house. One player goes first, and the one with stronger cards continues to play. Whoever plays first wins. Ji-sun didn't know why Jia Yu was interested in playing poker. But he sat down and played with peace of mind. At this moment, he also realized that it was probably not a coincidence that he came here. And because of the interference of some mysterious power, it must come. The leader of the 13 Knights wants to see me. A pair of 6. A pair of 7. Because of the variety of card combinations, Rhodes cards test the player's card-playing skills. So it is very entertaining. Mushroom-Headed is very good at playing cards, and Ji-sun is not bad either. The two of them played leisurely. Looking at Ji-sun's expression, Jia Yu also knew that he was still struggling with the holy water, so he added, "Don't be surprised. I chose to give up the holy water, not for any other reason. It's just because it's deduced that this plan has a higher success rate. Facts have also proved that if you weren't there, even if I could use the holy grail water, the risk of failure of this plan would be even greater. If the Shinshu treasure house can't trap Count Nicholas, drinking the holy water once more won't trap him either." As he said this, he showed an extremely relaxed smile on his face. This is the best result I can deduce now. So what's the matter? After listening to these words, Ji-sun suddenly realized. The fact is just as Jia Yu said, if Ji-sun hadn't gone to solve the Scarlet Altar, if Nanjing really went alone, there would be many uncontrollable risks, and it would definitely not be as efficient as two people going together. But at the same time, for words popped up in his mind, absolutely rational. If this plan requires this mushroom head to die by himself to increase the chances of success, Ji-sun thought, then this guy will definitely do it without hesitation. But Ji-sun still felt it was amazing, and asked directly, "You have already expected that I can help?" Ever since he knew that the man in front of him was a light chaser, the 4 words "no plan" left out became his stereotype of this guy. Not only him, even Gong Wu commented in this way. "No." Jia Yu also spoke frankly. He smiled at Ji-sun and corrected him, "My ability is not prophecy. It is not as magical as outsiders imagine. At most, I can deduce the possible development direction of some events." Ji-sun knew that this was related to the ability of the other party's professional sequence. "This is private, so I didn't ask any more questions." But Jia Yu took the initiative to explain, "It's like playing cards. I can guess what cards you have in your hand by the cards you played. But no matter how you deduce, in a deck of cards, we two took 42 cards, and there are still 10 hidden cards. After all, it's impossible to calculate everything, so we have to gamble on our luck." Ji-sun smiled slightly when he heard it. This exquisite layout is far from as simple as the mushroom head said. If you really want to explain it in detail, it can't be explained in a few words. But when the result came out, Ji-sun almost understood it by reversing it. He didn't dwell on this topic. Instead, he was more curious about something else. Ji-sun asked, "I'm curious, who was the Jia Yu I knew before?" He was originally curious about the spell that could revive the dead. But he also knew that this must be a very important secret method of the light chaser. Even if the other party didn't say it, he didn't think it was a big deal. But he didn't expect that as soon as he asked, the mushroom-headed man casually revealed Jia Yu's secret, saying, "That was a perfect character I customized in the script with my professional ability." Ji-sun listened and looked sideways, casting a puzzled look. Jia Yu explained in detail, "I need a perfect identity disguise to get into Bureau X. But Bureau X is not an ordinary place, and identity checks are very strict. There is also Count Nicholas, who has broken through to the semi-god level. So no matter how you disguise yourself in reality, there will inevitably be flaws. And the perfect character I need can only exist in scripts and novels." After taking a breath, he continued, "Then I wrote a required character in the script for this purpose, an outstanding graduate of the Federal Card Master Academy, a diligent and studious teenager, with an excellent memory and a simple heart, which is the Jia Yu you knew before." Ji-sun was really surprised, and asked in astonishment, "A character in the script?" He had guessed various possibilities before. He thought that Jia Yu was the perfect disguised performance of the light chaser in front of him, a spell clone, or something else. In the end, it was just a character. What does it mean? Jia Yu also knew that this was not easy to digest, and responded, "Well, literally. He is a character in my script." Looking at Ji-sun's more confused eyes, he smiled and explained, "Oh, to be more precise, Jia Yu is my projection in the script world. I added my understanding of the world to the character in the script. It has a part of my cognition. So I am it, But it is not me. Hearing this, Ji-sun was about to play a card, but stopped in his hand. Is Jia Yu really a script character? Ji-sun didn't expect to get an answer. Unexpectedly, the other party revealed everything. So one of the abilities of the Light Chaser is to make the characters in the script come alive. This ability sounds outrageous. Creating life? Isn't this a magical skill that only the gods in the legend can do? Ji-sun looked at it with an extremely strange look. Jia Yu smiled and shook his head, as if he had guessed what he was thinking, and corrected him. It's not as exaggerated as you think. It's just a kind of soul-giving ability. My career sequence is the 6th level career death screenwriter of the Art Path Square 7 Bard. Part of my ability is to write a good script, and then give the characters in the script a soul. Hearing this, Ji-sun was stunned. He didn't expect the Light Chaser to reveal all his abilities. This is a top secret that even the best intelligence dealers don't have. It's one of the top 10 unsolved mysteries of card masters in the Legendary Federation, but no matter how shocked he was, this ability sounded outrageous. He didn't hide his doubts and asked, can characters in stories also have souls? Yes. Jia Yu smiled slightly, as if he had expected him to have such a reaction. If the story in a book is completely logical, the laws are perfect, and the rules are reasonable, then what is the difference between it and the real world? Since it is the real world, why can't the characters in the story have souls? Ji-sun listened to it and felt as if a heavy hammer hit his mind, and fell into a certain kind of thinking about the cognition of the world. Yes, if the logic of the world in a novel is really perfect and self-consistent, then what is the difference between it and the real world? The only difference is the dimension? For a moment, Ji-sun felt like he saw the starry sky on a summer night. Although it was out of reach, he saw the light and shadow projected from the depths of the universe. Jia Yu also knew that his statement might be a little difficult to understand, and said, well, if you change the way you say it, it might not be so difficult to understand. After thinking for a while, he gave an example, for example, the different dimensional space. Ah! Hearing this, Ji-sun looked at him suddenly. At this moment, he suddenly felt as if he could understand what the different dimensional space was. A completely logically self-consistent script world created by the high-dimensional gods? This guy's ability is so outrageous. The more he understood Jia Yu's ability, Ji-sun did not feel that his understanding became clearer because of the solution. Instead, he felt more mysterious. No, whoever heard this would be shocked. The mushroom head K appeared on the opposite side, but at this moment, he had a disapproving smile. So Jia Yu is my projection in the script world. I used exclusive relics and some means to materialize it into reality. It's okay for you to understand it as a personality clone of mine. As he said that, he looked at Ji-sun and said something intriguing. I think you should understand what I mean better than others. Ji-sun can understand, of course. It's like the group of personalities in his heart were split off, and then became a single. Ji-sun. It's just that those personalities are all in his heart. And Jia Yu really brought the Jia Yu in the script into the real world. No matter how you think about it, it feels outrageous. In other words, this mushroom head can not only embody a Jia Yu, but also embody thousands of characters in the script. No wonder he was resurrected after dying several times before. He is a screenwriter, and he can resurrect the characters in the script with just a few strokes. So that's how it is. Ji-sun sighed instinctively in his heart. Suddenly, he felt as if he had grasped something. He had been trying to comprehend the clown shadow trick for several days, but couldn't get started, and suddenly he seemed to have some clues. But why did this guy tell me so much in detail? Ji-sun suddenly didn't understand. This guy talked about all his abilities. This is no longer just a small talk. It seems that he deliberately told him about the ability of the Light Chaser. Jia Yu looked at Ji-sun's shocked expression and smiled modestly again. My ability is not as mysterious as it seems. It's nothing more than the word deduction. Deducing the direction of the veins of all things and making some interventions. Ji-sun listened to this. But he didn't take this ability seriously. Not mysterious. He didn't continue to ask. But the two of them were silent for a moment, and Jia Yu continued to delve into this topic. He asked a question that would surprise anyone who heard it. I am the world, the 52 forbidden magics of the devil, and also my domain. Are you interested in learning more? The tone was calm, as if he was talking about an insignificant spell. It was not the top secret in the card master civilization. Ji-sun's eyes twitched inexplicably. It felt like a gold brick fell on his head and hit him. But some doubts were cleared. Hearing this, he vaguely guessed the other party's purpose. After thinking for a moment, Ji-sun responded, of course. Someone is willing to listen, and Jia Yu's eyes flashed with a barely perceptible sense of relief. This starts with the word deduction. He raised his eyebrows and glanced at Ji-sun, and said slowly, we can regard the current state of the universe as the result of its past, and the cause of its future. If we have enough intelligence and cognition to confirm the current state and environment of a certain thing, then we can analyze these data, and its development law will inevitably follow certain formulas, that is, the rules of the universe. From this deduction, theoretically speaking, nothing will be ambiguous, and the future will only appear in front of me like the past. Ji-sun listened with the same expression. But the shock in his heart was higher and higher. These words made him peek into the mystery of the laws of the universe. After talking for a long time, Mushroom Head made a summary. I deduced everything that might happen. Theoretically speaking, in the world I know everything, so I can't fail. This is me being the world. Ji-sun understood. No wonder this mushroom-headed man has such a plan, so this is the case. In his world, he is like a god, knowing everything by deduction. No wonder the Gong Wuhui commented that if you want to win against the Light Chaser, you must be much stronger than him to have a chance of winning. With this ability to calculate everything, it is impossible to win unless you have a crushing rank. As he spoke, Jia Yu seemed to reveal his weakness and said, but this ability is limited by self-awareness. So the shortcomings are also obvious. If the opponent's cognition exceeds the world I know, then the domain will be broken. Ji-sun glanced at him. I don't believe you. It's impossible to expect the card master of the same level to have a higher cognition than you. If you really want to deal with it, what Gongwu said is that the level crushing is more realistic. After speaking, Jia Yu looked at Ji-sun, whose eyes were slightly dull, and suddenly asked with a smile, it sounds like this I am the world is very powerful, right? Ji-sun also said truthfully, of course. He remembered that Catalina had said that everyone else's domain had more or less targeted restraints. But this domain alone was unsolvable. After listening to the principal, he not only did not think it could be cracked, but he had the same idea. Jia Yu obviously did not want to be praised, and shrugged. He still had that disapproving tone. My ability is actually nothing special, and it's not that magical. I didn't calculate everything, I just glimpsed some laws of the universe. Just like playing poker, the combination of card sequence is the universal rule in the poker game. You know the opponent's cards, and you can deduce the opponent's cards. Heh. Ji-sun also knew why this guy invited him to play cards. He was looking at the points on the poker cards in front of him, and he felt different. Countless numbers ran around in his mind, and then combined into various card types. It was like responding to a certain law. You observe, but think, the law is always there. In the Shinshu treasure house, Qin Rushi had actually reminded him that the rules of the universe are actually everywhere in life. It's just that ordinary people can't see it. It turns out that there are also rules in the card game. Just thinking about it, Jia Yu has played the last hand, assorted flowers, small straights, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You should have 3 KS left in your hand. Ha ha, then I win this game. Ji-sun looked at the KKK big cards in his hand that he couldn't play, and laughed at himself. Well, I lost. Jia Yu began to shuffle the cards, looked at Ji-sun, and said something thought-provoking. In this life, it is impossible for people to get big cards every time. Sometimes a small hand of cards can win the game. In my script, Jia Yu is a very inconspicuous character. I've learned your lesson. Ji-sun nodded seriously. Thinking of something, he asked directly, Mr. Jia Yu, are you entrusted by Senior Gong this time? They are not related. His previous pretentiousness with Mushroom Head was not enough to make him reveal all his secrets. Seeing this, how could Ji-sun not understand that this person came here specifically to teach him? Partly. Jia Yu did not deny it. He smiled frankly. Senior Gong said that your situation is very special, and no known domain is suitable for you. It just so happens that my Light Chaser lineage and Joker's abilities have some commonalities. So I said a few more words. The domain is not something to be considered after the 6th level, but all the abilities you master from the beginning of the advancement to the extraordinary are the bricks and stones that constitute the domain. This is the benefit of having the guidance of the seniors. You can lay a good foundation earlier. Ji-sun listened, pondered for a moment, and only said thank you. The old man didn't seem to care much about his unrecognized disciple. But in fact, he helped everywhere. Whether it was Master Merlin before, or the Light Chaser in front of him. Ji-sun was really flattered by so many legendary big men chasing after him. But his situation was indeed special. If it weren't for the guidance of these predecessors, he would have to take too many detours. It might not work. Ji-sun sighed in his heart. Unexpectedly, Jia Yu smiled and said, of course, there are also my own reasons. Ji-sun, I'd like to hear the details. In any case, this favor is owed. Jiayu dealt cards and said in a very calm tone, I may die. If someone finds you wearing a light chaser mask next time, please help him tell him what I said today. This is the meaning of inheritance. Ji-sun listened with an unchanged expression, understood everything, and responded, okay. Because he guessed at the moment he saw his aura. He asked again, no chance to survive? Jiayu spoke very straightforwardly, saying, yes. For example, find the energy source that the Sismac Holy Grail needs and reaccumulate holy water. Ji-sun knew that he would definitely not be able to wait for decades, and asked, what do you need? Jiayu's eyes were misty, I don't know either. But I guess it may be the power of faith related to war and royal power. Ji-sun frowned. He realized something vaguely. He had experienced the alternate dimension of the Holy Grail War twice, and had a general understanding of the plot. But he still hadn't figured out why the demons and humans would fight for the Holy Grail. Jiayu seemed to have known that this topic would be discussed, and asked the same question, have you ever thought about why humans and demons fought for thousands of years in the alternate dimension of the Third Holy Grail War? Ji-sun shook his head. I don't know either. But I used my ability to infer some reasons. Jiayu paused and continued, my teacher once said that in ancient times, the gods used the plane as a chessboard, the laws and mysteries as the chessboard veins, and the so-called civilizations, empires, city-states, armies, heroes, civilians, and sectarians were all chess pieces. The chess piece's fate was the chess strength, and the moves determine life and death. In fact, the essence is that faith and certain things are in the eyes of the gods. Human beings, such low-level creatures, are no different from ants. Ji-sun deeply agreed. All the believers of the old gods he met were like this. Jiayu told a crueler truth, only illness can make people believe in doctors, and only suffering can make people pray to gods. This is the original driving force of faith. Ji-sun listened and nodded. Jiayu. And not only that. I got some guesses from some ancient documents. The last few steps above the 7th level to the god level seem to also require some special rituals, like faith sacrifice, to meet certain directional conditions. For example, war? Otherwise, I can't think of any reason that can reasonably satisfy the motivation required to launch this Holy Grail War. Ji-sun's pupils shrank slightly. Thoughts were racing. Let's talk about the Holy Grail later. Destiny is one of the most mysterious rules of the universe. Just wait for the result. The topic has gone too far. And it's too early to talk about the realm at your current level. You need something else to stabilize your mind. Jiayu said, let me show you something. As he said that, he took out an ordinary booklet that looked like a manuscript. Ji-sun looked over. X007 Infinite Scripts The World of Will, and Appearance Detailed Explanation, a relic exclusive to the Bard lineage. This is a catastrophic object. This is a relic exclusive to my lineage. Some of the deductive abilities of the Light Chaser are accomplished through it. Jiayu turned to the first page of the script. It seemed to have a lot of text recorded on it. But Ji-sun couldn't see it clearly. He knew that it was a high-level demon language. Jiayu read it out directly. Will is not only the subject of cognition, but also the subject of the body. Not only is man the unity of subject and object, but the whole world is the unity of the surface world and the inner world. The world is both will and appearance. Ji-sun felt that he had heard some powerful words just now, pointing to will, but the brain chose to filter out the information that could not be understood. So, he had no impression of what he heard. Until he tried hard to recall, he still found that the words would slip away, and his thoughts could not be grasped at all. The brain rejected this feeling. Jiayu also knew that he could not understand, and smiled. When the teacher told me before, I didn't understand it at all, he said, without any intention of explaining, and added, just listen now. When you understand it one day, you will know why you can walk out of the script. Yeah. Ji-sun smiled slightly. Thank you for your advice. At this moment, an idea popped up in his mind. One day in the future, he would really master this ability, and write a story about him in Songyu. Then, can Miss Yu also walk from the book into the real world? The two played poker in this utility room for an afternoon. Ji-sun also gained a lot. As Jiayu said, the I am the world inherited by the Light Chaser and Joker do have a lot of overlapping abilities. The Light Chaser is a single generation lineage, and the previous generation of Light Chaser just passed away a few years ago. The mushroom head of this generation is also dying. So there is no successor yet. And Ji-sun is probably the only card master who can learn this forbidden magic besides Bard. Jiayu didn't have any reservations. This mushroom head doesn't care much about life and death. He said that even if he really doesn't live long, it's good to be a screenwriter. In his words, If no one writes down those stories, who will prove those legends and epics buried in the dust of history? This is the Bard, a profession full of romance. Ji-sun talked a lot with this guy. Card masters, who can advance to legends, all have top knowledge in a certain field. And because of Jia Yu's career sequence, he really gives people a feeling of knowing everything. When talking about some confusions, this guy can explain them clearly. Because of his profession, he is better at expressing himself in words than Gong Wu and even Master Merlin. Ji-sun was like a sponge, absorbing the knowledge crazily. A few days later, Ji-sun also had a place to go. He stayed in Honglu every day, playing cards and chatting with Jia Yu most of the time. Unknowingly, Clown Shadow Trick had quietly entered the door. Jia Yu almost became a useless person. He also enjoyed this leisure. Every day he just wrote scripts, and had a lot of free time. He also enjoyed having someone to chat with. Ji-sun also felt that if conditions allowed, he would stay. However, the accident came very suddenly. Innocent City exploded because of a piece of news. No! To be exact, the entire Card Master Federation was stunned by the news. It's bad. It's bad. Something big happened in the old continent. What happened? The Cross New City built by the Chow family in the Devil's Cross ruins was destroyed. Ah, the Chow family is one of the 5 major counselors, and someone dares to attack them. Flying dragons attack the city. It's a giant dragon, a real giant dragon, and there are strong men who come out of nowhere. Chapter 282. Oh, you are still playing cards here. Don't you know that the whole Wuzue city has exploded? That's the flying dragon attacking the city. The flying dragon is attacking the city. Oh, never mind you. I go outside to get some information. In the screenwriter's office, a noisy guy ran in and told the news, and then hurried out to watch the fun. That was the warehouse keeper of the troupe. In the troupe, the down-and-out screenwriter and the warehouse keeper are brothers in distress with similar salaries. As soon as the person left, Ji-sun and Jia Yu's eyes froze for a moment. But that was all. Both sides continued to play cards. If it was true, then this news was indeed a major news that could be called a historical turning point. It had a huge impact on the federal regime. However, for individuals, it was far less of an impact. Before this, the Federation had not discovered any other human civilization. But now some strong men of unknown origin destroyed the Cross New City of the Chow family. As the sense of crisis hits, it is inevitable that people will feel expectations and curiosity. It is like a ship drifting in the vast ocean, drifting alone for 3,000 years now. They see the sails of another ship. There is almost no force in the Federation that can destroy the war fortress built for hunting the wilderness, like the Cross New City. Even if there is no motivation to take action. Moreover, Flying Dragon attacking the city, this is beyond everyone's cognition. Before the discovery of the dragon in the Old Continent, no one in the East Continent had ever seen such a creature, and it only existed in legends. Even now, only a few people have seen some dragon creatures in the other dimensional space. This alone reveals a lot of information. Strange strong men, giant dragons, come with bad intentions. However, Ji-sun is looking forward to it. Even the East Continent is boundless. No one knows how vast the Middle-earth continent is. The scale of the Federation's development in the Old Continent is estimated to be just a quarter of the 3,000-year Terran dynasty. If there are only humans like the Federation card masters, it's a bit too lonely. Now that the news has come out, it seems different. A lamp was lit in the dark cave, and the world became exciting. You don't seem surprised? It's probably one of the other civilizations left by the Talon dynasty 3,000 years ago. Since we all left the old continent, it's normal to meet again now that we are back. Moreover, some of the ancient prophecies circulated by our Illuminati also predicted something. Oh! Detailed information will be available in a while. No rush. Ji-sun and Jia, you were not strangers to begin with. After playing cards for nearly a week, the two became familiar with each other. Apart from his identity as a light chaser, Jia Yu's personality is actually quite good. He is well-informed and talkative, and his values are very compatible. The two of them chatted like friends at this moment, and there was no formality. Ji-sun listened and waited at ease. After all, this mushroom-headed man is the leader of the 13 Knights. Even if he stayed in this screenwriter's office all the time, he could grasp the movements of the major forces in the Federation, and he must have his own intelligence system. Instead of going out to listen to all those strange rumors, it is better to wait. Hong Lu was in an uproar outside, but the two people in the warehouse were playing cards patiently. As expected, after 2 rounds of cards, footsteps were heard outside the door again. Oh, such a big thing happened, And you still have the mind to play cards here? The voice came before the person arrived. The voice was very charming, and people felt like falling in love with it. Jiayu listened and shook his head and smiled slightly, as if he was also a little helpless about the person outside the door. He glanced at Ji-sun with a strange look and said she might play a trick on him later. Forget it, in a while. Ji-sun understood this look. It seemed that he wanted to remind him to pay attention to something. But he felt that it was unnecessary. The mushroom-headed man seemed to be hesitant to speak, and Ji-sun was even more curious about who the visitor was. Since he spoke like this, the visitor must know Jiayu's identity, or even one of the 13 knights. Before thinking too much, a woman wearing a half-face gas mask walked in at the door. Seeing the hunter dressed in a hunter's outfit, as soon as she came in and took off her gas mask, Ji-sun's eyes were immediately stunned, because an extremely familiar face appeared in front of him. Song Yu, not only the appearance, but also the temperament is exactly the same. She smiled brightly at him, with neat white teeth. At this moment, Ji-sun suddenly thought that he had traveled through time again, and saw the innocent Miss Yu. Although he knew that this must be some kind of illusion. But at this moment, he had the extravagant hope that this illusion would exist forever. Jiayu, who was standing by, also noticed his emotional fluctuations. He held his forehead and shook his head, saying, "Don't tease him. This is Irene, the fire starter of this generation. This is Ji-sun." As he spoke, he explained, "This is her professional ability, the promise of nothingness. The illusion is the reality. What you want to see most, you will see it." Ji-sun suddenly understood after hearing this, and his eyes slowly converged, but he couldn't help sighing in his heart. Hearing Jiayu directly reveal his curse, the woman who came and complained, "Hey, leader, can't you let me keep a little mystery?" But she did not continue to use the spell. Her face changed like a mirage, and became a charming face. Her hair was bright brown and wavy, her lips were red and beautiful, and her figure was wonderful. She was as delicate as a girl, but her eyes had the charm of a mature woman. This was a woman whose age could not be determined from her appearance. Ji-sun looked at this person and took the initiative to greet him. "Hello, Ji-sun." He had just caught himself off guard at the 4th level, and the strength of this person in front of him was unfathomable. And since Jiayu said she was a member of the 13 Knights, even if she wasn't a legendary warrior, she was almost there. Irene smiled, "I know. It was you who solved the Scarlet Altar in the treasury before." As she spoke, she looked at Ji-sun with a silky gaze and extended her hand. "Hello, Irene, nice to meet you. I've seen you before, but I guess you didn't know." Ji-sun shook hands very gentlemanly. With the other party's ability to disguise himself, it's normal that he had seen himself and had no impression of him. Irene didn't hide her gaze and looked Ji-sun up and down. "Oh, you're more handsome than before." Ji-sun responded politely, "Thank you. Miss Irene is also very beautiful." Irene covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly. "You are really good at talking." Jiayu, who was standing by, seemed to have long been accustomed to her charm that could not be placed anywhere. She was like a light bulb wherever she went. He interrupted her helplessly and said, "What's going on outside?" Irene was interrupted by this unromantic remark. She looked at Jiayu with a grudge, but also said, "The news has been confirmed. A 7th level fire dragon attacked the city, Lord Chao Tianchi was killed, and Cross City was broken." When she was talking about business, her crystal eyes were also full of depth, and she added, "But the fire dragon is not a real dragon, but a beast form transformed by a human card master." Jiayu pondered. "Human?" Aileen said, "Yes." The story went something like this. A few strangers came from nowhere in the Cross City. They didn't speak the common language, and their clothes and equipment were different. Then, they were discovered by the Chao family's intelligence personnel, who thought they were spies from other families. The two sides immediately clashed. In the end, one of them turned into a fire dragon, killed the lord of the Chao family, and then destroyed most of the city. Jiayu's expression did not fluctuate after listening to it, as if he had confirmed something, and only asked, "Is it a card master?" Irene said, "Yes, they are all card masters. In addition to transforming into dragons, those guys also use spell cards. However, the spell school is a bit old and powerful. It is suspected that it is directly inherited from Yulin spells. Currently, several spells are used, including Storm Wheel Cutting Spell, Fire Dragon Forbidden Spell, and Utopia Waterfall Control Spell. In addition to the 7th level Transformation Dragon, the other ones also have some dragon characteristics to a certain extent." Sure enough, she is a professional intelligence officer. This Irene described the battle in Cross New City in detail. The two people who were listening felt as if they were on the battlefield, and saw with their own eyes the scene of the fire dragon spitting fire and killing over the city. No wonder, Ji-sun murmured. There are some dragonborn materials in his own professional card, so he has a more accurate understanding of the strength of the dragonborn transformation than others. A 7th level card master, transformed into a flying dragon, has almost overwhelming combat power in this era. Although the Chow family is very powerful, no one can deal with that 7th level. It's not surprising that Cross New City was destroyed. But there are some doubts. The conditions for fusing dragon materials are very demanding on physical fitness. Not to mention that the materials are very difficult to find. There are not many people in the entire Federation who can fuse dragon materials. But those guys of unknown origin almost all have dragon characteristics. This is very thought-provoking. Ji-sun only heard a feeling from these intelligence that the other party has the arrogance and confidence brought by absolute strength. Now there are some rumors circulating in the black market saying that we, the Illuminati, are behind the scenes, and that we have a secret connection with the Revolutionary Army and are plotting to subvert the Federation. There are also people looking for channels to contact you, the leader, to ask about cooperation. But the 5 counselors are not stupid. They should have guessed that it might be other card master civilizations. Now the City of Innocence has issued a temporary control. The old continent can only go out and not return. I am afraid that the other party will sneak into the East Continent. The Chow family tried their best to kill 2 enemies. One of the bodies is on the way back to the City of Innocence. Once the information on the body is analyzed, it should be clear. After Irene finished speaking, the expressions of the 3 people in the room became solemn. Jia Yu also fell into deep thought. Irene knew that the leader would think for a long time, so she expressed her own judgment, very strong. Judging from the current information, those people are likely to have a continuous inheritance. At least they are not like us, who have been blocked by the Oran royal family for 2,000 years. Ji-sun also felt the same way. The other party is at the 7th level, and behind this strength, there must be a complete card master system inheritance. Now the difference is immediately clear. The East Continent where the Kashi Federation is located is already short of resources, and most of the inheritance has been blocked by the Orlan royal family in order to maintain their rule, which has delayed it for more than 2,000 years. If we really face the Kashi civilization whose inheritance has not been interrupted, the consequences will not be optimistic. The destruction of Saojia Cross New City is probably just a microcosm of the future. As for peaceful coexistence, it is almost impossible. It is human nature to plunder the weak. Moreover, this world is cruel. When a powerful civilization discovers a weak civilization, enslavement and plunder are almost inevitable. Even if the other party really has no ill intentions, and this attack is just an accident. Then in the future, what qualifications do the card masters of the East Continent have to explore the old continent with those people? Even if they can go, they will probably be used as cannon fodder to explore space. So just based on this point, the 2 civilizations are almost destined to be hostile. Fortunately, there is a natural barrier like the World Rift, which can probably be blocked for a while with a geographical advantage. The 5 major counselors decisively ordered to block the people returning from the old continent, and there is nothing wrong with this decision. But the effect is very limited. The flying dragon attacking the city is just the beginning. What if there is a card master above level 7 in the other civilization? That is a level of power beyond the cognition of all the people in the current federation. It can even absolutely crush the current federation with force. For a moment, Ji-sun's mind was full of thoughts. But obviously, some people see the same information at different heights. After a moment of silence, Jia Yu finally spoke. At present, it seems that it is an enemy, not a friend. And it is very strong. Dragonborn creatures are born with high-level bloodlines, and their average combat power is more than half a level higher than that of ordinary magic beasts. That is to say, the environment in which those people live is much worse than that of the East Continent. That also means that the strength of card masters in that environment will also be very strong. The inheritance of those people is very complete, and there is a high probability that there are card masters above the 7th level. This is the most unsolvable point at present. The only good news is that since they are card masters, then the surviving fire is most likely not contaminated by the old gods. At a different height, Jia Yu saw the Kashi civilization. If there is a Kashi civilization that has been completely passed down, from a certain perspective, this is indeed a good thing. But it is not good news for the current upper class of the Federation. The Illuminati Hermitage has never been a ruler or a conspirator in history. They stand higher. They are more like observers of civilization. They walk in the shadows of inconspicuous history, and only choose to appear in the world when they reach certain turning points of civilization. The weak will be beaten, This is the law of nature. Who is in power in the Federation has no effect on them. Ji-sun heard this analysis and thought it made sense. From the perspective of civilization, as long as it is not polluted by the old gods, it doesn't matter who is the ruler. However, things are obviously not that simple. Jiayu thought of something at this time, narrowed his eyes slightly, and changed the subject. But the people in that team are all dragon descendants, and there is a guy who can directly transform into a dragon. This is not something that ordinary professional cards can do. Even if there is, the fusion difficulty of Dragonborn occupation cards is very high, and the probability of a whole team of Dragonborn is very small. Another point is that high-level bloodlines have a natural resistance to the belief in the old gods. So I guess those people may have transformed their bloodlines, or already have a certain degree of dragon bloodline. Hearing this, Irene was surprised. Humans have dragon bloodline? Hearing this, Ji-sun frowned slightly. He himself has fused occupation cards with Dragonborn materials, so he has a say in how difficult it is. It is understandable that the other card master civilization is strong because the inheritance is not broken. But it is impossible for everyone to have the physical strength to fuse the Dragonborn card, right? As for human blood transformation, Ji-sun himself was infected with the blood plague. He knew very well how great the risk of this kind of foreign blood transformation was. If it were not for his special situation, and the suppression of the disaster, he would have been deformed long ago. Acquired blood transformation cannot be applied on a large scale. Jiayu's statement is also the most reliable. So, the mushroom-headed man obviously thought of this as well. He continued, according to legend, dragons are powerful and overbearing, greedy and cunning, lustful by nature, and ambitious. They are natural overlords. The Dragonborn born from their mating with other species are actually slaves controlled by the dragon clan. In the territory, the dragon is the only ruler. In front of the dragon, they have an innate bloodline suppression on any dragonborn creature. The dragon will enslave everything in the territory. Irene heard the tone was wrong and asked, Chief, what does this mean? Jiayu pondered for a moment, and said the conclusion he deduced, it is very likely that those people are from a civilization where humans are not in power. Hearing this, the room fell silent again. After hearing this, Ji-sun also thought a lot. If it is not a civilization where humans are in power, then the problem is big. If the current federation is really going to be defeated by those card masters who came from nowhere, doesn't it mean that they are war slaves under the slaves? This is not an internal struggle between civilized regimes. It's a fight between races. Jiayu didn't elaborate, and let out a long breath. Wait for the news. The Bai family should get more information from the corpse. Once it is confirmed that those people are really born with dragon blood, the situation I deduced may come true. Yes. Irene also nodded solemnly and asked, Chief, what can we do now? Jiayu is worthy of being a light chaser. He has deduced the war pattern for many years to come from this limited information. He said, the other side has clearly identified a 7th level card master, and it is very likely that this is just a vanguard team. It is almost certain that the current strength of the Federation cannot defend any city in the old continent. So if we really want to fight, we can only use guerrilla tactics. And once the Gold Nugget Wharf is captured by those people, we may also be blocked in the East Continent. After a pause, he continued, let's prepare for the worst first. In the future, Innocent City will inevitably become a war fortress to defend the East Continent. The main battlefield will move the focus of activities to the Old Continent. Before being blocked, try to lay out some hope for a comeback. Aaron nodded yes. As the chief intelligence officer of the Illuminati, she already knew what she should do. Ji-sun also thought of this. The Abyss Rift is a natural barrier that can protect the current East Road Card Master Federation. But this is also mutual. The only way to enter and exit the Old Continent now is those artifact chains. If the Gold Nugget Pier is really blocked by someone, it will be difficult to rush out. After listening to Jiayu's deduction, Ji-sun also felt that he might have to leave for the Old Continent as soon as possible. The resources in the East Continent are too poor, and it is extremely difficult to find 7th level materials. If you are really trapped, you may really be trapped in the field of low-level card masters for life. The news of the destruction of the cross-new city of the Chow family spread throughout the Federation in a very short time. The 5 major congressmen rarely continued to fight internally, but ordered the mobilization of troops and stationed them in Innocent City and Gold-Digging Wharf. At the same time, mechanical war fortresses began to be built. The Old Continent was like a gold mine before. It would not run away. The 5 congressmen could just slowly explore it. The only difference was the number of shareholders, and who dug more or less. But now, an unknown enemy appeared. The sense of urgency came all of a sudden. No one would naively think that those people of unknown origin would kindly share the gold mine of the old continent with them. There could only be war and conquest. The entire federal top leadership was caught in a sense of crisis that a storm was about to come. At the same time, Cross New City. The once prosperous Laiwang New City is now full of broken walls and ruins. On the steel walls and various buildings, you can see the fluid form that has solidified after melting at high temperature. Several guys wearing 3,000 years of Terran retro-style clothes are leisurely repairing in the ruins. A huge wild boar monster is roasting on the bonfire in front of him. There are still many survivors in the city, but they have not realized what happened at this moment. No one dares to provoke these mysterious people who have just killed through the Chow family lord's mansion. A sturdy middle-aged man with red hair sat on the ruins. Just sitting there, he exuded a kind of domineering aura like a Warcraft lord. At this time, another card master who had just finished searching the soul threw away the corpse in his hand and got the information. Master, it has been confirmed that these guys are the lineage that fled to the East Wilderness 3,000 years ago. What is it called now? The Card Master Federation. They have just entered the Middle-earth continent for a few years. He, the strongest card master, is only level 6? The Eastern Wasteland is indeed as barren as the legend says. Then the Card Master Federation is no longer a threat. Yeah. I was wondering why such a big city is full of low-level card masters. I wanted to try these guys' methods, but there was not a single one who could fight. The Augustus royal family is as stupid as ever. 3,000 years ago, they were greedy for the royal power and caused the collapse of the empire. Now they have fled to the Eastern Wasteland and made a stupid move to block the inheritance of the card masters. Haha, they are simply courting death. Send a message to the empire. Once the reinforcements arrive, they will immediately flatten the Eastern Wasteland. It just so happens that we need a lot of cannon fodder to explore those different dimensions. Those war slaves are perfect. Yes, Mr. Legion Commander. Chapter 283. Chief, are you playing cards? Yes, Irene. Do you want to play a few games too? Okay. It's been a while since I played cards with the chief. What to play? 3 people fighting against nobles. Okay. In the warehouse behind Honolulu. Not only Jiayu, but also Irene, the chief intelligence officer, sat around the table and played poker leisurely. Ji-sun didn't know why the 3 of them started playing cards again while chatting. The tense atmosphere just now was gone now. It was like the ripples caused by a stone falling into the water, which soon subsided. But playing cards was also idle, so the topic of conversation was still the previous matter. Foreign wars must be centralized. The federal parliament will be lively now. Yes. Not only the parliament. The Oran royal court should also have some ideas. After all, the crown of thorns is in the hands of the new king of Oran. Now he controls the only channel to the old world, and the right to speak is much more important than before. Those guys are still determined to restore their country. If several federal congressmen do not give up their power, there will be trouble. TSK, the Abyss Rift may not be able to stop those guys who can turn into dragons. Yes. If the decision is not decisive enough, the changes in the Federation in the past few days may determine the fortunes of the major families in the Federation for the next 100 years. The 5 senators may not dare to take risks. After all, they have been enjoying comfort in the rich mineral layer for too long, and have long lost the determination to take risks. It will take some time for the enemy army to approach. If they hide in the East Continent, they may be nobles for a few years. On the contrary, the Lionheart family may have some ideas. Yeah, I think so too. Based on the current intelligence, the Lionheart family has a big plan. Whether it is the head of the family, the silver-eyed Lion Cayman, or the younger generation, Catalina, they are all ambitious. Even if there is no such incident, the Lionheart family will sooner or later surpass the parliament. Ji-sun is not very interested in the situation of the Federation, and his position is not high enough. So he is listening most of the time. The Illuminati Hermitage is really like a bystander. They do not participate in politics. But Jiayu and Irene almost deduced the future situation of the Federation in a few words. The game of cards is still going on. Jiayu pair of 2. Ji-sun bomb. Ai Lin, Ji-sun handsome, I give you a small single card. Ji-sun A3. Ai Lin 4. Haha, leader, you lose, give me money. After all, strong skills can't beat cheating. No matter how Jiayu calculated the cards, Ai Lin's hints of pulling the corner of his clothes and throwing seductive eyes were always a big advantage. And she also took special care of Ji-sun, the newcomer in the game. Even if Ji-sun was a noble, She would occasionally send him cards. Ji-sun has been playing two-player roads these days, and he almost doubts his card skills because of his losses. He is also happy to see this mushroom-headed guy get humiliated. Jia-yu seems to have long been accustomed to Irene's cheating and playing cards. He is helpless and helpless. However, even if he often plays 1 against 2, after playing a few more games, this guy's winning rate is still very high. The copper coins in front of his table are getting more and more. At this time, Ji-sun also asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid that the Federation will be destroyed?" Hearing this, Jia-yu smiled and said, "In my eyes, the future is like the past, and history is repeating itself like the present. If you look far enough, you will find that there is nothing new in history, especially in politics." "Oh!" Ji-sun raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. This is me in the world. After a week of communication, he has a deep understanding of this magic secret method. This guy can follow the thread of history, and deduce the rise and fall of dynasties. In his eyes, he must have seen something more long-term. That's why he is not panicking. Jia-yu's eyes gradually deepened as he spoke, and he said, "Besides, this matter is not that simple. We have never lived in a peaceful and harmonious world. Crisis is always accompanied by opportunities. My teacher often told me an ancient proverb, if there are no bloodthirsty beasts in the forest, the deer will become weak and extinct. This may not be a bad thing." Ji-sun listened carefully. He realized where the indifference of this mushroom head came from. Illuminati Hermitage has always been a lonely walker in the shadow of history. Time changes, civilization changes, they are still there. With them, there is hope for civilization. Honglo's utility room was relaxed. But outside, as the news spread, the whole innocent city was in an uproar. The Hunters Guild, the Mercenary Guild, the Card Masters Guild, and the Adventure Tavern were all crowded with people asking for information. "I heard that a giant dragon attacked the city in the old world. Oh my god, that kind of mythical creature actually exists." "That's fake news. I just heard that a superclass ruin seemed to have been discovered in the Devil's Cross, and those nobles are going to surround it for development. There really are giant dragons, but they only appeared because the treasure appeared. As for the rest, they are all fake news spread by the nobles. They have done this before. I was wondering why they blocked the Gold Nugget Wharf. It turns out they want to have it all to themselves. Yes, don't listen to the nobles' nonsense. We must go for this opportunity to make a fortune. The common people have no idea what happened. There are all kinds of rumors. No one knows that the one who attacked the city was the fire of 3,000 years. Another Card Master civilization was passed down. I don't know that the current Card Master Federation is in danger. The federal parliament did block the news at the first time and spread some ambiguous false news. After all, not everyone is qualified to know the truth. There is no point in spreading that kind of news except causing unnecessary confusion." While Ji-sun and the other two were playing cards and chatting in the warehouse, in a heavily guarded building in Innocent City, the 5 great senators' families, Chow, Bai, Morton, Olin, and Capone, and the senior representatives of several major families of the federal military held an emergency meeting here. The top leaders, who were usually high and mighty, had uglier expressions at this moment. The atmosphere of the meeting was very serious. The people who went to meet the Bai family have dealt with the bodies and sent some information. It has now been basically confirmed that the people who attacked the Cross News City were another Xinhua from 3,000 years ago. And the bad thing is that that empire has a far stronger strength than imagined. Now it is only a vanguard corps. But it is said that the empire over there not only has the 7th level, but also has stronger card masters and dragons. Well, I guess from the previous intelligence that it might be a fire that has not been broken. Damn Orlan Royal Court, it has misled me for 1,000 years. It's meaningless to say these now. Think about how to deal with it. We are completely unable to fight with our current strength. We can only think of ways to defend. I think that the war fortress at the Gold Nugget Wharf will fall sooner or later, and the focus of defense must be on the Innocent City. You want to give up the Gold Nugget Wharf before the battle? I didn't say give up. I just said that it will fall sooner or later, so it's better to make plans early. In the conference room, the well-dressed old gentlemen argued with each other until their faces turned red. Under the destructive oppression of absolute force, these bigwigs, who are used to living a life of luxury, can no longer maintain their elegance. After all, if the Card Master Federation really collapses, they who are in high positions will fall the hardest. And on the other side of the 5 seats, as a military representative, sitting on the Lionheart seat, sat an old general with a majestic look. This is the head of the Lionheart family, the Grand Marshal of the Federation, and the legendary silver-eyed lion Cayman. Next to the old man stood a blonde girl with an equally serious expression, Catalina. The grandfather and grandson kept silent as they watched the arguing members of the Senate. There were no outsiders who could attend this meeting, as they were all top members of the Federation who knew each other well. The members of the Senate spoke without any scruples. Now that we are facing a great enemy, I think that many members of our parliament should no longer fight on their own, but should elect a speaker to lead the overall situation. Yes. Otherwise, just dispatching and executing orders would be a big problem. My Chow family has been operating in Innocent City for the longest time, and has the most thorough understanding of the old world. I recommend myself. Boss Chow, your Chow family's reputation in Innocence City was not very good before. I think if we really want to elect the speaker, the Chow family should avoid suspicion and avoid causing unnecessary criticism. My Morton family. Everyone, at this critical moment, don't play any tricks. War centralization is a truth that everyone understands. Politicians who have been in high positions for a long time know this very well. However, as soon as this topic was mentioned, the 5 major congressmen immediately fell into a quarrel. Once power is centralized, it is very likely that it will continue to be centralized in the future. No one is willing to hand over the power in their hands to others. Seeing that the debate surrounding the speaker candidate is getting more and more intense. At this time, the silver-eyed lion Cayman, who had not spoken, shouted softly, interrupting the debate, "Everyone, I think we should discuss how to deal with the enemy now. You don't think that if those people really come, they will give us any chance for peace talks, right? Who is the speaker? We can talk about this later." As he spoke, his lion-like eyes swept over the silent counselors. He also put forward his own opinion. According to the current intelligence, we can't defend any city in the old world. So the time limit of the war will inevitably be very long. If we want to have a chance to turn the tables, we must complete the layout in the old world as soon as possible before the enemy comes, mainly guerrilla warfare. After all, now everyone knows that the old continent is a treasure house. As long as we are given time to develop it, we may be able to cultivate some superclass strongmen in the future and reverse the situation. As soon as these words came out, the conference hall immediately fell silent. As expected of the military marshal, he analyzed the entire war situation clearly at a glance, and also proposed a response plan. In fact, the 5 major senators are not blind to the situation. But everyone knows that going to the old continent now is almost equivalent to committing suicide. Who will go? No matter how many lower levels you go, you are just cannon fodder. If you want to gain a foothold in the old continent and turn the tables, you must go to the elite and top powerhouses, but no one wants their family's elite assets to be suppressed in the old continent. Otherwise, they will immediately lose their voice in the east continent. As soon as these words came out, the conference room fell into silence again. They are all old foxes who play politics, and everyone knows that if they speak first, they will inevitably bear heavy responsibilities. No one wants to speak first. There are only breathing sounds in the conference room. The atmosphere was a little awkward. After waiting for a long time, looking at the people looking at each other in bewilderment, Cayman's silver eyes showed a hint of anger, but it was expected. He thought of something and proposed, since everyone wants to elect a joint speaker, how about this? Whichever family stands up to go to the old continent to preside over the overall situation, I will support whoever is the leader. What do you think? The Lionheart family is now the first warlord of the Federation, and has a lot of say. Hearing this, the expressions of several major congressmen froze. This is indeed the most reasonable approach at present. However, all the speakers want to be the speaker. But this is a war that has no chance of winning no matter how you look at it. No one wants to die in the old world. They don't want to watch others take the position. So they can only remain silent. If I can't take the position, no one else can take the position. Seeing this, Cayman couldn't help but sneer. Several senior senators dared not say a word, seeing that the meeting was about to become dull. At this time, someone spoke up to break the deadlock. Everyone. I think we are worrying too much. Hasn't the enemy come yet? Not to mention the Abyss Rift. What if they can't cross the Abyss Rift? Aren't we worrying in vain? I think so too. Compared to strengthening the war fortress at the Gold Nugget Wharf, I think the most urgent task is to find the Orlon survivors. After all, as far as I know, the new king holds the key to the Abyss chain. As long as the chain is put away, the passage to the old world can be cut off immediately. Yes, I also agree with Councillor Morton's proposal. After all, the East Continent is our foundation. Only after we protect the foundation can we talk about other things. We have been like this for more than 2,000 years before the discovery of the old continent. It doesn't matter if there is no old continent. This made the meeting room lively again. Originally, When the old continent was discovered, several counselors did not agree to develop it. After all, except for the Chow family and the Lionheart family, who made early arrangements, the development of the other families in the old continent was much slower. Now the two companies that have seized the initiative have gained huge benefits and have the momentum to crush the two giants above the parliament. It was a general trend before, and there was no way to stop it. Now this unknown enemy suddenly appeared, and there is a chance to block the old continent again. In a sense, this news may not be a bad thing for the other companies. As long as the old continent is blocked, in their opinion, at least the status quo can be maintained. They are still the powerful parliamentarians. As soon as these words came out, the huge conference room fell silent again. The war faction and the retreat faction were immediately separated. If the old continent was laid out in advance according to Marshal Cayman's proposal, it was foreseeable that someone would have to make sacrifices. Moreover, the risks were unpredictable. No one was willing to die on their own initiative. However, if they chose to retreat to the East Wilderness and cut off contact with the old continent, at least it would not be a problem for the time being. However, General Cayman's face had become gloomy. How could he not see that even at this critical moment, these guys still had their own agenda? This was a battle to destroy civilization. If they were not united, there was no chance of winning. However, since it had come to this point, and since they were all colleagues and no one had expressed their opinions, Cayman could not speak any more. Seeing that an emergency meeting was about to be deadlocked, it was very likely that they would choose to retreat. At this time, a person who surprised everyone stood up. Have you ever thought about this? At present, the enemy has not blocked the Gold Nugget Wharf. This may be the only time we can touch the path to the upper level of the Card Master, or it may be the only chance to go to the old continent in countless years. If we take this step back, it means that from now on, we will be cut off from the superclass civilization. From now on, we can only hide in the East Wilderness for generations. These words were loud and clear. They echoed in the ears for a long time. Everyone looked carefully. It turned out that the one who spoke was Katerina, who was wearing a neat military uniform and looked heroic. Originally, the juniors were just listening to this kind of meeting, and had no right to speak. No one thought that this silver mist rose would stand up. After Katerina finished speaking, facing a group of top powerful figures in the Federation, she said neither servilely nor arrogantly, "We have always ridiculed the Orlon survivors for delaying the Kashi civilization for 2,000 years. But if we retreat, aren't we doing the same thing, after several years? When our descendants talk about our decision today, how do you think they will judge it?" After these words came out, a group of great senators were silent. Even if they were in high positions and powerful, they could not hide their embarrassment. No one expected that they would be taught a lesson by a junior. Only Marshal Cayman listened to his granddaughter's statement. Although his expression was the same, he felt indescribably happy in his heart. Good scolding, these cowardly old guys. If it were any other day, Catalina would never be so rash. It would be impossible for her to speak on such an important occasion. But now is the eve of the overthrow of civilization. If she retreats, there will be no chance. Catalina pondered for a moment, her tone still sharp. What's more, there may be no future. She looked stern, and her eyebrows were full of heroism. She responded to any questioning gaze without showing any weakness. She asked, "Now we know that the enemy has superclass strongmen and giant dragons. Are you sure that they can't cross the Abyss Rift? It would be fine if we hadn't been discovered before. We could still live safely in the East Wilderness. Now that we have been discovered, do you think they will let us go? Don't have any luck. War always has only one result. Everyone, don't have any illusions." These words were like a sharp scalpel, ruthlessly cutting open the chest cavity, revealing the long rotten and dirty hearts of those bigwigs. They understand the truth better than anyone else. But 200 years of comfortable life have made them lose the determination to take risks. Having said that, Catalina no longer cares about anyone's face and says bluntly, "And if we really cut off the connection with the old world, we will become weaker and weaker, and the enemy will become stronger and stronger. Even if the Abyss Rift can really stop them for 10 years, what about 100 years? I dare say that if we hide here, one day in the future, everyone here will see the enemy crossing the abyss in their lifetime. By then, our strongest card master will still only be at level 6, so there will be no chance of a comeback, and we will just be lambs to be slaughtered," she said, looking at the crowd who still had no opinions. "Like an angry little lion, the blood we shed now is for our descendants. If our descendants can live a safe and happy life in the future, it is not because the times have improved, but because their ancestors once fought for civilization and shed their blood. They will remember, be grateful, and be proud of our sacrifice. Just like 200 years ago, Our ancestors overthrew the old dynasty with countless blood. We are proud of this. This is the immortal glory engraved in our blood and surname. As soon as these words came out, it was as if the glory of the ancestors shone from 200 years ago, and Catalina was shining brightly. You could hear a pin drop in the huge conference room. For the first time, several senior counselors felt guilty. They didn't even dare to look directly at the junior standing in the courtyard. After a long time, there were a few light coughs. Chao Jingxiong, the head of the Chao family, finally broke the awkwardness and said, "Niece Carter, everyone knows this, but war is not a joke. The actual operation is much more difficult, and there are more factors to consider." He originally thought that Catalina was young and had not considered the political intrigues, so he spoke up to remind her. From the bottom of their hearts, the Chao family is inclined to advocate war. After all, they have too much information about the old world. This is more advantageous than the other families. As soon as these words came out, it seemed as if there was a way out. Several other senators also spoke up. Yes. This matter is not that simple. I think we need to think about it in the long run. I think we can do both. Carter's plan can be considered, but who will take the lead is a problem. Yes. That's what I meant. We are not saying that we won't fight. At least we have to survive first before we can plan for the future. Several old foxes also took the opportunity to step down and started the previous discussion again. But once people have the idea of retreating, it is difficult to muster up the courage again. Catalina knew that if the discussion continued like this, it would inevitably fall into the deadlock before. No one was willing to stand up, and it would inevitably end in nothing. These old guys would definitely choose to preserve their current selves. So before the few people finished speaking, Marshal Kamen spoke up. "I think what little Carter said is right. Some people really can't get down from the high position of power. Do you remember why we each overthrew the old dynasty 200 years ago? For freedom and civilization. What about now? TSK. Some people have been in the rich mineral layer for too long and have no spirit of adventure and progress at all. The old man is not like Catalina, who still has to give face to others." When he said this, it was completely like lifting the gentleman's suit that covered the fat bodies of the congressmen. The expressions of the 5 congressmen all darkened. Finally, someone couldn't help but choke. "Since your Lionheart family is righteous, then the defense line of the Gold Nugget Wharf just needs to be guarded by troops. Everyone knows that if a real fight breaks out, the Nugget Wharf will definitely be the front line of the battlefield. Going there to guard will mean death. No one dares to snatch this mission." Saying it out loud seems to save their face. "Didn't your Lionheart family scold you harshly just now? What about now? Dare you, Kamen, go there? If you go there, the Lionheart family's position in the Federation will collapse immediately." However, before those fat faces showed a sarcastic smile, Catalina, who was still in the conference hall, did not flinch and shouted, "Uncles and uncles, even though I am a woman, I will never shrink back. After today, I will lead the troops to the front of the old world. The crisis will never end, and I will never return." These words were sonorous and powerful. It was as if an invisible magic power hit people's souls. After saying that, she left with a wave of her sleeves. The old gentlemen, who were firmly in high positions, were all stunned by the delicate but heroic back. Although Kamen felt distressed, his eyes were more filled with relief and admiration for courage. The hero's fate has been condensed, and he is no longer extraordinary. He had a brief chat with his granddaughter before coming. At that time, Catalina expressed her thoughts. She has her own unique insights on this war. As long as the enemy cannot cross the rift in a short time, it will inevitably be a protracted war. Kamen also knows that the old world is the future, and the only hope to win the war. It is a danger, but also an opportunity. Never give up. The old man retracted his gaze from Catalina's back, looked at the people in the Parliament Hall, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, since you don't want to go, then I, the Lionheart family, will go. I want people, resources, and everything you can provide. It's at this juncture, you can do it. There is no hope in being trapped in the old world." This time, the Lionheart family gambled everything for that little hope. Chapter 284. The 3 of them played poker for an afternoon and talked a lot. Ji-sun did not stay any longer, and left the screenwriter warehouse. In the current situation, the old continent could be blocked by the Federation at any time. He did not intend to be trapped to death in the East Continent. But before that, he planned to go to Honolulu to take a look. Ji-sun was originally a time traveler, and had stayed in Innocent City. There was nothing wrong with leaving the East Continent. But if there was anything that had to be done before leaving the East Continent, it was to say goodbye to Song-yu. "I was originally planning to attend her funeral, but it looks like I have to leave early. Honolulu is still bustling. This is the most upscale entertainment venue in Innocent City, with all kinds of people. In addition to the wealthy people who come to consume entertainment, it also gathers all kinds of well-informed intelligence merchants, and people who come to inquire about intelligence. The information of Flying Dragon attacks the city is like a heavy bomb, which has detonated the entire Innocent City. At this moment, even in the hall, people are in groups of 3 or 5, and what they are talking about are all rumors about Cross New City and the dragon. Ji-sun walked and listened all the way. There were all kinds of information. Most people didn't know what happened. They didn't know that the Card Master Federation was even in danger. But even if they knew the truth, this kind of news didn't make people at the bottom feel much crisis. Even if the Federation was destroyed, for most people, they felt that it was just a change of the person in power who exploited and oppressed them. It didn't seem to make any difference whether the new person in power was a congressman or a king. Even many speculators are looking forward to the opportunities brought by the chaos. Various rumors are flying around. Ji-sun also understood what Jia Yu said before. Human joys and sorrows are not the same. People in different positions and different cognitions see things differently and have their own destiny lines. Ji-sun walked out. He looked at the flow of people coming and going in Honglu and fell into a very strange state. In the originally normal and lively scene, he seemed to have become an outsider at this moment. Looking at those strangers was like watching a movie. He watched everything with cold eyes. He had already entered the world of the 52 magic secrets. In Ji-sun's eyes at this moment, it seemed that each person was connected with a colorful thread. The thread recorded the way they came and pointed to the direction they were going. This was a thread called fate. Fate is like a thread, but also like a shackle. It is a constant and a variable. Many people will never be able to walk out of that line in their lifetime. If you can see the cause, you will definitely see the corresponding result. For example, the girl wearing high heels and heavy makeup at 1 o'clock has only arrogance and the ceiling between her eyebrows. When she took her left foot and stepped onto the stairs, it was destined that when she took the 7th step with her left foot, she would step on a glass marble that was probably left on the stairs by a naughty child. After being tripped, she would scream. The drinker at 12 o'clock would scream because he saw her and was distracted for a moment. He would bump into a man in a suit at the corner. He might say, sorry, the person who was hit was a gentleman, and would respond with a smile elegantly. This thought flashed through Ji-sun's mind. The scene in front of him was played out. The girl stepped on the marble with her left foot, her body was unstable, and she screamed ah, revealing her skirt. The pupils of the drinker who heard the sound and looked over just dilated, and he bumped into another guest just around the corner. The drinker hurriedly said, sorry, and the gentleman responded with a smile. Ji-sun just walked by, and the scene reflected in his eyes was like a rewinding movie. The scene seemed to have already happened in his mind. He then understood what Jia Yu meant by as in the past, in my eyes, history is repeating itself today. This is not prophecy, but deduction. As long as we can see the threads of fate clearly, we can deduce many results that are bound to happen, and reversely deduce many causes that produce these results. No thread of fate exists alone. It will inevitably intertwine with other threads. The more intertwined threads of fate, the more variables that need to be deduced. So that's it. Ji-sun murmured in his heart. As Qin Rushi said, the rules of the world have always been there. It's just that there was no observation before. I entered the world, and the world in my eyes is really different. The world in Ji-sun's eyes at this moment has veins like leaves. It's getting clearer and clearer. Ji-sun went upstairs all the way, and when he took the elevator, he happened to meet Mr. Jiu, who had silver hair but was energetic. The old man seemed to have expected him to come. After waiting for a long time, he greeted him, Mr. Ji-sun, you are here. Ji-sun smiled politely. Mr. Jiu, are you waiting for me here? Mr. Jiu, yes. I guessed that you would come to say goodbye to the young lady before going to the mainland. I am waiting for you here. Ji-sun nodded. Although he asked, he had deduced the reason the moment he saw the old man next to the elevator. The two went upstairs. They came to the top floor of Honglu. Song Yu did not leave behind a body, and only some of her belongings were in the coffin. The coffin will be sent back to Black Gold City and buried in the back hill of the Sapphire Manor, which is already full of roses. Ji-sun stayed alone in the room for half an hour. After saying goodbye to Miss Yu, he walked out. It was a coincidence that just as he was about to get on the elevator, he ran into Song Ken leading his fiancée up. That was Miss Monica, the chief dancer of the Royal Song and Dance Troupe. The fat man greeted him enthusiastically. Hey, brother Ji-sun, when did you come to Honglu? You didn't even tell me. Ji-sun smiled. glanced at the two people's formal suits, and guessed something. Songkin saw Ji-sun appear on this floor, and knew what it was. His expression was a little complicated, and he whispered, "Brother Ji-sun, are you the Mr. Chaoyang that my great-grandmother has been looking for?" Ji-sun listened and nodded yes. Songkin said faintly, "Ah, you should have said it earlier. I just came to Innocent City before, and asked people to look for you everywhere. I didn't expect it to be you." Ji-sun listened and smiled. "You said it earlier? I can't tell you earlier. When Songkin came to Wuzu City to open the Big Ivan shop, some things hadn't happened yet. Ji-sun didn't know Songyu at that time. The cause and effect hadn't been implicated yet. The fat man didn't know everything about Ji-sun and Songyu. But he had heard about it from the elders of the family. He only vaguely knew that his most beloved grandmother never married because she fell in love with someone when she was young. He remembered that his grandfather said that nearly 100 years ago, the person his grandmother fell in love with was one of the biggest mysteries in the upper class of the Federation. He was also the object of jealousy for countless young talents back then. Although Songkin was curious about the story behind this, the younger generation must also respect the story of the deceased elders in the family. He didn't want to ask further. He looked at Ji-sun and suddenly thought of something, and he stammered, "It's just that Ji-sun." He choked halfway through his words. This generation is a bit confusing. Although he didn't say any honorifics, since it was the Mr. Chaoyang that the great-grandmother was looking for, it was hard to say brother. Ji-sun also concealed his relationship with Songyu, saying, "Let's just talk about our own things." Songkin was not a fussy person, grinning, "Okay, brother Ji-sun, can you do me a favor? I originally wanted to ask Grandma to witness my love with Monica. You are here just in time. Can you help me and Grandma be a witness?" Since it was Grandma who took the photo of Chaoyang, it would be the most appropriate to be the witness. Songkin also hopes that an unswerving romantic love can witness another love. As he spoke, he held Monica's hand intimately, as if to encourage her, and said seriously, "You know? The situation in the Federation has changed drastically now, and I want to make it clear as soon as possible." Hearing this, Ji-sun glanced at the expressions on the two people's faces. The chubby face had a sweet smile of love, and the other one also had a polite smile, but there was a hint of imperceptible uneasiness in his eyes. Ji-sun looked at it, and smiled slightly. "Okay." Monica's eyes trembled when she heard it, and she couldn't hide her surprise. She is a professional intelligence officer, and her perception is sharper than that of ordinary people. She had revealed some secrets in the Shinshu treasure house before, and she actually guessed that she had been exposed. She actually felt a little uneasy when she met Ji-sun here. Songkin can be heartless, but others are not. Or, in other words, no one in the Song family is optimistic about her as a dancer. But after hearing that hearty, "Okay." She looked at Ji-sun again, with only gratitude in her eyes. Since she chose to accept the proposal, she planned to cut off everything from the past. "Thank you for giving me a chance." In the City of Innocence, the cableway that crossed the Abyss Rift to the Old World never came back, which originally aroused suspicion among many civilians. But not long after, regular armies with the flag of the Sun Lion appeared on the streets and marched to the Old World in a mighty manner. An emergency meeting ended with the Lionheart family moving to the Old World. The Lionheart family became the Federation speaker as promised. It is also the only centralized speaker since the establishment of the Federation for 200 years. The 5 senators did not have any objections. On the contrary, they were happy to see the departure of the first warlord of the Federation. It seemed that the Lionheart family had sole power. The fact was that from now on, once the Lionheart family's army went to the Old Continent, the Federation would no longer have their say. In exchange, the 5 senators and hundreds of members of the House of Representatives also paid almost everything in the Old Continent. In the past, the major families invested huge resources in the development of the Old Continent. In the Old Continent, there was not only the cross-new city of the Chow family, but also various large and small cities and hunting camps. During this period of operation, whether it is manpower, equipment, intelligence system, secret base or various resources, they have accumulated to an extremely exaggerated level. Except for some mechanical drawings, extraordinary books and other things that are easy to transport, which are being transported back as soon as possible, all the others have been given to the Lionheart family. Although the 5 counselors felt distressed, they also felt that it was only a matter of time before those things were thrown away. If the cross-new city could not be saved, then no city could be saved. Waiting for the enemy to arrive, the Old Continent will inevitably be blocked. The resources of the Old Continent are meaningless. As soon as the emergency meeting ended, various forces of all sizes began to become active. Change means that a new pattern is about to begin. Number 117, Candy Street, West District, Innocent City, the headquarters of Golden Oak Security Company. The people of the Orlon Royal Court, who had been waiting here for a long time, waited for the people of the Bai family of the 5 major counselors. The new King Arthur knew that he controlled the only passage to the old continent, so he became the existence that the 5 major councils must win over now. Mr. Bai, long time no see. You have seen the strength of our Oran Royal Court. Gongwu has gone to the old continent. No one can stop us. Besides, your majesty will soon enter the semi-god realm, and no one can stop him. Now the Lionheart family is doomed. It depends on your choice. Your Bai family's methods and your layout over the years may not be known to others, but I know it very well. But my Oran will not cooperate with anyone. Either you submit to the royal court or you are the enemy. Your Bai family was the right-hand man of our Augustus ancestors. If Senator Bai chooses to turn back, I promise to forgive the past, and the position of the kingdom's high priest can also be given to your Bai family. If you have made up your mind, make a decision as soon as possible. I have other meetings scheduled later. The people of the Bai family know very well that only the people of the Oran Royal Court, who hold the king's key, are the best partners now. The old continent is not only a crisis, but also a hope. Only the new king of Oran has the means to enter and exit the old continent. If we can't get rid of them, we can only cooperate. The former is impossible. We can only choose the latter. A secret meeting quickly finalized the cooperation. The high priest used by the Oran Royal Court, a position almost equal to the king, won the support of the Bai family. The federal parliamentary system, at this point, is in name only. Not long after, Ji Sun left Honglu and walked onto the street. Next to Downing Street is the Abyss Rift, where the atmosphere gradually changed from a noisy entertainment district to a solemn one from laughter and playfulness. Because the streets were filled with steam trucks carrying professional soldiers, and various weapons and equipment to the ferry. Everyone could see a sense of oppression that a storm was about to come. Oh, what happened? Why is there such a big commotion? Didn't you read the announcement? Marshal Kamen was elected Speaker of the Federal Parliament, and is now going to the old continent to take charge. Ah, what happened? Didn't they say that the flying dragon attacking the city just discovered a high-level relic? Why is there such a big commotion? Who knows? Now the old continent is not allowed to return, and the news is uncertain. What's this? I heard that the million-strong army controlled by the Lionheart family has already set out from the rich mineral layer, and is gradually heading to the innocent city. The future is going to be exciting. Walking on the street, Ji Sun also heard various discussions from the onlookers. If it were before, he might be interested in listening. But now there is no wave. It feels like those onlookers, standing in their respective positions, will inevitably say something based on their understanding of the incident. Ji Sun also knew that this was a result of playing cards with Jia Yu for more than a week, and he had given himself an aura that made it easier to understand the magic secrets. It was like a state of being slightly drunk, and the aftertaste was still lingering. As he walked, Ji Sun came to the ferry. The huge steam boiler was gushing white steam. The cable car to the old world was full of people and supplies, but the one coming back was empty. The federal parliament blocked the ferry, but did not restrict people from passing through. The ruins of the old world were confirmed to be a treasure trove, and countless dreams of getting rich started there. Hunters or speculators who risked their lives. Although they know that something must have happened over there, many people still plan to take the risk. Ji Sun followed the crowd and got on the cable car. Not long after, they crossed the void, and there was no light or shadow in the innocent city behind them. All they saw was nothingness. Ji Sun looked at this rift in the world of gravity reversal, as if he saw the endless starry sky of his previous life, deep and mysterious. Standing higher and higher, he realized that the mysterious veil of this world had never been lifted. Instead, it became more and more vast and mysterious. Ji Sun tried to deduce the cause and effect of this rift, but found that once his thoughts entered, it was like exploring the endless starry sky. He could not see the past, nor could he deduce the future. Just as he was thinking, the cable car arrived at the Nuggets Wharf. There was a scene of bustling construction here. The train station was almost completely open before, and now various steel fortresses are being built at a rapid pace. The fortifications have just begun to be built, but the giant artillery has been erected like a hedgehog, as if to guard against some large target in the air. As soon as Ji Sun saw the battle formation, he knew that they were on guard against the 7th-level enemy, who could transform into a flying dragon. As soon as he got off the cable car, a bloody smell rushed into his nose. At the other entrance of the cable car, there were already hundreds of bloody corpses hanging. They were probably people who made trouble and wanted to return to Innocent City. Kill them as a warning. The professional soldiers and noble knights on duty looked at everyone who tried to get close to the cable car from time to time with cold eyes. Now blocking the dock is not only to block the news, but also to prevent the enemy from sneaking into the East Wilderness, otherwise all preparations will fail. Seeing this, the hunters who followed Ji-sun in a carriage were also dumbfounded. The rumors before were not as good as seeing it with your own eyes. With this situation now, everyone knows that they may not be able to go back. It's over, it's over, it's all over now. We are afraid that we will die in the old world. Yes. The cable car doesn't let us go back, but it doesn't mean that the nobles can't go back. If something goes wrong, we will die. What are you afraid of? Don't you see that these people only care about not allowing us to go back, but don't care where we go? The old world is so big, and you have to hide somewhere if something goes wrong. Isn't it better to hide there? That's right. We hunters are supposed to make a living in the wasteland. At worst, we can just hide in the wilderness for 3 to 5 years and see what happens. That's right. Although Ji-sun didn't know what the people in the federal parliament had discussed, he could see that in some ways, those who came to Innocent City were all inheritance. The enemy is too strong, and the Federation cannot defend any city with its current strength. But the old continent is boundless, and if a guerrilla war is really waged, it will be difficult to wipe out all those people. Just like the inheritance that went to the East Wasteland back then. As long as time is long enough, there may be another Card Master Federation in the future. Ji-sun thought in his mind as he walked. He did not follow the hunters to take the train to leave the Gold Nugget Wharf, but looked at the Sun Lion badge hanging on the wharf. On the tall building. He walked straight over. Where is the opportunity in the old continent to explore the unknown space in the ruins to get treasures? No, now, as the exploration deepens, more and more superclass are found in the ruins, and the progress of the federal exploration has become slow. No matter how powerful he is, he can't explore much. So, Ji-sun has a crazier plan. Above the 6th level, there is almost no space for federal card masters. Even if it is passed down from the Orlan royal family, there will not be too many. However, there is now a better way to understand. That is the group of unknown enemies. Since a vanguard leader can easily destroy Cross New City, it means that they have a very mature promotion system in the superclass field. Ji-sun plans to start with the enemy. He has a clown mask, and his current ability is very suitable for being a spy. That's right. His plan is to directly infiltrate the enemy camp. But before that, he has one more thing to do. That is to determine where the enemy is. And now the Lionheart family has become federal speaker. They have all the information of the old continent in their hands. Ji-sun plans to find an acquaintance to determine the location of the enemy. And he also needs a long-term and stable source of intelligence. Stop! This is the speaker's mansion. No one is allowed in. Please help me contact Miss Carter and tell her that Baron Charlie is visiting. Ji-sun was stopped by the guards. He used the identity he used when he was a Silver Moon spy. When the guard heard that he was a noble, he suspected that he was here to ask for help to return to Innocent City. But seeing Ji-sun's temperament, he also went to report. Not long after, Katarina, with blonde hair and a white military uniform, came downstairs in person. She looked at Ji-sun, her eyes lit up, and greeted him. I knew you would come. Ji-sun smiled. Aren't you here too? Katarina smiled knowingly, of course. Being trapped in the East Continent, this is not the character of two adventurers. As she said that, she called, let's go inside and talk. Ji-sun followed him in. Not long after, the two came to a confidential office. Katarina was very busy. As soon as she entered the room, she walked to the table full of various documents and started to look through them, saying, sorry, I have to arrange the city defense of the Gold Nugget Wharf and arrange various things recently, and there are too many things to deal with. The two of them were already very familiar with each other. This Silver Mist Rose did not treat Ji-sun as an outsider at all. All kinds of top-secret military information were placed on the table and pointed at. Ji-sun also nodded to show his understanding. This was a confidential office, and there were no maids in the room, so Catalina could only greet them in person. Oh, by the way, what would you like to drink? Tea, coffee? Ji-sun, whatever you want. Even though she guessed that he had something important to do, Catalina's eyes turned and she joked. She then asked, it's rare that you would come to me on your own initiative. Why, do you feel like you haven't seen me for a long time? After all, everything in their Lionheart family was at stake this time, and the pressure was very high. Seeing Ji-sun, who could truly be considered a friend, also made her relax a little in the recent suffocating environment. As she spoke, she looked at Ji-sun's clear and deep eyes, and muttered again, hey, why do I feel that you have changed a lot now? She could guess that Ji-sun had advanced to the 4th level. But this change is not only brought about by advancement. Ji-sun did not explain that his current state was due to the reason of I am the world. Just now, he was stunned because the moment he saw Katarina, he automatically deduced a lot of follow-up in his mind. He smiled and said directly, I do have something important to discuss with you. Catalina asked curiously, oh? Ji-sun was not polite, and said straight to the point, before that, I want to see the latest intelligence. Catalina knew what he meant, and without any hesitation, she took a thick craft paper envelope on the table and said, it's all here. This top-secret intelligence, which no more than 5 people in the entire Federation have seen, was handed to a non-military person. Of course she trusted Ji-sun. She was just very curious. Why did this guy who never cared about the Federation's business suddenly become interested in military intelligence? Ji-sun didn't waste any time. He opened the brown paper and quickly flipped through it. The information was nearly 100 pages thick. In addition to the first-hand information from various eyewitnesses, there was also the information obtained by the Bai family from the corpse, the Arel Ancient Dragon Empire, the Black Dragon Kingdom, the Silver Dragon Kingdom, the Red Dragon Kingdom, the Holy See, the Mixed Bloods, the Pure Bloods, the Dragonborn, the Vanguard Group. A lot of the information was fragmented, but at this moment in Ji-sun's mind, they were connected together through invisible causal lines. Ji-sun read very quickly, his eyes trembling constantly. Intelligence is not like some supernatural secret book, which is obscure and difficult to understand. This kind of information is very simple, and can be remembered after just one look. In addition, Master Merlin used the super-limit cognitive field to develop his brain area before. Ji-sun felt that his brain could digest this knowledge easily and efficiently at this moment. Sometimes he could digest 3 or 4 pages at the same time in his mind at once. Catalina had just handed over the intelligence, and he thought that Ji-sun would need a long time to read so much content. But just as she turned around and was about to do her own thing, she heard the sound of pages flipping quickly. Looking up, Catalina saw that Ji-sun had almost finished reading the information in a blink of an eye. What on earth happened to this guy? Catalina couldn't help but murmured. While she was surprised in her crystal eyes, she also vaguely realized that the old friend in front of her was very different. But it has only been half a month since she came out of the Shinshu treasury, right? In the moment of distraction, Ji-sun had put down the last piece of information, staring at the floor, thinking for a moment, and then his brows relaxed a little. After reading all the information, he already had a general idea in his mind. This information was almost exactly the same as what Jia Yu had speculated before. The only difference was that the Arel Ancient Dragon Empire in the southern continent was much stronger than imagined. Southern continent was indeed a fire 3,000 years ago. But before that, there were many dragons and some aborigines there. Unlike the eastern wasteland, the living environment in the southern continent was very harsh, and various powerful monsters and disasters emerged one after another. But correspondingly, the harsh environment also led to the survival of the strong, and the Card Master heritage was also very complete and strong. Moreover, 3,000 years ago, in addition to inheriting the extraordinary heritage of the Terran dynasty, they also derived their unique dragon card system. Very strong. Seeing this, Ji-sun narrowed his eyes, more expectantly. The enemy is stronger than expected. Not only the 7th level, but also the 8th and 9th level card masters. The corpse is not of high rank, and the status is not high enough, so it cannot access too many high-level secrets. But it is said that there are even real gods. However, Jia Yu also guessed the most important point, that is, the empire is not ruled by humans. The Arel Ancient Dragon Empire is just a general term, not a kingdom. It is composed of 3 kingdoms, and various large and small principalities. And the highest authority in the empire is not the royal family. It is the Holy Dragon Church. They are above the 3 royal families. This is not an old god religious organization, but the spokesperson of the dragon race in the human race. Although they are human, the people of the church have a special name, called Pure Blood. They are dragon descendants born directly from humans and dragons. They are roughly equivalent to the nobles in the Federation, noble and powerful. And the leader of the church is surprisingly fused with the long-lost royal power sequence of the Federation, the Pope of Clubs K of the dual path of order and royal power. Jia Yu's guess is correct. The reason why those people confuse various dragon cards is because they almost all have some dragon blood. In other words, those card masters are all slaves of the dragon race. Although the dragon race does not need faith, the fact is that the human card master civilization is just a vassal of the dragon. In that empire, the dragon is supreme and equal to God. The pure-blooded dragon descendants of the church are the ones in power. The mixed bloods are considered second-class people, and ordinary humans are no different from livestock slaves. They are responsible for clearing wasteland, hunting, and being war cannon fodder. If the Federation is really enslaved, the consequences are predictable. There is no possibility of peaceful coexistence. After Ji-sun finished reading the intelligence, he automatically played various scenes in his mind. Most of the situations had been played out when he played cards with Jiayu before, so it was not surprising. Facing such a powerful enemy, the Federation had no power to fight. Catalina looked at him and asked in surprise, "Have you finished reading it?" "Yes." Ji-sun nodded, his brows still slightly furrowed. Catalina also sighed slightly and said, "Are you surprised? When I first saw it, I was also extremely shocked. I didn't expect that besides us, there is such a powerful civilization of Kashi." As she spoke, there was also some helplessness in her eyes. She also saw the situation of future wars. There was no possibility except guerrilla warfare. "Yes." Ji-sun said straight to the point, "I have an idea. I need your help." "Yes." Catalina glanced at him and said firmly, "No matter what, as long as you need it, I will help you." Ji-sun said lightly, "I plan to sneak into the enemy. I need to know the current location of the vanguard." Katarina's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she immediately understood the meaning of this. She had seen Ji-sun's methods before, and he was indeed the best lurker. As for the risks, the two of them had experienced too many adventures together. How could she not know that this guy would never use this as a reason to retreat? When the entire Federation was avoiding the mysterious enemy, only this guy would come up with such a crazy plan. But Catalina is also very smart. As soon as Ji-sun opened his mouth, she immediately figured out why he did this. The fewer people who know about this plan, the better. So Ji-sun found Catalina. After all, the two of them have a deep foundation of trust. Only her status and identity are most suitable for helping. Catalina also agreed, "Yes, no problem." But she made another request. "It just so happens that I also have a plan and need your help." Ji-sun cast a puzzled look. Catalina's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and she said in a loud voice, "I plan to set up a trap to kill that 7th level person." Hearing this, Ji-sun's expression also changed. He looked at Catalina, who was wearing a neat military uniform at the moment, as if he saw the thread of fate on her body burning fiercely. Not only did he change, but this young lady from the Lionheart family was also very different from before. She already had the heroic spirit that those famous people in epic legends should have. Chapter 285. There is also a very critical point in Ji-sun's lurking plan. That is to avoid the 7th level card master, who can transform into a flying dragon. His current camouflage ability is evaluated by 2 legendary masters, Jiayu and Irene, as having no flaws. But many abilities of card masters above the 7th level are unknown. It is best to avoid him just in case. Unexpectedly, Katarina's plan is more direct. She actually plans to ambush and kill the guy, and when she asked for help, Ji-sun immediately realized what she wanted to say. "It's not about joining the war myself, but I want to contact some people through my own connections. The Lionheart family is very powerful. With all the top forces and various relics and equipment, it may not be impossible to kill a 7th level. But that would be very risky. Even if it is really killed, at least both sides will suffer. So, a key person is needed here. That is Gong Wu, the first master of the Federation. After all, the Lionheart family is the first warlord of the Federation." Catalina grew up in this environment since she was a child, and her sense of politics is more acute. She was afraid that Ji-sun didn't understand her plan, so she explained in detail. "According to the existing intelligence, the Arel Ancient Dragon Empire is very far away from our East Continent, and the attack on Cross New City is just a vanguard army responsible for exploring the old continent. If there is no special marching method, the enemy's first wave of reinforcements will arrive at least 1 or 2 months later. During this period of time, those enemies will definitely not be idle." "Yes." Ji-sun listened and nodded, his mind racing. He didn't know much about politics, so he didn't expect some things. Catalina continued, "And according to intelligence, the vanguard core of the Ancient Dragon Empire has a military merit mechanism. There will be military merit rewards for major discoveries during exploration. For example, discovering our Card Master Federation is a first-class merit. That level 7 is probably aware that our Federation's top combat power is only level 6, so he will definitely underestimate the enemy. So, he will definitely have other ideas. After all, capturing a city, beheading a general, and destroying a country are all great merits that are hard to come by. I suspect that guy might have the intention to sneak into the East Continent and behead the top leaders of the Federation." Hearing this, Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly, and felt that this possibility was very high. If he had the strength of the 7th level, he would also choose to try. So, there is an opportunity for an ambush. And whether or not to ambush, the enemy will most likely come. There is another point that must be taken seriously. At this time, Katerina changed the subject. A sharp light flashed in her crystal eyes, and she said in a deep voice, "In war, the enemy is never the only threat." Ji-sun raised his eyebrows and looked. "Oh? Katrina, in war, besides fighting and defending, there is actually another choice." Ji-sun also guessed what she wanted to say. "You mean surrender to the enemy?" "Yes." Katrina nodded and said sternly, "In the face of danger, human nature is the most unpredictable risk. Especially in this kind of war that seems to have no chance of winning. Some people will definitely think that it is better to make plans early than to wait for death. Don't look at our Lionheart family actively preparing for war. I guess some of the federal congressmen who have ulterior motives have sent people to secretly contact those enemies." Hearing this, Ji-sun asked curiously, "Do you have any suspects? Knowing who the traitors are in advance will help you guard against them in the future." Katerina shook her head and responded, "Except for the people in the Orlan royal court, anyone is possible. The 5 major congressmen, members of the House of Representatives, and even civilian speculators. After all, if they think that the Federation will definitely lose, they can at least take some initiative if they make plans early. With such a large population base in the Federation, even if it is enslaved, it will definitely need managers." The Lionheart family retreated so decisively, not only because they wanted to take a chance, but also because they didn't want to get involved in those meaningless intrigues. The guys sitting in the current federal parliament have long been a pile of stinking rotten meat covered by bright dresses. Ji-sun also showed a thoughtful expression when he heard it. Catalina's attitude in favor of war was very firm, and she finally said, "There is absolutely no luck in this war. I don't want to fight on the front line and be stabbed in the back by those guys in the Federation who have ulterior motives. War is inevitable anyway, let's put some pressure on those guys." Ji-sun smiled knowingly. He also understood why she wanted to ambush and kill the 7th level. Beheading the enemy generals will definitely anger the enemy commander. This way, the guys in the federal parliament will be forced into a dead end. At least those who want to surrender to the enemy will have their way cut off. Force the entire Federation to be tied to the chariot. Ji-sun also thinks this plan is very appetizing. It can not only keep the country stable, but also boost morale. Catalina also expressed her request, "So, I want you to help me contact your teacher, Mr. Gongwu. Only with him, this ambush will have a real chance of success." Ji-sun had no reason to refuse, but he couldn't agree on behalf of the senior, so he said, "I can help you contact him. But Senior Gongwu is not in Innocent City now. I'm not sure when he can come back. I'm not sure if he will agree to help." Although he said so, he felt that if Gongwu knew, he would definitely help. Being able to fight against the strong is the only pursuit of the old man. But the only trouble is that Master Merlin said Gongwu went to Xiamu City to find super-level materials and prepare to advance to the 7th level. Ji-sun is not sure when he can come back. Catalina smiled, "Yeah. It's already very good." At this time, she thought of something and added, "Oh, and I also want you to contact the Revolutionary Army." While speaking, she looked at Ji-sun with a slightly teasing expression and said, "After all, everyone knows that you have a good relationship with the Valkyrie Qin. It's more than just a good relationship. In the Shinshu treasury before, many people witnessed Qin Rushi almost risking his life to help Ji-sun block the 2-4 knights of King Orlan. In the eyes of outsiders, the relationship between the two must be extraordinary, as the leader of the Revolutionary Army can protect them like this." Some people even speculated that Ji-sun was also a high-ranking member of the Revolutionary Army. Ji-sun also understood the teasing meaning. "It's not clear to explain, and I don't want to explain." He just said, "I can also help you contact. But I can't guarantee that she will respond." Of course. Katrina raised her eyebrows, already very satisfied. She seemed to have a certainty that as long as she could get in touch with the other party would definitely help. After all, she knew more than others. Thinking back to the gambling fight in Honglu, it was not only me who gambled away all my clothes, but the Valkyrie Qin also took off all her clothes. With such an open relationship, it would be more likely to speak up. Katrina restrained the thoughts in her mind and said, "After this major change, I think the Revolutionary Army will most likely not continue to waste time in the East Continent. If they choose to come to the Old World, I think our Lionheart family and the Revolutionary Army will be good partners. They have enough experience in guerrilla warfare, and our Lionheart family has the best equipment and resources. Ji-sun nodded yes. Now the situation in the Federation has changed, and some contradictions have suddenly changed. He also thinks that the Revolutionary Army and the Lionheart family are indeed good partners. As soon as Catalina finished speaking, she had another idea and asked, "Are you familiar with the 13 Knights?" Then, she said directly, "I mean, if possible, can you help me communicate? With more helpers, there will be more chances of winning." There was nothing to hide from this person. Ji-sun said yes. "We have some friendship. I help you try." "Okay, thank you." Katarina listened, and a hint of joy flashed across her crystal eyes. Based on her understanding of this guy's personality, if she could say we have some friendship, she must be very familiar with him. For some reason, Catalina felt that the pressure in her heart suddenly eased a lot when she met Ji-sun. Her tense nerves relaxed a lot. She blinked and muttered, "I just realized that you seem to know a lot of powerful people." Ji-sun smiled without comment. There was no need for them to be so polite when talking. He turned to teasing, "Miss Carter, aren't you also a big shot I know?" He couldn't explain why. Maybe it has something to do with his adventurous personality? As long as you often get involved in high-risk events, you will always come into contact with powerful people who can get involved in those big events. He didn't die, so we got to know each other slowly. "It's my honor." Hearing this, Catalina grinned. Now everything that can be done has been done. The pile of urgent documents on the table suddenly became less urgent. Originally, the Lionheart family could have delivered these messages through other channels, but messages have a timeliness and trustworthiness, and having a middleman that both parties absolutely trust is the most appropriate. And some of the people they contacted are very special, such as the Revolutionary Army and the 13 Knights, who are all wanted criminals of the Federation. If you say you invite them, they may not believe your motives. The most special one is Gong Wu. Now the only person who knows that he can be related to that old senior is Ji-sun. Catalina felt that she had always been lucky to meet this guy. Since her hero trial, of course, except for the first gambling fight in Honglu. Oh no, it seems that this is how they met, and it can be considered a kind of luck? Her mind was racing, and she thought of something, and suddenly suggested, "How about we drink some wine?" 10 minutes ago, her biggest headache was to ambush and kill the 7th level enemy. Before, she always felt that there was not much chance of winning, and tried every means to win this tough battle. Now that we have encountered this guy, although we have not solved the problem, at least the hope of success has been raised a lot. Ji-sun said, "Okay." Catalina listened and took out a bottle of wine from the wine cabinet, and poured 2 glasses with crystal glasses. "Cheers." The two clinked their glasses, and the crisp sound echoed in the room. The aroma of wine filled his nose, and Ji-sun took a sip. "Oh right." Catalina thought of something, took out a brass mechanical object from the storage ring, and said, "This is a military micro-communicator." Ancient mechanical products made from blueprints were found in the ruins. It has not been mass-produced yet. It was originally a secret equipment of my Lionheart family. You take it first, so that it will be convenient for communication in the future. Ji-sun took the machine that looked like a walkie-talkie. Yes. Archaeology is indeed the primary productive force. These black technologies still have to look at the old predecessors, who made them thousands of years ago. With this thing, communication is indeed much more convenient. Katarina drank the amber wine in the crystal glass, and a vague and distant look flashed across her eyes. At this time, she said calmly, "No matter what the situation is. This is the first direct conflict, and our Lionheart family will do our best to deal with it. In this battle, I will definitely hold on to the end at the Gold Nugget Wharf, and I may not survive." She glanced at Ji-sun, then restrained her gaze and continued to pour him a glass of wine. "So, maybe this is the last time we meet." As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the room was slightly sad, as if they were parting ways between life and death. The extraordinary world has never lacked such cruelty, and everyone seems to have become accustomed to it. Ji-sun glanced at Katarina. He suddenly understood why she suddenly felt like drinking. The two of them clinked glasses of wine silently again. Ji-sun pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, "Miss Carter, if you can survive, live well. Next time, I buy you a drink." No matter what, the two of them are friends who trust each other. "Okay." Katarina responded happily, paused, and said, "You too." Just as the Lionheart family was actively preparing for war, the construction of the steel fortress at the Gold Nugget Wharf was in full swing. Outside the Devil's Cross ruins, the vanguard team of the ancient Dragon Empire has gathered here with hundreds of people. On the flaming bonfire, several huge monsters were roasted golden and oozing with oil, and the aroma was fragrant. After all, it was just a vanguard group, and the number of people was too small. It was okay to rob, but it was not enough to occupy the city. This group of people now had to wait for reinforcements to arrive. They were eating and drinking happily. At this time, a sentry dressed as an assassin led a few mysterious guys in cloaks to the campfire and reported, "Captain Ron, there are a few guys from the East Wilderness, who said they have important intelligence to report." Red-haired Ron snorted, but he was not very interested. Oh. Seeing these guys, he had guessed their intention. The dozens of high-level card masters on the side also looked at the cloaked men in front of them with a covetous look, and a sarcastic smile appeared on their faces. The cloaked men had never seen a 7th-level strongman before, and they were sweating coldly under the pressure of the aura mixed with dragon power. The cloaked man in the lead lifted his cloak, revealing a pale goatee face. Even though he was a senior official in the Federation, he was so suppressed by the murderous intent that he trembled when he spoke. "Respected strongman, I was asked by my family's head to come here to report some matters to you, and brought a little gift by the way." After saying this, a card master who looked like a warlock translated his words into Terran language. Taking advantage of this gap, the goatee dared to swallow his saliva, and carefully glanced at the guys around him, who were as strong as barbarians. Red-haired Ron didn't have much patience to listen to nonsense. He cut a piece of barbecue on the campfire with a knife and put it in his mouth, responding, "I give you a minute. Tell me what you want." This was a completely unequal conversation. The cloaked man didn't say any. No. Qualification. If they don't express their intentions quickly, the other party may not be interested in listening to them live. As soon as the translation came out, the goatee hurriedly said, "Yes, sir. The head of my family is Harold Capone, one of the 5 major members of the Kashi Federation, the real person in power. Of course, he is an insignificant little person in front of you. We came here to express the goodwill of our Capone family, and to bring some gifts to you gentlemen." As he said, he and the people behind him took off their storage rings, and took out a lot of ancient relics, jewelry and gems. They also knew that what a rank 7 expert would be interested in was definitely not ordinary gold and silver treasures, so the items they said were top-notch items. In addition to the treasures that the Capone family had treasured for hundreds of years, there were also some ancient relics that were found during the hunting trips in the old continent. This welcome gift was priceless. As expected, looking at the piles of treasures, Ron and a group of Dragonborn card masters became much kinder. But the sarcasm in their eyes was even stronger. In their eyes, the Card Master Federation was already a lamb to be slaughtered. The lambs offered their fur to bribe the hungry wolves that discovered the flock, but they still had some meat that was tempting. This was not the end. Goatbeard quickly took out a few more blueprints and presented them respectfully, saying, "Sir, there are also these blueprints. This is the latest defense map of the Gold Nugget Dock and Innocent City, as well as the most detailed map of the Federation at present, including the location of the major cities and the main defense forces. This is enough to show our sincerity." Ron looked at the pile of blueprints, and a hint of joy appeared on his face, and asked, "What do you want?" Although the Card Master Federation was not a threat to them. But after all, the Eastern Wilderness was too big, and these maps would provide too much convenience for their conquest and plunder. In the Empire, obtaining enemy intelligence was also a first-class merit. These gift-giving guys were very smart, and knew what he needed. Goatee also felt the oppressive atmosphere suddenly eased, and heaved a sigh of relief. My family head said that he didn't need anything. It is the greatest honor for our Capone family to serve you all. Hee. Ron narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. Although the war needs these rebels. But he is a professional soldier after all, and he can't look down on such despicable character. The other party is so powerful that there is no room for negotiation, and Goatbeard can't expect to get any respect. He was afraid that his bargaining chips were not enough, and hurriedly said, "Oh my lords, there is another most important point. As far as we know, the Lionheart family has gathered heavy troops to defend the Gold Nugget Wharf, and there are several legendary masters. My lords, please be careful. Then, there is the Orlon Royal Court, which is the Augustus royal family of the 3,000-year-old Talon dynasty. They control the only passage to the Abyss Rift." This guy spilled the beans, and told the information he knew. No one would have thought that the enemy hadn't come yet. The Capone family, one of the 5 major members of the Federation, had already sold the entire Federation. Ron didn't expect that he could get so much important information so easily. However, when he looked at the goatee, a trace of caution appeared in his eyes. After waiting for the guy to finish, he said calmly, "Search the soul." Before the cloaked men understood what was happening, the leader with the goatee rolled his eyes, and fell to the ground. A Death Card Master stepped forward, took out a card, and summoned a wisp of transparent soul smoke from the corpse. The few cloaked men who were still alive were trembling with fear at the horrific scene. But no one dared to say anything, nor did they dare to resist. They just watched their companions being searched, as if they were also waiting for their own upcoming death trial. However, this fear did not last long. After a while, the soul search was over. Ron got the result he wanted, and did not continue to kill. He said to the pale-faced guys, "Tell your family master that I, Ron, accept the gift. Tell them to arrange people to wait for news at the Gold Nugget Wharf. My people will arrive soon, be ready to meet them." Those people were so scared that they were at a loss, and hurriedly said, "Yes, sir." As soon as the people left, the pioneers of the Arel Empire began to discuss. TSK, it looks like we're going to make a great contribution this time. It's just that our Vanguard group is a little short. Otherwise we could have directly crushed the Card Master Federation. By the way, although the people in Dongwon are weak, they have a lot of good stuff. We're going to make a fortune this time. I thought we'd have to fight at least a little bit. We just slaughtered a city, and those guys were so scared that they surrendered. The decision of the group leader is really brilliant. The opportunity to make a fortune is still to come. TSK, although the East Wasteland is weak, it has a really large population. There is no shortage of cannon fodder now. Everyone's tone was full of contempt for the national strength of the Card Federation, and greed for the massive wealth plundered after the war. No matter how poor the East Wasteland is, mineral resources and population are hard currency. In the eyes of these people, the hundreds of millions of people are already shining gold coins. Legion leader Ron looked at the drawings in his hand, thought for a moment, and finally made a decision that he had been struggling for a long time. Look at these gifts. The Capone family is the real power in the East Wasteland. I plan to go to the gold digging wharf to check and confirm the information. If everything goes well, I will go to the East Wasteland. He didn't finish his words. If possible, he plans to try to capture the king, the grand counselors, and so on. If the enemy king can be captured and killed at the beginning of the battle, it will be a great achievement. After hearing this, someone still said cautiously, "Commander, is there a trick?" Ron shook his head and sneered. "So what if it's a fraud?" His confidence came from his own strong strength, and he said proudly, "The Capone family knows the times and is here to surrender. Even if they really have evil intentions, it doesn't matter. Although the intelligence says that there are some level 6 masters in the Card Master Federation, if I'm determined to leave, no one can stop me." "Yes, sir." Everyone thought so too. The gap in strength was too big, and they didn't think there would be any surprises. Even if there is a real risk, this huge fortune has to be gambled. That 7th level enemy may attack at any time. Ji-sun did not dare to stay at the Gold Nugget Wharf for long. After leaving a message for Gongwu and the others, he left alone. The plan to ambush and kill the 7th level at the Gold Nugget Wharf is not his battlefield. He must go somewhere else as soon as possible. The benefits of having intelligence support immediately stand out. Ji-sun knows the exact location of the vanguards of the Arel Empire. Those guys relied on their own strength to burn, kill, and plunder along the way. They did not hide their whereabouts, and it was difficult to hide. But after all, there are few people, and they are still active near the Devil's Cross. The train to the Devil's Cross has stopped running, so Ji-sun can only ride a motorcycle and go alone, risking being surrounded and killed by wilderness monsters. Although the Arel Empire is powerful, the 7th level Card Master is also a rare master at the level of a Legion commander. In this Vanguard group, only such an unstoppable strongman has been found. Ji-sun quickly arrived near the ruins of the Devil's Cross. But he was not in a hurry to touch those people. Instead, he wandered around and observed. Until 3 days later, Catalina sent a message saying that the 7th level appeared at the Gold Nugget Wharf. Ji-sun knew that his chance to sneak in had come. The real protracted war was still fought with intelligence. No matter what the outcome of the battle at the Gold Nugget Wharf was, his lurking action was equally important. Chapter 286. Do you think the commander will capture the king of those people in the East Wasteland this time? If that happens, our Poison Bee Vanguard Corps has made great contributions, and collective merit is indispensable. Maybe the commander will even get the Red Dragon Medal. I heard that the East Wasteland has a federal parliamentary system, and there is no king, right? It seems that the Augustus royal family is still left. But since the commander is going there in person, he must get some military merits. We can also have a share of the spoils. This time the military exploits are enough. I plan to exchange for some gold-level Thunder Dragon materials. After the next advancement, I will also strive to join the official knights. I have stood on this damn ranger post for a long time. Hey, I thought it was a tough job to be the vanguard of the exploration of the ruins of the Talon dynasty. I didn't expect that now that I met those softies in the East Wasteland, it would become a great fortune to brush military exploits. Joel, do you feel weird? It seems that something in the dark is staring at us. We are now operating under the eyes of those people in the East Wilderness, so it's normal to be targeted. Yes. I used my spell to sense it. It shouldn't be a human. It might be some kind of detection spell, or a passing monster. In a hidden valley on the eastern outskirts of Devil's Cross, the Arel Empire Vanguard Corps rested here. On the high ground at the entrance of the valley, 2 sentries were chatting idly. They had no idea that in the darkness not far away, a black shadow had been staring at them for a long time. This is not a person. Rather, it is a group of shadow clones composed purely of dark elements. It has no entity and blends perfectly with the surrounding dark environment. Even the perception-type spell spirits on the 2 sentinels did not notice it. The one who controlled the shadow was none other than Ji-sun, who was hiding in a hidden corner nearly 1 kilometer away in the valley. The shadow over there was observing the 2 sentinels, and Ji-sun, who was 1 kilometer away, also completely shared the perception of the shadow. The images and sounds in front of the shadow were as if they were in front of him. Ji-sun watched, and followed the lip reading like a parrot. That's right. He was learning the language. He needed an infiltrated identity, so he had to master the Terran language that those people spoke. Ji-sun himself was already proficient in Terran characters, and he had communicated with Nanjing, who was also learning the ancient Terran language, and learned a little. It was easier for him to master this language than others. Moreover, the benefits of Master Merlin's brain development for him before made his learning ability more and more efficient, coupled with Joker's photographic memory. Learning Tarun language is almost to the point of being able to learn it after reading it once. However, just knowing it is not enough. After observing for so long, Ji-sun also found several alternative targets. Now what he has to do is to get familiar with the interpersonal relationships of these people, imitate their living habits, speaking pronunciation and accent. This shadow trick is really useful. It's simply a detective magic skill. After observing for a while, Ji-sun had already come to a conclusion in his heart, and a smile appeared on his face. After all, Joker's shadow trick is Joker's exclusive ability, and its rank is no less than magic power. Ordinary card masters have never seen it, so it is difficult to understand this level of spell. The sentinel noticed it just now, not because the 2 guys have strong perception. It was Ji-sun who deliberately made a noise. The purpose was to test the limit of the shadow triggering the warning. 30 meters away, the 4th level sentinel was completely unable to detect it. It is estimated that even if it encounters a 5th level card master, as long as there is no special perception method, 100 meters away is a safe distance. And it doesn't matter if it is discovered. The shadow is originally a group of elemental bodies, which can disintegrate on the spot and disappear without a trace. This ability is not only useful for reconnaissance, but also an ideal skill for exploring dangerous secrets. And the most important point, this is also what Ji-sun thinks is the most surprising part of this secret method. Now he has confirmed in actual tests that the experience improvement brought by the shadow's learning skills will be superimposed on the main body. Although the shadow cannot breathe and meditate, it is very efficient to learn martial arts, read, and comprehend the secrets of the devil. That feeling is just like 2 Ji-suns, learning at the same time. It's not just superposition. It's like 2 people discussing things, and often it will bring a learning effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. This means that Ji-sun's current learning efficiency is more than twice his previous one. For his current situation, this is like a pillow for a sleepy person. It's equivalent to him having twice as much study time. From this point of view alone, the significance of this clone to his extraordinary promotion is no less than any other magic secret method except Devil's Feast. Except for the slightly higher consumption of mana, this secret technique has almost no disadvantages. But Ji-sun and the Shadow are not 2 independent individuals. It is like there is a second personality in the body that thinks independently and has common cognition. Just this point alone, it may be difficult for others to get started. But Ji-sun is too familiar with this situation. He has many selves with clear division of labor in his mind, and he doesn't care about having one more. Because of this shadow trick, he even came up with a bold idea. Can he make a few more shadows in the future? But this is something to consider later. Shadow trick it is only LV1, 103/1000 now, and there is still a lot of room for improvement in the future. After the proficiency is improved, the range of shadow activities will continue to grow. Ji-sun hid at the entrance of the valley, and continued to observe the sentries of the Arel Empire. At the same time, he also kept an eye on the communicator. After Katerina sent a message saying that the 7th level Legion commander had secretly sneaked into the Gold Nugget Wharf, there was no news. Ji-sun also wanted to know how the battle went. Although he didn't know how the enemy was discovered, he was able to deduce some of the events. The 7th rank person was unfamiliar with the place, but was able to sneak into the Nugget Wharf secretly, which meant that a traitor had appeared among the top leaders of the Federation. After all, the Nugget Wharf now only allows unidentified people to leave but not enter. The fact that the person could quietly enter the wharf meant that the traitor was familiar with the detailed defense of the Nugget Wharf. There were also complicated connections. There are only a few people in the entire Federation who can do this. He must be in a high position. One of the 5 senators? TSK, it's just the beginning, and you surrendered. Ji-sun deduced some information in his mind, and raised a sarcastic arc at the corner of his mouth. Although he had considered that there would be traitors in the Federation when he discussed with Catalina before. But for some reason, at this moment, Ji-sun truly saw the meanness of human nature, but he felt a morbid enjoyment. Compared with the glow of human nature that warms people's hearts, Ji-sun feels that this kind of mean human nature is like a knife piercing into the chest, and the painful feeling can better soothe the restlessness of the soul. I really want to kill those guys. As expected, there was a traitor, but I think it shouldn't be a big problem. Because this morning, Catalina brought another good news. Gongwu finally rushed back at the last minute. Moreover, he successfully advanced to the 7th level. That old senior was already half a step to the 7th level, just one step away. Once the materials for the career card are found, the advancement will be a natural result. This is top secret information that the entire Federation does not know. Even if the traitor betrayed everything, the 7th level Gongwu will definitely make the enemy suffer a great loss. This wait lasted for more than 10 hours. Ji-sun has been observing all the time. Without the 7th level Legion commander, this group of people does not have the strength to sweep the city-state. The vanguard group in the valley did not dare to run around. They hid and did not show up. They probably thought that the people of the Card Master Federation did not know that their leader had left. Waiting and waiting. Suddenly, a short message came from the communicator. It's done. Ji-sun grinned when he heard it. It's done. These 2 words revealed too much explosive information. That is to say, Katerina is not dead, but the 7th level one is dead. Ji-sun didn't have time to think about it. Before he could wait for a moment, the valley suddenly exploded. Go! Go separately. Avoid the town. Be careful of being surrounded. The vanguard group seemed to have some way to confirm that their Legion leader had died in the battle. Ji-sun didn't dare to be careless and immediately pulled away for a distance. After waiting for a few minutes, Shadow saw more than 100 people rushing out of the valley. As soon as they came out, they immediately split into several teams. They gathered together before because there was a 7th level Legion leader leading the team, and it would be easier to plunder large cities with more people. Now that Ding Zhan is dead, this group of people knows that if they are discovered by the Federal Card Masters, they will be in a very dangerous situation. They are originally a reconnaissance team, and have enough experience in dealing with it. If they want to survive as much as possible, they can only flee in different directions. Ji-sun knew that his chance had come. There were also an unknown number of 6th level Card Masters in this team, and he did not dare to act rashly, so he kept staring at the team where the sentries he had observed before were. Generally speaking, in the military, officers and elite soldiers will not stand guard. Looking at several teams rushing out of the valley, he easily selected a team with several familiar faces, and followed them with his shadow. Needless to say, the more sentries there are, the weaker the team is. And Ji-sun's own body was far behind the team. This run took nearly an hour. The team did not dare to stay near the Devil's Cross, but ran to a wilderness forest. Those guys were also cautious enough and left various warning devices along the way. If it weren't for the shadow, Ji-sun would have really lost him, or even been discovered. These guys probably felt safe in the forest, so they stopped. What happened? Why did they suddenly evacuate? I don't know, it seems like something happened to the Legion commander. It must be those guys from before. Damn it, they deliberately surrendered to paralyze us, sent out wrong information, and simply wanted to ambush the commander. It seems that this must be the case. Otherwise, with the commander's strength and the support of others, how could something go wrong? Those guys in the East Wilderness, who don't know their own strength, are courting death. I've made a note of the Capone family. When the army arrives, we will definitely slaughter this family first. Next time, if anyone wants to surrender, we kill them first. I've said it before, our empire doesn't need any betrayers at all. A group of people ran away in a panic. This incident not only made them feel the crisis of death, but also great humiliation. Their powerful Arel Empire Vanguard Corps was chased by a small Kashi Federation that was not even at the 7th level, and they had to flee to save their lives. It's not a matter of strength, but a slap in the face of their empire. In the forest, a dark shadow silently observed everything. This was part of the plan. Only if the ambush plan succeeds this time will those guys in the Federation with ulterior motives stop. There will be fewer traitors on the battlefield in the future. But this is not what Ji-sun needs to consider. He observed along the way that there seemed to be no level 6 in this team, but at least there were level 5. He didn't think he had the strength to kill someone quietly and replace him. Ji-sun also observed patiently. This wait lasted nearly 2 days. There were only 20 to 30 people in the team in the forest. 2 days was enough for Ji-sun to get familiar with the information, habits, and interpersonal relationships of each person in the team. He also chose a target suitable for his lurking. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the agreed time arrived. There was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps in the forest. A team of more than 100 people came quietly. Ji-sun knew that this was the arrival of the actors. If he wants to replace one of the enemies, he must kill him first. And he must leave no trace. He can't handle it alone, so he can only mobilize others. 2 days ago, Ji-sun sent a message to Katarina, reporting the coordinates of this group of people. Now they are finally here. The forest is full of warning traps, and the people of the Vanguard group found them at the first time. Not good. It's the people from Dongwang. We are surrounded. Get out. A dragon roar sounded in the forest. Ji-sun watched those guys transform into various dragon forms one by one. After 2 days of detailed observation, Ji-sun was also very impressed. The average rank of these card masters in the Arel Empire is really high. The entire Vanguard group is composed of card masters above level 3. And they are all strong. Dragons are high-level creatures. The dragon blood makes it easier for them to advance. Their affinity for various elements and physical strength are much stronger than normal humans. For example, the threshold of level 3 perception of elemental condensation seals can make most federal card masters stuck at this bottleneck for a lifetime. But for these dragonborn card masters in the Arel Empire, there is almost no bottleneck. Normally, the fighting power of this group of people is enough to resist a 1,000-man army of the Federation. However, the reinforcements called by Ji-sun were well prepared. In this moment, all kinds of spell cards in the forest bombarded each other like a rainstorm. Wind blades, fire snakes, quicksand, fireballs, ice cones, man-eating vines, landslides and cracks, all kinds of elements seemed to explode, and the big trees in the forest fell down in large numbers. The people of the Vanguard Corps didn't know how many pursuers there were, and they were determined to escape. But it must be said that these guys use spell cards much more exaggeratedly than the Federation card masters. Not only are there many types and great power, but there are also many secret level spells that the Federation card masters have never seen. This is the advantage of the unbroken inheritance. One chasing and one fleeing, it is very subtle that the Federation card master did not gain much advantage. But quietly, someone controlled this delicate balance. Seeing this, Ji-sun smiled. Here comes a master. It is impossible to annihilate them all, and there cannot be too many casualties. It is necessary to fight evenly. To perform so perfectly, you must be a master. At least level 6, or even legendary. But his lurking plan was top secret, and only a few people knew about it. Ji-sun was still wondering who was coming. Suddenly, he saw a graceful figure beside him. And Qin? Ji-sun didn't expect that Qin Rushi would come in person. Yeah. Qin Rushi nodded, and responded with a faint smile on her beautiful face. But this was not the time to chat, so she asked directly, who is the target? Ji-sun said the characteristics clearly, the one with brown hair and a wolf-toothed dagger. He had already observed an assassin card master named Joel. That guy was ostracized, had simple interpersonal relationships, and his fighting style was easy to imitate. Qin Rushi nodded, let's go. The two of them chased after him. At this moment, the fighting in the forest was already very exaggerated, and in the intentionally created chaos, the people of the Vanguard group had been scattered. The 20 or so people fled in panic. With Qin Rushi's help, they easily killed that Joel. Ji-sun changed into that guy's clothes, and when the clown mask changed, he had turned into Joel. After 2 days of observation, not only the appearance, but also the color of the spell power, the dragon scales on the arms, and the assassin's sinister temperament in the eyes were exactly the same. Both sides were still fighting in the battlefield, and they had no idea that someone had been replaced. Even Qin Rushi, who witnessed Ji-sun's transformation, had a hint of surprise in her crystal eyes. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would not have recognized that it was Ji-sun. Time was running out, so Ji-sun handed some unnecessary things to Qin Rushi and said, "Aunt Qin, I'm going." "Yes." Qin Rushi nodded. She had personally experienced the battle at the Gold Nugget 2 days ago, and had also experienced the power of the 7th level Dragonborn card master. If it weren't for Senior Gong Wu, the legends would have suffered a great loss. That's why she knew that the risk of this lurking was very high. After all, there were real 8th level, and even 9th level card masters in the enemy's backup force. So after knowing Ji-sun's plan, she came in person, to ensure that nothing could go wrong. Otherwise, any flaw would be a fatal hidden danger. A trace of worry flashed across her eyes, but she only said, "Be careful." Ji-sun smiled brightly. "Okay." After changing his identity, the world in his eyes was different. He liked the feeling of hiding in someone else's shadow. This is not acting, but substitution. In the world of me, he replaced someone's fate and walked on. This feeling of walking on the edge of fate is great. Not long after, a group of people rushed into a valley. The earthquake spell collapsed the surrounding rock walls, and the group of people from the Poison Bee Vanguard finally got rid of the pursuers behind them. Luckily, we reserved a retreat route. Those guys from the East Wilderness should not be able to catch up. Damn it, 6 of our brothers died. If we weren't a little short of people, I really wanted to go back and kill all those guys. Let's rest here for a while. Joel, Roth, you are responsible for vigilance. Yes, Captain. A man dressed as an assassin stood up in response. No one noticed his abnormality. It was none other than Ji-sun. Almost everyone in the team was injured, and 6 people died. What a coincidence. Joel. There were not many friends in the team who were familiar with him, and they all died. No one paid attention to this teammate, who was already marginalized. Chapter 287. In the battle at the Gold Nugget Pier, the 7th-rank commander of the Venom Bee Vanguard Corps, red-haired Ron, was killed, and the morale of the Lionheart Corps was greatly boosted. At the same time, the surrenderists within the Federation also suffered heavy losses. Although most of the guys who secretly helped the enemy enter the Gold Nugget Pier committed suicide after the incident was exposed, they were eventually captured alive by the Lionheart family, who had deployed defenses in advance. In addition, the Bai family also used secret techniques to obtain a lot of information from Ron's body. When the two were confirmed, it was known that the Capone family, one of the 5 major senators, was the traitor. As soon as the news came out, all major newspapers published it. The entire Federation was in an uproar. No one expected that Harold Capone, the top federal noble, would surrender before the war even started. He even gave the defense map and most of the federal city-state maps to the enemy. This news instantly ignited everyone's anger. The crowd was excited, with the other 4 senators secretly fanning the flames and leading troops to attack. Even though the Capone family was powerful, it collapsed almost overnight. The Capone family was removed from the family. The first vacancy of the Grand Counselor seat also meant the end of the federal Grand Counselor system that had been maintained for 200 years. But the chaos continued. There was even a tendency to spread to several other counselors. The Grand Counselors took the lead in treason, and the civilian class instantly lost all trust in the federal high-level officials. At this time, voices supporting the restoration of the Oran Royal Court emerged from nowhere. And they quietly increased. The new king of Oran appeared in the public eye for the first time under the slogan of overthrowing the corrupt parliament. Ji-sun was not very interested in politics. So when he heard the news from Catalina, he was not surprised. But surprisingly, all of this was completely guessed by someone. Jia Yu had calculated before that under the current situation, the Oran Royal Court would most likely be restored successfully. The Mushroom Head had already calculated the inevitable process of traitors, turmoil, and the collapse of the parliamentary system almost before the incident. Ji-sun had heard it before and thought it made sense. And he thought it would definitely happen. However, the fact is that everything that is happening now is just like the script that Guy had written in advance, which is being played out bit by bit. Ji-sun was filled with emotion. After personally experiencing these major events that are enough to be recorded in history, he realized the meaning of Jia Yu's words more and more deeply. If you look far enough, you will find that the change of dynasties is just a repetition of history. It's like a classic stage play, with a batch of actors replaced, and the core plot of the script is still the same. 36 kinds: revenge, revolution, ambition, disaster, but the East Continent is in great turmoil, but the Lionheart family at the Gold Nuggets Wharf has not been negatively affected at all. On the contrary, because of the Capone family's treason, everyone knew the truth about the war. And those neutral forces that lost trust in the federal government also joined the war faction. The gold-digging dock became more and more lively. With the communicator, Ji-sun could know the situation of the Federation almost at any time. Those messages were also cause and effect lines. Sorting them out would also allow him to better understand the world. However, the team he was hiding in was not so easy. This group of people had completely lost the arrogance of the previous massacre and looting. They hid from place to place, and did not dare to show their faces in places where people appeared. This hiding lasted for more than a month. One day, in a dark and dilapidated ruin. It was less than 50 kilometers away from the gold mining dock. A group of more than 30 Pioneer team members hid in the dilapidated buildings. The campfire reflected the tired faces. It's time to change the guard. Joel, go and help me stand guard. Oh! Hearing this, Ji-sun stood up expressionlessly. The Joel he played was originally a sullen person who was excluded. So he would always be on the most guard duty in a day. But this was just right for Ji-sun. He had just advanced to the 4th level not long ago, and needed a lot of time to consume the new abilities he had mastered, and he also had to comprehend those magic secrets. Standing guard gave him plenty of time to practice. Thanks to Shadow Trick. During this period of time, not only was his rank stable, but his progress in practicing various secrets was visibly increasing every day. Most importantly, with this month's buffer, is acting. There are fewer and fewer flaws. This is the experience that Ji-sun had learned from Jiayu. After all, the Mushroom Head had successfully infiltrated the X-Bureau. He said that a good role-playing does not require disguise, but a true identity replacement. Only when you really become that person can some mysterious perception methods not detect it. This is what Ji-sun did for more than a month. He has completely integrated into his current identity. He is now Joel, and Joel is him. The fate line has been completely replaced. Ji-sun is very confident that even the closest people to Joel cannot tell that there is something wrong with him. At least Kuro, the 6th level Deputy Legion Commander, who came to the team a few days ago, did not realize that there was a spy in the team. And as time goes by, the role-playing will become more and more sophisticated. Even when facing a card master above the 7th level, the possibility of being seen through will become lower and lower. With this disguised identity, Ji-sun no longer needs to be sneaky when asking for information. During this month, he got a lot of important information from those people's chats. The Arel Empire also gradually revealed its mysterious veil. The card masters of that empire got all the inheritance of the Talon dynasty 3,000 years ago, all kinds of spells, martial arts, cards that were lost in the Federation, everything. Even many of the 52 card master sequences that were lost in the Federation were passed down in that empire. This also benefited Ji-sun. His current comprehension was ridiculously high. As long as they were below the 4th level, he could understand almost any ability those people showed with a little bit of speculation. During this period of time, he has learned a lot of new knowledge through various investigations. And these new knowledge are all the bricks and tiles for his understanding of the world. Jiayu said before that I am the world is a magical secret method, and it is also the way to eventually become a field. As long as the understanding of the world is deep enough, this road can be continued. However, Ji-sun and Jiayu's situations are different. He is not practicing a single extraordinary path, but all things in the universe. And this all things. It needs a stable and solid foundation to support it. I am the world is the perfect choice. After the proficiency of this secret method is improved, almost everything you learn can be integrated into this secret method. As his understanding deepened, Ji-sun gradually discovered that he seemed to have found a unique path of his own. Ji-sun was standing guard at the top of the ruins. While practicing, another picture emerged in his mind. The shadow not far away was watching the captain-level pioneers holding a management meeting beside the campfire. At this moment, the Deputy Commander Kuro was holding a conch-shaped object and mumbling something. This was the communicator of the Arel Empire. Pure magic equipment. The inheritance that went to the southern continent 3,000 years ago did inherit almost everything of the Kashi civilization. However, it did not retain any mechanical technology. Because the dragon is a symbol of power, mechanical technology is a blasphemy against power, and is heresy. For thousands of years, the Holy See did not allow the development of machinery, and it completely declined. So there is no mechanical equipment on this group of people. And the voice of the Deputy Legion leader Kuro sounded like a beast roar. This is not Terran language, but simplified dragon language. Dragons are a superior race like high demons, and dragon language is also a magical language with magical power, like ancient demon language. After all, the Arel Empire is a country ruled by dragons. So the noble class there has its own set of communication language. It is this simplified dragon language. In the army, Only senior officers are qualified to master it. It's not just a matter of identity. It's also about understanding the rules. Just like there is a threshold for reading demon language, there is also a threshold for dragon language. If you are not strong enough, you can't even speak. And because of the natural super element affinity of dragon blood, card masters have improved and created a series of unique and powerful dragon language spells and card systems over the past few thousand years. This is also what Ji-sun has been working hard to learn during this period. After eavesdropping for a few days, although he still didn't fully understand the simplified dragon language, he roughly figured out the content of the communication by guessing and guessing. The army will arrive at 6 o'clock today. Is it finally coming? Ji-sun narrowed his eyes and murmured in his heart. These days, their team seemed to be hiding here and there, but in fact they were also scouting for the army behind them. When the 6th level Deputy Legion Commander came a few days ago, Ji-sun guessed this result. After all, their current location is close to the gold-digging dock. To some extent, they were able to appear here because Ji-sun deliberately led them here. There were several vanguard groups exploring the way at the same time before. Which road is the safest, and the most hidden will be the best choice for the subsequent reinforcement army. And Katarina knew the location of Ji-sun's team throughout the process. The defense was naturally avoided deliberately. So it was almost expected. The army would choose their road. From the information we have obtained now, it is the Hydralisk Legion of the Red Dragon Kingdom. It seems that they are preparing to quickly attack the Gold Nugget Wharf, and then break through the Innocent City directly to capture the Card Division Federation in one fell swoop. They probably want to fight a blitzkrieg and make a quick decision. This matter is highly confidential, and the soldiers are not qualified to know such important military information. Unfortunately, there is a spy named Ji-sun in the team. Hearing this, he also passed on this information. He didn't care much about what they would do, or whether the information was wrong. Catalina's wisdom was enough for her to make the most rational response. He would not expose himself as a spy. After delivering the message, Ji-sun continued to meditate and practice. It was 6 o'clock in the evening. During meditation, Ji-sun suddenly opened his eyes. He looked at the ruins in the distance, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Here they come! He vaguely sensed that a large army was marching in the distance. But those people seemed to use some kind of legion equipment to cover up the marching movement, and they were discovered only when they were very close. He only saw a black fog gradually spreading over the ruins. But he didn't hear any movement. Ji-sun was not worried that a top-level expert like the 8th level would directly attack the Gold Nugget Wharf, because the possibility of that was very low. During this period of time, he also discovered that the top-level card masters of the Arel Empire had extraordinary arrogance. After all, they were dragon descendants, and their inherent aura of dominance did not care about any sneaky activities. Now facing a weak card master federation, the 8th level was a martial-level master of the kingdom, and he could not lose face. There would be no 8th level people coming, so he should not be exposed. Ji-sun had a flash of thought in his mind, and the fierceness in his eyes disappeared instantly. Joel could not be found. But he did not want to be punished by military law for dereliction of duty. He still did what a sentry should do. He stood up and patrolled occasionally. Finally, the vanguard of the Hydralisk Legion arrived. Ji-sun had sensed some chi hidden in the darkness. He still pretended not to see it. He waited for someone to trigger the warning trap outside, and then he shouted anxiously, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" This shout scared the people in the camp, and made them rush out in a hurry. They thought it was another fierce battle. At this time, the Deputy Legion Commander Kuro shouted, "Don't panic, our people have arrived." Seeing the reinforcements coming, the members of the Poison Bee Vanguard also breathed a sigh of relief. But they were a little nervous. They had discovered the Card Master Federation in the East Wasteland before, which was a great achievement. But then, the Legion Commander Ron was killed for greed and recklessness, and the nature of the matter changed. And in order to take all the credit, all the maps and other evidence, all of them were taken away by Ron. Now I have lost most of my persuasiveness. I might even be punished. In a blink of an eye, professional soldiers wearing standard leather armor and equipment walked out of the fog. Looking again, the huge ruins were full of people. A rough estimate is that there are probably several thousand people. The number of people does not seem too large, but the oppression of this dragonborn regular army is very strong. Ji-sun felt as if he had returned to the first time he entered the circus cage when he was a child, and was stared at by a group of beasts. The soldiers standing in the mist were like evil dragons, exuding a terrifying pressure. At this time, a group of people in golden armor came over. Deputy Corps Commander Kuro looked at the leader and shouted, "General." Ji-sun and the other vanguards also shouted. Everyone saw a scarred man more than 2 meters tall walking slowly among the Golden Knights. The scarred man glanced at the ruins, and no one dared to look directly at him. Although he had never seen him, Ji-sun had heard of him before. This guy was most likely the famous general of the Red Dragon Kingdom, the commander of the Hydralisk Legion, General Hermann. General Hermann asked in a deep voice, "What's the situation?" Deputy Legion Commander Kurohui hurriedly reported, "Report to the General, the Gold Nugget Wharf is 50 kilometers east, and the route has been explored." General Hermann asked again, "Where is my stupid brother? Where is the body?" Hearing this, Kuro swallowed his saliva, in the hands of those people in the East Wilderness. As soon as these words came out, Hermann's face turned cold, and an invisible pressure wrapped in murderous aura instantly swept the whole place. Ji-sun hurriedly shouted in his heart, "Long way." He had experienced this feeling in the other dimension before. He also instantly understood this guy's intention. Being angry was just a superficial appearance. He really wanted to see if there was a spy in the team. Really cautious. Ji-sun also muttered in his heart. If it weren't for him, if it was other card masters, even if they were higher in rank, they would definitely show some strangeness when they encountered the dragon power of such a top-level strongman. Almost for a moment, he did not dare to reveal any flaws, and trembled with the people around him. General Hermann glanced at everyone, and seemed to find nothing, so he didn't say a word, just said, "Draw 10 and kill one." Kuro's eyelids jumped, and he responded with an ugly face, "Yes, sir." Drawing 10 and killing one is a harsh collective punishment in the army. After some legions made a big mistake, 10 people drew lots to kill one person as a punishment. Officers were no exception. Hearing this, the dozens of people in the Poison Bee Vanguard Corps all had cold sweat on their foreheads. Only Ji-sun smiled slyly in his heart. I have concealed it. Just now, a genuine 7th level person did not see through his disguise at all. This is worth being happy about. As for the killing law, he didn't care at all. Ji-sun has never been afraid of gambling with his life. His luck has always been good. With a 1/10 probability, he didn't think it would be him. The fact was just as he guessed. After the lottery, the bodies of the 3 unlucky guys were hung on the city wall. Ji-sun was safe and sound. The others were also glad that they survived. This place was very close to the Gold Nugget Wharf. It wouldn't take long to charge the Transcendence at full speed for dozens of kilometers. General Hermann led the Hydralisk Legion and rushed away without hiding their tracks. The main task of the Vanguard Legion was reconnaissance, not fighting. At least before the end of the war, Ji-sun and his men could rest in the camp for the time being. This place was relatively safe, and it also became the garrison camp for the Hydralisk Legion's follow-up troops. A troop not only has the Vanguard, but also has people coming one after another. The tiredness on the faces of the soldiers showed that the Hydralisk Legion had just experienced a long march. Soon, hundreds of bonfires were lit in the camp. The large army began to rest and cook. Because the position of the vanguard group of Ji-sun and others was chosen in the middle of the ruins, they were surrounded by the army. If you enter the enemy camp alone, you will be exposed and almost dead. But this feeling made Ji-sun feel more and more excited. The sentinel's identity also allowed him to better observe everything around him. The officer configuration, the number of troops, equipment, large siege equipment, etc., seemed to have no means to cross the abyss rift. Ji-sun had quietly seen everything about the Hydralisk Legion. In his eyes, he also saw the more complicated thread of fate. Not only the thread of individual fate, but also the fate of the kingdom, and the fate of the race, countless intertwined together, gathered into a mess. The more you sort it out, the more chaotic it becomes. This is why it becomes increasingly difficult to cultivate to a higher level in my world. The more Ji-sun understood this secret method, the more he felt that the mushroom head was really powerful. There were many people from the Hydralisk Legion, estimated to be tens of thousands. After the vanguard went for a few hours, the follow-up teams arrived one after another. They brought not only the army, but also a large group of human slaves wearing collars. After all, these people did not come to the old world to fight, but to open up wasteland and search for treasures. Ji-sun glanced at the thousands of humans in coarse, linen clothes, and knew that they must be the cannon fodder to explore the other dimensional space. Just from the chi, there are even 5th and 6th level card masters in the slave group. The power of the Red Dragon Kingdom can be seen. Seeing these slaves, Ji-sun seemed to have seen what would happen if the Federation was really breached and became a war slave. Ji-sun glanced at them. Suddenly, his eyes were fixed. He actually saw a huge cage covered with black cloth among the slaves. What's in that cage? Ji-sun was very curious. It looked like some kind of monster was imprisoned. And the cage was in the slave camp, and it seemed like some special slave. Before Ji-sun could figure it out, A group of knights in golden armor surrounded a fat guy and quietly came to the camp of the Vanguard Corps. As long as there are people, it is a society of favors no matter where. When Ji-sun heard it, he realized that it was the person who was asked by the Deputy Legion Commander Kuro to intercede. Kuro, your Vanguard Corps is pushing away all the great merits. It is obvious that the discovery of the East Wasteland is inseparable from your collective first-class merit. Now, we are greedy for merit and reckless, and Captain Ron is dead. If the news really reaches the Marshal, it will not be as simple as drawing 10 and killing one. Lord Lamb, you know that none of us can persuade Captain Ron to make a decision. You have to help me this time. Oh, I almost forgot. And this is the treasure sent by those people from Dongwon before. I didn't have time to give it to General Herman just now. Please help pass it on. TSK, those guys in Dongwon have a lot of good things in their hands. I can pass the things on to you. But if you want this to be completely safe, you still have to rely on yourself. Explore more and make up for your mistakes. I heard that the Augustus royal family has also been passed down. There must be a lot of good things in the East Wilderness. Don't worry, when the time comes, our Vanguard team will definitely show you what they find. These are all small things. Oh, one more thing. Did your Vanguard team find any clues? The Holy See wants to find a few spell jars, but there is no news now. I am very dissatisfied with the progress. I didn't find it. The old world is too big, and we have only explored up to here. By the way, Lord Lamb, what exactly is that jar? There is no pattern, and no reference. There are many broken jars in this ruins. If I really encounter one, I am afraid I will miss it, and not know it. I don't know the details. But from what I heard from the top, finding the jar is a special order from the top of the Vatican, and it has a higher priority than finding the mausoleum of Augustus. That's why I brought the monster here this time. You can look for it carefully. It must not be a broken jar. I think it may be an ancient relic with powerful magic. Ji-sun, who was eavesdropping, originally thought it was just a simple bribery conversation. However, as he listened, he felt strange. Jar? Could it be the two he was carrying? On second thought, it has been confirmed that the jar contains the old outer god, which is an extremely dangerous ancient relic. If it is really worth the attention of the high-level officials of the Arel Empire, it is probably only something of this level. But why are those guys looking for this jar? Chapter 288. The fat and big-eared Lord Lamb left the camp of the Vanguard with satisfaction. Ji-sun watched silently from the broken building, frowning slightly. A sense of crisis came over him. He glanced at the huge cage in the slave camp in the distance, thinking, if the jar that the high-ranking officials of the Arel Empire want is really the spell pottery jar in my hand, then I am delivering it to your door? Ji-sun did not bring any other things, but he always carried the two spell pottery jars. It's not just that this jar has the auxiliary effect of accelerating cultivation. More importantly, it can prevent curses and exempt some super-level mysterious spells from detection. In Jia Yu's words, everything in the universe has its own destiny. Ji-sun's ability to get these two jars is part of his luck. Carrying them with you can also enhance your own luck. This is why many people like to wear some special relics to ward off evil and eliminate disasters. The essence is that the object itself contains some extraordinary amplification properties that can affect a person's own luck. However, the spell pottery jar is too high-ranking, and Jia Yu can't say what the specific benefits of carrying it are. But he said that at least Ji-sun has been carrying it for so long without any problems, so his fate can bear it. And divination and other mysterious spells all have a price. The jar is originally a sealed outer god, and the existence of this rank is not something that humans can predict. It also has the hidden special effect of naturally resisting mysterious spells. However, since the fat man said that the monster in the box is used to find the jar, if it is really the two jars on me, will it have actually discovered the jars on me? This is what Ji-sun was worried about. The world is so big, there are all kinds of extraordinary people. It's not surprising. Thinking of this, the thoughts in his mind spread out like countless threads. The brain became an extremely complicated maze. Some ideas collided with other ideas, and some continued to deduce, and finally came to two conclusions. First, the monster either didn't find it. Second, it found it, but didn't say it. Intuition and deduction both told Ji-sun that it was the second possibility. The people of the Arel Empire took so much effort to move such a large iron cage, which means that the monster must have a special ability to detect the existence of the jar. Moreover, at such a close distance, if it had the ability to discover it, it should have discovered it earlier. TSK, interesting, they discovered it but didn't say it, which means that the monster in the cage is not completely controlled by those people. Ji-sun came to the conclusion and suddenly became curious about what the monster was. It needs to be imprisoned and heavily guarded. Judging from these 2 points alone, the relationship between the monster and the Hydralisk Legion may not be so friendly. It is likely that he was forced to find the jar for some special reasons. Normally, if Ji-sun wants to ensure his own safety, it is the best choice for him to leave now. There is no guarantee that the monster will reveal the information about the jar on him for some reason. However, the first time this thought flashed through Ji-sun's mind, he immediately rejected it. He chose to stay. Although there are risks, it also means opportunities. When he saw those pure human war slaves before, he realized that the interior of the Arel Empire was not completely monolithic. There are so many war slaves, which means that the resistance is not small. The enemy of the enemy is the ally. Ji-sun saw a chance to break the situation. The battle at the Gold Nugget Wharf lasted for a long time, and was very fierce. The roar of the explosion could be heard clearly even dozens of kilometers away. Although the vanguard of the Hydralisk Legion led by General Hermann has more than 1/7 level, the Gold Nugget Wharf has also spent a lot of financial and material resources to deploy defenses during this period, so it is not so easy to break through in a short time. Moreover, a group of top federal fighters such as Gongwu gathered at the dock. With Ji-sun's detailed intelligence, they were all arrogant guys, and would never retreat without a fight. So the Hydralisk Legion thought that the blitzkrieg would end. Unexpectedly, it dragged on for so long. However, the subsequent reinforcements also rushed over one after another. Although the battle was fierce, the outcome was determined. Ji-sun informed Katarina of this situation. He didn't know the situation over there. But he also knew that the Lionheart family would definitely not defend the Gold Nugget dock. Finally, a violent explosion that shook the earth and mountains announced the end of the battle. The space of the cave world is like a tunnel. The shockwave has nowhere to be released, and it will flood everywhere like a flood. A few breaths after the explosion, the shockwave swept the entire camp. It was also the first time that Ji-sun saw such a terrifying explosion. The sand and gravel blown up from dozens of kilometers away hurt people's skin, so you can imagine how terrible the situation at the Nuggets Wharf is. In the camp, buildings collapsed, sand and stones flew, and people and horses fell. The soldiers of the Hydralisk Legion were frightened by the noise, and ran out of the tents, all showing horrified expressions. Because there is no mechanical technology in the southern continent, they also lack the basic understanding of physical explosions. What happened? Why is there such a big noise? Damn it, did those guys in Dongwon blow up the Gold Nugget Wharf? Ji-sun narrowed his eyes, and looked at the entire panicked camp, and also understood the tactics of the Lionheart family. The previous protracted war was deliberately to attract enemy reinforcements. Attract reinforcements to come over and launch a devastating suicide bombing. Bombs do have limited impact on high-level card masters, but the amount must also be considered. The noise of this explosion is no different from a nuclear bomb. Ji-sun estimated that these guys might have guessed right, and the entire Nuggets Wharf might not exist at this moment. This tactic kills 800 enemies, and injures 1,000 of its own. But if we really talk about war losses, the Federation may not get any advantage. But Ji-sun also knows that this battle is about morale. If we really consider war losses, it is best for the Lionheart family to leave the city empty and evacuate. But they didn't. Instead, they chose to pay a huge price and fight head-on. Fear always comes from the unknown. Before the war started, a large number of surrenderists appeared in the Federation because they felt that they had no chance of winning. Most people were also waiting and watching. Even the pro-war faction was worried. If there was really no hope of victory, no one would be willing to die. But now these two tough battles have created a whole new scene. The previous killing of the 7th level broke the super level in the hearts of everyone in the Federation. The fear of the enemy's invincibility, this battle broke the myth of the enemy's invincibility. It can be said that these two opening battles laid the foundation for the unyielding morale of the protracted war for many years to come. The chaos in the camp continued. Ji-sun looked around the entire camp. This sudden chaos can expose a lot of hidden intelligence. For example, Ji-sun saw that the tents on the ground were overturned, but a certain tent remained motionless. From this, it can be seen that there must be a master inside. It turns out that there are big figures hidden in this Hydralisk Legion. Ji-sun had thought that it was just a legion coming to fight, but now it seems that it is not that simple. There is also a mysterious commander-in-chief. At this moment, Ji-sun's eyes suddenly became cold. The shock wave of the explosion in the distance instantly lifted the black cloth of the steel prison car. Ji-sun also saw the monster inside for the first time. Was it a huge toad covered with pus and lumps, This Toad was paralyzed in the prison car. Not only were his shoulder blades pierced by iron chains and bleeding, but his hands and feet were also locked with forbidden magic chains. It looked like those people were worried about it escaping. Huh? Ji-sun thought it was some kind of monster. But looking at the lazy look in the Toad's eyes, his intuition told him that it was a human. Ji-sun had seen talking chinchillas before, and had also seen many intelligent monsters. But the look in the eyes of even the most intelligent monsters was different from that of humans. Eyes can see the soul. A cursed human? And what a coincidence, when Ji-sun looked over, the Toad also looked over. There were tens of thousands of people in the military camp, but they just happened to look at this side. Even if they only looked at each other for a moment, Ji-sun immediately understood that this guy saw him. Sure enough, he knew I had a jar on me. Ji-sun's pupils shrank slightly. But then the corners of his mouth raised a little arc. He guessed correctly that the Toad had already discovered that the jar was on him. But it was also after looking at each other that he was sure that the other party had no ill intentions. There is even a chance for cooperation. It seems that there is a chance to contact the Toad. Ji-sun murmured in his heart. Since the other party can sense the existence of the jar, he must know some secrets. This may also be a key point to break the situation. After a moment of confusion, the guards covered the cage with black cloth again. After Ji-sun knew that there was another master in a tent, he didn't dare to look more. He also cleaned up his own tent that was blown to pieces. While waiting, the communicator that he had been paying attention to suddenly vibrated and transmitted an encrypted message. A very simple message, I am still alive. Seeing this, Ji-sun inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. The Lionheart family must have suffered heavy casualties in the explosion just now. He was also worried that this old friend would die in the battle. It's good that he didn't die. Then another message came, your friends are all safe. Ji-sun looked at it, and the last trace of worry in his heart also dissipated. Gongwu and Qin Rushi joined the war, largely because they trusted themselves and cooperated with the Lionheart family. Fortunately, there was no accident. After waiting for the news he was waiting for, Ji-sun felt relieved. Soon, news came back from the Gold Nugget Wharf. The process was similar to what Ji-sun had estimated. The vanguard led by General Herman failed to quickly capture the heavily guarded Gold Nugget Wharf and fell into a stalemate. Then the follow-up troops reinforced and attacked and finally broke through the city and began street fighting. But they didn't expect that during the fighting, the Lionheart family directly blew up the city and the entire wharf. Ji-sun didn't see the tragic scene with his own eyes, but it is said that the rock wall within a radius of several miles collapsed and fell into the endless abyss. Although the explosion failed to kill the high-ranking Card division, including General Herman, tens of thousands of Hydralisks suffered heavy losses. This battle made the entire Hydralisk army silent. The main army suffered a setback, but the people in the Venomous Bee vanguard where Ji-sun was were a little relieved. See, it's not that we are weak, but that the enemy is too cunning. Before, their vanguard corps took the blame alone, and now the general came in person, but failed to achieve the expected results. The pressure was reduced suddenly because the blame was taken by a higher official. More importantly, those people failed to break through the Gold Nugget Wharf with a blitzkrieg, nor could they cross the abyss. The artifact chain linking the Gold Nugget Wharf was also taken back by the Orlan royal family. The East Continent and the Middle-earth continent were completely disconnected. However, Ji-sun looked at the reactions of all parties in the military camp, and it seemed that the Arel Empire had some special means of transportation to cross the Abyss Rift. It made sense. After all, there was a rift between the South Continent and the Middle-earth Road, and there must be special tools to cross it. But it would take some time to get that thing over. More and more battle reports were sent back, and Ji-sun no longer felt any surprise. Up to now, almost everything that Jia Yu had talked about before was gradually unfolding. What followed was a long guerrilla war. In a flash, another half a month had passed. The Nugget Wharf was gone, and there was no point in staying in this ruin. The Hydralisk Corps set out and headed towards the new cities built by the Federation in the Old Continent in Lion City. However, after they got there were basically only some empty buildings left, and the hunters had already heard the news and hid in the wilderness. Even so, there are probably millions of Federation people in the entire old world. Guerrilla warfare occurs almost every day, and people are captured every day. In addition to interrogating some intelligence, the Hydralisk Corps does not kill these prisoners of war, but uses them as cannon fodder to open up the alien space. The mission of the Poison Bee Vanguard Corps where Ji-sun is still to explore the way. But it is not a blind exploration. Those people seem to have a partial map of the old world, and the Toad guides them to explore in certain specific directions. Since the people from the Arel Empire were looking for the jar, they did not miss any other dimensional space except the ruins. Others did not know why. Ji-sun knew it very well. After all, he got one of the jars in Greedy Mine. The rank of that other dimensional space was not high, but it was hidden very secretly, and it was difficult to unlock it. Every space was not missed, so the exploration progress was not fast. And the personnel consumption was also very high. Even though several other Red Dragon Kingdom legions and a large number of war slaves arrived later, it was still not enough. Until this day, the turning point came. Ji-sun followed the large army to the ruins of a city called Valen City, and found an alien space called Valen Rebel Camp. The main army stopped. This is a fourth-order alien space, which is very difficult. After several batches of cannon fodder were stuffed in, only a little primary information was discovered. Ji-sun also understood some things. These guys seem to know some clues that point to something, and when they find some special historical plots, they will focus on exploring them. This Valen Rebel Camp seems to be related to a jar, or something special. But Ji-sun doesn't care about any other dimensional space, because he finally found a chance to get close to the Toad. The old continent is vast and vast. After entering the city, the Hydralisk Legion also spread out. It's like a big net that spreads out, catching fish on a large scale, and opening up multiple other dimensional spaces at the same time. However, the Poison Bee Vanguard group is one of the best reconnaissance groups, and they have been following the main group. Ji-sun has been looking for opportunities to get close to the Toad for several days. The Legion is too scattered, and even the main group only has about 1,000 people at the moment. With fewer people, the staffing is stretched to the limit. The high-difficulty alien space Valen Rebel Camp not only consumed a large number of war slaves, but also had soldiers who entered. After losing another batch of main forces, the Vanguard group also took on the task of guarding those slaves. On this day, the opportunity came. The slaves not only had to be guarded, but also had to deliver food every day. One of the tasks was to deliver food to the Toad every day and clean up the excrement in the prison car. This was not a big problem, but from a distance near the prison car, you could smell a poisonous and corrupt stench. This job was the most disgusting job in the entire camp. Ji-sun's disguised character Joel was a dull guy, and he was the only one who did all the dirty and hard work in the Vanguard. So when the Vanguard group was in charge of guarding the slaves, this job naturally fell on him. Ji-sun did not show any abnormality. He delivered meals and cleaned the prisoner car for 3 consecutive days. He did not move at all even though he had the opportunity to contact the Toad. The Toad did not move either. By the 4th day, the guards guarding the prisoner car had become familiar with each other. Seeing Ji-sun cleaning, the guards kept a distance, not wanting to be contaminated by the stench. He covered his mouth and nose with a thick black cloth and began his daily cleaning. Ji-sun originally wanted to observe more. But this time, Toad took the initiative to speak. "You are very smart. Whenever a stranger approaches, he will be monitored by that person. I didn't expect that you would not take the initiative to talk to me a few days ago." Although he heard the voice, Toad did not speak. He used a kind of ventriloquism ability. When these words entered his ears, Ji-sun's pupils shrank slightly. But he was not surprised. Normally, a 4th-level card master could not discover that kind of mysterious level of surveillance. But Ji-sun's intention is now very proficient. Combined with the cause and effect line involved in this, Toad deduced by "I am the world." He is sure that getting close to this guy will inevitably be risky. In the past few days, he has always had a sense of crisis that someone is watching his back. Therefore, there has been no unusual movement. He did not even dare to use the shadow. Instead, he quietly observed where the risk came from. In addition, he also had to observe the Toad itself. If he is a fool, or has bad intentions, he is definitely not a partner. But obviously, this Toad is not like that, but extremely smart. Thoughts were racing in his head, and Ji-sun's hands did not stop at all, continuing to clean up the green feces that seemed to be deliberately defecating to make the guards stay away. The Toad looked at Ji-sun and said with appreciation, "TSK, you are really brave. You know I found you, but you didn't run away, but came to me. So, you must not be from the Red Dragon Kingdom. Strange, you are not a rebel dragon. Oh, you should be from the East Desert Card Master Federation, right? I have to say, it's really surprising that you can do this. Cooperation is always mutual. If it was a fool who approached rashly, he would never speak. After all, those people in the Red Dragon Kingdom would not give fools a chance to live." Ji-sun still didn't respond. Toad was also patient. The two didn't speak, and they were observing everything about each other. Finally, Ji-sun asked first, Do you have anything valuable for me? The basis of cooperation is the exchange of value between the two. Ji-sun wanted to try contacting the toad. He didn't know what the other party could bring him. If the benefits were not enough, he would never continue to take risks. He couldn't hear the sound when he spoke. This was the secret technique directional sound wave transmission he learned from Katarina. The toad was also slightly surprised when he saw this secret technique. But he thought it was natural. Without this method, he wouldn't be able to disguise so perfectly. He responded, "Is it enough that I didn't reveal that you have that thing on you?" Ji-sun said calmly, "Not enough. If this thing falls into the hands of the Red Dragon Kingdom, it will be more disadvantageous to you or some people. This is the result of his countless possible deductions in the past few days. The other party did not expose him for no other reason. The most likely possibility is that this thing fell into the hands of the high-level officials of the Arel Empire, which would be very disadvantageous to the enemies of the Empire. This guy is a prisoner. Of course, he doesn't want to see the enemy become stronger." After hearing this, Toad's eyes really flashed with surprise. "Hey, I thought you were more cautious before. Now it seems that I still underestimated him." He then changed the subject, however. "Your style of doing things makes you the person who I think has the most hope of saving me." From what he said, it seems that many people tried to save him before. But the fact is that he is still in the prison car. That is to say, those people failed. Ji-sun asked back calmly, "Why should I save you? There is no need for smart people to beat around the bush in their conversations. This toad can provide value, so what I want in return is to save him first." Hearing this, Toad seemed to understand something and said self-deprecatingly, "So you don't know me?" "Haha, that's right, I look like a monster. No one can recognize me." He said without further ado, "If you know my career sequence, you will understand why I was imprisoned. And there will be a basic foundation of trust between us." Ji-sun was curious about what reason the other party would use to convince him. "Oh." Toad said lightly, "My card master career sequence is Red Hard 10 Hero, and the advanced career is Dragon Slayer." Dragon Slayer? Instantly, Ji-sun understood. This sequence is not unfamiliar to him. The Dragon Catcher he entered into the Third Order Fusion is a special card of this professional sequence. The name of this sequence tells us that it is an enemy of dragons. It is not surprising that this guy is imprisoned. However, why did the Dragon Slayer become a toad? The toad obviously knew that Ji-sun would be confused, and said, "As for why I became like this, it is because I was cursed. I can't go into the details now. If you are willing to take the risk, we can talk about cooperation. If not, I advise you to leave here as soon as possible." Ji-sun heard this and hesitated for a moment, then said, "How to save? Some professional sequence advancement requires not only talent and marks, but also the character traits of the person. Just like the Six of Diamonds outlaw where Sieg Wusheng worked. It is impossible to be promoted to a higher level without justice. The toad in front of him can be locked with such a thick iron chain. Before it turned into a monster, its rank must have been high. His promotion to a higher rank meant that he could be called a hero in a sense. At least from this point of view, his character was beyond doubt. This was also what this guy said, the basis for cooperation. Sure enough. Hearing Ji-sun's decisiveness, Toad praised him again and asked, "Do you dare to take the risk?" Ji-sun realized something, this different dimension? He immediately understood that the different dimension of Valen Rebel Camp must be extraordinary. And this Toad knows something else. TSK, there are masters everywhere. So from the beginning, this guy also wanted to create opportunities for him to contact. Ji-sun thought that he was the only one who was trying hard to contact the other party. Unexpectedly, this Toad has been secretly planning, leading the people of the Hydralisk Legion to come here, suffering heavy casualties, and then the Vanguard Regiment took over the supervision. A series of steps seemed to happen completely naturally. But now hearing this, Ji-sun saw an inconspicuous dark line involved in each link. Toad seemed to see that Ji-sun understood everything. He didn't say much, but he was also surprised. He sighed from the bottom of his heart. "Your rank is not high, but your mind is the sharpest I have ever seen in this rank. Your career sequence is very special, prophet, bard, sage." Ji-sun didn't say much, just said lightly, "What do you need me to do?" Toad's tone was also very serious. "Be prepared to die." Hearing this, Ji-sun was not surprised at all. Instead, he smiled slyly. "Oh, that's all." Chapter 289. Be prepared to die? Ji-sun also knew why the Toad reminded him like this. After all, in the eyes of the other party, he, the Eastern Wilderness spy, approached it to gain benefits. If the risk is too high, a normal person will never pay the price of his life for a stranger who cooperates for the first time. Unfortunately, Risk is never the first priority for Ji-sun's decision-making. What he always considers in his mind is the corresponding opportunities behind the risk. At present, it seems that this mysterious toad must have a lot of secrets. After all, the high-level card masters in the hero sequence are mostly characters in epic legends. They are even more well-known than the kings in the king sequence, who have left their names in official history. Ji-sun asked directly, "Is there anything special about that different dimension?" The toad noticed something strange. The guy in front of him seemed to not care about his kind reminder at all. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he also responded, "There is a way to unlock the slave collar." Yeah. Ji-sun also understood everything after listening. All slaves wear a slave collar around their necks, including this toad. This collar can locate and actively detonate. Once a slave escapes a certain range, the explosion spell on it will be passively triggered, blowing up the person's head. This is also the most important means for the people of the Red Dragon Empire to control so many slaves. So if you want to rescue this toad, you must first find a way to remove this collar. There is almost no need to think about finding the key. When Ji-sun saw that all the slaves were wearing collars these days, he deliberately asked about it. This kind of collar is specially made by the Red Dragon Royal Military Workshop, and it requires a specific spell key to open. And the key is usually held by generals of very high military ranks. The collar on the toad's neck is specially made. Ji-sun estimated that even General Heeman of the Hydralisk Corps might not be able to open it. Even if he could, he would not consider this method, because he can't beat it. So if you want to save it, you must find a way from somewhere else. And this toad was well prepared. It found this different dimension. Even the fourth-order disaster level of the space seemed to be customized for Ji-sun the spy, just waiting for him to come to the contact. After participating in the high-end games arranged by Jiayu before, Ji-sun was not too surprised that this toad could do this. If it were me, I would do the same. After all, it was not easy to see a little hope of escaping the cage. But what Ji-sun was more curious about was why this toad had never been to that different dimension. So sure that there was a collar key in it, Ji-sun listened and actually decided to go. His identity is now Joel of the Vanguard Group. Even if the alien space is really dangerous, there is more than one way to choose. He asked directly, "What can I get afterward?" This is the first time for both parties to cooperate, and there is no friendship to talk about. In this case, let's make the exchange of interests clear. Toad also likes this straightforwardness and said, "You and the forces behind you can get the friendship of the Dragon Rebel Army." Ji-sun heard this and thought for a moment, muttering in his heart, "This guy really thinks I am a spy of the Card Master Federation." But the fact is that it is. This is the dilemma of the Kashi Federation now. Their strength is far inferior to that of the southern continent. A Hydralisk Legion is only a second-class legion in the Red Dragon Empire. It is even less ranked in the Arel Empire. But such a legion has the power to destroy the entire Federation. Even if it is a guerrilla war, Katarina and the Revolutionary Army together have no chance of winning. Even if they beat the Hydralisk Legion, there will be a steady stream of troops behind them. When the enemy's reinforcements pour into the old continent, casualties will become more and more serious. So a strong ally is crucial. And the Dragon Rebel Army is the revolutionary army in the Arel Ancient Dragon Empire. This is a group of pure-blooded humans who have established an alliance to resist the Dragonborn rulers. If the Kashi Federation has such a strong ally who is familiar with all kinds of intelligence, the situation will improve a lot in an instant. Of course, this kind of alliance is beneficial to both sides. The most important thing is that these Dragon Rebel Army. But there is a Card Master inheritance from the Kingdom of Terran 3,000 years ago. They have a lot of super-level extraordinary knowledge. Ji-sun also needs this very much. Just as he was thinking, Toad threw another chip. In addition, the plot of this different dimension involves some major epic events, which have very generous rewards. I can give you some directional information, so that you can get those high-level rewards more safely. If you can get through this different dimension, you can even get epic items. This is a bit of a pie in the sky. Hearing this, Ji-sun's expression was unchanged. But he was surprised by something else. This guy seemed to be sure that there were some plots and some items in the other dimension. How did he know? But when he thought that the people of the Hydralisk Legion would bring him to find the jar, he seemed to understand something. Does this guy have the ability to predict treasure hunting? Or some kind of perception talent? That's not right. Hero, isn't the career sequence the path of a reckless man? Ji-sun didn't rush to agree, but said lightly, "I'd like to hear more about it." No matter whether you go or not, there is no harm in listening. The Toad did not think there was anything wrong with his caution. After all, this kind of cooperation puts the prisoner at a disadvantage. It said directly, The history involved in this Valen City rebel camp is a real gladiator uprising in the history of the Talon dynasty. In the Battle of Valen City, the rebels were wiped out. But I can tell you a definite news, not all the rebels died. A man named Goran Frederick finally survived. At that time, he had a very important ancient life-saving relic in his hand. If you can get it, it can be regarded as a reward for your adventure. But that is not part of the normal plot, and it will be very difficult to obtain. He paused, of course. If you develop the difficulty of the plot high enough, this different dimension may also find clues related to the Augustus Mausoleum, which is also what those guys in the Red Dragon royal family want to find. Hearing this, Jason confirmed that this toad really knew the plot. Relics, clues to the Imperial tomb, etc. are not important. This guy directly said a name. This is a crucial plot anchor. You should know that the mortality rate in this different dimension is very high, whether it is NPC or adventurer. At least it is certain that this plot character will not die, so following him and observing him can greatly increase your chances of survival. This information is very valuable. Toad also knows that there is no room for bargaining in his situation. It only had to put out enough chips to make the Eastern Wilderness spy in front of it feel that it was worth gambling with his life. Before Ji-sun could ask anything, it continued, but you have to be careful. The important reason for the failure of the uprising was not just that the enemy was strong. It was that there was a traitor in the rebels. Another key plot. Ji-sun asked, who was it? The toad responded, I don't know either. It was a broken history that was already covered in dust, and no one knew what happened. After hearing this, Ji-sun did not hesitate and asked directly, how did you know? What is certain is that the Hydralisk Legion had suffered so many casualties before, and they definitely did not know this information. After hearing this, Toad was silent for a moment, as if he was recalling something, and did not respond immediately. Valen City is a ruin that no one has visited for thousands of years. This Valen City rebel camp is also an alien space that has never been developed before. Ji-sun thought it would be like the situation he had explored in Holy Grail War. This guy might have explored the relevant plot space before, so he knew some of the plot. Unexpectedly, it said something else that was very surprising. There seemed to be an inexplicable pride in the toad's tone, and he said, the reason why I know. Because my last name is Brave Frederick. This last name is very rare, and the possibility of having the same last name is very small. Ji-sun also understood it instantly. The surviving rebel is probably the ancestor of this toad. No wonder it is sure that the plot character can survive. No wonder it knows so much. So this different dimension is the story of its ancestors? So that's it. It's like the most critical piece of a puzzle has been connected, and the logic immediately makes sense. At this moment, Ji-sun seemed to see a thread of fate that has been involved for thousands of years, and has spread from ancient times. It fell on this toad, and it was also involved in his own fate. And this intertwined thread of fate may extend to countless years in the future. The toad seemed to think that Ji-sun's reaction was a bit dull, and said in surprise, you haven't heard of the epic of this surname in the East Wilderness? This is an epic surname. This is the name of a hero. It's like a big star walking on the street, and no one recognizes him. This feeling is impossible to encounter in the southern continent. Ji-sun was silent. He guessed that this name might be very famous. But he had never heard of it. After all the books in the East Wasteland were burned in the Battle of Shinhua City 3,000 years ago. He searched the knowledge reserves in his mind, and found some legends in the poems of some bards. But it seems that they have nothing to do with the toad in front of him. Oh, there is one more. The most recent one I came into contact with was the Invincible Defense Level 5 Relic Frederick I's silver armor that the vampire brought in the previous battle of Honglu. Ji-sun said truthfully, I'm sorry, the civilization of Dongwang is very discontinuous. I have only heard of one armor about this surname. The toad thought it was a bit boring before, but when it heard it, it immediately responded, Frederick I's silver armor? At the same time, it asked, how did you know this armor? Ji-sun was also surprised that the toad actually said the name of the armor. He said, I have seen this armor before. Hearing this, the toad's tone was obviously full of expectation and surprise, and asked in surprise, is that armor in the East Wilderness? Ji-sun, yes. At this time, the toad really said what he had just guessed, that is the armor of my ancestor Frederick. Ji-sun really didn't know what to say at this moment. Although there are many fake nobles in the Federation who use ancient surnames to flatter themselves. But he didn't think the toad was bragging. After all, he is a hero. But such a coincidence sounds mysterious. The toad also guessed his doubts and said directly, there should be a damage on the lower abdomen of the armor. That was when my ancestor fought a giant dragon and was bitten through by the dragon's teeth. Even if it has been repaired, There should still be some traces left now. Hearing this, Ji-sun really believed it. No wonder he was wondering why such a good armor would have flaws. So it was because of this? Fate is like a clown, appearing in unexpected places from time to scare you. Toad was also shocked by this coincidence and murmured, I didn't expect the armor of our ancestors to be passed down. Ji-sun listened to everything Toad said before, as if he was listening to a story of another civilization that had nothing to do with him. But because of a set of armor, this story was linked to himself. But these are not what we need to sort out right now. Ji-sun had actually already decided to enter that different dimension. After hearing so much, he just wanted to deduce whether there were other risks behind this matter. He always felt that the Toad had some purpose that he didn't make clear. However, Ji-sun didn't feel any malice, so he didn't talk too much and asked directly, there is another question. He asked the question that puzzled him the most, how did you find me? The Toad was not surprised that he asked this question, and explained calmly, I can sense the pottery jar because of the curse on my body. But those jars involve some god-level secrets. Even if some names are mentioned, they will be contaminated, so it is not convenient for me to explain in detail. Don't worry, I am an exception. The people in the Red Dragon Kingdom have no means to detect it. Ji-sun listened to this familiar rhetoric. How could he not know what it was talking about? It's just the outer god. But he didn't want to explain that he knew it would not be contaminated. As long as it is confirmed that others cannot find the jar, it is enough. Now that the other party has almost revealed all the information, Ji-sun did not push it any further to get more. Respect is the basis of equal cooperation. Toad was straightforward, and he also responded readily, okay, I will go to the other dimension. Let's not talk about anything else. First get the key to crack the slave collar. Toad listened to the tone and still sighed, your courage is indeed extraordinary. I even think you are more suitable for the hero sequence than me. In its view, being able to take such a big risk to be a spy for the East Wasteland is already unparalleled courage. If you can choose to participate in another dimension with a very high mortality rate because of some benefits that cannot be seen in reality, it can be regarded as a heroic act. But it didn't know that everything Ji-sun did was not for the Federation. And Chun-Chun just liked to explore the unknown mystery. In addition, it was for those few friends. The cooperation was achieved, and everyone was happy. Ji-sun's work of cleaning the cage was also coming to an end. As for how to enter the different dimension, since Toad said so, he must have a plan. Ji-sun didn't think much about it. Toad finally warned, be careful. To get the key, the plot will be very difficult. After entering the different dimensional space, I don't know what will happen. But the result in history is that the uprising ultimately failed. Ji-sun responded calmly, yeah? Having experienced many difficult different dimensional spaces, he has long been accustomed to it. The Toad looked at him so calmly, and suddenly felt confused. Although it was a cooperation, it was still a risk for itself. After thinking for a moment, it seemed to have thought of something, and finally reminded him, oh, there is one more thing that I can give you as an extra reward now. Ji-sun, oh? It's like buying and selling goods. The merchant took out a gift. The gift is a bargaining chip when it is negotiated. After the deal is done, it becomes a favor. The character of a person can be seen. Ji-sun was still thinking about what the reward would be, but the Toad said something confusing. If you have the ability to observe, try to observe the context of the war from the perspective of an observer. You may be able to see some war rules hidden under the surface. Ji-sun was full of doubts. He listened, but he didn't seem to understand it at all. Toad obviously knew that this sentence was a bit difficult to understand, so he immediately added, if you can't observe it, there is no point in me saying it. If you can see it, you will naturally understand what I am saying. Originally, those things were only touched by top-level card masters, but you give me a very special feeling. Maybe you need to, and if you can survive, you will definitely come into contact with those things in the future. If you really understand those rules, you will also foresee what situations your Card Master Federation will encounter in this war in the future. Ji-sun suddenly understood. So that's it. Extraordinary knowledge is like this. If you don't reach the level, it's hard to understand the scenery at that level. He didn't want to force it. But the top level field that Toad said, could it be above the 7th level? Ji-sun was also very curious. What exactly is that? Before, he might be completely confused. But after realizing that I am the world, he had a vague feeling. It's like looking up at the sky in the fog, which was originally hazy. Now someone pointed out the direction, he looked at it carefully, and it became clearer and clearer, as if there were faint starlight in it. In the next few days, everything was normal. As Ji-sun guessed, the Toad had his own plan. I don't know what it said to the top leaders of the Hydralisk Legion, but those guys were like chicken blood. trying their best to stuff people into the other dimension. It seems that they're about to get some results. But it's almost there. The difficulty of the plot is said to have been explored to a level. Correspondingly, there were heavy casualties. The other dimension is fair. Whether it is the powerful Red Dragon Kingdom or other people, all beings are equal. The difficulty of the 4th level catastrophe limits the rank of the entrance. If you want to get a high evaluation, you must have a master to break the deadlock. The reinforcements and mercenaries from the rear have not arrived, and the slaves in the hands of the Hydralisk troop have been consumed. In addition, the previous battle at the Gold Nugget Wharf was lost, and the Red Dragon Kingdom's high-level officials were also very dissatisfied with the Hydralisk Corps. Finally, everyone in the Corps received an order on this day. Within the Corps, regardless of official status, 3rd level and 4th level card masters. 10 out of 10, 1 out of 10. As soon as the news came out, there was a cry of grief within the Corps. Ji-sun knew that the opportunity had come. So he didn't take the tricks of the guys in the Poison Bee Vanguard group seriously. Without arousing any suspicion, he naturally became the unlucky guy who won the lottery. One day, outside the light gate of the different dimension, Ji-sun stood among a group of soldiers with frowning faces, queuing up to enter the space. These guys were all selected as unlucky guys like him. The leader was Poison Hand Billy. This guy was originally a centurion, very powerful, and was considered a noble in the kingdom. Originally, officers were not required to participate in this kind of exploration, but this time, they were selected. This guy also cursed all the way. Damn it! If you want to survive after you go in, just listen to the command and don't fucking harm me. Read the intelligence carefully, and don't make trouble. After entering, let those slaves go to the camp. All of us choose the city defense camp, and then meet at the administrative officer's residence. Do you hear me? Ji-sun heard it, looked at the intelligence in his hand, but didn't take it seriously at all. Soon, everyone stepped into the space. You have entered the Valen City Rebel Camp. The current disaster level is the 4th stage. The current difficulty mortality rate is 77.8%. Plot exploration progress is 66.4%. Keywords: Camp Mode. Clues: Valen City is a rich city on the border of the Talon Empire, famous for its abundant food production. A group of rebels sneaked into this small city, and planned to plunder the food reserves in the city by force. Plot mission: You and your teammates are refugees. You can choose a camp mission. 1. Join the rebels, open the city gate at night, and seize control of the city. 2. Join the city defense, protect the dignitaries in the city, and hold on until reinforcements. Tips: The settlement reward items obtained in the camp mode are related to the selected camp. The truth of history has always been written by the victor. And the nature of war is not as simple as it seems on the surface. Find out the conspiracy behind the incident to trigger the advanced difficulty plot. Ji-sun read the prompt carefully. This is no different from the intelligence in hand. He did not choose to join the city defense army. Instead, he decisively chose to join the rebels. Enlightenment also appeared at the first time. You have chosen the rebel camp, triggering the A-level plot task, seizing the city and grabbing food, surviving to the rescue. The higher the number of rebels surviving, the richer the settlement reward. The surrounding scenery changed, and Ji-sun found himself in a dark and quiet port. This is a river port outside Valen City. Around him are a group of masked faces, with a breath like a cheetah. Dangerous guys. They looked around from time to time, vigilantly observing every possible threat. The air was filled with a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Ji-sun felt the killing intent, but he was not afraid. Instead, his blood was slightly excited. He thought, it's worthy of the Gladiator Rebellion. These guys are really murderous. Because the result is already known, the rebels failed to rob food this time, and these people will be surrounded and annihilated by the army that came to reinforce Valen City. So if you choose the rebel camp, you will start with A-level difficulty, and there is no survivors at present. Many explorations before have the same result. This is why the Hydralisk Corps never knew that there was a key to unlock the slave collars in this space. That's why Billy the Poison Hand said that the sergeants should choose the city defense army, because the chance of survival would be greater. However, A-level difficulty plots are not necessarily dead. Toad said that Goran Frederick was its ancestor and survived. This is a ray of hope. And there is another breakthrough point. That is, Toad said that there is a traitor in the rebel team. The plot of the different dimension can be changed. Ji-sun felt that if he could find the traitor in advance, the result might be different. Chapter 290. In the quiet harbor, the dark water surface shimmers. The lights of Valen City not far away are bright. Ji-sun mixed in a group of rebels, wearing various linen robes, observing everyone in his sight carefully without making a sound. Anyone here could be a traitor. He also needs to find the ancestor of the toad, the man called Gorin. About 200 people got off from several boats, and judging by their chi, they were all elite. There are many 3rd and 4th level card masters among them. And most of them are slave gladiators, full of murderous aura, and alert like cheetahs in hunting state. After a glance, most of them covered their faces, and no one spoke, so I didn't know who was who. Although I have explored it several times before, because those who joined the rebel camp did not survive, there is very little intelligence. Ji-sun was not in a hurry and observed carefully. The people who got off the boat were still gathering. Ji-sun observed carefully, and suddenly a thought popped up in his mind. Strange. Since there is a traitor in the rebel army, he knew about this robbery long ago. Why didn't the military start to wipe out the rebels before Valen fell, but after paying a heavy price? From the intelligence he had obtained before, he knew that Valen had become a rebel camp, and in the end, the city was almost destroyed and people died. The war brought heavy civilian casualties. As soon as this doubt came to Ji-sun's mind, he automatically deduced a possibility, that is, to cast a long line to catch a big fish. The more than 200 people here at the dock are only the vanguard responsible for the battle. If they really can't win, they will evacuate immediately. This is the guerrilla tactics. But once the food is obtained, a large number of people will be needed to carry it, and the traces of retreat cannot be concealed. When the rebel army shows up, they will be surrounded and annihilated. In other words, the military is already nearby. Ji-sun thought with a playful look in his eyes. Interesting, they actually used an entire city as bait. The commander who planned this war is really ruthless. From a tactical perspective, this tactic of luring the snake out of its hole is fine. This will indeed wipe out the rebels. But from a human perspective, does the commander not consider the lives of the civilians in Valen City? This is different from Jia Yu's previous plan to eliminate the old believers in Innocent City. At that time, the Scarlet Cult had already become a force to be reckoned with, and Mushroom Head had no choice. But the current Gladiator Uprising is a slave uprising with a huge disparity in strength. According to the information obtained from the hero Toad, the official has absolute strength to crush the rebels from the beginning to the end, regardless of the number of people, equipment, or any other conditions. Even this time. Battle of Valen City. But the fact is that the slave movement is getting more and more intense, and even has the momentum to sweep the entire Talon dynasty. The official reason is that it was not taken seriously in the early stage, which led to the out of control of the number of rebels. Ji-sun also thought so before. Looking at it now, is it necessary to sacrifice the residents of a city for such a rebel army? Countless thoughts flashed through Ji-sun's mind, and he always had a feeling that this war seemed to be spread artificially. He suddenly thought of something. Is this the war rule that Toad wants me to observe? At this time, all the people on the boats came down. Everyone fell silent. A burly and strong man lifted his cloak, revealing his resolute bearded face and the 2 swords on his waist. This was Blood Blade Baddies, the leader of the rebel army in Southern Talon. A 5th level gladiator, extremely powerful. He lowered his voice and said, "There are about 2,000 city guards in Valen. Most of them are concentrated in the governor's mansion. So I need 20 warriors to sneak into Valen with me and open the city gate. Then we will attack the city together and rob the food." As soon as these words came out, someone raised his hand immediately. "I go. Boss, count me in as Haynes." Most of the pioneers who came this time were warriors from the blood-stained arena. No one was afraid of such a dangerous mission. Bloodblade Battis pointed at a few and soon gathered more than 10 people. Ji-sun in the crowd turned his eyes, did not avoid, and decisively stood up and said, "Chief, count me in. I am good at disguise and more suitable for infiltration. Adventurers don't need to participate in this kind of mission. After all, it's very risky. Just wait for the NPC to open the door and follow him in." However, Ji-sun's purpose of this trip is not to leave the space alive. He wants to find the key to the slave collar, and that. Gorin. His current identity is a refugee, and his trust in the NPC is very low, so he must get familiar with it as soon as possible. And Bloodblade Baddies is the leader of the rebel camp. Needless to say, he must be involved in the key plot. This is also the character who Ji-sun thinks is most likely to know the key to the slave collar after analyzing the intelligence. Bloodblade Battis glanced at Ji-sun, and seemed to be familiar with this strange warrior, and said with relief, "Okay, you come with me." Ji-sun nodded. Enlightenment also appeared, and the sea-level side quest was triggered. Sneak into Valen City, assassinate the gatekeeper, and open the south gate. After completing it, you will get a settlement evaluation and a specific camp reward depending on your participation. According to the reminder of Enlightenment, who entered the different dimension before, the rewards will vary depending on the camp selection. That is to say, the reward may be something related to the rebels. Ji-sun did not say anything more. However, what surprised him slightly was that 2 people stood up at this time. Let's go together. This is a team space with 50 people. 38 slaves and 12 sergeants of the Hydralisk Legion. 11 are in the city, and only Ji-sun is in the rebel camp. Although the costumes are disguised by the will of space, but from the expressions, Ji-sun can roughly distinguish which ones are adventurers, and which ones are NPCs. Ji-sun was not surprised that other people wanted to go. But these 2 were war slaves from outside. Strange. Ji-sun's eyes narrowed slightly. Although slaves were rewarded for meritorious service, saving their lives was the first choice. It was not right to work so hard to explore the space plot. Moreover, Ji-sun had just observed everyone, and these 2 people obviously stood up because they saw that he was going. So those 2 people knew me? Ji-sun's logical reasoning ability was very strong now, and he figured out something almost instantly. If the 2 really knew him, then the only possibility was that they were related to Toad. Interesting, Toad wanted to save these 2 people? Ji-sun suddenly understood. Maybe it wasn't just him, these 2 people were also forced in by Toad. Even if the war slaves survived this time, they would die sooner or later. And if the collar could be untied in this space, it might be the only chance. After all, Toad's vision was very high, it must have seen that Ji-sun dared to agree to come in, and he must have extraordinary strength, so he stuffed 2 people in. Ji-sun had felt that Toad had left some things unsaid before, and now that these 2 people had appeared, the plot in his mind suddenly became clear. He also thought of something else. So, the identities of these 2 guys are quite special? Or, can they help crack the space? 20 people gathered and headed towards the city in the night. Soon, Ji-sun knew the use of those 2 people. Valen City has a wall more than 10 meters high, but this height is not an obstacle at all for high-level card masters. But the difficulty lies here. The Talon dynasty has a high level of both machinery and extraordinary technology, and there are early warning trigger devices everywhere on the city wall. Once the alarm is sounded, the infiltration operation will be immediately exposed and the city gate will be locked. Various restrictions will also be opened. At that time, with just a few of them, the possibility of breaking into the city is 0. Gladiators are basically melee-style reckless men, and few of them are proficient in spell restrictions. It seems that no one has noticed anything unusual. But at this time, a group of people just approached a certain section of the city wall, and at this time someone spoke up to stop them. Be careful, there is a spell restriction that senses heat. The formation is at the 9 o'clock direction, covering a range of 50 meters, don't get close. Ji-sun looked at the tall and thin boy and recognized him as one of the 2 war slaves who followed him. Elemental Pass Spell Warlock 8. This is a professional sequence that is good at studying various forbidden spells. Seeing this, Ji-sun also felt that the person Toad stuffed in was indeed useful. The leader Battis glanced at the man and approved, good. The group avoided that road and chose another gap in the city wall. Without triggering any alarm, they successfully sneaked into the city. The original plan was for everyone to force their way through the checkpoint, kill the guards of those teams, and then open the city gate. At this time, Ji-sun stood up and suggested, Leader, can I try first? Although they knew that no matter what they did now, the military's encirclement had already taken shape, they still had to go through the procedure. His action also successfully made him familiar. The leader, Battis, nodded in approval. What's your name? Chaoyang. Ji-sun said calmly. It would be very noisy to rush through the checkpoint and kill several teams of guards. But it would be very easy to kill a guard quietly, and then disguise himself and leave. Ji-sun observed for a moment, and found a guard squatting in the corner urinating. After knocking him down, he changed his clothes, and went to the guard control room in a swagger. The gate of Valen City is a steam-powered mechanical door, which cannot be forcibly destroyed by non-human power. But correspondingly, the control room is controlled, and it is difficult for people outside to open it. This is a 4th level space, and the strongest existence is usually the 5th level. But that kind of existence is impossible to come to guard the door. Ji-sun sneaked into the control room with perfect disguise, and quietly killed a team of guards with strong strength, and directly opened the mechanical city gate. Chi-Di appeared instantly, completed the sea-level task, and broke the city. The evaluation is excellent, and the reward settlement is additional plus 30%. Ji-sun also destroyed the control system, so that the city gate could not be closed at all. This also stunned the group of people outside Battis. They never thought that it would be so easy to break through the city defense. They thought there would be a fierce fight. As soon as the door opened, More than 200 gladiators hiding in the wilderness rushed into the city, and rushed to the governor's mansion at lightning speed. Although the number of Valen City's city guards was 10 times, they were beaten into a mess by the gladiators before they could gather. The most tragic was the group of people including Billy, the centurion of the Hydralisk Legion, who had chosen the city defense army before. They had just entered the space, and had not had time to trigger some plot tasks, when the city was on fire. "Oh no, Lord Billy, the rebels have entered the city." "Damn it, how could those rebels come so quickly? Didn't the intelligence say that they would fight fiercely at the city gate? I thought choosing the city guards would increase the chance of survival, but I didn't expect that this time it would be the opposite." Worse was yet to come. Unfortunately, Ji-sun knew their meeting place clearly, and he was already familiar with the layout of the entire Valen city from the intelligence. His heroic behavior had won the trust of the rebels. At this moment, Ji-sun was leading a group of rebels as fierce as wolves and tigers, heading straight for the people of the Hydralisk Corps. Even though the centurion Billy was quite powerful, he was killed by the double swords of the Blood Blade baddies, who was like a god of death. 11 people, no one was left alive. This also saved Ji-sun's efforts. When he chose the slave camp, his disguised identity was already suspected. So these people of the Hydralisk Corps must not get out alive. There are also 5th level knights and elite knights in the Archon's mansion, but that is not what Ji-sun wants to get involved in. The gladiators turned into bloodthirsty hungry wolves, killing each other like crazy. More than 200 gladiators rushed to the 2,000 city defense troops in just a few encounters. Ji-sun also performed very bravely, and helped to deal with some. First, show his face. Second, what he needs may not only be in the plot, but also in the settlement evaluation. Kill the city guards, get +1 combat merit, additional settlement reward plus 0.2%. Complete the D-level task, kill Jim, the captain of the city guard knights. Complete the C-level task, capture the Archon's granary steward, obtain intelligence. Complete the B-level task, break into the Archon's mansion, participation rate 97%, and the probability of obtaining special card lottery increases. The 11 Hydralisk Legion members are dead, and Ji-sun is currently the only person in the space who knows the information. Although no one who chose the rebel camp survived before, Ji-sun has participated in many high-difficulty tasks, and has some experience. The world in the different dimensional space is like a script, and it has its own threads to follow. It's like a main quest in a game, and there are many side quests. He relied on the information and tried various triggering plots, and directly cleared 7 or 8 tasks. In addition to the A-level tasks when he came in before, as long as he can get out alive this time, the evaluation will most likely be above A-level. The probability of drawing rare cards will also increase. However, he didn't want an A-level clearance evaluation, but an S-level. Directly clear this different dimension, so that the location after exiting will not be under the control of the Hydralisk Legion. The Toad stuffed 2 people in, which also meant the same thing. Just as he was thinking about it, 2 people covered in blood and who looked like they had fought a fierce battle came to the door. The tall and thin boy was the spellcaster, who had seen the restrictions on the city wall before. Seeing that there was no one around, he took the initiative to say, "Are you the gentleman that Mr. Aragorn mentioned? My name is Alan." Ji-sun looked at the 2 of them, and said nothing. He also knew that the Toad was called Aragon. He could see the aura of the 2. But strangely, he always felt that the other short man was a little strange. Alan looked at Ji-sun, and thought he was a little cold and arrogant, and took the initiative to say, "Mr. Aragon said that we should follow you, saying that you might be able to help us." Ji-sun restrained his gaze and asked, "What abilities do you have?" "As you can see, my occupation sequence is spellcaster," Alan said, and introduced the people around him. "This is my friend, Bulu." Ji-sun listened, and raised his eyebrows slightly with a smile. Toad's favor still needs to be given. But if it doesn't help the plot, Ji-sun won't bring 2 burdens. He will definitely let the 2 find a place to hide, and wait for him to crack the space. Lying down is the best way to cooperate. However, he doesn't think that Toad stuffed 2 people in for cooperation. Ji-sun looked at the other person, who had never spoken, with a playful look. He wanted to cooperate with some guys, who were hiding their heads, and showing their tails, and guessed that Toad's real purpose was this person. But he didn't want to explore the other party's identity, so he just said, "Well, I know." "Then you can find a place to hide." "Hide?" Alan frowned when he heard it. In his opinion, he was already very polite, but this guy's attitude was too cold and arrogant. And he was a little arrogant, wasn't he? "No matter what, I am a very powerful spellcaster. Not only do you not want to cooperate, but you also want us to hide?" The expression was obviously a little unconvinced. as if he thought that this Eastern Wilderness spy in front of him was nothing big. Doesn't this guy think that he can pass the S-level evaluation in this difficult alien space by himself? Ji-sun caught the other party's expression, and didn't want to explain the misunderstanding. Instead, he glanced at the man named Bulu again. This guy disguised himself very well, and was inconspicuous. Before, Ji-sun could not see any flaws at all. But I have a very special ability in this world. That is, in the world he understands, if some incomprehensible existence appears, the causal line will be very strange, like a bug. This, Bulu, gave Ji-sun this strange feeling. He could not see the problem. But he vaguely felt that there was a problem. But he could not tell where the problem was. He could only speculate from the side that there must be a deep meaning behind the toad inserting this person. And most importantly, this guy can disguise perfectly, but her companions can't do it. Ji-sun had seen the micro-expressions of Alan just now, and this Bulu was not just a companion. The other party was unwilling to say, and Ji-sun didn't intend to ask. So non-cooperation was the best attitude. You Alan wanted to say something. Then Bulu also realized that it was impolite to still wear a cloak, so he lifted it up, revealing a face with freckles and ordinary. She interrupted her companion and said with a smile, Alan, this gentleman has already noticed it. You don't need to say anything. It was obviously a man, but he spoke in a very soft female voice. Ji-sun looked at this calmness, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Is there really a problem? However, he was more curious about how such a clever disguise was achieved. The man introduced himself. My name is Alice. Because my identity is quite special in the rebel dragon army, I have always been disguised. However, sir, your disguise is more clever than mine. Alan's expression changed drastically when he heard this, and he seemed very shocked that his partner said his real name. If anyone knew the information Bounty pointed to by this name, they could take it to the Holy See in exchange for top merits. Alice guessed her partner's thoughts, and shook her head. It doesn't matter. This gentleman has never even heard of Mr. Aragon's name. Not to mention me. This woman is very smart. Ji-sun looked at her expression, and became more and more curious. Did Mr. Toad insert someone with a very special identity? It seems that she relied on this perfect disguise to blend in with the slaves without being discovered. Of course, the reason she survived until now is probably because of Toad's secret protection. Alice said, I didn't have much confidence that I could leave alive before. But now it seems that Mr. Aragorn has such a high opinion of you, I believe it. Your Excellency is indeed very special. As she said that, she looked at Ji-sun, and her eyes suddenly became bright, and she said, if you are not afraid of getting into trouble, I can tell you my true identity, and even everything you want to know. Ji-sun interrupted, shook his head and said, no need. Just tell me what abilities you have. Identity is not important in this alien space. You will know when you get out alive. Alice seemed to guess that he would not listen, nodded politely, and said, I am a 4th level professional dream weaving witch in the Red Heart 4 witch sequence, and I am good at some spells similar to mind reading. Ji-sun asked curiously, mind reading? But he only cared whether this ability could help break the situation. Alice pondered for a moment and added, to be precise, it is the fairy tale town White Crow, one of the 52 secrets. As she spoke, a strange white crow appeared on her shoulder. The crow looked at Ji-sun with empty eyes, like a white bottomless pit. Alan listened to his companion revealing his abilities, and his expression was uncontrollably shocked, as if he was asking his companion, is this guy trustworthy? Hearing this, Ji-sun's pupil shrank slightly. Looking at Miss Alice disguised as a teenager again, she suddenly looked different. That white crow is her cursed spirit. Very special. Being able to master the magic secrets is not just a simple identity. This is not an ordinary mind reading. No wonder he felt that this woman seemed to be able to see through his thoughts. So that's it. Ji-sun didn't ask any further. Asking about other people's extraordinary abilities is a very offensive thing. However, just from the fact that he knows the magic secrets, it can be seen that this person's identity is really very extraordinary. The other party stated his identity and ability, and Ji-sun introduced himself politely, saying, Ji-sun. Nice to meet you too. Alice habitually tilted her head like a princess, as if doing a half-kneeling, and said, hello, Mr. Ji-sun. Nice to meet you. Alan, who was standing aside, looked at Ji-sun's clown-like professional smile, and then looked at himself coldly, thinking in his heart, does this guy have 2 faces? One just now, and now another. Ji-sun likes to cooperate with smart people without any nonsense. He asked directly, so, Miss Alice, have you found that Goran? Alice shook her head and said bluntly, no. I have been observing before, but I didn't find such a person in the team. When the people behind come later, I will observe again. Yeah. Ji-sun was not surprised to hear this, he thought so too. If he didn't find it before, it is likely that he hasn't entered the city yet. It's not too late to ask later. He turned and asked, "Where is the traitor? Have you found him?" Alice also shook her head. "No. I used mind reading to check the people around me before. Either that person is not under my observation, or he has some special items that can prevent such mysterious means of detection." Ji-sun listened with a thoughtful look, and it was not too surprising. Judging from the current difficulty of the plot, if there is a traitor, it must be a high-difficulty hidden plot. It is unlikely to be seen by mind-reading like this. Alice seemed to feel that she should help a little, and said, "But if that guy can have a violent psychological fluctuation, the probability of my perception will be greatly increased." Violent psychological fluctuation? Ji-sun thought of something, and thought of a backup plan deduced before, and said, "I do have a plan, you can try it. If you want to get an S-level evaluation, you must dig deep into the plot. This traitor is a very critical link." The 200 warriors of the rebels broke through the city of Valen. At this moment, the city was full of war, the warehouses were opened, and the piles of food were discovered amid cheers. After Ji-sun and the other two discussed the plan, he went to find the leader Battis to implement the plan. Alice and Alan were left there. Alan looked at his companions with a worried look on his face. "Sister Alice, do you think you shouldn't trust a stranger too much? I mean, if he is caught, or any hypnotic interrogation method, as long as he says your name, it will cause big trouble." Besides, Alice interrupted his worries, with a look of expectation in her eyes, "that gentleman is trustworthy." Alan looked sideways and said, "Ah? Did you detect something with secret methods?" Alice recalled something, and a hint of surprise appeared in the depths of her eyes. "No. Mr. Ji-sun is very special. Not only did I not read what he was thinking, but I only saw a group of demons in his heart." Alan was a little confused and repeated, "A group? Demons?" "Yeah." Alice nodded and explained, "Normally, he should have been mentally distorted in his situation. But he wasn't. He was also extremely intelligent. This already shows that he has an extraordinary mind. Moreover, my magic secret technique can even conceal the 7th level, but he discovered it. His extraordinary ability is also very special. I guess it is some kind of 52 magic secret technique." The mind-reading technique didn't seem to read out one person, but the chaotic information of dozens of mentally distorted people. This was what surprised her the most. Alan still didn't understand. "Ah, is he that powerful?" Alice smiled and said, "Mr. Aragorn said he is very powerful. Of course he is powerful." Alan complained, "No matter how powerful he is still a 4th level player. If we want to get an S-level clearance, we can only have a chance if we 3 work together. But I always feel the guy wants to do it alone from beginning to end." "Oh, I understand. Isn't the Eastern Wasteland said to be very barren? There may not be such a difficult extra-dimensional space there." Listening to her companion's chatter, Alice's eyes gradually deepened, and she expressed her own opinion. "No. That gentleman must have experienced something more terrible than death. That's why he has such a firm and calm mind." After a pause, she said lightly, "I think that without us, that gentleman would have a higher pass rate if he tried the difficult plot." Alan was puzzled, his eyes dim. "Sister Alice, are you evaluating him too highly?" Alice didn't understand where Ji-sun's confidence came from. She waved away her complicated thoughts and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about that. Since you have agreed to cooperate, just wait and see the result. Anyway, Mr. Aragorn was captured to protect me. I must save him." Hearing this, Alan nodded seriously yes. With that, the two disappeared into the courtyard. Chapter 291. The battle in Valen City is still going on. After the governor's mansion was breached, the rebels went to the mansions of the nobles in the city and burned and killed them. The fireworks of the captured city shot up into the sky, igniting the assembly signal. The rebels hiding in the dark outside the city also rushed towards Valen City. Breaking the city is only the first step of the A-level main task. The difficulty of this task is to survive. The plot has just happened, and Ji-sun is not in a hurry. He first triggered all the tasks that might be triggered in the intelligence, and then he kept searching in the governor's mansion. The most valuable things in Valen City are all here. He is proficient in various lockpicking skills, and found many hidden safes that the rebels did not have time to open. The harvest was quite rich. A mechanical blueprint heavy steam mechanical city breaking arm, a set of silver heavy armor, a gold quality obsidian dagger, a silver black knight sequence demon mark, several extraordinary materials, hundreds of kilograms of blood vine rye that can enhance physical fitness, and several magic beast crystal cores. These are all items that can be taken out of the different dimension, and are also the rewards for choosing the rebel camp with a very high mortality rate. If he could get out alive, these things would be valuable in themselves. However, these gains, apart from food, were not very useful to Ji-sun. He wanted to find some key items that could trigger hidden plots. And Ji-sun himself was also very interested in the history of the Talon dynasty 3,000 years ago. The governor's mansion had the most books in the entire Valen city. Ji-sun found a large number of historical ancient books in a study room that was looted and in a mess. Although these books could not be taken out of the space, he could read them on the spot. Ji-sun's efficient reading ability came in handy immediately. It has been proven that intelligence can save lives at critical moments. Knowing more knowledge is a vital help to the different dimensional space where real historical events evolve. Although the late Terran dynasty was corrupt, the level of civilization was higher than it is now. There are a large number of briefings, internal documents of the nobles, and other materials in the city lord's mansion. These newspapers provide a lot of useful intelligence. On February 3, 3301 of the Terran calendar, a riot broke out in the slave arena of Thunder City. 13 gladiators rushed into the governor's mansion and killed the slave owner. Then he formed a rebellion with the slaves in the city. On August 11, 3302, the Frostwolf mine prison rioted, and 100,000 miners joined the rebel camp. On January 15, 3303, the four knights of the king and the Grand Marshal as Corneli led 300,000 troops to fight the rebels in the Blood Moss Plain. The rebels were defeated, the leader of the rebels, the barbarian Baal, was beheaded, and 200,000 enemies were killed. Ji-sun paid close attention to many reports of this slave uprising. These newspapers have detailed annotations of the uprising, events, time, place, and people involved. In Ji-sun's eyes, those fragments of information were like crystal clear beads. They were linked together by the timeline. Some causes and consequences were automatically deduced in his mind. The beads were strung together into a curtain, and gradually exuded the luster of a dreamlike story. After reading some intelligence, he also had a general idea of the causes and consequences of the uprising. Unfortunately, a lot of it was burned by the fire, and the information was very fragmented. It is estimated that the space will intentionally restrict this channel for obtaining intelligence. As Ji-sun flipped through the pages, he saw another very important piece of information. On January 23, 3300 of the Talon calendar, King Augustus died of illness, and the country recruited skilled craftsmen and 800,000 slaves to build the imperial mausoleum. 4 slaves to build the imperial mausoleum? Ji-sun saw this information, and some thoughts appeared in his eyes. He also guessed that this might be one of the causes of the slave uprising. However, collecting intelligence is one thing, and Ji-sun's consciousness fell into a very mysterious state of perception when he looked at these newspapers and letters. You know, this is a newspaper from thousands of years ago, but looking at it, there is no sense of disobedience at all. It seems that in this era, those events can still be found in today's newspapers. Oppression, resistance, violence, suppression, just like what Jiayu said before, if you look far enough, there is nothing new in history. It seems that the scripts that are changed back and forth are just about the familiar stories, with different names of the protagonists. Ji-sun grasped that kind of ethereal feeling and thought about it. As he was flipping through the pages, he found a parchment scroll in a corner. He unfolded it, and saw that it was a map of Valen City. It not only had the street layout inside the city, but also the topography of the nearby suburbs. There was a large plain near the city, with abundant water sources and fertile black soil, which gave rise to the abundant granaries. The east, south, and north sides were all empty, and only the west side had a large underground river and various caves leading to the depths. Most of the rebels hid in those pits that connected in all directions. Like field mice in the field, they retreat when startled. Only by luring them to the plains can they be annihilated. When Ji-sun saw this map, he had a general understanding of the ambush circle of the official army. If he really had to escape, the west was the only way out. There was a lot of information, and it took a lot of effort to find clues in a lot of useless information. Ji-sun knew that the plot might change at any time, so he didn't care about anything else and flipped through the pages quickly. In the study, there was only the sound of pages turning, and the trembling eyes of the man who read 10 lines at a time. It was as if in Ji-sun's eyes, the void was densely packed with subtitles that were fast-forwarded 10 times. He just watched at a high speed. Shadow also helped to read. The brain was working at high speed. Soon, the already messy study was covered with chaotically open pages. Even though he noticed someone coming, he did not stop. Before, Ji-sun and Alice separated and discussed that they would look for clues separately. Then they met and discussed the follow-up plan. After an hour or two, the reinforcements of the rebels also arrived one after another, tens of thousands of people, and the city was in chaos. Alice sensed Ji-sun's position, and was a little surprised that he was still in the same place for so long. She returned to the governor's mansion with Alan. Looking at the messy study, the two were also very surprised. Countless books, newspapers, and scrolls were scattered all over the floor. They were not thrown away randomly, but there were traces of being turned over. Oh, he should be looking for some key clues. The two walked in thinking about it. Alan still had some grudges against Ji-sun, the cold and arrogant East Wilderness spy. He looked at Ji-sun, who was still concentrating on reading various materials in the study, and complained in a mosquito-like voice. "We went to the city to risk our lives to inquire about clues, but this guy is actually reading leisurely here. Although I know that they are also looking for clues. But no matter how you look at it, they are at greater risk." Alice, who was standing by, read some unusual meanings from Ji-sun's rapidly flashing eyes, and a thought came to her mind. Could these books all be read by this guy? However, the amount of information in the study is so astonishing that a normal person might not be able to finish reading it in a few months. But this guy doesn't seem to be pretending, but is really reading carefully? Ji-sun didn't have any explanation, and asked directly, "Miss Alice, have you found any clues?" Although they had not been in contact for a long time, he had a general understanding of the abilities of these two people. Alan was young and his mind was still growing. Although Alice had a special professional ability, she seemed to have lived in a stable and affluent environment before. She was smart, but not wise. At least their ideas for cracking the different dimensional space were very templated. The two used a common method to find clues, looking for NPCs to trigger dialogue. This also saved Ji-sun's efforts. Alice responded, "We went to ask the rebels and found out that if we want to unlock the slave collar, we have to find Master Gammer, who is said to be a legendary spellcaster. But that person is not in the city. Someone said that he had seen him in the rebel camp before, but now he is not sure." As they spoke, the two looked a little gloomy. "If the slave collar is not untied, everything will be in vain." Ji-sun nodded yes. He was not surprised to hear this result. The slave collar is something outside the plot of Valen rebel camp. Just like the Holy Grail he got before, if he wants to get it, he must trigger the additional hidden plot. This requires opportunity, and cannot be rushed. Alice looked at Ji-sun's calm expression, and said nothing. She continued, "As for that Gorin, we haven't heard of him." She said with a puzzled expression, "We asked many people, but no one has heard of him. It's as if there is no such person in the Valen City rebels." "No." Ji-sun looked up at her and frowned. "There are probably more than 10,000 rebels in Valen City now. It stands to reason that as long as more people are asked, someone will have heard of Gorin Frederick. Could it be that he is just an ordinary passerby, so no one knows him? But Toad clearly said that his ancestor participated in the Battle of Valen City and became famous in one battle. It is not possible that others have never heard of this name." After this, the three people in the study fell silent. Alan also muttered, "Could it be that it has been too long, and Lord Aragorn's ancestors have passed it on incorrectly? This is indeed possible. Alice probably feels the same way. If they can't find this plot anchor, it will be difficult for them to complete this A-level plot and get out alive. Not to mention the S-level that has not shown any signs yet." However, after hearing this, Ji-sun did not see any worries on his face, but his thoughts diverged. His ability to deduce was instantly improved to the extreme. Sometimes, the absence of clues is itself a kind of clue. If the ancestors of the Toad really remembered it wrong, it would be difficult to leave this different dimension alive. But assuming that the premise that Gron is in the city is fixed, then why didn't he find out? Excluding the two people's ability to snoop, Ji-sun thought of some possibilities in an instant. Alice seemed to have read something. This clue was crucial, and she asked in a slightly anxious tone, "Mr. Ji-sun, what did you think of?" Ji-sun was also curious about her mind-reading ability, and said, "Well, I have some ideas." He said directly, either that Gorin used a pseudonym for some special reason, and others don't know, or he has not called this name yet. "Ah?" After saying this, Alice and the others were both stunned. As if to say, "Can we still think like this?" At the same time, they also looked at Ji-sun, wanting to hear an explanation. Ji-sun shook his head, indicating that he hadn't figured out the follow-up, and said, "No matter what the reason is, this matter is quite complicated. But Hero, the card masters of the path, have a special temperament. Pay special attention to this aspect, and you may find something. Hero, the card masters of the path, are destined to be dazzling. A person with heroic qualities cannot hide his brilliance in danger. Therefore, a disaster is needed. The current situation is far from dangerous enough. Ji-sun's narrowed eyes showed a fierce look. The aura of the unlucky gambler always made him have good luck in desperate situations. It's time to increase my strength. Ji-sun said, however, before that, we still have some things to do. In a few hours, the official army's encirclement will be completely closed. We must find a way to find the traitor, so that we can take some initiative in the plot. And this traitor is the only possibility I can see to trigger the S-level plot. As soon as this was said, Alan immediately questioned, but if we don't find Gorin and trigger the S-level plot mission, we won't be able to survive. Ji-sun frowned when he heard this. This is why he doesn't like to cooperate with unfamiliar people. Others can't keep up with his thinking, and they need to explain too much. Otherwise, it is difficult to gain the other party's trust and unconditional cooperation. Of course, this guy's worry is normal. Normal people would think about whether they can get out alive after triggering the mission. Ji-sun's idea is that the pleasure brought by exploring the unknown is always the first priority. He couldn't explain this. He didn't want to waste time explaining, but Alice beside him seemed to have read something and hurriedly explained, Mr. Ji-sun, please don't misunderstand. Alan has no other intentions. Mr. Aragon asked us to follow your advice throughout the process. We have absolute trust in you. We will also cooperate with your plan unconditionally. As she said that, she looked at Ji-sun and asked sincerely, what do you need us to do? Just tell us. Although this woman didn't think it through, she was quite smart. It seemed that she didn't ask, but Ji-sun couldn't help but answer. He could only say, go and tell the leader baddies that I have found a crucial intelligence about collusion with the enemy, and try to gather all the high-ranking members of the rebel army together. I will create conditions to expose some information. At that time, you will need your ability to identify who is the traitor. If you are lucky, you can find it directly. Do you want to tell them directly about the traitor? After hearing this, Alice did not think it was feasible, but worried, I mean, we have tried this method just now, but those plot characters will completely ignore anything we say about the Battle of Valencia being an official conspiracy. Yeah. I know. Ji-sun was not surprised at all, his eyebrows slightly relaxed, and said, I have an idea. Not only Alice and the others have tried it. Many people who came to this alternate dimension before have tried this method. After entering the space, they told the rebel NPCs that this was a trap set by the military. But the fact is that the NPCs can't hear those words at all. So the intelligence says that the rule of the space is that you can't reveal to the NPCs spoilers that are not related to the current progress. Before, Ji-sun didn't understand why and thought it was the rule of the space. But now that I am the world, he knows that this is a law of the universe. Result is the causal continuation of cause at a certain time point in the future. The essence of spoilers is to say that some results that have not yet occurred will affect the cause. This concept is inherently contradictory. It abandons a premise, that is, in the same world, only related causal lines can affect each other. Adventurers are outsiders, just like readers of books, and their information is brought by God's perspective. Their fate lines, and those of the other dimensional space, are like two parallel lines, with no intersection at all. It is only because of the will of space that they are forced to join the plot. Therefore, the results that have not happened revealed in the spoilers lack the necessary cause in the same world. If the cause and effect lines cannot intersect, NPCs cannot understand the information that transcends their dimensions. It is like the reader is watching an anxious plot and telling the characters in the plot you should do this, you should do that, but the characters cannot hear it and will continue to develop according to the original plot. Ji-sun had played poker with Jia Yu for a few days in Honolulu before, which deepened his understanding of the world. He saw the essence of this no-spoiler space rule. After discovering this rule, Ji-sun did not think that the spoiler routine was completely unworkable like others. Instead, he assumed all conditions to make this path work. Ji-sun thought that the adventurer's every move could affect the direction of the plot. So it's not that you can't spoil, but the space will think that your way of spoiling is wrong. Tell the NPC directly that the rules do not allow it. This kind of rule restriction feels like Ji-sun's AI device in his previous life. If you ask it, where can I go for a health checkup, it will say, I don't know due to the influence of the rules. But if you ask it in another way, I don't want to go for a health checkup, which places should I avoid, it can give you some specific place names. This is not a bug in the card, but using the rules themselves to use the rules. Ah, what do you mean? In the study, Alice and Alan were stunned. Although the plan only has a few sentences. But Ji-sun's thinking path is very complicated. Not everyone has his ability to understand, and the cognitive deduction ability of I am the world. At least Alice and Alan were confused. Ji-sun did not explain the loophole he found, but just said, You don't have to do anything, just notify people to come to the study, and then Miss Alice will observe again. Remember to make the timing as accurate as possible. Alice, Alan, the two looked at Ji-sun, and at this moment, their eyes were strange. Although they didn't quite understand what he said, they felt it was impressive. They also found that the person in front of them seemed to be really different. His thoughts were so jumpy that people couldn't follow him at all. Okay. Alice agreed immediately, although she still didn't understand why the guy in front of her would think of this method. But at this moment, they had no choice. The two of them left the study room while talking. Ji-sun looked at the empty study room, and the shadow beside him suddenly stood up and condensed into a solid body. He looked at his own shadow, the corners of his mouth raised, and he was also very curious. Oh, who could be the traitor? Ji-sun didn't know who the traitor was. But if the traitor knew that there was an unknown accomplice in the rebel army, he would probably be surprised. Not long after, the news from Alice was almost delivered. Suddenly, an exaggerated dark element broke out in the study. Bang! Bang! Several violent battle shock waves trampled several buildings. A black shadow rushed out quickly. There were already many rebels in the governor's mansion, and they were immediately attracted by the movement. What happened? Who is fighting? It seems to be in the study. A brother encountered an assassin. Where did the assassin come from? We killed all the noble guards. I just heard that someone found a secret report of collusion with the enemy. Could it be? Ji-sun listened to the hurried footsteps outside the door and lay leisurely in the corner. Almost in the blink of an eye, the leader baddies led a group of people into the ruined study. Alice and Alan also ran with the crowd. But when they came in and saw Ji-sun with a dagger stuck in his chest under the broken wall, their expressions froze. If they didn't know this was a plan, they would have thought Ji-sun was really killed. But was it necessary to act so realistically? Why not get stabbed in the chest? Could this guy have gotten himself into trouble and really died? The shock of the two was not a disguise, but they were really shocked from the bottom of their hearts to their expressions, just like everyone else. Just thinking about it, Ji-sun spat out a mouthful of blood. What others thought was a fatal injury was not a big deal for him, who knew the secret of the undead curse. This was not the first time he was stabbed in the heart, so he was very familiar with it. His superb acting skills made him act like a dying wounded soldier. Ji-sun took out a blood-stained letter from his arms, and said to everyone weakly, "Leader, there is a traitor colluding with the enemy, and we have fallen into a trap." When he said this, everyone's face changed drastically. That's right. The method Ji-sun thought of was to guide the NPCs to realize that there was a traitor. This was to induce a cause and effect line, rather than directly telling them that this is an official conspiracy. This result? The essence is completely different. It perfectly avoids the rules of space. As for the content of the forged letter, it is completely unimportant. Ji-sun used his own assassination to make people who saw it suspicious and deduced that the murderer could only be a traitor. As long as the rebels immediately thought of a traitor, the idea of whether it was an official conspiracy would naturally arise. Some people should panic. Alice on the side was also frightened by Ji-sun's state, fearing that he would really die at any time. She hurried over, took out the potion she had prepared before, and poured it into him. But the moment she turned her back to everyone, she saw the look in Ji-sun's eyes, and immediately realized that this was a critical moment. Alice used her full power, and indeed found something wrong. But she looked at the person who had read the abnormal fluctuations with her mind reader, and she was even more surprised. Because the person who sensed the abnormal psychological fluctuations was not someone else, but the leader of this rebel army, Bloodblade Battis. How is it possible? Chapter 292. The wisdom that Ji-sun showed when he broke into the city, and the bravery that led everyone to attack the governor's mansion, were all seen by the rebels. Most of the gladiators were brave and reckless, and they also respected warriors. This trust that was built up in advance also became a necessary condition for the plan. Besides, no one would think that such a fatal injury as a dagger piercing the heart was a disguise. No one would guess that it was his own shadow that seriously injured Ji-sun. Ji-sun handed over the secret letter in his hand. This was written by him using the paper and pen in the study to imitate the handwriting of the Archon. There were several pieces of information on it, and the general content was that someone secretly reported the situation of the rebels in Valen City. Ji-sun was not sure what content would be blocked by the space rules, so he wrote a little bit from various angles. No matter which one the NPC could see, the matter would be settled. Coincidentally, at this time, the person who went out to chase the shadow also came back. Chief, the guy just ran away and was not caught. Very good dark stealth skills, a professional assassin. This method can only be used by professional military intelligence personnel. This is bad. Our actions may have been spotted by the military a long time ago. Even Valen City is a bait. What should we do now? There is still so much food in the city. If we don't transport it away, I'm afraid it will be difficult for us to hold on. But if we want to transport it, it may be too late. A group of rebels circulated the letter, and their faces became very ugly. At this time, Chidi also appeared. A level hidden plot is triggered. Your behavior has attracted the attention of military spies hidden in the rebels. They realize that the bait plan has been exposed. The city-state coalition led by the famous General Marcus is accelerating the encirclement. The main line of the mission has changed. You cannot leave the space before the battle is over. Ji-sun also breathed a sigh of relief when he looked at Chidi, thinking it's done. Now as long as these rebels realize that there is something wrong with this action, it doesn't matter who the traitor is. Because the purpose of finding the traitor is to change the plot of being surrounded and annihilated by the rebels, and to gain some initiative. Now the main plot has changed. This is exactly the best result that Ji-sun wants. If the original A-level main plot develops, Ji-sun and his team must wait until they are surrounded before breaking out. In this large-scale war, whether they can survive in the end depends entirely on luck. And they didn't find the collar key. There is a high probability that they will not get an S-level evaluation. Even if he survives, that kind of clearance is completely meaningless to him. At the same time, Alice and Alan, two teammates who actually formed a team, also saw the enlightenment. In an instant, the flashing eyes of the two showed their surprise. The plot can be operated like this. Their original idea was very simple, that is, to use the information they knew to find. Gron. Then follow that guy and survive as much as possible. Only by surviving can we consider finding the key and triggering the hidden plot. However, this guy actually changed the main plot directly. The plot was turned out to be uncontrollable by the assassination that they directed and acted. But they had some initiative in the plot. Awesome. Seeing the result, Alice and the others were impressed. They were also shocked by the exquisite layout. No wonder the hero Aragorn had such a high opinion of this East Wasteland spy. And they were asked to cooperate throughout the process. Now it seems that there is indeed something special. Wisdom a card master of sequence? Alice couldn't help guessing. What surprised her most was that she had used mind reading many times, and found that this guy was extremely calm throughout the whole process. Even when he was stabbed in the chest, he did not show any abnormal emotional fluctuations. This was what she thought was the most outrageous thing. This guy had a kind of absolute confidence and madness in his plan. Dare to think, dare to do, no hesitation. Hurry up and transport the food. Don't let this matter leak out for the time being. I go to confirm some things. Everyone wait for the news to act. Yes, leader. The food reserves of Valen City are related to the lives of millions of rebels. So even if they know there is danger, they can't give up immediately. Ji-sun also carefully observed the expressions of this group of people throughout the whole process. He also found that the face of Bloodblade Battis, who got the letter, was obviously abnormal. Not only solemn, but also complicated. When he caught a glimpse of the surprise in Alice's eyes, Ji-sun also guessed that the traitor was really here. Is the leader of this insurgent army a traitor? Ji-sun's first reaction was the same. But he quickly rejected it. The bloodiness of Battis could not be faked by a traitor who hides his head and shows his tail. It is likely that this guy may realize who the traitor is. And the embarrassment and regret between his eyebrows may be that the relationship between the traitor and him is extraordinary. Everyone cared about Ji-sun, the wounded man, and then dispersed. Everyone knew that a fierce battle was about to come. Ji-sun and the other two were the only ones left in the dilapidated study. Alice dared to ask, "Are you okay?" She couldn't hide her anxiety as she spoke. After all, there were no professional medical professionals here, and such a fatal puncture could not be effectively treated. However, before she could say anything else, Ji-sun pulled out the dagger from his chest without a care, and replied casually, "It's okay." Blood spurted all over the ground, and Alice and Alan were stunned. How could he be okay? The power of the undying curse gathered rapidly at the wound, and the internal organs healed quietly. Ji-sun did not want to explain his ability. In order to make the wound more realistic, he kept the skin wound. He also took out the surgical needle and thread and sutured himself on the spot. While suturing, his tone was as calm as ever, and he asked, "Miss Alice, did you see anything just now?" "Ah?" Alice was obviously stunned for a moment. She looked at Ji-sun, whose hands were covered in blood and who sutured his own wounds, and was shocked by this operation. There is no modern medicine in the southern continent, but she could see the skill in the suturing technique. This is definitely a very skilled healing path card master. After a moment of hesitation, she finally realized the question and responded, yes. The leader baddies may know who the traitor is. I have followed him with the cursed spirit. As soon as she finished speaking, the cursed spirit seemed to have discovered something, and she reported again. Battis went to a civilian house 300 meters southwest. Some people were imprisoned there. Oh! Jason suddenly stood up after hearing that Battis went to the house. Let's go and take a look. Apart from anything else, Alice's reconnaissance ability is really good. Her perception range is even farther than her own shadow. Hearing this, Alice still had an expression of disbelief on her face and asked, but, is your body really okay? Jason said calmly yes. As he said that, he walked out the door first. Although he felt that it didn't matter who the traitor was, his intuition told him that this line might be able to dig out some other hidden plots. Alice also knew that this was not the time to chat. The two followed him. Alan was at an age when he admired heroes the most, and he was finally completely impressed by Ji-sun's move. The bloody scene of him calmly suturing his wound was like a brand, engraved in his mind. He couldn't help but be curious and asked sincerely, how did you do that just now? Why did I tell those people before, but they ignored me? Ji-sun fell silent. It's not that he's arrogant. It's just that he can't explain that kind of logical deduction ability. If you understand, then you understand. If you don't understand, no matter how much you explain, you won't understand. Alice, who was standing by, also guessed that it might be related to his professional ability. It's very rude to ask like this. Before Alan finished speaking, she stopped her companion's reckless behavior and said, when you dare to stick a dagger in your chest like Mr. Ji-sun, you will know why. Alan listened with a strange expression. Ah? Ji-sun smiled but said nothing. This statement can be explained. Soon, the three of them came to a residential area made of white stones. At the door of a room, there were two gladiators holding torches guarding. The three did not get too close. However, at this distance, Ji-sun's shadow could sneak in quietly. Alice's white crow cursed spirit also flew in and reported, there are more than a dozen women inside, and they look like nobles. Ji-sun nodded yes. He saw it too, and heard the conversation. This was the woman found in the governor's mansion. Baddies deliberately protected her. The traitor was also among them. It was similar to what Ji-sun had guessed, the leader Baddies really knew the traitor. But he himself was not aware of the conspiracy. Baddies rushed into the house, and found the red-haired woman directly, and asked sadly, Ms. Mania, did you deliberately give me this information? The red-haired noble woman named Mania was surprised for a moment, but did not deny it, and then asked calmly, you know? You? Baddies was struck by lightning when he heard this. Only a few high-ranking members of the rebel army knew about the plan to plunder Valen City this time, so the possibility of being ambushed was extremely low. But there is another possibility. That is, the problem lies at the source, and the source of the information is this Miss Minya, the daughter of the grain storage officer of Valen City. The relationship between the two has to start from a long time ago. A few years ago, Baddies was a prisoner of war, and later became a gladiator slave in Valen City. A noble lady and a handsome young slave had a love affair that was destined to end in failure. The process was not important. What was important was that after the rebels ran out of food, Baddies thought of the rich granary of Valen City. In order to confirm the food reserves in the city, he had disguised himself and sneaked into the city to gather intelligence. When he learned from the grain merchant that this year's harvest was good and the city had stored a large amount of grain, Baddies' vigilance also made him smell a hint of conspiracy. But by chance, at this time, he ran into his former lover. Then he got accurate intelligence. This dispelled his doubts, and decided to attack the city. Now it seems that this was a far-reaching conspiracy from the beginning to the end. The red-haired woman's tone suddenly became sharp after the matter was exposed, and she no longer concealed it. Yes, not only did I deliberately leak the intelligence to you, but even the fact that Valen City had a good harvest this time and stored so much food that was not transported away was all arranged in advance by the military. It's just a bait to attract you. You? Hearing this, Baddies staggered. The strong gladiator was almost unable to stand. From the moment the spy was exposed just now, he had actually guessed this result. Now hearing it with his own ears, it was as if his soul was pulled out of his body. He murmured, "Why did you do this?" He knew that his wrong decision this time would cause hundreds of thousands of rebels to die here. The red-haired woman had only hatred and grief in her eyes, and shouted angrily, "Those damned slaves killed my father, my brother, and my brother Baddies. Why do you think?" But those were not the casualties caused by the destruction of the city. They were the deaths on the battlefield. Baddies wanted to explain. It was a war, and there would inevitably be death. But he knew it was meaningless. At this moment, he only saw a pair of eyes full of anger. The red-haired woman said again, "Human nature is not to hate power, but to hate that power is not in their own hands. Even if you succeed, when you sit in that position, you will find that you are no different from them. Haven't you noticed that you rebels raped and looted everywhere, treated the looted women as playthings, and put the stolen treasures into your own treasury? What's the difference between this and the nobles you thought were the source of evil? You hate the nobles and kill them, I understand. But you also regard raping women, looting innocent people, and causing endless bloodshed as a righteous act?" Battis couldn't refute it. Not all nobles are bad people. But similarly, not all rebels are good people. Once the war machine is running, in many cases, it is not subject to personal will. Battis knew she was right. After fighting for several years, he had seen through the nature of war. There were also many ugly human beings in the rebel army. Even if he tried his best to restrain himself, war would bring endless pain and death. After the red-haired woman finished speaking, she raised her neck resolutely and angrily and shouted, "Kill me, just like you killed my father and brother." Battis sighed, and did not kill these women after all. He walked out of the room, with a gloomy look. Before entering this house, Battis was like a fearless and bloodthirsty lion. But the moment he walked out of the room, he looked more like an old man at the end of his life. Complete the B-level hidden plot, and find the traitor in Valence City. Extra card drawing probability plus 30%. Ji-sun and the other two in the distance watched this scene, and also knew the whole story. It turned out that the traitor was not in the rebels, but this red-haired woman. No wonder Aragon's ancestors did not say who the traitor was. Even if Battis knew, he would not say it. After all, his former lover was a traitor. He was also the one who made the wrong decision. This is no different from him being a traitor. After Alice reported the information that Crow had found out, she also sighed. "So that's how it is." Alan muttered, "No wonder my teacher always warns us that love will make people lose their minds." While Ji-sun listened to those words, his eyes gradually deepened. At this moment, the story causal line of Valence City rebel camp was almost completed. The previous broken clues can also be deduced to the complete cause and effect. At this moment, he saw the lines of fate entangled and extended in front of him. But the plot is one aspect. Ji-sun thought of what Toad said before. Apart from the plot itself, he observed the war from the perspective of a bystander. He saw some phenomena that would inevitably occur after the war. Plague, famine, endless violence, sinful greed, jealousy, unbridled lust, unearned greed, inflated power. All the ugliness of human nature is like a rat in a gutter, which can be covered up on weekdays and not felt. War is like a crowbar that opens the manhole cover, exposing all the darkness and stench. Ji-sun was thoughtful, muttering to himself, after the war, is it an inevitable law? The most important point of I Am the World is that there must be a cause and an effect. This is a cosmic law that can be deduced from the beginning. But Ji-sun couldn't accurately describe what he realized at this moment. He couldn't grasp the feeling that was as empty as mist. And his intuition told him that Toad wanted him to observe something else. About the deeper rules of war and layout. Alice, who was standing by, looked at Ji-sun's thoughtful expression and thought he was thinking about the next plot. She also thought about it, and put forward her own opinion. The woman inside is a military person. And Valence City will definitely not be able to be defended. If we can rescue her, even if the city is breached later, we may be able to rely on her to survive. Hearing this, Alan's eyes turned and agreed, yeah. Sister Alice is right. Although we are in the rebel camp, the core of the plot mission is survival. This is also the most likely way to survive at present. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji-sun spoke up and shook his head. It's not difficult enough. He did not deny this statement. This is indeed a key breakthrough point to increase the probability of survival. If you choose to use this method, you will most likely be able to leave the different dimensional space alive. This is almost the difficulty of the A-level plot itself. However, it will definitely not reach the S level. Moreover, once they choose to surrender to the military, they will completely lose the possibility of finding the slave collar key. The key is in the rebel camp. If they follow the main line, they will definitely not be able to get it. Ji-sun's words. It's not difficult enough instantly brought Alice and the others back to reality. Yes, the normal idea of cracking the different dimensional space is correct. But this time, they are not going to survive. The two were also very distressed. But they couldn't think of what else they could do besides this. Alice cast her eyes on Ji-sun, who was thinking, and read the calmness between his eyebrows, and said, "Mr. Ji-sun, what do you mean?" Ji-sun responded with one word, "Wait." Wait. Alice and the others didn't understand, and were about to say something. At this time, enlightenment appeared, the main plot changed, and a difficult choice was made. Battis realized that his wrong decision had brought a devastating disaster to the rebels. In order to let more people survive, he planned to lead the troops to break out before the encirclement was closed and attract military firepower. Optional tasks. 1. Follow Battis to attract military firepower. 2. Stay in the city and break out with a large army. After selecting the task, you can trigger a hidden plot task of related difficulty. Alice's eyes were startled. She instantly understood that this was what Ji-sun was waiting for. Alan was simple-minded, and while he was shocked, he asked directly, "Did you know that enlightenment would appear?" "Yes." Ji-sun nodded. This was the result he deduced from observing the leader Battis. The kind of passionate and righteous gladiator, knowing that he was wrong, would definitely try his best to make up for this mistake. Now the encirclement has not been completely closed, and leading the army to break out will immediately disrupt the military deployment. The military wanted to kill these high-level slaves who were proficient in combat skills, not ordinary slaves like miners and stonemasons. So they would definitely send a large number of troops to hunt down Battis. In this way, more rebels in Valen City might escape. It seems that the plot is uncertain. But after understanding Battis' character, you will find that this is his only and inevitable choice. Ji-sun didn't explain much, just said, "You two should choose to go with the main force. It will be safer this way. If you can't leave, rescue the woman in the house. As long as you can survive in the end, it's fine." While speaking, he decisively chose the subsequent mission branch, and enlightenment immediately appeared, triggering the S-level plot, following Battis to break out and attract firepower. You need to follow the main team to persevere to the end, and you need to get an S-level rating, and the different dimensional space will disappear. But it doesn't matter whether this rating is completed by one person or 3 people together. Ji-sun chose to take this risk alone. And he also felt that it would be more convenient for one person to fight in the subsequent battles. Upon hearing this, Alice immediately understood something and said without flinching, "I go with you." How could she not understand that this person wanted them to lie down again? But after all, this space was to save them, and Alice would never stay out of it and let an outsider take the risk. She felt that she could help. And there was no choice. In order to survive, she had to gamble everything this time. Ji-sun glanced at her. He secretly praised her in his heart. This woman is quite courageous. But courage is courage. For him, teammates who are not strong enough are a burden. Alice understood the concerns in Ji-sun's heart and explained quickly, "My ability is more suitable for survival in battle." To show her determination, she directly chose the breakout mission, and the trigger inspiration of the S-level plot appeared immediately. Ji-sun glanced at Alice and said nothing more. None of the 52 magic secrets is simple. Since she dared to say so, she must be certain. As soon as Alice expressed her opinion, Alan also wanted to follow. But before she could speak, Alice was interrupted. "Alan, you are in the city, and the hidden plot may be triggered here at that time. We need someone in the city." "But?" Alan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by a look. The 3 of them divided into 2 camps, which was indeed the most reasonable choice. The news had not yet spread, but the leader Battis was already gathering people. Ji-sun and Alice chose the breakout mission and rushed to the assembly point. After all, it was the first time to encounter an S-level difficulty plot, and Alice could not hide her worry on her face. She also knew that this time she would definitely die. However, what surprised Alice even more was that even at this moment of life and death, she felt that her breathing became heavy due to the pressure of death. She turned her head. But she was surprised to find that the guy next to her still had a calm and deep look in his eyes. Where does this guy get the confidence from? Or is he not afraid at all? At this moment, Alice was really surprised. She was no longer reserved and asked directly, "Mr. Ji-sun, are you sure?" Ji-sun laughed at himself and said, "Who dares to say that they are sure to pass the S-level mission?" Alice was stunned when she heard it, but, "Not sure, you are too calm, aren't you?" Alice changed her mind and asked, "Do you have an idea for this plot?" After all, they are teammates who are going to break through together. Ji-sun didn't want to hide it, and said, "Yeah. There are some guesses." Alice cast an extremely expectant look. "Ah?" But as the plot has developed to this point, she has already admired the card master from the East Wasteland from the bottom of her heart. Ji-sun did not waste time, and said meaningfully, "Hero will not retreat. I suspect that Goran should be in the breakout team." Alice is also very smart and understood it immediately. Yes. The inheritance of card masters in the southern continent is more complete than that in the East Wasteland. She immediately understood what this meant. Hero before becoming a hero, he won't die so easily. With the blessing of a hero's fate, Even if the plot changes, he still won't die easily. This is fate, one of the supreme rules of the universe. In other words, if that Goran is a hero, he will most likely choose to break through together. And he will most likely not die. Ji-sun looked at the look of realization in Alice's expression, grinned, and felt that he saved himself a lot of words. For others, the S-level plot is mostly hearsay. But for Ji-sun, he has enough practical experience. Outside, he would definitely choose carefully in this situation. But in a different dimension, even in the S-level difficulty plot, the space will must have a glimmer of hope. It depends on whether the adventurer can grasp it. The information obtained from the toad allowed Ji-sun to basically guess where the glimmer of hope was. He took a gamble. Bet that the Gron would appear in the breakout team. If the gamble is right, it is a glimmer of hope. If the gamble is wrong, death. Chapter 293. Everyone, it has been confirmed that we have fallen into a trap. This grain robbery is a conspiracy of the military. Now we are surrounded by heavy troops. This is because I, baddies, made a serious misjudgment in the process of collecting intelligence. I am guilty of my own mistakes, which have led to our siege. I feel ashamed of all my brothers. It is not a pity for me, baddies, to die, but at present, we still have hundreds of thousands of compatriots in the encirclement, so I plan to charge eastward to attract enemy firepower and create an opportunity for our old and young relatives behind us to evacuate. I need some warriors to stand shoulder to shoulder with me. But this trip may never return. Ji-sun Alice came to the gathering point in the central square of the city, and happened to see the tragic speech of the leader baddies. The leader of the rebels did not hide the truth. He even took all the blame on himself. But in fact, everyone knew that even if they knew that Valen City was cheating, they would still take the risk to try. Because if there was no food, millions of rebels would die sooner or later. Anyone else wouldn't necessarily be able to do better than baddies. So no one blamed. There was only absolute trust and surging blood. These were a group of gladiators with fighting blood flowing through their bodies. They were also comrades, who had fought with baddies for many years. Even though they knew that the chances of surviving the breakout were slim, they did not retreat, but instead joined in one by one. Chief, I go with you. I go too. Count me in, Orinth. Battis, my brother, we have fought together for so many years. Today, we will go together. The square was full of people. The heroic, fearless, and tragic aura gathered together and surged. It was like a burning flame, getting stronger and stronger. Even Ji-sun did not expect that in a desperate situation, he did not see retreat or frustration, but such surging and high-pitched emotions. He could absorb negative emotions, and could also clearly feel this bravery. At this moment, in his eyes, these people seemed to have dazzling white light rising from them. Each of them was like a god of war in Valhalla, fearless. This is the light of courage, sharp as a spear, steady as a shield. What an exaggerated courage! This was also the first time Ji-sun saw such a scene, and he was deeply moved. It was as if he was affected by this tide of courage, and his blood couldn't help but be excited. His thoughts were flying, and he seemed to be thinking about something. He once again observed the entire battle from the perspective of a bystander, and seemed to understand something that he had not noticed before. If there had not been this battle, would they have such courage? A thought popped up in Ji-sun's mind. Did war create heroes? Suffering is like a hero's baptism ceremony. The more dangerous the situation, the more dazzling the radiance of humanity. Suddenly, Ji-sun seemed to have grasped something, and he was surprised. Is this what Senior Gong said about danger being the best tempering of will? He clearly felt that his will also resonated with this rising courage. It became sharp and sharp. It was a fearless will. Courage does not appear out of thin air, nor is it innate. It shines because of desperate situations. At this moment, in Ji-sun's eyes, these people seem to have one fate line after another. Even though they have reached the end, the fluctuations suddenly surged. Most people in this world have lived an ordinary life. But at a certain point, he made a decision, and his whole body seemed to suddenly shine with dazzling light. Without war, these people might be a group of ordinary people, who would not even leave a single word in history books. They may be craftsmen, farmers, or slaves. From birth to death, they will walk on a stable destiny. But at this moment, they all bloom with the most brilliant brilliance in their lives, the brilliance that blooms with life, even if it only blooms once in a lifetime. At that moment, he will be as dazzling as fireworks in the dark night. While thinking, Ji-sun and Alice also carefully observed everyone in the square. The more people gathered, the higher the momentum. At this moment, a flaxen-haired boy hurriedly ran to the square with a long sword, and shouted to Battis standing on the fountain statue, "I go with you." The boy was not tall, and looked about 15 or 16 years old. His muscles were angular, and he was considered strong among ordinary people. But he looked very thin among a group of gladiators. When this person came, Ji-sun immediately looked over. Judging from his aura, he was a second-level melee card master. His strength was not too outstanding, and he was not among the first batch of siege personnel. No wonder he had never seen him. But this boy seemed to be familiar with many gladiators. When he came, he was pushed outside by several strong men. The boy was so anxious that he seemed to be about to cry, "Uncle Black Snake, let me pass." Seeing this, the man immediately laughed and said, "Hey, crybaby, this is the adult's business. The food still needs people to protect and transport it. Don't come to join in the fun." As he said that, the others also responded yes. "Go and protect Aunt Daisy and the others, they need you more." Ji-sun could also see that these gladiators did not want this big boy to participate in the breakout operation with no chance of survival. The old people saw the last bit of hope in him. However, although the boy's eyes were full of tears, he held his head high and said firmly, "No, I am already a qualified gladiator. I am a warrior. My destiny is to die on the battlefield. After I die, my soul will enter the Hall of Heroes and drink with the gods." This statement was tragic and heroic, which was not in line with his age. This is an ancient saying passed down by the ancestors of these gladiators in the extremely cold wasteland. They never fear death in the arena, because they believe that the souls of those who died in battle will return as heroes. As soon as these words came out, the gladiators all fell silent. Looking at the silent and complicated eyes of the crowd, the boy mustered up the courage to shout, "Also, I'm not called Crybaby. From now on, my name is Goran Frederick, the brave Frederick." As soon as these words came out, the boy's whole body glowed like a lit candle. That fearless and heroic aura was not even weaker than anyone here. Ji-sun and Alice looked at each other, and their expressions were both happy. Found it. Sure enough, heroes can't hide. Although she had guessed it long ago, Alice felt it was a bit of a coincidence to find Aragon's ancestor in this way. As if she was blessed by luck. 2,000 warriors quickly gathered in the square. The situation was critical. The longer the delay, the more dangerous the situation in Valen City would be. Battis did not delay and shouted loudly, "Brothers, follow me out of the city. Charge! Charge! Charge!" Everyone responded passionately. Although high-level card masters have very fast displacement speed, long-distance raids still require transportation. The mechanical technology of the Talon dynasty is very advanced. After entering the city, the rebels also looted a large number of steam locomotives. There are also various spiritual objects and magic beasts. Tigers, leopards, lizards, spiders, ostriches, all kinds of strange mounts appeared one after another. In a blink of an eye, this group of strange knights followed the baddie's fish out of the east gate. Ji-sun's own storage ring always has a steam motorcycle ready, so he can take it out and ride it. But Alice is a card master from the southern continent, where there is no mechanical technology at all. Just when Ji-sun was curious about how she would keep up, the girl suddenly condensed her rolling spell power. Alice is a war slave, and she doesn't have many cards on her. The spell needs to be condensed by herself, which is a little slow. After waiting for 2 breaths, he looked at her with a stern look in his eyes, and said softly, "Fairy Tale Town Cinderella's Midnight Chariot." Ji-sun looked curiously. "Spiritualism? It seems so. It seems like it is not." He watched a blue spiritual formation appear under Alice's feet, and the light gradually became brighter. In the blink of an eye, an 8-horse ghost carriage with soul flames in its eyes appeared out of thin air in front of him. And an even more surprising scene appeared. As soon as this spell was used, Alice herself also transformed. A linen robe turned into a gorgeous court dress, and the aqua blue long skirt was sparkling like stars in a summer night. She stepped on the shining crystal shoes, and it seemed as if the Milky Way was flowing in the crystal. She was wearing a very large old witch hat, and a strong sense of mystery came over her. Not only her attire, appearance, hair color, height, but also her temperament had changed. It was like she had changed from an ordinary civilian girl to an elegant and mysterious witch princess. Coupled with the carriage of the dead, this temperament was so strange. Cinderella's transformation at midnight? This is not the same as the fairy tales I have heard. Ji-sun's eyes jumped inexplicably. Although he knew that Alice had disguised her true appearance, he was also amazed at her trick of changing a living person. Just talking about the effect of the change in appearance and temperament, it is not worse than his clown mask. White Crow originally represents nothingness, and Red Heart 4 which originally represents a mysterious way. The means of this secret method to create things out of thin air is outrageous. Ji-sun also felt that he had learned a lot after seeing another mysterious magic method. After all, in the East Continent, the high-level inheritance of the Red Heart 4 occupation sequence has long been broken. Alice summoned the ghost carriage, looked at Ji-sun's motorcycle, and asked, "Mr. Ji-sun, you want to ride in my carriage? My ghost carriage has strong defense." In her opinion, although Ji-sun is resourceful, he is most likely a warlock. In this kind of battle, his survivability may not be better than hers. "No. Thank you." Before he finished speaking, Ji-sun shook his head and declined, and started the motorcycle. "Let's go." As he said that, the motorcycle sped away, and caught up with a large group. Seeing this, Alice's eyes flashed with doubt. But she also drove the carriage to follow. Perhaps because of the patch of space will, her carriage did not attract much attention in the team. The two of them followed the Goron not too far away. Ji-sun had seen the map near Valen City before. The northeast and south sides were all plains, and the west was the complex waters and caves where the rebels hid. Now the situation was clear, and the military had already deployed their troops, and were waiting to close the net. It was foreseeable that the northeast and south sides would be surrounded by heavy troops. Normally, the west was the only possible direction for survival. But that was for the escape of other people in Valen City. The 2,000-strong breakout army led by Battis chose the east. They did not want to escape, but to attract as much firepower as possible. The good news is that it is not easy to hide the movement of a large army on the plain, so the military encirclement must be large. It will take a long time to close it. If the rebels really break out to the east like a sharp knife, they will definitely attract dozens of times more enemies. The pressure on Valen City will also be small. It is almost exactly as expected. Not long after this group of people rushed out, a military mechanical vanguard corps suddenly appeared on the dark plain. There were military insiders in the city. Seeing that the rebels were about to escape, they no longer hid and began to chase and intercept them. Before the people arrived, various shells were fired at the crowd. Boom! Boom! The flames of the explosions rang densely in the team. Although ordinary artillery coverage had little effect on the car division, it was enough to blow up those motorcycles. Ji-sun looked at the military mechanical chariots that were chasing him aggressively, and was amazed in his heart. Scorpion chariots, mantis chariots that can jump and fly, centipede chariots that can burrow into the ground, spider chariots that can walk on all kinds of terrain as if they were flat ground, and various magical steampunk-style mechanical chariots have appeared one after another. This is several levels higher than the mechanical technology of the Eastern continent that can be seen with the naked eye. The firepower of these chariots is also very fierce. Dozens or hundreds of guns fired at the same time, and the 2,000-man army of the rebels was blown away in an instant. However, this had almost no effect on Ji-sun. In his eyes, the parabolas formed by the shells from the first time they were ejected from the muzzle to the entire process of them landing were like the line of fate. As long as he saw it, it would not hit him. Ji-sun rode the motorcycle very flexibly, and moved around in various positions. He looked extremely dangerous, but in fact, there was no threat at all. On the other side, Alice's midnight carriage chose to directly withstand the shells. As she said, the carriage was very strong. Those shells hit the ghost carriage, and disappeared immediately like stones falling into the lake. Except for a little ripple of magic power, there was no destructive power at all. Ji-sun did not understand the principle of this spell. Alice was also surprised. She had been worried that Ji-sun's steam locomotive would suffer in the artillery coverage. But now, it seemed that her worries were completely unnecessary. She also found that the man and the locomotive seemed to be in danger in the flames. But in the end, he cleverly avoided the shells that were exploding around him all the time. It would be fine if it happened once. He avoided it every time, so it was not a matter of luck. How did this guy do it? He didn't even turn his head, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. What Alice didn't know was that Ji-sun had a shadow, and his vision had almost no blind spots. The plain was very vast, and it was not easy for the military to block the rebels who broke through. The military's firepower was very strong, and the rebels were not vegetarians either, and they fought back in various ways. The chariots of both sides were chasing and fleeing on the plain. In a blink of an eye, they had already run more than 10 kilometers. Suddenly, the rebels saw a row of chariot lights suddenly lit up on the horizon in the distance. Everyone knew that the military had predicted their breakout trajectory and organized a battle formation to block it. In a large-scale war, this kind of attack and defense collision is normal. This kind of army-level collision is also a veritable battlefield meat grinder. Seeing this, everyone knew that a tough battle was coming. Ji-sun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he gradually felt that his blood was excited. It was not until this moment that he felt the real death crisis coming. Not far away, Alice on the ghost carriage also made a move. She had accumulated a lot of curse power, and shouted softly magic release. In an instant, a witch-like demon shadow appeared behind her. This was the witch ancestor Greenkle, one of the 52 demons pointed to by the Four of Hearts. The mark is of a very high grade. Ji-sun was not surprised to see the demon shadow appear when Alice's magic was released. However, he saw the special features of the witch sequence again. After Alice's magic was released, the spell power surged to the extreme, and the spell condensed in an instant, which secret technique 7-colored magic river. In an instant, a colorful elemental river appeared around the carriage, as gorgeous as a rainbow. Ji-sun's pupil shrank as he watched. This is not an illusion. Instead, it is a real high-concentration elemental river condensed with the power of the demon god. Hey, this is amazing! Ji-sun thought that only his gluttony's secret method could condense such exaggerated elemental magic power. Unexpectedly, the witch sequence can also do it. Apparently this is just the beginning. With sufficient magic power support, Alice's magic condensed again. Secret, Dark Witch's red robe. Looking again, the white crow on her shoulders suddenly melted and turned into a red cloak. Under the cloak, Alice had a solemn expression. The flame spirits on her palms danced happily, and at the same time, the magic power on her body lingered and transformed into a werewolf's beastly shadow. Little Red Riding Hood? Demonic wolf form? Ji-sun was also dumbfounded. Which the magic secrets of the sequence have completely disappeared in the East Desert, and these methods have never been heard of. Now when he saw someone performing it, there were only 2 words in his mind: amazing. Judging from the strength of the spell, Alice was the most exaggerated 4th level one he had ever seen. And the grade of this spell was not low. This woman was really amazing. No wonder she was so confident to come together before. Alice was ready, and she reminded him in a hurry, Mr. Ji-sun, don't stay too far away from me. Probably she wanted to say, I will protect you. Maybe she was concerned about the man's face, so she didn't say it directly. He. Ji-sun's mouth slightly raised an arc when he heard it. He did not refuse the good intention, and smiled brightly, okay. Alice was stunned for a moment. This guy is laughing? He is about to risk his life, and he can still laugh? This is an S-level mission. She thought she saw it wrong, but after a moment, she understood the smile. That guy is really laughing. He smiled brightly and excitedly from the bottom of his heart. Brothers, follow me. There is no way to avoid it, and the leader baddie shouted loudly. He took the lead and rushed towards the battle formation composed of mechanical shields. Bang! A loud noise. The 2 swords broke through the armor, and the steam siege hammer on the chariot hit the sword mark on the shield array, and immediately chiseled a hole. Baddies rushed into the enemy camp first. The roaring gladiators followed. Like a flood of broken dams, it poured in madly. From the direct contact between the 2 armies, the fierce battle began. Ji-sun and Alice followed closely and rushed in. Since you have chosen the camp mission, you can only go all the way. Chapter 294. Brothers, follow me. Don't fight, kill your way out. More than 2,000 warriors of the rebel army tore a hole in the iron defense line of the military. The hand-to-hand combat started instantly. The group of people who broke through were mostly experienced gladiators with good combat power. The awareness of fighting with their backs to the wall also made their bravery unstoppable. It was like a sharp arrow out of its sheath, breaking through the wind. However, the equipment on the military side was obviously several levels higher. The uniform high-level armor, high-level cards, mechanical equipment, and well-trained battle formations. The fighting power is extraordinary. 2,000 people rushed into this square formation of 10,000 people, like blood and flesh tumbling in a meat grinder, and people died every second. The leader baddies rode in the lead and attracted the most firepower. At the last moment of his life, this 5th-level warrior also burst out with domineering and unparalleled fighting power. The crescent blades of the 2 swords slashed randomly, and the blades swept across dozens of meters. Each blade would inevitably leave a gully dozens of meters long on the ground. The people who were slashed, whether they were heavy armored black knights or mechanical warriors, were all cut in half with one sword. With the tacit cooperation of several high-level gladiators around them, they were like sharp spears, unstoppable. This charge without considering retreat also killed the military's 10,000-man army. Their mission was to break through and attract firepower, and they didn't want to fight. They rushed out of the first steel defense line in a blink of an eye. They were unstoppable. In the team, Ji-sun and Alice followed closely. The task that Ji-sun and the others took on was to follow the main force to break through, and they had to fight hard in this battle. The two of them had experienced the danger firsthand. In the moment of breaking through the defense line, just now, nearly 1/10 of the 2,000 rebels were killed. In this situation, they could only rush to the end in one breath. If they fell behind, they would surely die. The two of them had a clear goal, which was to follow that. Goran. Ji-sun had been observing the guy. In this kind of battle, a 3rd level or 4th level card master might die instantly, but this guy had such a strange luck. From a god's perspective, he saw more wonderful details. Although this guy is not very strong, he is blessed by the hero fate, making the swords and spears of the enemies seem to have eyes. Whenever they are about to hit, Goran avoids them safely. This also makes Ji-sun more certain of his guess that before Hero became a hero, he was blessed by fate. It is probably like the effect of his misfortune gambler entry. He always has great luck in desperate situations. On the other side, Alice is not only paying attention to Goran, she is also looking at Ji-sun. Originally, he wanted to protect this Dongwang ally who risked his life to help them. But unexpectedly, it seemed that the other party didn't need his help. At this moment, Ji-sun was concentrating on riding the motorcycle and didn't use any cards. But around him, there were 6 scalpels with cold light. It was these 6 spiritual scalpels that brought amazing results in the few breaths of time before the charge. The cold light pierced into the gap between the shield and the armor flexibly and covertly, killing more than a dozen blocking enemies silently. It looked like she was quiet, and even inconspicuous in the team. But in some ways, it wasn't her who protected him. On the contrary, it was because of the precise killing of the flying knife that she was able to rush out more safely. Low-key and deadly. This method is in line with the characteristics of a professional spy. Seeing this, Alice sighed in her heart, this guy's mental power control skills are really exaggerated. Which sequence originally majored in mental power, and she also saw that the proficiency in the skill level of controlling this flying knife was frighteningly high. She confirmed something in her heart. So, is he really a card master with the wisdom sequence? With such strength, no wonder he is so calm. Alice also felt that she seemed to understand something. She was confident that she could control objects with her mental power. But she thought she couldn't control 6 flying knives to such a proficient level at the same time. At the moment when Alice was thinking, Ji-sun noticed it and looked over. When their eyes met, Alice once again read the excitement under the calm look and the inexplicable terror. What's the situation with this guy's mental power? Alice's eyes trembled for a moment. It was because she understood that she seemed to understand nothing. She had discovered that Ji-sun had a problem with his mental power before, but he was still very gentle at that time. He was like a trained beast in a circus. Although he looked ferocious, he was not scary. However, at this moment, Alice found that it had changed. The demons in that guy's heart broke free. How could this guy have such a chaotic mental state and not go crazy? Alice was horrified. If it wasn't for the fact that Ji-sun looked normal, she would have thought she saw a mentally distorted person. Just as they looked at each other, Ji-sun's mouth raised an evil arc, pulling it high to his ears. Alice looked at that familiar yet strange smiling face, as if she saw dozens of demons grinning at her with bared teeth. That look seemed to be warning herself not to pry into other people's secrets casually, otherwise she would be killed. At that moment, she even felt that if she had any malicious intentions, those guys would pounce on her and tear her to pieces. Alice's back instantly went numb. She even felt that the guy in front of her was more dangerous than the enemies around her. Ji-sun smiled slyly. Although he knew that the other party had no ill intentions, he himself had no ill intentions either. But at this moment, he was in a state of death excitement, and it was not up to the master personality to decide. Alice also understood this look and quickly put away the idea of spying. While she was still in fear, she suddenly thought of something. That's not right. She had already fought with all her strength. This guy didn't use any other means except the spiritual flying knife, and he didn't even show his magic solution. Is his strength more than that? At this moment, Alice suddenly realized that she seemed to have never understood the strength of this teammate. The group rushed out of the first line of defense, then the second, and the third. The vast plain gave the rebels enough space to roam. They were all light cavalry, and had a fast attack speed. In comparison, the heavy armored legion behind them seemed a bit cumbersome. Like a tiger chasing a cat, the cat's agility gave it room to move and survive. But this was only temporary. As the encirclement gradually closed, like a cloth bag closing in on all sides, the frequency of the rebels encountering military blockades became higher and higher, and the casualties increased. Finally, after breaking through the 7th blockade, More than half of the team of more than 2,000 people died in the battle. There were less than 500 left. And behind them, tens of thousands of regular troops, like a herd of wild bulls charging, chased them relentlessly. Even Ji-sun had a headache watching this, because he saw more than 6 generals, with the rank of captain in the enemy team. In other words, there were at least 6 5th-level card masters. After all, this was the talent era when the card master civilization was at its peak thousands of years ago. These 5th-level methods are much stronger than those of the same level in the Federation. Ji-sun had observed before that not only the military methods were powerful, even the level of various card spells and martial arts of the ragtag army, like the rebels, were much higher than those of the same level in the Federation. The inheritance has not been interrupted, and they have mastered too many extraordinary secrets that future generations cannot imagine. Although Ji-sun is hiding in the crowd now, it is temporarily safe. But if they are really stopped by the army, once they stop, they will face enemies hundreds of times more than themselves, and will surely die. And this S-level mission is not only to ensure their own survival, but also to break through with the main force of the rebels. Just relying on Gran, Ji-sun can't see any hope of survival. The hero may eventually have some adventure and not die. But it's not necessarily the case. Ji-sun thought quickly in his mind. He wanted to take some initiative. The more death crisis he faced, the more active his brain became. As he thought, he rode his motorcycle like an old hen laying eggs, dropping a lot of anti-armor bombs along the way. Fortunately, there was a friend of Katarina, the daughter of a warlord, who had met her before and brought some military gifts. Not to mention how many people could be killed, at least it would delay the pursuit. Moreover, there was still a lot of inventory. On the other side, Alice also looked very anxious. In the current situation, she could not see any hope of survival. Although she was confident in her strength, in a large-scale war, the advantage of a single combat power would be compressed to the minimum. She could beat people of the same level. And could she beat dozens of people of the same level? And the elite legions they led? Behind her, thousands of captains and tens of thousands of captains could be seen everywhere, and Alice's eyes became more and more solemn. Unable to think of any way to break the deadlock, she looked at the guy riding a motorcycle not far away. Just a glance, Alice's eyes jumped inexplicably. What she saw was still the same cold expression. Although she didn't use mind reading, she could see that the guy still had no fear. Instead, he was getting more and more excited. This glance gave her a very strange feeling. At this moment, everyone was desperately trying to grab some hope of survival from the hands of the god of death. However, facing the death, with a sickle on his neck, this guy not only did not show any fear, but the arc at the corner of his mouth seemed to be a mockery of fear. He rode his motorcycle in various fancy moves, such as flying, jumping, and snaking, which made people feel that he was not riding on flat ground, but rather like an acrobat walking on a tightrope. Seeing this, Alice couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "What a strange guy." The leader Battis's expression became more and more ugly. He had consumed a lot of physical strength in the force charge just now. I'm afraid that if they can't charge a few more times, they will be stopped. He was already determined to die. It's not a pity for me to die. But when I thought about the brothers who had lived and died with me dying here, Battis felt like a knife in his heart. And it's not just here, more people may die in Valen City. Time has dragged on long enough. This is all they can do. Thinking of this, Battis seemed to have made a decision and shouted, "Everyone, split up. The teams will flee separately." With this shout, everyone understood that this was the final charge. But don't hesitate. This way everyone still has a glimmer of hope. In the team, Ji-sun was relieved when he heard this. Finally a decision has been made. He was waiting for this order. Now there are only 400 or 500 survivors in the rebel army. Facing tens of thousands of troops, this kind of assembly charge is meaningless. From the beginning, he knew that the leader of the rebel army, Battis, was definitely the focus of the military. So the most reasonable tactic that Ji-sun could think of was that this person would take the initiative to attract firepower, and the others would flee in a scattered manner. Only when all the military experts chased after Battis, other teams could be safe. So Ji-sun had tried before, trying to hint to Battis to think of the tactic of splitting up the troops. But the spatial reminded him that he could not change the breakout mission. Unless the NPC made a decision, he could only follow and resist. Fortunately, Battis made the decision, and it was not too late now. Although the rebels also knew what splitting up the troops meant, no one dared to hesitate at this moment. Almost in an instant, the team was broken into more than 20 small teams, taking advantage of every opportunity and rushing out in all directions. Ji-sun's eyes were fixed on Gran. However, he expected the troops to be divided. But the scene he didn't want to see also appeared. Goran, the key NPC he regarded as the anchor of the plot, actually rushed out with Battis's team. When Ji-sun saw this, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately restrained the last bit of luck in his heart, grinning and mocking himself. Hee hee, the doom halo really comes as you wish. But after only thinking for a moment, he decisively followed Goran and chased after him. Normally, if he follows other teams, he will have a greater chance of surviving. But he can survive. There is still one task to be completed. If he does not find the key to the slave collar, he will leave the space alive alone, and there will be no such opportunity next time. And following baddies, the protagonist of the plot, may trigger more tasks. The reward for settling the card draw is also higher. This is the only way that Ji-sun can think of to get the key, although the probability is slim. As he expected, when he made the choice, enlightenment appeared at the same time. A plus hidden branch was triggered, of heroic choice. Total settlement reward plus 30%. The will of space has always encouraged hunters to take risks and explore. This reward is generous. And it was the moment when Ji-sun turned around. Alice, who was struggling fiercely, also saw this scene. Her crystal eyes trembled, and she was also very surprised that Guy actually chose this side. I have no choice, but the other party does. Ji-sun is not bound by a slave collar, so as long as he can get out alive, everything can start over. But why does he take this risk? What Alice was struggling with just now was that even if she got out alive, and was caught by the people of the Red Dragon Kingdom, she would not die for the time being. But if she made the wrong choice now, she would really die. But Ji-sun gave her determination. In an instant, Alice's originally fierce struggle calmed down. She looked at the back of the departing figure with her peripheral vision, gritted her teeth, and followed closely in the carriage. Ji-sun looked at Alice, who was chasing him, and a smile appeared between his eyebrows. This woman is decisive. He was not sure that he would survive, so he did not make a choice for others. Alice chose her own fate. Now is the time to fight hard. It's not all bad news. The good news is that the dozen or so people following Battis have the strongest combat power among all the teams. With fewer people, the team is more flexible, and they can run faster. However, as expected, the enemy saw them split up, and the elite military also gathered and chased them relentlessly. Ji-sun glanced behind him, and saw at least 3 5th-level commanders, and a group of 3rd and 4th-level card masters. In the eyes of these generals, the leader of the rebels is a merit that cannot be given up. It is absolutely impossible to give up. Alice caught up with Ji-sun, and the two looked at each other. At this critical moment, she suddenly understood something and asked directly, "Do you have a way to break through?" The smile in Ji-sun's eyes became more and more crazy. "No. However, I do have some ideas." Storms, meteorites, ground fissures, swamps, cards flying behind them, and various high-level spells were also directed at them. Life and death. At this time, they could no longer hide. The roar of the motorcycle under his crotch was loud. Ji-sun didn't explain much, and rushed to the front directly, shouting, "Leader, follow me." In despair, baddies looked at Ji-sun, who suddenly appeared, and was also very surprised. Those who could die with him were all comrades, who had fought side by side for many years. Instead, Ji-sun, a stranger who only met today, actually followed him. Complex emotions instantly emerged in Battis's eyes, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army said without hesitation, "Okay." Although he didn't know what Ji-sun was going to do, he had no choice now. Ji-sun rode a motorcycle, and led everyone to the northeast. The military masters behind him also chased him relentlessly. They also saw that Battis was now in a dead end. But the trap beast still fought, and it was also the most dangerous time. No one dared to rush forward and kill him. They just kept wasting away. In this way, one chased and one fled, but after a while, 7 or 8 of the few rebels died in the battle. The dark cloud of death loomed in their hearts. Everyone's breathing was as heavy as suffocating. Even Ji-sun was not sure that they would be able to reach the place he expected alive. However, suddenly, the dawn of hope suddenly appeared at the last moment of despair. Seeing the pursuers getting closer and closer, just when everyone was almost in despair, a mine entrance that seemed to have been abandoned for countless years suddenly appeared in front of them. Seeing this mine entrance, everyone realized what Ji-sun came here for, and at the same time saw a glimmer of hope to survive. Alice looked at the mine, her expression suddenly brightened. She looked at Ji-sun's back again, and the trembling eyes seemed to speak. How did he know? Even Battis was extremely surprised. How could there be a mine here? When Ji-sun saw the entrance of the cave, he couldn't hide his joy. "Haha, it's here." He had looked through various materials in the governor's mansion before, including the city-state history of Valen City, because he knew that he would be surrounded by the military later. So he focused on looking up some information about the topography and landforms around Valen City. He wanted to find some special terrain that might help him escape the siege of the army from the countless solutions he had deduced. This mine was one of several potential targets. This fertile land was not only rich in food, but also a rich green copper mining area hundreds of years ago. However, after a long period of mining, the ore in the rock layer had been hollowed out and abandoned. Even the locals in Valencia might not know about it. This was indeed the case. The military also ignored this abandoned mine. Before the division of troops, Ji-sun was sure that Battis would never abandon others and escape through this mine. But now that they were outnumbered, the narrow cave became an advantage. There were huge and complex mine tunnels underground. This was the best restriction for the large army outside. Without hesitation, Ji-sun drove in. As soon as he entered the mine, enlightenment also reminded him that he had discovered the hidden plot space Griff Green Copper Mine, and the exploration degree was plus 30%. Chapter 295. Bang! 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 As soon as the rebels rushed into the mine, the bomb that Ji-sun threw at the entrance exploded instantly, collapsing a large area of rock. However, this terrain obstacle could only stop the pursuers for a moment. For a high-level card master who could split mountains and rocks, the broken stones were no different from rotten wood. As expected, just after the rebels rushed into the mine for a few breaths, the collapsed area behind them was immediately blasted open by a punch. The high-level card master of the military followed closely. Before, it was a plain, and the prey could not escape the encirclement no matter what. The military could wait for baddies, and several high-level rebels to run out of energy before encircling and killing them. But now, seeing the rebels rushing into the abandoned mine that they didn't know about, they immediately realized that if they didn't take action, there would be big problems. If the bandit leader baddies really escaped, even if they killed more rebels in this encirclement and suppression operation, most of the merits would be lost. This was not the result they wanted to see. So much so that even though the 3 5th-level captains knew the danger, they still chased after them. In the dark mine tunnel, the walls glowed with a dark green metallic luster. There was a faint damp smell in the air. The scale of the Griff Green Copper Mine was not small. There were flat rails in the mine tunnel, which also allowed steam locomotives to pass smoothly. Ji-sun rode a steam motorcycle and sped along the decayed mine car rails. Behind him followed a dozen surviving rebels. The cramped mine cave made everyone breathe a sigh of relief. But everyone's face was filled with worry. Although the mine could prevent the large military forces from encircling them, it also meant that they were trapped here. If there was no other way out, this mine would definitely be their burial place. While galloping, Battis glanced at Ji-sun, who was leading the team. It was a pleasant surprise to find this mine to take a breath. But now was not the time to be polite. He asked anxiously, "Brother Chaoyang, where are we going now?" It was not a pity for him to die. But if others can survive. If one can survive, one can survive. Ji-sun did not hesitate and shouted, "There is an underground river under this mine. But I don't know which area it is." When he was looking through the Valen City-State Chronicles before, he saw a record that on March 16, 2999 in the Talon calendar, there was a water seepage accident in the Griff Green Copper Mine, killing more than 200 miners. That accident was caused by digging an underground river during mining, which led to a major accident. But the record did not say the exact location of the accident. This mining area is very large. The mine tunnel goes thousands of meters underground from the ground, and the mining area is conservatively estimated to be hundreds of square kilometers. In such a large mining area, it is difficult to find the area where the accident occurred in a short period of time. Therefore, even if Ji-sun came here, he didn't think he would definitely survive. He just felt that there was a glimmer of hope. Underground river? If we find it, we may be saved. As soon as these words came out, a glimmer of hope suddenly appeared in everyone's desperate expressions. They also understood what Ji-sun was referring to. If there really is an underground river, then they may be able to escape along the underground waterway. Although they don't know where they will go, the military doesn't know either. This has a higher chance of survival than a frontal breakout. And without a large army encirclement, the more complex the terrain, the more powerful a single soldier can be. They also have a little initiative. But the fact is that the pursuers behind them will not let them find the underground river so easily. In the blink of an eye, the collapsed mine behind them was blasted open again by the terrifying elemental air wave. 3 5th-rank captains in standard military uniforms, and a group of senior officers have appeared 100 meters away with murderous intent. For high-level card masters, This distance is just a sprint distance. Life and death may be in this moment. Coincidentally, at this time, the mine also came to a fork in the road. A fierce look flashed in Batty's eyes, and he made a prompt decision. Everyone goes separately. I will stop them. In this situation, if they continue to gather together, they will be wiped out by the military, and there is no luck. He also knew that only a 5th-level warrior like himself could stop the 3 centurions. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange murderous aura rose from Batty's body, and it seemed that he had used some desperate secret method. He jumped off the motorcycle, and a strange ripple that shook the void lingered on his 2 swords. The 3 centurions looked solemn in an instant, and did not dare to be careless at all. Before everyone could react, Batty's had already rushed over. In the narrow mine, a fierce battle had already broken out. Boom! Boom! A few muffled sounds, the ground shook. The figure of Batty's was submerged in a cloud of dust. At this time, enlightenment also appeared. The main plot changed. Your behavior changed the military's plan of rounding up. The breakout team has been forced into a desperate situation. You need to survive the roundup. Ji-sun also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I don't have to be wiped out with this group of people. In this situation, if I continue to stay with Batty's, I will definitely die. The spatial will still leave a glimmer of hope. Battis risked his life to create a moment of escape for everyone. Although the others were grieving, they did not dare to stop. However, within a few breaths, they had already reached the depths of the mine. There were forks everywhere, and the passages were becoming more and more complicated. Ji-sun did not know what was going on in the mine. To survive now, they could only rely on luck. Someone is chasing us. There is a 5th-level one. We will also go separately. Take care, brothers. Whether we can survive depends on fate. There were quite a few people from the military, and Battis could stop a few of them. But he couldn't stop dozens of them. Except for the leader Battis, almost everyone who survived in the rebel army was a wanted criminal with a high reward from the military. Looking at these war achievements, the military would never let them escape. The rebels also knew that if they continued to gather together, they would be wiped out. They could flee separately and use the underground mines that were connected in all directions, and there might be a glimmer of hope. At this critical moment, Ji-sun didn't hide anything anymore. As soon as he said to flee in all directions, he grabbed the obviously lagging Gron and rushed into a dark mine. The others also dispersed, only Alice followed closely. The mine became narrower and narrower, and many collapsed places were no longer suitable for riding. Ji-sun decisively abandoned the car. Alice's ghost carriage also dissipated immediately. She cast a spell at the same time, and thick smoke filled the air behind her. Probably because the 3 were not wanted criminals, the military immediately went after the rebel cadres on the list. The 3 of them ran for a while, and there was no sound of the pursuers behind them. At this moment, even Ji-sun breathed a sigh of relief. It was safe for the time being. The biggest worry of this plan was that the military would use absolute force to kill them at the first sight. The current situation was actually the most ideal state. Alice's face, which had been tense throughout the whole process, was obviously relieved. Thinking back to the thrilling escape just now, she felt like she was dreaming. Survived? Although it was only temporary, Alice still found it unbelievable. It was as if she had done nothing. She was led all the way, and arrived here like sleepwalking. The 3 of them ran quickly towards the underground in the mine, and she finally couldn't help but ask Ji-sun about her doubts. Mr. Ji-sun, how did you know there was a mine here? Ji-sun responded casually, I saw it when I was reading books in the governor's mansion. Ah? Alice was stunned when she heard it. Although she guessed it, she still found it incredible when she heard the fact. She recalled the scene of Ji-sun reading a book alone in the governor's mansion. However, with so much information in the study, was this guy really so lucky that he happened to find the clue of this Griff green copper mine? Alice is not stupid. The only possibility she could think of was that Ji-sun did not find it by chance. Instead, he might have written down all the information he read. Then he could find a chance to survive from countless information in a critical moment. But the key point is that this seems to be an alien space with fighting as the main line. Who would waste precious time reading countless ancient books that may be completely useless? But this guy did it. Alice pursed her lips when she thought of this. While admiring, she also reconciled with herself. It's not that I'm not smart enough. It's that others can't learn this method. If it weren't for the card master of the wisdom sequence, there would be no such terrible reading and memory ability. After all, Aragorn commented that this was a person of extreme sharpness and wisdom. From entering the space until now, Alice has observed all the way and feels the same. She blinked and asked, Are you polynomist? As if she was about to die, she was not so shy about asking questions. No. Ji-sun knew what she was wondering about. He didn't want to explain more. After all, he would know in a while. He was thinking about other problems. He had enough experience, and he didn't think that an S-level mission, it will give them a chance to pass the level by chance. He speculated that even if they could find the underground river, some accidents would inevitably happen, making the difficulty of the plot suddenly increase. If they are not prepared, they will not know how they died. Thinking of this, Ji-sun suddenly changed the topic and asked, "Did you pay attention to the abilities of the 3 5th-level centurions just now? How long can you last against any of them?" "Ah? 5th level?" Alice looked at him without responding directly or asking further questions. She thought that she might be a little rude. However, she didn't expect Ji-sun to ask such an abrupt question. After thinking for a moment, she responded seriously, "About a quarter of an hour." Hearing this, Ji-sun also thought about it in his heart. He asked again, "What if it is that element manipulator?" Alice was also surprised why he asked this, and asked so accurately. She pondered for a moment, and said solemnly, "Within 2/4 of an hour, I should not die. After all, my witch profession has a certain restraint on the elemental system." "Yes." Hearing this, Ji-sun nodded in approval. Under normal circumstances, the 4th level against the 5th level is a big level difference, unless he is a card master with outstanding strength in the same level. Otherwise, let alone delaying, being able to withstand a few attacks is considered powerful. Alice said that being able to delay for 2/4 of an hour is much better than expected. This also increases the probability of the 2 people surviving. He didn't ask this question casually. Ji-sun was not just trying to escape when he was escaping. He also carefully observed the methods and combat power of almost every high-level military card master he could see in his field of vision. The 3 centurions just now were of course the focus of attention. According to the results of previous observations, the occupation sequences of the 3 centurions were Ace of Spades Black Knight, 8 of Clubs Element Manipulator, and 6 of Hearts Punishment Guard. According to Ji-sun's speculation, at least 2 of the 3 must be left to ensure the capture of Battis. And Battis is a gladiator of the Ace of Diamonds warrior sequence. In this environment, if you want to entangle him, the melee card master is the best. So the most likely ones are Black Knight and Punishment Guard. After eliminating them again, if he is really caught up, the element manipulator has the highest probability. As soon as Alice responded, she immediately figured out why he asked this question. She was a little bit unbelievable. "Are you going to fight head-on?" "Not that I planned to." Ji-sun shook his head and said calmly, "But the difficulty of the S-level mission is very high. We can't possibly escape alive like this." Alice blinked, not quite understanding the certainty in his tone. But it made sense when she thought about it. Although the breakout just now was dangerous, most of the pressure was shared by the characters in the plot. For the 2 adventurers, it was at most A-level difficulty. If they really escaped like this, Alice also felt that it was not difficult enough. "I didn't have time to think about it before, and I didn't realize what was wrong." Now that she was reminded of this, she nodded unconsciously and agreed, "Yeah, that's right." But after thinking for a moment, Alice's mind was like a lightning strike, and she suddenly realized something was wrong, and asked, "Have you ever experienced an S-level space before?" Ji-sun was still thinking about the next plan, so he responded casually, "Yeah." Hearing this, Alice's eyes twitched inexplicably. No wonder I always felt that this guy was calm and something was wrong. No wonder his tone was so firm, and it turned out that something was really wrong, and looking at his expression, it seems that this guy has experienced the S-level plot that normal people would be terrified of more than once. Is this guy a professional adventurer who seeks difficult challenges? What kind of guy did I meet? Or are all the people in the Eastern Wasteland so crazy? Shocked. Alice knew that now was not the time to talk about this. She also felt that there was a high possibility of a fierce battle later. She turned her eyes, and figured out why Ji-sun emphasized the element manipulator, and said worriedly, "But, in addition to the captain of 10,000 men, there are also many captains of thousands and centurions. In a one-on-one fight, she could hold off for a while. But if they really fight, it will be a melee." She didn't dare to be sure. Ji-sun interrupted her worries, and said in a very calm tone, "The rest are not fatal threats." Alice looked at the guy's expression, and for some reason, her eyelids twitched again. "No threat? Hiss, aren't you only at the 4th level?" Although the meticulous thinking brought by the wisdom sequence did solve a lot of problems before. But in a melee, you can't survive just by having a good brain. Alice recalled the enemy's tactics. She thought that if there were 3 or 5 people of the same level, she would be in danger. However, before she could sort out the complicated thoughts in her mind, she heard thunderous words again, if a fight really breaks out. You try your best to hold back the 5th level, I will deal with the others. It was still the same calm tone. Alice tilted her head, and her stiff expression expressed her mentality at the moment. This guy must be crazy. Mind reading also confirmed her judgment. She found that Ji-sun's mental state at the moment was very wrong. He was so manic that he seemed to be boiling. But the strange thing was that Ji-sun's expression and mental state were completely different. How could he be so calm when his mental power was about to explode? Alice really didn't know that Ji-sun was not arrogant. But he was confident after observation. With his current strength, as long as he didn't meet some special ability people like Alice, he was not a threat at all within the same level. However, in order to make the joint attack tactics of the army uniform, the army rarely configures various strange and bizarre professional sequences. The observations during the escape before also made Ji-sun remember the abilities of every enemy he saw. The ability of I Am the World also allowed him to deduce various means of response. Ji-sun now deeply understands why Gongwu evaluated the ability of the Light Chaser at the beginning, saying that it is difficult to kill without crushing the rank. Whatever you see, there will be no doubt. This ability will make the opponent have no secrets in his eyes. What is deduced is what will happen in the future. Although Ji-sun is not yet at that exaggerated level, it is enough to deal with the same level. Alice quickly concealed her surprise. She felt that she must be crazy to believe this guy, although she couldn't figure out where Ji-sun's confidence came from. But her intuition told her that this guy must have the strength to match his calmness. However, what she didn't know was, Ji-sun was not sure. No matter how strong he was not arrogant enough to be sure that he could survive under the 5th level. He was so calm, not because he was confident that he could survive. It was because he felt that fear would affect his judgment, so he would never let it interfere with his judgment. Ji-sun deduced all the plans and concluded that under the current conditions, their chances of survival were less than 5%. He muttered to himself, what else is missing? He was frowning and thinking for a moment, when Gorin, who was following him, suddenly spoke. He didn't know why 2 strangers would save him, but being saved was a fact, and he said sincerely, thank you for saving my life. The previous conversation between the two was patched by the will of space, and Gorin didn't find it strange. After saying this, the two looked at this brave boy who was still a little immature. Ji-sun didn't save Gorin out of kindness. On the contrary, they had to follow this NPC, so they took him with them. As soon as these words came out, Ji-sun had a flash of inspiration. Hey, when he thought about it again, when he first entered the space, wasn't this Gorin the most reliable anchor point for him to trigger the high difficulty plot and survive? There is no one else now. Time was running out, and after a few polite words, Ji-sun asked directly, Gorin, do you know Master Gamer? He didn't forget that staying alive was only one of the goals. Another necessary condition was to find the key to the slave collar. This kind of future hero might know some information. When Alice heard Ji-sun ask this, she also cast an expectant look. She and Alan had finally found out this name before, but now they were almost dead and had no clue at all. I was also anxious. Seeing the burning eyes of the two, the boy was a little unconfident and asked, Ah, are you talking about Grandpa Camel? Hearing this, Ji-sun and Alice were both happy. There is a chance. Ji-sun was also afraid that they had the same name, so he directly stated his purpose. I have a friend who is locked in a very high-level slave collar and cannot get out. I want to find Master Camel to crack it. Oh! Grandpa Camel is indeed good at cracking collars. Gorin gave the response that the two expected, and said, but he is not in Valen City now, but in Rune Highland studying ancient spells. If we can get out alive, I can take you to find him. But? As he said this, he looked at Ji-sun and the other person, his eyes showing no fear of death, only regret. But when Ji-sun heard this, he showed a satisfied expression. That's enough. This sentence means a lot to the two of them. Not only did they know the exact location of Master Gamer, even if the subsequent main storyline does not allow them to contact him, this also gives them hope. Because there is a hidden condition for drawing cards in the different dimension. Anything that has been touched in the space, martial arts, demon marks, materials, intelligence, etc., may appear in the card pool. The premise is that you must actually touch it, and the deeper the relevant plot is triggered, the greater the probability of getting the card after settlement. From the tone, Gorin and Master Gamer are very familiar with each other, and have reached the level of related plots. In other words, from this moment on, Ji-sun is sure that key will appear in the settlement card pool. Alice also couldn't hide her joy. She didn't expect that the key, which she had no clue about, would appear in front of her by chance. But before she had time to think about it, she suddenly shuddered, as if she had discovered something, and warned, someone is chasing us. Ji-sun also knew that Alice's perception was stronger than his, so he didn't dare to be careless. As soon as the voice fell, Alice's expression changed. Not good, my cursed spirit was discovered. The other party might be level 5. Ji-sun's eyes shuddered. He didn't think they were unlucky. Instead, he felt that this kind of encounter was the will of space that corrected the difficulty of the plot to S level. Go up. This means that it will be a life and death battle next. But if we fight now, Ji-sun doesn't see any chance of winning. He also didn't forget that the toad had reminded him before. Its ancestor was able to survive the battle in Valen City because he had a special life-saving relic in his hand. He didn't have the opportunity to ask before, but now he asked directly, Gorin, do you have any special relics? Relics? How can I have such a treasure? Gorin's expression was slightly embarrassed. As a gladiator slave, the most valuable thing on his body, besides his pants and cloth shoes, is the sword in his hand. Ji-sun was surprised. No. Oh, right. Suddenly, he thought of something and took off a cloth bag on his back. Facing the two lifesavers, he did not hide anything and said, Grandpa Jamil gave me a cloak when he left. He said, I could only wear it when I became a hero. Ji-sun and Alice looked over at the same time. In the cloth bag was a gray coarse cloth cloak. This is the case with the extraordinary items in this world. As long as your cognition cannot peek into its uniqueness, it will be like a stone on the roadside, ordinary. In front of him was a coarse cloth cloak that looked nothing special. The material was completely ordinary linen, and there was no sense of extraordinary characteristics. Alice looked at it and was instantly disappointed. In her eyes, no matter how you looked at it, this cloak had nothing special about it. It was just an ordinary family's clothing. Gorin also touched the back of his head, as if he felt a little embarrassed to hold such a tattered cloak as a treasure, and muttered, Grandpa Jamil said it was a treasure, and asked me to keep it well. However, when Ji-sun looked at it, his eyes lit up. He knew that some items, like Cataclysm, require special conditions to recognize its extraordinary characteristics. This cloak in front of him is one of them. Only people with heroic fate can see its peculiarity. Hero cloak quality, epic detailed explanation, heroic luck +9, hero sequence exclusive relic. Every hero has a cloak of his own. It always flutters in the wind. This is a cloak worn by many famous epic heroes. It was originally ordinary, but because it accompanied the hero in the battle, it has extraordinary characteristics. You need to have enough courage to wear it. It will also allow you to get the lucky protection of the spirits of heroes of all generations in the war. This is indeed a treasure. It is also extremely rare, a Cataclysm level ancient relic with high luck. Chapter 296. Ji-sun looked at the hero cloak in front of him, and frowned slightly. The epic quality is already a relic of the level of disaster object. Good things must be good things. But it was because he saw the properties of this cloak that he felt a little confused about what use this cloak could be used for. This cloak only has the extraordinary property of heroic luck +9. There is no other use. It is neither an offensive nor a defensive relic. In other words, wearing it is no different from wearing an extra piece of clothing. Will luck be better? The law of fate is one of the supreme laws, and no one can tell what it is for. Alice, who was standing by, saw Ji-sun hesitate for the first time and asked, What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this cloak? The young Gorin also looked a little uneasy. Ji-sun said truthfully, This is an epic cloak. It just adds to the hero's luck. After hearing this, Alice also understood. This is a profession-specific relic. No wonder she couldn't see the mystery. But she was curious about why this guy could see the hero's specific relic. Before she could think about it, she sensed something and looked at the mine behind her, saying in a hurry, Someone is coming. The three of them had set up confusing methods along the way. The other party was still chasing them accurately, so they must have been marked and locked by some method. Ji-sun's expression was stern, and he didn't bother about the cloak anymore. Let's go! In history, Gorin was able to survive the battle in Valen City, most likely because of this cloak. Ji-sun felt that this cloak would be more useful on Gorin than on himself, so he didn't think of taking it himself. The three of them ran towards the bottom of the mine again. While running, Ji-sun observed the terrain of the mine. In a blink of an eye, they came to a huge empty mine. In front of them were still various dark mine tunnels leading to unknown places, which were suitable for fighting and retreating. At this moment, even without Alice's reminder, Ji-sun heard the footsteps coming from the mine tunnel behind him. There is no point in running like this. Sooner or later, he will be caught up. The battle is inevitable. Thinking of this, Ji-sun made a decisive decision. Gorin, you continue to look for the location of the underground river. We will hold the people here. But, although Gorin wanted to stay and fight, he also knew that his fighting ability was not enough in front of the captain of 10,000 men. After a moment of hesitation, he could only say, "Okay, then you be careful." Ji-sun watched Goran heading deep into the mine and stopped running. Seeing this, Alice also stopped. The colorful spell power surged behind her, and the shadow of the demon god appeared again. She knew that the chance of their survival might lie in this Goran. Blessed by the heroic fate, this plot character is more likely to find a chance to survive than anyone else. The sound of enemies running could be heard in the mine. Probably sensing that they had stopped, the opponent's speed also slowed down significantly. Alice carefully sensed it, and said to Ji-sun, 9 enemies. 1 level 5, 3 level 4, 5 level 3. Yes. Ji-sun nodded and told the battle plan. You will find a way to hold the level 5 later. I will come to help you after I kill the others. Alice listened to this, and glanced at the man in front of her. She always felt that something was wrong. The tactics were fine. But 3 level 4, 5 level 3, and they are all elite soldiers in the military. Can they be killed at will? If it weren't for the trust they had built up from the previous cooperation, if it was a stranger, Alice would even think that this guy was looking for an excuse to let her stop the level 5, so that he could run away. But the complaints in her mind were just a flash. Alice's eyes also showed a hint of determination. She chose to believe Ji-sun. Okay, I will delay as much as possible. Yeah. Ji-sun did not dare to be careless, and the black curse power surged in his body. Hearing the crackling of bones and muscles, his body visibly swelled up. Alice was preparing her own spell, and looking at Ji-sun who suddenly transformed beside her, her crystal eyes froze instantly. This guy is actually a melee card master? She had never expected to see such a scene. Just from the telekinetic flying knife, Alice felt that even if Ji-sun was not of the wisdom sequence, he should be a card master of other warlocks. But what was the situation with the exaggerated muscles in front of her that were swollen and had a metallic luster, rubbing her eyes? She thought she was hallucinating. However, the more surprising thing was yet to come. Ji-sun's body was visibly taller, his hands and feet turned into steel claws like a werewolf. His skin was dark red like a hell demon, and dragon scales appeared in the vital parts, such as the neck. It was not a single animal transformation, but several. In the blink of an eye, the condensed chi-like armor began to burn. Seeing this, Alice also recognized it, and was surprised. Golan transformation? This guy is really a fighter? The style of painting is getting more and more outrageous. The inheritance of card masters in the southern continent has not been cut off, and she has also seen all kinds of strange 52 demon god sequences. But she didn't understand Ji-sun in front of her at all. Alice always felt that even if she died here today, she had to at least figure out this doubt. So she asked, "Are you a Qigong master?" Almost. Ji-sun twisted his neck, and there were a few crackling sounds. He felt great after the transformation. Just as Master Merlin expected, the blood plague in his body had finally stabilized after nearly 2 months. He could transform now. The advantage of the Golan transformation was that he could control the local transformation. In other words, he could transform into whatever he needed. For example, when he needed to defend, he could cover a large area with dragon scales, and when he needed to travel quickly, he could transform into a werewolf. The current state was the most suitable form for comprehensive combat after many attempts. But Alice wanted to say something, but suddenly she saw Ji-sun's body merge into the darkness. At the same time, Ji-sun's voice came from her ear ready. Alice's eyes jumped for no reason, and she complained in her heart, "I have already entered the fighting state, okay, but you are the one." She realized that this guy has never been serious since the breakout. Alice glanced at the figure hidden in the dark elements, and at this moment she understood where the guy's confidence came from. But the enemy was too strong, and she didn't think she had much more chances of winning, so she was on full alert. Ji-sun, who had entered the combat state, no longer paid attention to any other useless thoughts. His brain had entered an extremely excited state. Countless combat plans were also automatically deduced. The shadow not far away had clearly seen 9 enemies approaching quietly in a dagger formation. He ruled out all possibilities, and murmured in his heart, "Is it an elemental mark?" After determining the enemy's method of locking on him, Ji-sun quietly hid all his auras in the darkness. Perhaps he thought that except for the leader baddies and a few cadres, the others were not a big threat. The 5th level Captain Lambert was not afraid of any traps, and rushed into the mine. Here, he saw a witch lady wearing a red cloak, ready for battle. Alice looked at the 5th level in front of him with a lava giant curse spirit phantom behind him, and muttered, "Did that guy guess it right?" The person who came was the 5th level element manipulator they had discussed before. Seeing this, Alice also breathed a sigh of relief. The elemental card master was much less stressful for her. As soon as the person arrived, Alice's spell, which she had prepared for a long time, condensed and came out. Forbidden spell, Candy House in Fairy Tale Town. In an instant, a 7-color rainbow light lingered around her body. The air was immediately filled with a sweet candy aroma. It was visible to the naked eye that the cold rock walls seemed to have turned into crispy and fragrant chocolate, the gravel turned into candy, and the ground turned into sticky syrup. The huge mine cave instantly turned into a candy refining factory. Not far away, the Captain Lambert saw through the essence of the spell and sneered. A barrier spell? You want to trap me? Humph, you overestimate your abilities. Before the candy mud under his feet, which was like a swamp and was about to stick to his calves, could climb up, he stamped his feet slightly and got rid of the predicament lightly. Spell mud solidification. In a blink of an eye, the earth element gathered rapidly, and the ground under Lambert's feet instantly turned into hardened ground. At the same time, the 3 cards in his hand flew out like bullets, explosive rain. The cards exploded in the air in a triangle shape, and in the blink of an eye, walnut-sized fire bombs appeared, burning the air and twisting it. The attack was a profound spell, intending to hit hard. Swoosh! 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 Alice only watched the fire bombs in front of her like a rainstorm. The speed was extremely fast, and there was no way to avoid it. Fortunately, she was prepared. She gritted her teeth, and the shadow of the wolf grandmother under the cloak also condensed into the deep blue of the water element. Almost at the same time, the spells of both sides collided with each other. Paw, paw, paw! It was like a heavy rain hitting the pond. Countless fire bombs were blocked by the gray wolf phantom. The candy rock wall behind her was burned by the terrifying high temperature, and large burnt holes appeared, like melted chocolate, flowing down. Alice glanced at it, and her blood boiled in her heart. This guy's understanding of the law of fire element is so high. Although he took it hard, this was just the beginning. Huh? The Captain Lambert on the opposite side also let out a light exclamation, and was very surprised that his ultimate spell did not hurt this 4th-level card master at all. The two looked at each other fiercely for a moment. Both of them were ready for the next spell. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened to both sides. The sound of spitting blood instantly alerted the two. There was not just one enemy in the mine, but 9. Alice glanced at the centurions, and thousands in the distance. A strong figure that looked like a wolf appeared out of thin air. Although she knew that Ji-sun was going to kill those people, she didn't expect that this guy would choose to fight those 8 people head-on. However, the moment she looked over, the 4th-level centurion who was hit by a punch had already flown backwards. The chest armor was not deformed at all, but the turbid blood mixed with internal organs had already taken away most of his life. What a domineering boxing! How can this guy's level of chi control be so high? Alice's knowledge is not comparable to that of ordinary people. This is not the level of chi control that a 4th-level person can control. She instantly saw the difference in this punch. No, there is a destructive force in the punch. She had seen too many masters. She also recognized the horror of Ji-sun's punch at a glance. The boxing, the control of the air, and the skills were all extremely proficient. Only in this way could the chi penetrate the plate armor and penetrate the flesh to severely injure the enemy. But she understood it. But how did that guy do it? You know, high-level military armor has high-level enchanted plating. Not only is the physical and magical defense superior, even the penetrating force can be offset. So it means that the punch just now, the residual force left on the enemy, has already seriously injured him. If it weren't for the plate armor, this punch would probably blow him up. If Alice hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she couldn't believe what she saw. The enemy is also a 4th-level Black Knight. This punch seriously injured him. Not only was Alice shocked, but the expressions of the few people who were attacked were also obviously stunned. Watching their companions flying backwards, before they could react, there seemed to be a sound of breaking wind in the air. Swoosh! 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 Several flashes of cold light stabbed from nowhere in the darkness at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. Alice could see clearly that they were 6 flying knives surrounded by a strange gravitational field. In the moment when the enemy was stunned, 2 flying knives stabbed at one person, and stabbed at the necks of 3 3rd-level centurions respectively. Before 2 of them could react, the silver light had already pierced their necks. And the other one reacted quickly enough, and made an extreme sideways movement. But even so, the knife cut a gap in his neck, leaving his skin and flesh turned outward. Blood gushed out from the wound like a fountain. Although the 3 people did not die on the spot, the fatal knife turned around in an instant and came again. Ji-sun's killing methods were linked one after another, as if they were carefully calculated. He did not give the enemy any chance to react. What a fast knife! Alice also saw that the strange gravity lingering on the knife was the same as the fist before. She felt strangely familiar, and was shocked for a moment. Could it be that magic secret method? If it was another secret technique, she really couldn't say. But once this gravity secret technique came out, she was almost sure that it was one of the 52 magic secret techniques, the heaven-attracting god fall, because the hero Aragorn was proficient in this secret technique. Is this guy a hero sequence? Alice suddenly felt as if she finally understood. No wonder this guy could see the properties of the cloak. It's not surprising that he is a hero. No, what's wrong with that mental power and exaggerated spell power? However, although she was surprised, Alice couldn't help but worry when she saw it. Although Ji-sun used the sneak attack tactic, he severely injured a 1,000-man commander and 3 centurions in one encounter. But the enemy also reacted. The moment Ji-sun took action, the 4th-level assassin had already stabbed his neck with a dagger like lightning. Another 4th-level warrior also drew out the sharp short knife from his waist and stabbed him in the waist. The combatants in the army are best at various combined attack tactics. These 2 tacitly coordinated slashes did not give Ji-sun any room to dodge. No matter how he responded, he was bound to be hit by a knife. Not far away, Alice saw the scene from the perspective of a bystander, and her breathing almost stopped due to nervousness. She knew that Ji-sun must have a certain degree of confidence, but she didn't think he could avoid these 2 knives. Oh no! This guy is too reckless. The explosion instantly hit 4 people hard, and it was indeed a surprising result. But if he was really seriously injured, the subsequent battle would be difficult. Alice wanted to help, but the incident happened too suddenly, and no one had a chance to react. The fact was as expected. The short knife and dagger stabbed Ji-sun's neck and lower back respectively, which were fatal. Alice didn't expect that Ji-sun had no intention of avoiding it. Just when she was worried about seeing a bloody arrow spurting out, she suddenly saw a flash of fire on the tip of the sharp blade. With a sound of clang, it was like a sharp sound of metal touching. Alice's pupil shrank suddenly, and she saw an outrageous picture. The dagger and the short knife slid across a golden dragon scale, flashing a fire, didn't penetrate. Ji-sun resisted 2 slashes. Alice looked at her heart and shouted anxiously, the supreme dominant body of the 52 magic secrets. She recognized it. This bronze luster is the dominant body secret. The 2 enemies obviously didn't expect that the killing move that was sure to win didn't even penetrate. Ji-sun felt the destructive force poured into his waist, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised a wicked arc. Both are 4th level, and their understanding of the law is not necessarily higher than his. How can they pierce the supreme dominant body? Ji-sun would not give the enemy time to react. When he was stabbed, his fists were surrounded by a strange gravitational force, and he blasted out fiercely, Bakwan earth rumble. In an instant, the space was like a broken mirror, with spiderweb-like cracks shattered around the fist. The 2 terrified centurions tried their best to defend, but this natural disaster-level magical power blasted out, and the terrifying energy exploded like explosives. The 2 were hit hard, and instantly vomited blood like sandbags and flew backwards. Pop! Ji-sun kicked the ground hard again, and there was a loud bang in the air, and he chased after them relentlessly. His fists rained down on the injured but not dead guys. In the huge mine, there was only the sound of boom, 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 like artillery fire. This rough and bloody scene also broke into her mind violently. Alice looked at Ji-sun, who was invincible, and forcibly rushed into the enemy group. She couldn't describe her changing mood. How many magic secrets does this guy know? She finally realized it. No wonder that guy said others are not a threat so calmly. The scene before her was even more outrageous than expected. Looking at this posture, that guy could easily deal with the other 8 enemies by himself. His so strong. Alice murmured in her heart, and her crystal eyes also flashed with a bright spirit. The change of the battle happened at this moment. Not only was Alice's jaw dropped, but the Captain Lambert not far away also had a black face. He didn't expect that besides the bandit leader baddies, there would be someone in the rebel army who could cause such heavy casualties to their army. However, the battle happened too quickly. In the time it took him to lose focus, 4 of his 8 subordinates were already dead and 4 were injured. Lambert's spell card also changed its target and flew to the other side, trying to rescue several people. Seeing this, how could Alice give him the opportunity to attack Ji-sun? She looked at the moment when the other party was distracted, and at the same time, the spell was cast, secret witch spell selling girl explosive matches. Several matches, like torches, stabbed forward like spears. Humph. Lambert glanced at him, and snorted coldly. He didn't take fire spells of this level seriously at all. He slightly turned his body, and pulled out one hand, then used the molten shield to block the spell with one hand. But before the contempt in his eyes was fully revealed, he suddenly looked up and realized combination spell? On the other side, Alice's eyes were stern, and the second spell had been quietly released. Secret technique, sticky candy house. The candy houses around him melted in large areas. Lambert looked at the ground melting again under his feet, and knew that the other party wanted to hold him back. He looked at Alice, his eyes darkened, looking for death. Although the spell still posed no threat to him, Lambert had to deal with it with all his strength. Thinking of this, the 5th level 1 Fuzhong was filled with a strong field of fire and earth elements. He shouted, "Field Lava World." As soon as this spell came out, Alice's expression instantly became solemn. Even though she had an elemental shield on her body, she still felt the piercing burning sensation at this moment. This was a level crushing at the law level. She knew that the guy on the other side was serious. The guys who were attacked by Ji-sun also knew that they would die if they continued to resist. They decisively chose to disperse and evacuate, using the terrain, fighting and retreating. Ji-sun would not give them the opportunity to leave alive and call for help. Only by killing them all can he concentrate on dealing with the 5th level. The sound of fierce fighting came from the empty mine. But the other party was determined to run, and it took Ji-sun some time to catch up. A quarter of an hour later, the noise of the battle gradually died down. On the other side, the battlefield between Alice and Lambert was very tragic. The cave here had turned into a lava world like a crater. 2 lava giants more than 5 meters high were ravaging, and some high-level cards were constantly flying out of Lambert's hands. In the corner, the Rainbow River had dried up for the most part. Alice's clothes were covered with burn marks, and blood was flowing from the corners of her mouth. She was beaten back step by step, because she was 1 level behind. She was able to hold on until now, because she had exhausted all means. "I'm almost at my limit." Alice panted heavily, and a trace of sadness appeared in her eyes. In this lava environment, even breathing is a torture. The scorching fire element poured into her lungs through her trachea, as if it was going to burn her whole body. The S-level difficulty plot was indeed a life-or-death struggle. However, a turning point came quietly. Just when Alice felt that she might die at any time, a figure slowly walked over from the mine in the distance. At the same time, she heard the familiar voice, "Ah, sorry, I encountered a few reinforcements. So it took a while." Hearing this, Alice's eyes lit up when she heard the calm tone as always. This guy is finally here. However, only she who has experienced the strength of the opponent knows that even if Ji-sun comes, it is difficult to win. She thought that if the guy escaped, she felt that she would not blame him. However, several thoughts just emerged. The next moment, Alice looked at the figure that appeared at the end of the mine, and her eyes froze again. Because at this moment, behind Ji-sun, there appeared a clown phantom with a scarlet mouth that stretched to the roots of the ears. What kind of cursed spirit is this? No, this is the devil. Alice stared. In the vision of mind reading, she seemed to see a completely unfamiliar teammate, mysterious, violent, excited, and elusive. The guy walked out slowly. On that face full of jokes, there was the same strange smile as the clown phantom behind him. Ji-sun looked at the Captain Lambert, and then looked at the surrounding environment. It's very tricky. Chapter 297. A mine cave of fiery red lava. Alice looked at Ji-sun walking slowly, her eyes trembling with a strange color. How could she not have thought that she could see such a big contrast in the same person? If the previous Ji-sun was an assassin hiding in the dark, alert and cunning, then at this moment, he was like a knight of light marching in front of thousands of troops, brave and fearless. At this moment, Ji-sun was sharp and domineering. Even when facing an enemy with a higher rank, his eyes revealed a fearless playfulness. He gathered his energy with each step. His momentum rose higher and higher. In a blink of an eye, the aura lingering on his body was as sharp as a needle. Alice was shocked. Who is this guy? She also realized that Ji-sun was definitely not an ordinary East Wild spy. His strength was outrageous. Among the 4th level, even the pure-blooded dragon descendants of the Arel Empire had never seen anyone stronger and more outrageous than him. Seeing Ji-sun coming, even the Captain Lambert frowned. The appearance of this man here means that all the subordinates he brought with him just now have been killed. Lambert's face turned cold, and he didn't hide his murderous intent. He sneered, "Ha, you rebels are really surprising. A 4th level which has held him back for so long, which is already a rare master. I didn't expect that there would be a more powerful one now." Although there was surprise in his tone, there was no retreat at all, only the murderous intent that seemed to be real. But you don't think that you are qualified to fight me head-on just because you can kill the Centurion, right? No, no, no. Ji-sun smiled and shook his head. There was no sense of urgency on his face with a wicked smile. He even had the leisure to chat for a few words. I have also seen your methods. The rank suppression. Even if I use all my methods, the chance of winning is no more than 10%. 10%? Lambert sneered, obviously not thinking so. How could he lose to two fourth-rank people? Ji-sun looked at this guy, but didn't take it seriously, just said, but it's not that easy for you to kill me. He knew that the other party was not in a hurry, and was actually recovering his magic power in secret. In addition, the large army above had already arrived. All they had to do was wait for the rebel leader Baddies, who was blocking the road, to be killed, and everything would be over. Lambert's expression was slightly different when he heard this. He knew that his thoughts were seen through. The witch opposite had the ability to read minds, which was fine. Why did he feel that the clown-like guy in front of him also had the ability to see through everything he did? That feeling was very strange. It was as if the battle had not yet begun, but the future had already been rehearsed. No matter what he did, there would be no unexpected results for the other party. Just as the other party said, it was not that easy for him to kill two people. Alice, who was not far away, also discovered this problem. But she did not expect that this was another kind of the 52 magic secrets. Ji-sun felt great at the moment. These days, he practiced hard to comprehend the world, and his understanding of this secret method became deeper and deeper. The strength of this secret technique does not lie in the direct increase in combat power, but in its controllability. When he killed those people of the same level before, Ji-sun had already discovered the exaggerated effect brought by this ability. In his eyes, any means of the enemy were deduced from the beginning to the end. This allowed Ji-sun to predict their next move, landing point, intention, and nothing unexpected when facing those people. In this way, the enemy could not kill Ji-sun. The result is destined to be that he can only kill me. To put it in a popular metaphor, it is like shooting. For a normal person to hit the target with a gun, it all depends on luck and skill. And this secret method is to accurately analyze the wind direction, trajectory, and range to achieve a perfect shot in theory. Only then did Ji-sun understand Gong Wu's evaluation of I Am the World at the beginning. It is almost impossible to kill a card master who is proficient in this secret technique unless the rank is crushed. And if he really reaches the level of Jia Yu who can use the secret method as a domain, he can even completely deduce all possibilities before the opponent makes a move. The layout is invisible. This is also the reason why many people say that the field of light chasers is unsolvable. This magic secret method does not change anything, but only deduce the law of the operation of things. There is no trace to follow, and of course there is no real way to crack it. A thought flashed through Ji-sun's energy accumulation, and he didn't want to delay any longer. He turned his head to look at Alice, who was seriously injured, and said directly, if you don't have a way to seriously injure the guy, leave first. Leave this to me. It's already pretty good to be able to delay for so long. Ji-sun also knew that if this woman could get out alive, even if the slate collar was not removed, she would most likely not die. In this situation, even if the two of them joined forces, it would not make much sense except to delay for a while. And if it drags on, the pursuers above will arrive. There may be a glimmer of hope if we find the underground river. Alice listened with a complex look in her eyes and asked, what about you? She also understood the situation. Although she was not as thoughtful as Ji-sun, she knew that the choice before her was about her life and death. And Ji-sun let her go first, which actually gave her a glimmer of hope. But how could Princess Alice, who had been kind since childhood, give up the person who risked his life to save her? Me? Ji-sun looked indifferent, tilted his head, and looked at the two flame demons and the fifth level. His eyes narrowed slightly. I want to take a gamble. Hearing this, Alice was extremely surprised and said, what bet? Ji-sun said meaningfully, betting on courage. Alice didn't quite understand what he meant. But she also vaguely guessed that Ji-sun might have found some other clues to break the deadlock. But before she could figure it out, the captain of 10,000 men, Lambert, snorted coldly and interrupted her thoughts. You two really don't take me seriously. As soon as these words came out, murderous auras suddenly rose. Ji-sun was not afraid at all. Still walking towards the enemy guarded by the two lava giants without haste. The battle was about to start. At this critical moment, Alice's pretty face turned grim. She did not choose to run away, but summoned up her courage and said loudly, I have another secret method of forbidden spell that can hurt the fifth level. But it takes a long time to prepare. Oh! Ji-sun listened without looking back, and just said lightly, then try it. I will try my best to restrain you. I have said everything that should be said. Alice's choice is her own decision. Seeing several cards turned into several firebirds flying towards him, Ji-sun's eyes suddenly became stern. Before he could see what he did, the air at the spot suddenly exploded. Pop! There was a sound of air explosion, and the hot magma around was rippling. Looking again, Ji-sun had already appeared less than 2 meters in front of Lambert like lightning. For a melee card master against a warlock, the correct way to deal with it is to use the advantage of the body to dodge. Although Ji-sun had just advanced to the 4th level, the basic attributes accumulated by the previous levels had already snowballed. After the transformation, he was already comparable to some melee card masters of the 4th stage in the late stage. Just talking about the physical agility attribute, this is far beyond the 5th stage warlock card masters. Ji-sun approached the enemy and threw out his strongest punch without hesitation, Ba Fist Earth Rumble. The fist with strange gravity created a mirror crack in the void, with a terrifying momentum. However, this move that could severely damage the natural disaster magic of the same level only brought a sneer of contempt in Lambert's eyes. That look seemed to be mocking, naive. The captain had expected this kind of close-range attack, and he didn't even raise his hand. A circle of flame magic shield appeared on his body. Bang! A muffled sound. Ji-sun punched the flame shield, like a burst of iron flowers, and the flames splashed. This shield can do more than just defense. The splashing sparks fell on Ji-sun, burning through the protective chi directly, leaving a little bit of charred on the surface of the body. The air was filled with a faint smell of meat. Ji-sun felt the slight tingling on his skin, but he was not surprised. Instead, he carefully felt it and murmured in his heart, "Hee, is this the suppression of the rank law?" Although he was slightly injured, it was his first time to fight a 5th level card master head-on. He used his body to measure the accuracy of the 5th level card master's understanding of the law. This cognitive improvement is a precious experience for him. In this way, the results that can be deduced will be more accurate. Huh? The two of them fought for a moment, and Lambert was obviously a little surprised. His shield splash was a highly condensed life-definition fire law, but it didn't hurt a 4th level card master? And after personally experiencing the punch just now, he also understood why his centurion was severely injured. What a domineering punch! Although he didn't admit it, Lambert recognized it in his heart. This was the most threatening punch he had ever seen from a level below 5. Things flashed through his mind in an instant. Glancing again, the witch in the distance had already played the golden harp, as if preparing some high-level secret technique. Cursed Spirit Great Flame Demon. Lambert didn't dare to be careless. When the cursed spirit appeared, he flipped out a card, and it exploded in his hand. Flame Ring. Ji-sun punched out, and before he could retreat, the 6-pointed star formation appeared under the enemy's body in front of him, and the fire elements of the surrounding shields burst out like a blowout. The 5th level card master's control of elements and proficiency in spells also have a crushing advantage. Ji-sun stomped twice in the air like lightning, trying to dodge. But he was still a moment too late, and most of his body was wrapped in flames. An ordinary 4th level card master would be seriously injured if he didn't die from the splashing back at close range. Fortunately, when Ji-sun's professional card was fused, he had a little blood ability of Hellfire, and his fire resistance was relatively high. Otherwise, even the secret method of dominance might not be able to block the fire damage suppressed by this law. The flames only lasted for a moment, then receded like a tide. Ji-sun, half of his body was burnt, also recognized the spell, so he did not try to avoid it. He ignored the burning burns on his body, turned over in the air, stepped into the air again, and punched Lambert's shield for the second time. Bang! Another punch. The shield was also hit with sparks. Then came the second, third, and fourth punches like lightning. Figures overlapped in the air. The flames burned the air and made it crackle. With the measurement, Ji-sun clearly felt that the fire damage could not kill him in 1 second, so he began to attack intensively. He inherited the old man Gong Wu's style of fighting. He fought fiercely and domineeringly. Ji-sun knew that it was impossible for him to kill Lambert with just this elemental shield. The only correct way to deal with it is to consume. Although the 5th level spell elemental shield is strong, the corresponding consumption is not small. Ji-sun has the secret method of gluttony to restore spell power, so he is not afraid of consumption in a short period of time. He started a torrential attack. He didn't give the opponent any chance to get away and interfere with Alice's spellcasting in the distance. This aggressive style of punching and hitting the face was indeed effective. In a short period of time, Ji-sun consumed a large number of Lambert's spell cards. After all, this was the captain of the Talon dynasty 3,000 years ago. Lambert mastered many spells that have been lost in later generations. Various secret methods and spellcasting techniques are also dazzling. Even though Ji-sun was quick to react, he was in danger several times, because the enemy used secret spells that he had never seen before. Fortunately, there is the undead curse. As long as they don't die on the spot, they will be fully recovered. Of course, the price is not small. It's a desperate battle, and there's no time to care about other things. This war of attrition seems to cost Ji-sun more, but at the same time, the enemy's methods are also being figured out little by little. Every time he is severely injured, every time the enemy uses a new spell, in Ji-sun's eyes, the enemy's secrets are a little less. And his deduction of the future battle situation is clearer. The super high comprehension blessed by the clown's phantom, and the world cognition ability blessed by I am the world. This made everything in Ji-sun's eyes clearer and clearer. While fighting, enlightenment was constantly refreshing. You captured the secret of using the spell, Flame Strike, spell proficiency plus 25, element cognition plus 1. You understood the lava analysis, proficiency plus 76, earth element cognition plus 1. You observed keenly, and saw through the weakness of the fire element shield, law understanding plus 9. Gongwu once taught that fighting with opponents, who can bring death pressure to oneself, is always the best way to improve. Ji-sun kept it in mind, and now he has a deeper understanding of it. The first time he fought a 5th level card master head-on, it was as if he was forced to reach another level of understanding of the law. Everything was new. Everything that happened before his eyes was nutrition that he could absorb and improve himself. Ji-sun was also devouring like a whale madly. Although he was the one who suffered the most in this kind of bombardment, the opponent did not suffer any damage except for consuming a little spell power. But as time went on, Ji-sun became more and more relaxed in dealing with it, because he is getting more and more familiar with the enemy's methods. In his eyes, the world has fewer and fewer secrets. As an opponent, Lambert has a deeper understanding of this. As the fight went on, Lambert realized how difficult an opponent he had encountered. It was not a problem of being unable to beat him, but that he could not be killed. Damn it, how could this guy not be killed? Lambert was puzzled and cursed in his heart more than once. He had obviously used several special skills, even the most powerful ones. If it were any 4th level card master he had met before, he would have died countless times. But the guy in front of him didn't have it. And he had already severely injured his opponent several times, but in the blink of an eye, he was alive and kicking again. Although he didn't know what secret method that could heal instantly was. But the fact was, if he couldn't kill him, the opponent would keep on consuming him. Although he also knew that the opponent's healing secret method must have a price, this kind of aggrieved feeling was something that no one, even those of the same level, had ever brought him. And it's not just that, not being able to kill him is just a small problem. As the fight went on, Lambert accidentally discovered that the longer the time dragged on, the more his opponent seemed to see through his moves. The feeling of being spied on by a mind reader made him feel as if his body was naked and his skills were seen through. At a certain moment, he realized it. It turned out that the guy in front of him wanted to force him to use all kinds of hidden spells as much as possible from the beginning. When he came to his senses after using them, it was too late. He realized that he had no more spells to use. Damn it, what kind of freak is this? Lambert cursed in his heart. This is the tricky part. Even if he found out that the other party was secretly learning his spells, there was nothing he could do. Since he couldn't kill the other party, he could only continue to fight and keep trying new methods. And then he watched helplessly as the balance of victory was tilted up little by little in this battle that should have been a crushing victory, and then there were signs of a draw. Before the battle started, he never thought that he would be forced to the point where he had no spells to use by a 4th level person. Lambert didn't think about killing the rebel in front of him as soon as possible. He just wanted to delay for a while, and wait for reinforcements to come to deal with this outrageous enemy together. In the distance, Alice, who was concentrating her spell, was also observing the battle situation. Seeing this scene, she was also very surprised. She never expected that the captain who had forced her into a desperate situation several times just now was actually being suppressed at this moment. Is this healing ability another magical secret method? Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. It is because I saw it with my own eyes that I feel it is incredible. Alice was once the princess of the Red Dragon Kingdom and had a wide range of supernatural knowledge. Even if she had never seen the 52 magic secrets, she had probably heard of them. She saw several shadows of the 52 magic secrets on Ji-sun. But she was also relieved. This healing speed has exceeded the level of normal spells by a lot. Judging from this situation, I guessed it right. I have seen too many strange things today. Alice's eyes twitched, and she also felt a sense of indifference in her heart. Oh, that's right. If it's that guy, it doesn't seem strange. Looking at the shadowy fighting figure in front of her, she really felt that the crisis of death pressing on her heart was really relieved a lot. Although it seemed that Ji-sun was completely helpless against the enemy. But the fact is that this guy has gradually mastered the rhythm of the battle quietly. Outrageous combat power is only one aspect. Alice also saw Ji-sun's terrifying understanding and ability to control the situation while fighting. The same spell may hurt him the first time it is used, but it is absolutely impossible to hurt him the second time. This is a nightmare for the enemy. Even the spells that a 5th level card master can master are very rich. But when encountering an enemy who can only use a spell once, there will inevitably be a dilemma of running out of tricks. It is precisely because of this tactic that made him gradually play a draw posture in the desperate situation that was obviously a crushing situation. Control the field and calculate, without any mistakes. Is this guy's mentality really not affected by the negative environment at all? The more she watched, the more Alice admired him from the bottom of her heart. As a bystander, she could see the tiny details more clearly. Alice knew it very well. If there was any mistake, a 5th level card master would almost certainly die. But that guy didn't make any mistakes from beginning to end. The battle was deadlocked in the increasingly fierce movement. No matter how fierce the enemy's attack was, Ji-sun could always respond appropriately. Just like a light leaf swaying in the wind, but never being blown off. Ji-sun's momentum increased as the battle went on. Captain Lambert, however, became more and more frustrated. It seemed that if the two really wanted to decide the outcome, they would have to wait until one of them ran out of spell power. However, there was still one person on the battlefield. Alice was also very surprised to find that the 5th level enemy was unable to get away from him to interfere with her spell. This gave her enough time to cast the spell that was beyond her own level. Finally, the colorful elemental river behind Alice shone brightly again, and the golden harp had condensed into substance. The magic harp in the fairy tale town played a melodious melody. She sang the beautiful forbidden spell ballad. Listen, the bells are echoing, they are ringing happily jingling. Midnight is approaching, the carriage comes from hell, Cinderella puts on her beloved crystal shoes, and the palace plays a fatal movement. The singing gradually sounded. The sound was not loud, but it was very clear to every corner of the mine. As Alice said, this spell takes a long time to chant. The beautiful singing has been going on for several minutes, but there is still no substantial effect. However, when Ji-sun heard the singing, he smiled. Hey, which sequence really knows everything? He had seen this trick before. In the Shinchu treasury before, the god of play Domingo, one of the 4 knights of the king of the Orlan royal court, used this sonic spell to shatter Gong Wu's clothes. This mysterious method is almost impossible to defend against. At that time, the god of drama Domingo used hundreds of puppets to perform successfully. Alice played a harp, and it seemed that it would take longer. Thinking of this, Ji-sun would not let the enemy disturb him. Although Lambert in the distance had never seen it, he also had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. He wanted to stop Alice from casting the spell, but he could not get rid of Ji-sun's entanglement. Finally, the last note of the song stopped abruptly. Alice shouted softly, "Explode?" The words come true. The sound wave with murderous intent penetrated the elemental shield with a special frequency, and hit the enemy's body directly. Lambert's face changed drastically, but he still couldn't do anything. Pop! Pop! A series of firecracker-like sounds rang out, and his blood vessels burst everywhere. Scarlet everywhere, he couldn't help but feel hot in his throat, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out. Puff! Seeing this, Alice in the distance was happy, but she also lost her strength in an instant, and the colorful elemental river behind her dimmed at the same time. Try your best to strike, and the outcome depends on fate. Ji-sun was also surprised by the power of Alice's spell. He didn't care about anything else, and rushed forward punching Lambert. Bang! 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 Ji-sun took on the siege of 2 lava giants and punched Lambert. His fist also touched the enemy's body for the first time. The violent shock wave poured into the surroundings like a tide, and the entire mine collapsed in large areas. However, even if he was seriously injured, a 5th level card master was not so easy to kill. Ji-sun punched Lambert and heard the sound of crack, crack, ceramic shattering. This guy not only has a fire element shield, but also a layer of earth element armor. Like a bulletproof vest, this layer of ceramic armor removes most of the damage. Although Ji-sun's earth rumbling has extremely strong destructive power, it hits the guy's body, and under the suppression of the law, its power is only 1/10 of that. Unable to kill him in a short time, Lambert recovered his breath, forced Ji-sun back with a fire explosion card, and propped up the elemental shield again. When Ji-sun saw this, he knew that they couldn't kill this guy. But at this moment, he also realized that it was the turning point of the key plot. Hey, it's true. If they can't kill this 5th level, they can't get out. Ji-sun and his partner should have been desperate. Not far away, Alice's expression also dimmed instantly. Because at this time, the reconnaissance spell spirit she arranged had sensed that a large group of people were coming down. In other words, the leader baddies had died in battle. After a few breaths, the large military force will arrive. What awaits them is death. Is this the end? Alice's eyes dimmed. She used the strongest forbidden technique, but still couldn't change the ending. She couldn't think of any hope of survival. Alice glanced at Ji-sun, feeling guilty for having implicated others. Even with this glance, she felt very strange. This guy is still not panicking at all at this time? No, not only is he not panicking, he is still laughing. Ji-sun also noticed someone coming from above. He also stopped fighting and stood far away. However, as if he sensed the gaze, he looked back at Alice and smiled. Ha ha ha. The laughter gradually became more cheerful. It was a wanton smile like a winner. Alice didn't understand, and asked expectantly, "Do you have any other ideas?" If he wasn't crazy, then this guy must have seen something that I didn't see. But now being surrounded is a foregone conclusion. How can we break the situation? Ji-sun knew what she was wondering about. They were friends because they had been through thick and thin together. He didn't want to keep his teammates in the dark, so he smiled and said, "Didn't we say we would gamble on courage?" He asked himself and answered, "We might have made the right bet." Alice looked at him blankly. Ji-sun ignored Lambert in the distance and said calmly, "It turns out that we can't kill this character. But I have deduced all the clues, unless we are unlucky and really ignore the correct way to pass the level. Otherwise, we have done everything we can." Yes. Hearing this, Alice murmured in her heart. Looking back on the journey, they have done everything they can. It is very confusing that they still cannot pass the level. Is it because the passing method is wrong? Before she thought more, Ji-sun continued, "But we still have no chance of survival. Do you think other people can survive? Even if it is an S-level plot, there must be a glimmer of hope." Alice seemed to understand something. Her eyes trembled. So? If even a powerful combination like them can't pass the level, the hope of others is even slimmer. So it's probably not a problem of combat power, but a method. Ji-sun was very sure of his judgment at this moment. So, if you want to get out alive, you don't have to kill him. It's another way. He had analyzed all the known plot information before, and deduced various possibilities. So the probability that he ignored the correct method to pass the level was very low. If it was true, he would accept it. He should accept defeat and face death calmly. But obviously, it was probably not their method that was the problem. It was the conditions for passing the level. It was not necessary to kill this 5th level captain. Just like the S-level plots he had encountered before, such as Secret Keeper in the Great Cemetery Labyrinth and Dragonhawk Galen in Ironforge Battle. Those S-level monsters were just necessary obstacles to passing the level. They were not to be killed. Alice also suddenly realized, and asked with surprise and expectation, "Are you talking about Goran?" "Yes." Ji-sun nodded and smiled mysteriously. "As expected, we passed the test. Now we should wait for the result." Sure enough. As soon as the voice fell, the whole mine suddenly heard a boom. Boom. Like a dam breaking sound. Alice's face was full of joy of escaping from a desperate situation. The underground river was found. Ji-sun said in a deep voice, "Yes." It seemed that these words were not spoken to Alice, but in response to the voices in his heart. At this moment, he felt great. This is not a coincidence. It is inevitable. The whole plot has formed a perfect logical closed loop in his eyes. The plot mission and the plot line are connected in his mind. It is a kind of sudden enlightenment that seems to see through everything. Chidi also reminded that you have seen a little law of the operation of the world. I am the world, proficiency plus 255, world cognition plus 3. This is a very rare and difficult to improve the 52 magic secrets. At this moment, the proficiency has increased significantly. In a blink of an eye, the flood at the bottom of the mine washed out. Before the flood, Ji-sun saw Chidi. "Congratulations on completing the S mission breakout. Plot evaluation excellent. 16 people survived the breakout rebels, and an additional reward of plus 16%. He knew that the bet was right. Cleared the level. Chapter 298. Perhaps because the rebel leader Bloodblade baddies had been killed, the other minions were no longer important. Or perhaps they were afraid of Ji-sun and the other two's strength. After failing to catch up with them for a while, Captain Lambert gave up. The others did not chase them either. In this way, Ji-sun, Alice, and Goran floated in the rapids of the underground river for several hours. When they thought they had almost left the encirclement, they found a water outlet and appeared on the ground again, on a hillside in the wilderness. Alice, who was soaked all over, took a few deep breaths and murmured excitedly, "I survived." She was exhausted from the previous battle, and her lips were slightly pale. But at this moment, her face showed the excitement and joy of surviving the disaster. Enlightenment has already prompted the completion of the main plot. It also means that the most dangerous moment has passed. However, because the underground river in the mine cave exploded before, Goran triggered the aftermath of a new branch war, so the two did not leave the space immediately. In a blink of an eye, Alice saw Ji-sun not far away. An uncontrollable sense of relief appeared in her crystal eyes. If it weren't for this ridiculously strong teammate, she knew that she would never survive this mission. Mr. Aragorn was right. This guy was really amazing. Alice was also glad that she chose to trust him from the beginning. In his eyes, Ji-sun had completely regained his previous calm and indifferent expression. Alice couldn't help it after all. She didn't ask him about his incredible magic secrets, but asked curiously, "Mr. Ji-sun, why were you so sure that we could survive just now?" Recalling the last moment of the battle, that guy seemed to have a kind of certainty that he had controlled his fate. That scene was deeply engraved in my mind. How can I be so sure? Ji-sun smiled and shook his head, responding, "I just chose the option that is most likely to survive. And then I was lucky and survived. There is nothing to say about this. I am the world deduced the option that is most likely to survive." He chose his own judgment. That's all. If he really wants to say what he is sure of, it's still the same sentence. The different dimensional space will definitely leave a glimmer of hope. After trying his best to kill the Fifth Order Centurion, but failing, Ji-sun finally confirmed his guess that this different dimensional space tests courage instead of killing the Fifth Order. But this method is useless even if others know it. Even if you know that the different dimensional space has the characteristic of testing courage. Courage cannot be faked. And Ji-sun's courage is because he really dares to gamble his life to verify his guess. Moreover, not only courage is required, but also strength corresponding to the difficulty of the plot. Otherwise, it would be impossible to survive the difficulty obstacle, Captain Lambert, set in the other dimensional space. In short, this Valen City rebel camp tests the courage, strength, and wisdom of the adventurer. None of them can be missing. However, after saying this, Ji-sun's eyes gradually deepened. At this moment, he also felt a sense of lightness and pleasure in his soul. "Jia, you said before that after I comprehend the profoundness of the world, my emotions will be very stable." Ji-sun now has a clear understanding. If it were before, after completing such an exciting plot, he would definitely have an extreme excitement of an intracranial orgasm after winning a life or death bet. However, now, his body is very calm. It seems that if the cause occurs, the result will inevitably be obtained. The excitement that should have been felt is no longer felt. It's like Alice would feel that surviving a disaster is extremely thrilling. And Ji-sun himself only feels that. It is so true. But at this moment, Ji-sun has gained another more wonderful experience. The plot of the different dimensional space is like a small epitome of human destiny. The joy brought by controlling the plot makes the soul seem to be sublimated. Oh! Alice listened to Ji-sun's words and thought about it. Ji-sun didn't want to explain more, and smiled with narrowed eyes. In a blink of an eye, he looked at Goran wearing a hero cloak beside him. This key NPC survived the crisis, and the momentum between his eyebrows was completely different. And what surprised Ji-sun was that when he was drifting in the underground river and was chased, this guy used a kind of gravity secret method in a panic. Ji-sun was very sure that it was the magic secret art that caused the gods to fall. He was also surprised. This secret art was clearly the exclusive secret art of the 9 destruction sequence. Disaster Path. Why could the heroes of the Miracle Path learn it? And he just asked Alice. Ji-sun confirmed that Aragorn, a descendant of Goran, was also proficient in this secret art. This made him deduce his thoughts. He thought of the source of his secret art. In the Third Holy Grail War, the hero Garen was not a card master, but a hero, and he knew this secret art. So, what is the connection between the hero sequence and the natural disaster sequence? Ji-sun and the other two rested for a while, and without further delay, they found a way back to Valen City. Another teammate, Alan, was still in the city, and it was unknown whether he survived. Ji-sun and the other two also wanted to follow Goran to see if they could dig deeper into the plot related to the slave collar key. However, Valen City was blocked by the military because of the war, and all outsiders were prohibited from entering. It was not until the next day that the three of them mixed in with a team of reporters from various newspapers and entered the city. The good news is that Alan is still alive. Similar to the plan discussed before, he saved Miss Mignon, the daughter of the grain storage officer of Valence City, and survived the military's roundup. He also completed his A-level main task. The battle ended more neatly than expected. Because the military ambush plan was detonated by Ji-sun in advance, the rebels chose to break through. So there was no fierce siege and street fighting according to the original plot. Although many rebels escaped, the military's actions also achieved the expected results. Soon, accurate news from the newspapers came out. The famous General Marcus led 400,000 city-state coalition forces to successfully encircle and suppress the rebels. The rebel leader Baddies and a group of backbones were almost all beheaded. The heavy casualties were predictable. However, Ji-sun was more concerned about another piece of news. The newspaper reported that the number of rebels who came to Valence City to rob was nearly 1 million, but the actual combat personnel were less than 20%, and many of them were refugees and slaves who could not survive. As a result, the military did not encounter too fierce resistance during the encirclement and capture. Then, they captured nearly 300,000 rebels alive. This is what Ji-sun cares about. The famous General Marcus knew that most of the 300,000 captured rebels were civilians, but he still ordered them all to be killed. From the perspective of ordinary people, they would think that the rebels deserved to die. Even some kind people would only think that Marcus was too murderous. However, Ji-sun deduced something else from these fate lines. He has now completely seen through that there are too many traces of human manipulation behind this uprising war. This killing may involve political games, or the pursuit of greater military merit, but it may also involve extraordinary ways. Before entering the space, Toad asked him to observe the laws of war. Ji-sun can observe, and then he noticed that war is also one of the laws of the universe. He used to think that war was a product of the political level. But now it seems that it is not that simple. The whole war is like a prepared ritual. Ji-sun cannot understand this kind of ritual for the time being. The same existence, what is the purpose of pointing to? But he thought of something else. Ji-sun thought of the previous king of Orlan deliberately creating terror to comprehend his own law of fear. Isn't it also a ritual-like process? Then, could war also be deliberately created by some people, with the purpose of gaining a way to comprehend the higher laws? He remembered the Third Holy Grail War mentioned when he was chatting with Jiayu in Honolulu. At that time, Mushroom Head used his ability to deduce that the war between humans and demons caused by the fight for the Holy Grail was like a sacrificial ceremony required by the gods. Only pain can make people believe in gods. In reality, the Silver Moon sect that Ji-sun had come into contact with liked to sacrifice humans in order to gain the ability to communicate with gods. It was probably the same principle. And now seeing the famous General Marcus killing 300,000 rebels, Ji-sun confirmed the guess. This is not just a massacre. This is more like a bloody sacrifice arranged through war. Some people who create wars can feel some kind of high-level extraordinary power in this bloody ritual. As for what it is, Ji-sun didn't know. But he realized that Toad was right, and needed to experience it himself. This is a law of the universe. When he understood it, he really touched that level. Ji-sun and the other two stayed in Valence City for half a day to ensure the safety of the future hero Goran, and complete the side quest. Unfortunately, the main storyline has ended this time. The Will of Space did not give them more time to stay. The three failed to go to the Rune Highlands to find the legendary Master Gammer. However, Ji-sun has already dug the relevant plot to the extreme within his ability. Theoretically, there are already relevant props in the settlement card pool. The rest depends on luck. In a room in Valence City, Ji-sun and the other two are ready to leave. The plot ends, and the settlement enlightenment also appears. Congratulations on clearing the Valence City rebel camp. Space exploration degree 87%, fixed reward 90%, additional exploration 44%, A-level evaluation, rare card draw plus 30%. Unparalleled wisdom and courage, advanced card draw probability plus 7%. Hidden plot explorer, advanced card draw probability plus 9%. Live to die, extra rare card draw probability plus 5%. Tacit teammates, rare card draw reward plus 4%. Insight, special card probability plus 3%. Rare survivor, rare card draw reward plus 1%. Complete as special plot breakout *1, A plus hidden plot heroic choice *1, A level plot survivor of the siege *1, B level plot mission Valence City's traitor, break through the governor's mansion, war aftermath, C level mission break the city, granary intelligence, D level mission kill Knight Captain Jim. Asterisk 1 treasure chest rarity probability plus 26%, total reward plus 30%. Overall rating S. Get clearance settlement treasure chest asterisk 4. Similar to what Jason expected. After so many experiences in the alternate dimension, I know which behaviors can increase the probability of drawing cards. Few adventurers survive, the plot is high, the difficulty is high, and challenging high difficulty bosses will basically increase the probability of drawing cards. Below are the basic card drawing probabilities: 3% black iron, 50% silver, 41% gold, 7% dark gold, and 1% special. The 4th level alternate dimension can pass the main quest, which is basically a silver card guarantee. Ji-sun looked at the 4 settlement treasure chests that appeared in front of him and clicked them directly. Open the clearance treasure chest to get a special item, a mysterious note. Open the clearance treasure chest to get a dark gold card, summoning card lava giant. Open the clearance treasure chest to get a gold mechanical blueprint, the design of the 4th generation of giant magic heavy armor mechanical baffle. Open the clearance treasure chest to get a special item, the lead-filled dice of the dreamer. Ji-sun looked at the things drawn from the first 4 treasure chests, and his eyes slightly shone. The things were a little unexpected. Summoning card lava giant detailed explanation, a 5th level elemental summoning card, after infusing the spell power, summons 2 lava giants with super high defense and magic attack to assist in the attack. This is the spell used by the 5th level centurion. The lava giant condensed by earth and fire elements has strong combat power. Although it is not very useful to Ji-sun, it is also very valuable. As for the mechanical drawings, they are also military armors encountered in the battlefield before. It is normal for these 2 things to be drawn. However, Ji-sun looked at the manuscript that looked like a draft paper and wondered, treasure map? Or what? A mysterious no detailed explanation, a sketch drawn by Master Gammer points to a coordinate in Rune Highlands. The special card drawn with a 1% probability will not be bad. The most important thing is that the name of Master Gammer is on it. This is the only name that appears in this plot. But it does not prevent Ji-sun from knowing that he must be a great figure in history. According to the characteristics of the different dimensional space, such legendary figures are usually involved in some important historical plots. Rune Highlands is a place name in the Talon dynasty. The original site can also be found in the Old Continent. Ji-sun thought that he would know it when he went to see it. The 4th item is a bit interesting. The high probability of drawing cards obtained by the high evaluation also drew 2 special items. Ji-sun also saw it for the first time. Dreamer's lead-filled dice detailed explanation, disposable items, cheating gambling tools for dreams to come true, relics involving a trace of the law of fate. Imagine what you want in your mind, throw the dice, the higher the points, the higher the grade of the item you get, the probability will be higher if you wish for related plot items that you have come into contact with in this different dimension. On the contrary, you may get nothing. I didn't wait to understand what these 3 dice are for. Alan was heard lamenting with a dead look on his face. It's over. I'm rated A-, but I didn't get the collar key in 3 chances. In a blink of an eye, he asked Alice, Sister Alice, what about you? Alice listened and her face dimmed. Silence replaced her answer. Originally, the main plot of this different dimension had a very low correlation with the slave collar key. It's normal that they didn't get it. But if they don't get it, they will still be controlled by the collar after they go out, and they will be caught by the Hydralisk Legion sooner or later. Thinking of this, Alice and the other person both looked very unhappy. Oh, that's right. She was a war slave destined to die. From the first moment she entered the space, she knew that she had to try her luck. Now that she didn't get a chance to survive, she should accept her fate. She had tried her best. However, Alice thought of something and glanced at Ji-sun. She knew that this teammate's evaluation must be higher than hers, and the probability was definitely higher than hers. Her calm heart suddenly became uneasy again. Ji-sun looked at the 2 pairs of expectant eyes, knowing what they wanted to ask, and shook his head. I didn't draw it either. Hearing this, Alice's eyes dimmed instantly. However, before she could despair, Ji-sun took out the 3 dice he had just obtained and said, but I drew this thing. Alice took a look and thought it was not the collar key, and it would be meaningless to draw anything. However, looking at the dice introduction, hope immediately burned in her heart. This, Alan said frankly and excitedly, with this dice, we can make a wish for the key. Alice was also happy, but then her eyes showed a hint of difficulty. She used her peripheral vision to signal Alan not to continue speaking. Although she saw hope, but she also saw the value of this dice. If he used this dice to wish for a key, whether it succeeded or not, it would mean that Ji-sun gave up a treasure. For example, He could have wished for something like Space Teleportation Card, Death Substitute, these special cards that are extremely difficult to produce in different dimensions. Once drawn, it would be something that could really save his life. It is more valuable than a key that has nothing to do with him. Alice didn't selfishly think that for the key, others could pay such a high price for nothing. But she didn't expect that for Ji-sun. Many things are more important than life-saving equipment. Ji-sun certainly thought about using dice to draw some things he needs. But since he promised Toad, of course, he has to do it. As for Space Teleport Card for him, those cards are best to have, but he won't force it if he doesn't have them. For him, with a way out, taking risks is meaningless. Seeing Alice's embarrassed expression, Ji-sun also felt that this teammate was not bad, and smiled slightly. Seeing that smile, Alice was also stunned. Before she could sort out the complicated thoughts in her mind, she saw Ji-sun took out a gray cloth cloak, and put it on. Oh! The cloak is of course the hero cloak. When Goran said that it was a gift to Ji-sun, it became a reward item that could be taken out of the space. This relic was probably damaged or disappeared over the long years, so it could be taken out of the space. No one can predict what the effect of adding energy to transport things will be. It just so happens that dice are also relics of fate. Buff stacking, it is better to have it than not. Ji-sun put on his cloak, looking relaxed, and threw 3 dice casually. Alice and Alan on the side were already extremely nervous, staring at the dice. Ji-sun recalled all the clues in the different dimension that might be related to the slave collar key, and then made a wish. The 3 dice turned in the void, and a point appeared in an instant. At this point, Alice and Alan both shuddered. The points can't be any smaller. However, Ji-sun was very calm, because at this moment, he seemed to see the teasing of fate in his eyes. He saw this point, and had deduced the ending. There were only 2 possibilities, either very bad or very good. Then he watched the other 2 dice stop, and the second one was also 1 point. Alice and Alan's nervous breathing almost stagnated. However, in the instant when time seemed to stop, the 3rd dice stopped spinning. It was also a big 1 point, leopard number. I don't know if it was Ji-sun's good luck or the luck of the cloak, but he shook out such a big number. The dice turned into rewards. A card with an ancient key pattern appeared in front of him. Alan was already dancing with excitement, and talking incoherently this. Since Alice looked at the card, her mouth opened slightly, unable to hide her surprise. She got it. He really helped. Gammer's Universal Key Detailed Explanation. The spell card made by the legendary craftsman Gammer. It can crack almost all spell locks. I really got it. Ji-sun looked at the key, feeling lucky, and a deep thought appeared in his eyes. He chose to make a wish to draw the key. It was not just because of the agreement with Toad. He also saw a series of fate lines extending out on the key. At present, the power of the Arel Empire is unimaginable. The East Continent Card Master Federation has no ability to resist it all. And the people of the Arel Empire now need a lot of cannon fodder to explore the old continent, so even if they catch them alive, they will probably not kill them, but use them as war slaves to open up wasteland. And the slave collar is the most important means of enslavement. Ji-sun always has a hunch that this master key will be of great use in the future. Maybe he can use it himself. Chapter 299. Valen City Ruins Camp. The bonfire is burning brightly. A team of Hydralisk soldiers are roasting a fire boldly near the twisted light gate of the other dimensional space. Calculating the time, the last exploration is almost over. Not far away, another team exploring the space is ready. There is pointed intelligence that some of the slaves in the space rebel camp of Valen City Rebel Camp participated in the construction of the Augustus Mausoleum. The Red Dragon Kingdom's top brass has issued a death order to obtain clues about the mausoleum. So this space must not be missed. But everyone knows that it will be very difficult to discover the plot outside the main line. In addition to slaves, the elite of the Hydralisk Corps are also needed to participate. This period of time has suffered a lot. The soldiers were dejected and whispered in groups of 3 or 5. It will take some time for the mercenaries and hunters from the Empire to come. I'm afraid our Hydralisk Corps will have to fight to the death with this space. Yeah. I don't know how many more people will die. Last time, Billy was drawn, and I don't know if he can survive. As long as you choose the city defense camp, the chance of survival is still very high. But the meaning of the leader is that the clues of the city defense camp are of no value, and those who draw lots later must choose the rebel camp. It is said that the rebel camp starts with A-level difficulty, and the current mortality rate is 100%. Well, it's not the defeat in the last battle of the Nuggets Wharf. Who knew that those guys in the East Wasteland would directly blow up the wharf? I guess the leader wants to make amends. Yes. Hey, look, the space entrance has disappeared. Did someone pass the level with high difficulty? Without any warning, the twisted light gate suddenly disappeared. Everyone looked at the disappeared space entrance and was surprised for a moment. But then they showed joy. The disappearance of the entrance means that someone has opened up this different dimension. Almost instantly, the news spread throughout the camp. Not only did it attract General Herman, the commander of the Hydralisk Legion, to come and check it out in person. Even in the mysterious tent that Ji-sun had been paying attention to before, a majestic bearded man in court clothes came out. On the other side, next to the slave shed, the huge toad imprisoned in the black iron cage was also awakened by the noise. The pair of round, originally lazy and scattered eyes slowly focused, and expectation emerged. That guy really did it. It understood what happened better than others. The disappearance of the different dimensional space means that it is likely that the S-level evaluation has been passed. Aragorn was a brave warrior who had experienced the S-level difficulty plot more than once, and he also knew that the clearance rate of this difficulty was extremely low. Even if there was information provided by himself, it would definitely require corresponding strength, wisdom and courage to try. The mortality rate was very high. It's really a surprise. I don't know if Miss Alice survived. Aragorn was also very emotional. He had met Ji-sun before, and it was just a glimmer of hope and despair. He really didn't expect the guy to be willing to take risks. It really succeeded. At this moment, even Aragorn found it unbelievable. Just when everyone in the camp was curious about who had cleared the space, bad news came. No one returned to the camp. The person who cleared the space disappeared without a trace. At this moment, everyone in the Hydralisk regiment realized that something was wrong. Normally, if a sergeant in the regiment cleared the space, he would definitely come back to claim credit. Even if the survivors were war slaves, they would be bound by collars, and would never be able to escape far. However, the fact is, the person who passed the level had no intention of showing up, and disappeared out of thin air. Seeing this, the big toad in the iron cage finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Alice and the others came out alive, and escaped successfully now, it means that they found the key. Ha ha ha. Aragorn laughed happily in his heart. This was the happiest moment he had ever had in such a long time, since he was captured by the people of the Red Dragon Kingdom. In this way, it was relieved. As for his own life or death, it was totally unimportant. Just as he was thinking, there were shouts from the camp. Everyone, search, make sure to find the people who came out of the other dimension. Bring up all the names of people who had entered the space before. Check, who has contacted that toad recently. Control all the people who have contacted. I want to question them one by one. The Legion leader Herman was furious. He realized later that it was likely that the toad had tampered with the exploration plan. On the other side, in the dark ruins of the city, 3 figures were hiding in the darkness and quietly escaping. They cleverly avoided various sentries and traps, and ran all the way to the depths of the ruins. Ji-sun was not just lurking for intelligence during this period of time. He also knew all the terrain near the Valen ruins. Many retreat routes were planned. It can even be said without hesitation that many of the early warning devices near this camp were disguised by him. Joel. Now those arrangements came in handy. Ji-sun led Alice and Alan to sneak along. Without encountering any obstacles, the 3 of them successfully escaped the defense circle of the Hydralisk Legion. By the time the enemy discovered them, they were already more than 10 kilometers away. Finally, the firelight could no longer be seen behind them. In the dark wilderness, the 3 of them stopped and dared to breathe deeply. The cool wind blew on their faces, and Alice and Alan greedily breathed in the free air. Only after the slave collars were untied did they feel alive. They had lived in fear for several months since they were captured. At this moment, they truly felt the joy of regaining their freedom. The crisis was over. Alice had not forgotten who had saved them. She bowed gracefully to Ji-sun. Thank you so much, Mr. Ji-sun, you saved our lives. As if to show her sincerity, she directly revealed her biggest secret. Let me introduce myself again. I was the princess of the Red Dragon Kingdom, Alice Tallis. Now she is a member of the Dragon Rebellion Army. Ji-sun had actually seen it in the space before. Alice had an elegant temperament that was completely different from that of the common people. Even if she tried her best to hide it, the elegance she occasionally revealed in her gestures also indicated that her identity was not ordinary. Ji-sun also understood why he felt that Alice seemed to know a lot before. This knowledge is not something that ordinary people can compare with. It turned out that she was the princess of the 3 kingdoms. No wonder. It makes sense that she is a princess. But what surprised Ji-sun was that the princess of the Red Dragon Kingdom The Hydralisk Legion is the vanguard of the Red Dragon Kingdom. How could Alice, a princess, become a slave? Alice knew that Ji-sun would be confused, so she explained, "My identity is a bit special. I am a dragon descendant, and a pure blood. Normally, I should be a sacrifice to the dragon. But I probably inherited my mother's witch bloodline, and my human bloodline suppressed the dragon bloodline. This made me a taboo in the Arel Empire. This involves some ancient secrets, which I cannot explain clearly at present. Anyway, the church has been hunting people like me, and I was imprisoned. Later, I met Mr. Aragorn, who took me away from the royal city. I gained freedom, and joined the dragon rebel army." The story is very long, and she only picked out some important ones. As she said this, she looked at Ji-sun and cast an extremely sincere look, saying, "You may not know my identity, and what the dragon rebel army means, but if you want to listen, I can explain it to you slowly." There was nothing to hide from her savior. If the other party was really afraid of being shy, she would understand. "Yeah," Ji-sun responded with a kind smile. He also knew that Alice had revealed her identity in advance because she was afraid that it would cause some misunderstandings. He chose to cooperate with Toad just for this information. However, Ji-sun was not completely unaware of the situation in the Arel Empire, but he had learned a lot in the past month. But he wanted to know just to satisfy his curiosity. There are other people who really need strategic intelligence. I talked to Mr. Aragorn before. I need some intelligence, and there may be some cooperation in the future. I will take you to see a friend of mine. She will have a good talk with you." Okay. The three of them walked and talked all the way. The topics they talked about most were some extraordinary knowledge that Ji-sun was curious about. For example, the sequences of the 52 sequences that were missing in the East Continent, the forbidden magic of the demons, and some broken history of the Terran dynasty 3,000 years ago. Ji-sun has the ability to remember everything he sees, and he has read too many classics and has accumulated a wealth of knowledge. Alice is the princess of the Red Dragon Kingdom, and a witch sequence. She has loved hanging out in the royal library since she was a child. Both of them were surprised by each other's erudition and knowledge. There were many topics to talk about, and they got along better and better. As for whether Alice was a dragonborn or not, it didn't matter to Ji-sun. As long as she wasn't an enemy, it was fine. The atmosphere of the chat gradually became relaxed. Alice was also worried about Aragorn's safety, but Ji-sun knew that even if the toad was exposed, the people of the Hydralisk Legion would not dare to kill it. After all, only the toad can sense the existence of the jar. Ji-sun already has a plan to rescue it. But not at this sensitive juncture. Wait, the timing will be better. It is not difficult to operate a motorcycle. Especially for Alice, and the others who can ride a dragon on weekdays, it is even easier. The three of them changed from walking to riding a bike. After riding for 2 days, they finally arrived at their destination. This is a dark ancient ruins. It looks like an abandoned village. There was a faint mist all around. There was a dilapidated castle on the cliff in the distance. The branches were as hard as iron, and there were a few strange birds standing on the branches, occasionally cackle. Ji-sun observed the surrounding environment. If he hadn't been sure that this was the coordinate agreed by Katarina, he really wouldn't have noticed any traces of living people here. Alice and Alan on the side also looked around vigilantly. They were now full of curiosity about the East Wasteland card master they were about to meet. After all, after meeting Ji-sun, the people of Dongwon left a deep impression on the two. They wondered if the people there were very special. Not long after, several figures came out of the mist. Ji-sun looked at the familiar figure and took the initiative to greet Miss Carter, long time no see. The leader lifted the cloak, revealing a delicate face and long golden hair like a waterfall. She smiled gently and greeted Ji-sun, long time no see. Behind her, followed several important officials and confidants of the Lionheart family. It can be seen that the Lionheart family attaches great importance to this meeting. As he spoke, Ji-sun introduced Alice and Alan beside him. He thought he needed to translate himself, but unexpectedly, as soon as he introduced, Catalina said enthusiastically, "Miss Alice, welcome you and your companions." She spoke fluent Turungu. Ji-sun realized that during this period of time, not only he was improving, but others were also trying to understand the powerful and unknown enemy. Alice was also slightly surprised when she saw Catalina for the first time. She didn't expect that the person in charge of the East Continent would be so young and so beautiful. But she responded politely, "It's my honor." Katarina has a very friendly personality. Even if it's the first time they meet, she treats her like a guest, and makes people feel friendly like a friend. She looked at Alice and praised her generously. Ji-sun is right. Miss Alice is really very beautiful. Alice felt the kindness and responded, "Miss Carter is joking. You are absolutely beautiful." The two smiled at each other. Katerina gestured again. "Sorry, please come to the castle. The situation is special, the environment is a bit simple. Please don't be surprised, Miss Alice." Alice didn't care at all, of course not. Our rebel dragon army camp is almost the same. Although the East Continent and the South Continent have been separated for thousands of years, they have inherited the ancient court etiquette of the Talon royal family, and the two women behaved gracefully. After meeting, they walked towards the castle. Alice was also very surprised. She knew how to read minds, and could sense the kindness and malice of others. He originally thought it would be a formal and awkward alliance meeting. Unexpectedly, she met the young lady of the Lionheart family, and a few words made the atmosphere less strange. Alice had a very good first impression of Katerina. This was a wise and courageous leader. But after all, she was a guest, and she was only familiar with Ji-sun. So they walked behind together. Alice was also curious. "Mr. Ji-sun, is Miss Carter yours?" It seems like gossip, but in fact this question is very important. It is related to the future cooperation. She can trust her savior, but she may not trust others. Ji-sun also knew why she asked this, and said in a positive tone, "A trustworthy friend." Alice smiled knowingly. "Oh." In front, Katerina listened, and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. The forces from the Eastern Continent Card Master Federation to the Old Continent, headed by the Lionheart family, are now called Alliance Army. The arrival of Alice and Alan was top secret. Only a few senior members of the coalition knew about it. But even so, their arrival caused a great storm. Now the coalition army is no match for the Arel Empire of the Southern Continent on the front battlefield. In addition to the lack of strength, the most important thing is that they know almost nothing about the enemy. Even if they captured some prisoners at a great cost, the intelligence they obtained was very limited. But the more such a situation is, the more the coalition must obtain intelligence on the enemy as soon as possible, so that in the subsequent full-scale war, they can seize some initiative. So in the recent guerrilla warfare, the coalition forces have taken the initiative to attack. But they also retreated step by step, with heavy casualties. However, at the darkest moment, the turning point came very suddenly. Timely and lucky. Even Catalina did not expect that they were still arranging intelligence personnel to infiltrate the enemy, and they were ready to pay a huge price in exchange for intelligence. Unexpectedly, a communication from someone changed the rhythm of the war. Their intelligence personnel were still in training, but Ji-sun had already brought back reliable and detailed intelligence. It can be said that Ji-sun alone did the work of the entire intelligence system for the next few years. That intelligence meant saving countless lives. The two key figures that Ji-sun brought back not only knew detailed intelligence about the South Continent, but also a lot of super-level knowledge and secrets about the history of the Old Continent. These were all vital and urgently needed intelligence for the Allied forces. Most importantly, behind Alice and the others was the Dragon Rebel Army. This was a powerful ally. Under the dilapidated bunker. This was a secret base of the Lionheart family. For safety reasons, there were no luxurious buildings around. The living conditions in the bunker were also simple. But after Catalina learned about Princess Alice's identity from Ji-sun, she also held a welcome dinner for the distinguished guests with only the top commanders participating under limited conditions. Ji-sun was not interested in the dinner, but it was a necessary etiquette in the upper class. Alice and Alan also felt the kindness and enthusiasm, and both the host and the guests were happy. There was no rush for intelligence, and the two would stay as guests in the Alliance army for a long time in the future. Moreover, Alice and Alan had suffered enough in the slave camp during this period, and they had been traveling all the way in the past 2 days, so they also needed to rest. After the dinner, the two went back to their room to rest early. In the banquet hall, everyone had dispersed. Without any outsiders, Catalina and Ji-sun chatted while eating. "Ji-sun, I find that every time I meet you, you always bring me surprises. Hee. If you are not in a hurry, stay a few more days? Maybe I have to leave. I still have some things to do." "Oh." The table was filled with red, green and yellow fruits, as well as golden roast chicken, crispy suckling pig and barbecued meat with sauce. Although the environment was a bit simple, the chefs were all noble chefs, and the taste of the food was impeccable. Ji-sun had been eating so much rations with the Hydralisk Legion that he almost vomited. It was rare to have so many exquisite foods, and he ate them with gusto. Across from him, the light on the candlestick swayed slightly, reflecting a beautiful face. Katerina, dressed in a gorgeous outfit, elegantly cut a piece of food with a knife and put it into her mouth, chewing it slowly. You helped me a lot this time. I don't know how to thank you. Ji-sun smiled indifferently. The two had been through life and death, and they were not the kind of friends who needed to be polite. Catalina just muttered something and didn't continue the topic. She turned to say in a very calm tone, I almost died in the last battle at the Nuggets Pier. Ji-sun glanced at her. Catalina was very calm, but she thought of something, and said, By the way, do you remember that you said you would treat me to a drink when we met last time? Ji-sun said, I remember. Catalina suddenly raised her glass and smiled. Have a drink? Then she added with emotion, I don't know if we can drink together like this next time. War is always cruel. Especially this war with huge disparity in strength. No one can guarantee that they will survive to the end. Ji-sun listened to this, and a strange color flashed across his eyes. Then he restrained himself, raised his glasses, and clinked them. Cheers. The beautiful and melodious music was still playing beside his ears. The two drank a few glasses. It was like the atmosphere of old friends, a little tipsy, just right. Catalina suddenly became interested and suggested, How about dancing with me? Ji-sun glanced at her and smiled. Why are you suddenly interested? Catalina seemed to have thought of something, and said with a smile, Remember the previous times you invited me to dance, you always came with a purpose? The time at Rose Manor, and the time at Chalice House were all to get information. At that time I said, Can you have a purer purpose next time and invite me to dance? This made Ji-sun remember. Thinking back, it was indeed the case. Before, at Rose Manor, when he was still an undercover agent of the Silver Moon sect, he invited Catalina to dance the first dance with a purpose. The following times were similar. Thinking that the other party was interested, Ji-sun also stood up and bowed politely to invite. Is it my honor to invite the beautiful Miss Carter to dance? Hearing this, Catalina raised her slender neck like a swan, stretched out her slender hand, and readily agreed, of course. It's my honor too. There were only two people in the room. They danced with light steps. Ji-sun also felt that this state was very relaxing. Dancing and chatting. By the way, what's going on here recently? In the East Continent, the federal parliament has completely ceased to exist in name only, and the Oran royal family has been restored. It is said that the new king of Oran, Arthur, has successfully entered the 7th level and led his 4 knights to sweep the major families of the parliament. The Bai family has also become the high priest. Oh! The good news is that after this restoration, the Oran royal family finally realized the crisis and made public the royal secrets that had been sealed for 3,000 years. As long as you are loyal to the royal family, you can get the inheritance of a superclass card master. However, the high-level resources in the East Wasteland are too scarce, and even with those inheritances, it is difficult to make a breakthrough. The new king of Orlan is also very ambitious, and does not want to be trapped in the East Wasteland. I guess that after he integrates the major forces of the Federation, he will definitely find a way to come to the old continent. After all, I have already discovered the hidden lines and hidden pieces buried by the Orlan royal family in the Alliance army. The Orlan royal family seems to be carrying out a secret operation. They are looking for some ancient inheritances of the Talon dynasty. My people found some of their hunting teams deep in the ruins. I don't know what they are looking for. Ji-sun's restoration of the Oran royal court was not surprising. This was what Jia Yu had deduced long ago. The enemy is in front of them, and the major families of the Federation have no ability to deal with it. They must need a leader. The strength of the Oran royal court is unmatched in the East Wilderness, and restoration is inevitable. And after all, the Augustus royal family is a descendant of the Terran royal family 3,000 years ago. They have mastered the secret information of the old continent that others cannot imagine, and they will definitely not be trapped in the East Wilderness. Exile has been planning for 200 years, so it is normal to have some means. Ji-sun listened to the news of the East Continent during this period, and he did not feel strange. Instead, he felt that this complex situation was getting more and more lively. Very good. The dance music was very brisk, as soft as the atmosphere in the room. Ji-sun was very gentlemanly, holding Katarina's tender waist and dancing. The two of them were close together, and he could clearly feel the vigorous heartbeat in each other's chest. Katarina was half a head shorter than Ji-sun, and a pretty face was right in front of him. Suddenly Ji-sun discovered something. Hey, your aura is very special. Katarina had a proud look on her face that she only showed to her friends, as if to say, you just discovered it. She smiled and said, Senior Gongwu taught me. Ji-sun was surprised to hear this. Huh? Katarina seemed to have expected his expression and said, after we met at the Nuggets Pier last time. Senior Gong said, I have good talent, and gave me some pointers. Oh! Ji-sun suddenly realized it after listening to this. Although Katrina is not a hero path, she has already condensed the fate of a hero. It's normal for Gongwu to be interested in giving advice. Catalina smiled faintly. Senior also said that I will beat you up after I learn it. Ji-sun rolled his eyes. But after careful observation, Catalina's changes are indeed quite big, and her strength has become visibly stronger. However, when he looked down, in addition to seeing the aura, Ji-sun also saw a white aura. Because the distance is very close, he can see it clearly. Gentle as jade. Catalina wore a low-cut golden cord dress today, and the layers of lace and silk skirt were as light and elegant as clouds. This is a dress that suits her temperament very well. It shows her graceful figure and the charming and unpretentious sexiness to the fullest. Originally, this glance was nothing. There was no need to avoid the relationship between the two. It was restrained and it was as if nothing happened. However, Katarina caught Ji-sun's gaze, and a playful smile flashed in her crystal eyes. She took the initiative to tease, "Oh, now you know to avoid it." The tone seemed to say that in the past, when it was cooler than this, it was seen that she was not restrained at all. Ji-sun listened to this and glanced at her. Catalina held up her snow-white neck, her eyes were clear and sparkling, and she said again in a tone that didn't care, "It's not like you haven't seen it before. If you want to see it, just watch it openly." Ji-sun was speechless for a moment after hearing this word of approval. Thinking about it, it seemed that he had seen it many times. It happened that the rhythm of the dance music changed at this time, and the big picture fell into it softly. Under the bright lights, Catalina's pretty face was covered with a brilliant smile, like a victorious general. She stepped happily on the dance music drums, and turned in circles. At this moment, she was elegant and beautiful, and she was generous. Chapter 300. The next day. A secret room deep in the bunker. The bookshelves in the room were densely packed with various books. A map with intricate strategic routes was prominently hung on the wall, and a thick pile of documents was placed on the mahogany table. This was Catalina's study. She chose this place for the meeting. There were no outsiders. The whole room was filled with a quiet and relaxed atmosphere. Alice and Alan sat comfortably on the soft sofa. This was not a serious meeting, but more like a casual chat between friends. "How did Miss Alice rest last night?" "I haven't slept so well in a long time." "Thank you, Miss Carter, for your hospitality. The conditions may be simple, but the sincerity is perceptible." As a guest, Alice was very satisfied with the atmosphere. She looked very relaxed. On the first day of the meeting, Ji-sun, the bridge builder, naturally had to be present, and he himself was very interested in Alice's information. The practice of I Am the World requires a deep understanding of the laws governing the operation of the world. The more you know, the more perfect the world will be. He also took the opportunity to ask many questions that he was curious about. With Ji-sun, a person whom both parties trust, the atmosphere of the chat was as expected and relaxed. Katarina is talkative, and she can always get the necessary information from the chat in some appropriate ways. At first, she was not sure what the degree of cooperation was that Ji-sun and Alice had agreed on in the alliance, and the chat was rather restrained. But the fact is that she was overthinking. Alice was originally a representative of the rebel dragon army. High level, they were hostile to the Arel Empire, and there was nothing that could not be revealed. Besides, Ji-sun had saved her life. That kind of absolute trust foundation also destined this meeting to be very pleasant. After chatting for a while, both sides found that their concerns were unnecessary, because they all trusted Ji-sun. So they quickly got to the point. Now the Alliance army in the East Wasteland urgently needs all kinds of information from the South Continent, and Katarina's problems are mostly about the information needed for the war. Alice was also very interested in the East Continent, and answered and asked questions. Ji-sun was curious about all kinds of extraordinary knowledge and ancient history. The four of them had a great conversation. "So, you don't really know much about the situation in the old continent?" "Yes. At the end of the Talon dynasty, natural disaster struck, people were living in poverty, and rebels rose up everywhere. The Augustus royal family was very afraid of the civilian class, and blocked a lot of information. If we really want to say who knows the most about the old continent, it should be the descendants of the royal family who went to the East Wilderness." "I see. Miss Alice, are there many dragons in the southern continent?" "Yes, there are a lot. But most of them are hybrid dragon creatures, and there are not many pure-blooded mythical dragons. When our Xinhua went to the southern continent, dragons already existed, and there were some dragon descendants." "How strong are real dragons?" "Usually, they are half a level stronger than legendary monsters of the same level." "Hiss, if it's not level 7, it's almost equivalent to level 8? "Yes. You can say that. Besides the card master, There are many monsters above level 7 and disasters in the southern continent. There are not many in the human kingdom. But the southern continent is very vast, and the three kingdoms only occupy a very small area. In addition, there are various dangerous places, such as the monster forest, the giant monster sea, the winter wasteland, the misty abyss, the gate of hell, and the ancient battlefield of the gods. Even adventurers dare not easily set foot in many places. It is said that in these dangerous places, there are super-level monsters and disasters, as well as mythical creatures as ancient as dragons. Doesn't that mean there is no shortage of extraordinary materials? Of course. There are even many choices. If Mr. Ji-sun is interested, I can take you to see it someday. Mercenaries, who go on adventures in the wild, always bring back a lot of surprising materials. But the southern continent is controlled by the Holy See, and those guys also restrict the spread of those superclass secrets. What I know is also very limited. Ji-sun chatted with Alice, and was once again shocked by the vastness of this fantasy world. The South Continent is as boundless as the East Continent. It's just that the resources there are richer, the living environment is more severe, the elemental laws are more intense, and the creatures are stronger. As Ji-sun listened, he had the idea of going to the South Continent someday. Catalina, who was standing by, was already describing the map of the South Continent with a pen. You mean, the discovery of the Old Continent in the South Continent was also a recent thing? Yes. It should be about the same time as you. Before the discovery of the Old World, Mr. Aragon speculated that the continental plates of this world were moving. 3,000 years ago, the South Continent and the East Continent moved away from the Central Continent, and now they are close again. It could also be the masterpiece of the ancient gods, or some kind of cosmic law itself. Ji-sun listened to this, and suddenly had a strange feeling in his mind. The continental plates of this world are like a moving Rubik's Cube? Or a moving island? As they chatted, they talked about the 7th level, which was the fatal bottleneck that had troubled the card masters of the East Continent for more than 2,000 years. Alice revealed the secret in the simplest words. The 7th level is actually the usurpation of human personality. It is a key step from personality to demigod. To enter the 7th level through normal means, the card master's consciousness needs to be strong enough to control the risk of distortion brought by the massive demonic power of the body after advancement. It is very difficult to achieve this. It requires extraordinary willpower and hard practice. Usually, those who choose this method rarely succeed. The high-level card masters in the southern continent are quite special. They have a shortcut. Because most of them are dragon descendants, the dragon blood in their bodies naturally allows them to master some dragon power, so their status is higher than that of humans, and it is easier for them to advance to the 7th level. Other card masters can also use a similar method, that is, to find the blood essence of some legendary creatures and refine a card that can change part of their own blood. Just like obtaining dragon blood, improving status. It can greatly increase the success rate of promotion. However, the practice system of dragon-born card masters is quite special. The richer the dragon blood in their bodies, the higher their upper limit. But for pure-blooded humans, it is a shackle. After all, no matter how good the materials are, they come from other creatures, not 100% compatible with themselves. When you advance to the 8th and 9th levels, the risk will become greater and greater. And those who can comprehend the power of God through their own hard work are true demigods, and their upper limit will be extremely high. Even in the southern continent, there are very few of them. But I don't have any secret methods. After the old continent is fully opened, the dragon rebel army will also enter the old continent, and I will find a way. Ji-sun also understood everything after listening. This is almost exactly the same as Master Merlin's conjecture. Entering the 7th level requires the spiritual level to reach the level of divine power, to anchor the powerful power that surges after the body is advanced. And the shortcut is to fuse the blood of alien creatures, and obtain ready-made blood abilities similar to dragon power, to assist in advancement. After hearing this, Ji-sun realized that Old Man Gongwu was really amazing. According to Alice, even the divine power has some secret methods of cultivation. But the old man relied on his own guessing and hard practice for 100 years to figure out the way. This is really amazing. Katerina on the side also carefully recorded these contents, and a gleam of light flashed in her crystal eyes. This information is too important for the current Alliance army. The superclass inheritance of the East Continent has been blocked for 2,000 years, and the supernatural resources are scarce. Those who can still advance to the 6th level under such circumstances are all excellent choices in terms of talent, hard work and intelligence. At present, there are several veteran legendary masters in the Alliance army, as well as a bunch of 6th level card masters. Some of them have even been stuck at the threshold of the 7th level for decades. They are only one step away from a breakthrough. If there is a clear and stable way to advance to the 7th level, even if it is the shortcut, it will definitely bring great hope to everyone. In time, the top combat power of the Alliance army will slowly grow. Catalina was also very surprised that Alice would tell so many secrets without reservation. Listening to the story of how Ji-sun and Alice met, she realized that the valuable information in her hands was all obtained by Ji-sun at the risk of his life. Although the guy likes adventure, one thing is one thing, the information in her hands is really a huge favor that she doesn't know how to repay. The topics they talked about became more and more extensive. From extraordinary knowledge, current politics, human geography, to local customs, they can talk about everything. Alice was also very interested in the East Wasteland. Catalina also told them about the history of the East Wasteland over the past 3,000 years, as well as some of the Federation's technological specialties. After all, although the Card Master civilization in the southern continent is strong, it is almost a primitive society in the field of technology. Alice also listened with great interest. Alice was also indignant when she heard that the Orlan royal court restricted the spread of extraordinary knowledge in order to stabilize the regime. After all, whether 3,000 years ago or now, the Augustus royal family holds the most top card master inheritance in the Talon period. Seriously speaking, the selfishness of those guys in the Augustus royal family even hindered the development of human civilization. As they chatted, they talked about the new king of Orlan. The royal family is full of secrets for ordinary people. But for Alice, who is also a royal princess, there are not so many secrets. Ji-sun also asked a few questions that he was confused about. By the way, I know that someone used a special method to advance to the 7th level. Alice, do you know what happened? After listening to his description, Alice obviously knew the inside story. You mean the new king of Orlan advanced to the 7th level in a short period of time? In that case, I seem to know the reason. Others may not know this topic. And she is the princess of the Red Dragon Kingdom, and happens to know some secrets that only the royal family knows. After a pause, she said, according to what you said, the new king of Orlan was able to advance to the 7th level in a short period of time, which may be because he has a royal relic in his hand. Ji-sun and Katarina's expressions brightened when they heard it. Can the royal relics help you advance? Alice frowned and thought for a moment, then said, sorry, that period of history is too long ago. I remember seeing it in the classics before. If I remember correctly, the royal family that went to the East Wasteland should have taken away one of the 4 royal relics. The crown of thorns? Ji-sun asked after hearing it. Is it a crown that looks like a black iron thorn weave? Alice nodded, yes. After saying this, Ji-sun raised his eyebrows slightly. The crown is indeed in the hands of the new king of Orlan. Only then did he understand that the crown was not only the key to the old world. It was also useful for the advancement of card masters. Then he asked, but what does his advancement have to do with the crown? This has to start from a long time ago. Alice talked eloquently. It is said that the founding emperor of the Talon dynasty, the great hero, who ended the chaotic dark era, the terminator of miracles and darkness, Landlingster M. Augustus, possessed 4 royal sacred objects at the same time. They are the royal orb symbolizing the law of order, the Sismak Holy Grail symbolizing benevolence and healing, the crown of thorns symbolizing power and glory, and the Olympus Holy Sword symbolizing power and destruction. This is the advantage of the unbroken inheritance. Alice told Ji-sun an astonishing historical fact that he had never heard of in the legends of the bards. But when he heard the name, Landlingster M. Augustus, Ji-sun suddenly caught something. He did not forget that when he got the demon mark card Joker, there was a signature of M on it. The mark is the devil's slavery contract? No, on the contrary, it is the conquest mark of the cursed card master to control the devil's power. Signature M, could it be the same person? And he was not only surprised by this. In addition to the crown, Ji-sun also saw the Sismak Holy Grail, which was in Chujo's hand. It sounds like the Holy Grail has more mysterious uses besides saving lives? Thoughts were racing. Alice continued, it is said that each royal holy object has a powerful and mysterious power. If you obtain them, you can get the recognition of the royal law. And because the holy object itself was forged by the ancient demon god and possessed the indescribable power of the royal godhood, the holder can also improve his understanding of the royal law through the holy object, thereby improving his rank. Currently, the royal orb is in the hands of the Holy See's Pope, Polar Andy A. Russell, and it is one of the most important things that makes him the strongest man in the world. The whereabouts of the other 3 holy objects are unknown. She is a member of the Red Dragon Kingdom's royal family, so she knows this information better than others. Alice thought of something and added, "But the way to comprehend the law of royal power is different from other laws. It requires royal power. That is to say, the holder not only needs the fate of royal power, but also needs to have the power of the king to fully guide the extraordinary characteristics of the holy objects. I don't know the details. After all, as far as I know, no one has ever held the 4 holy relics except the Pope of the Holy See. But I have read some sayings in some ancient court books. It should be that the more power the king holds, the more feedback he gets from the holy relics, and the stronger his power will be." After hearing this, Ji-sun and Catalina looked at each other, and were both surprised. It turns out that the correct way to use the royal holy relics is like this. So, after Arthur's successful restoration, his power surged because of the crown of thorns? Ji-sun thought of this and thought of Chujio. Although the girl held the Sismak Holy Grail, she was alone, and could not use this feature of the Holy Grail. When talking about this topic, Alice seemed to have thought of something and said, "But there is another piece of news that I am not sure about." Ji-sun and Katarina looked at each other waiting for the next words. Alice continued, "This time, the high-level officials of the Arel Empire wanted to find a few mysterious jars. I just want to find the other 3 of the 4 royal artifacts. And there are accurate clues that the strongest of the 4 royal artifacts, the Olympus Holy Sword, is in the tomb of a king in Augustus." No wonder. Ji-sun also understood why the Hydralisk Legion was so obsessed with the alien space in the Valen City rebel camp. It turned out that they wanted to find the Augustus Imperial tomb. Katarina on the side also caught something and asked in confusion, "The strongest holy artifact?" "Yes, the strongest." Alice nodded and said, "It is said that it is a divine weapon with the power to destroy the world, and it is the first of the 4 holy weapons. However, even the glorious Talon dynasty has been interrupted several times due to wars and natural disasters. No one has seen that holy weapon for countless years. I can't say the details. But because I was once a member of the Red Dragon royal family, I have heard some legends about that sword." Her expression was also a little strange. She glanced at Ji-sun and the others and continued, "It is said that Olympus' holy sword is very special. Kings are eager to gain its recognition, but they are also very afraid of it." Katarina, fear? This word is a bit difficult to understand. Why would a king be afraid of the royal relic? This world has too many secrets. Even if Alice is well-read, she doesn't know everything. After a moment of hesitation, she said in an uncertain tone, "Because it is a sword of the regicide. It is said that those who can gain the recognition of this holy relic can be promoted to K of Diamonds regicide." Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. Tisk, interesting. Diamond K, but it is a career sequence that no one in the East Continent has ever heard of. And when he heard the name, he knew why it was discontinued. The Orlan royal family can block superclass knowledge in order to stabilize the regime. It would be strange if they didn't block the sequence with just the 3 words. Kingslayer. But Ji-sun was more curious about a word, promotion? Yeah. Alice now knew that the card masters in the East Continent had little knowledge of the extraordinary above the 7th level, and took the initiative to explain, the J, Q, K high-level sequence already has more than one extraordinary way to condense the Godhead. In addition to the original demon mark path, it can also be promoted through specific methods. For example, K of Diamonds regicide, I don't know how to get promoted, but that's what's recorded in ancient books. It said that you need to kill a king with a royal power destiny to usurp the throne. Ji-sun also became very interested after listening to this. I originally thought that the 52 career sequences were fixed. It turns out that there is also a promotion thing. And killing the king, why does it sound like a necessary ritual for the new king to take the throne? That's right, the name of the sequence regicide already shows that this path is very special. Ji-sun was also amazed by what he heard. The 4 of them chatted in this secret room for several days. Communication is also mutual learning. They benefited a lot. The key intelligence brought by Alice also solved the urgent needs of the Allied forces, and even directly affected the strategic layout of the Allied forces in the future. This day, outside the dilapidated castle, Ji-sun rode on a steam motorcycle. He was leaving. It was time to go to Toad to see if he could rescue him. This was the previous agreement. And after listening to the intelligence from Alice, he was very interested in Spy. This role-playing game is becoming more and more interesting. Whether it is the old world or the Arel Empire, there are too many secrets waiting for him to explore. Ji-sun's departure did not attract many people's attention. There were only 3 people who came to see him off. Alice and Alan will stay here for a while. Wait for the large force of the Rebel Dragon army to come to the old world, and then join them. The 2 have become very familiar with Katarina in the past few days, and get along well. There is no need to worry too much. Seeing that Ji-sun on the motorcycle had already started the steam engine, Alice and Alan waved and said, "Mr. Ji-sun, you must be careful." The two of them have always been full of respect for their savior. They knew that Ji-sun was going to save Aragorn, and they were even more grateful, but they were also worried about his safety. Ji-sun felt the kindness and responded with a smile, "Yeah." Catalina also looked at Ji-sun and smiled slightly, "Take care." It was not the first time for the two to part, and Ji-sun was not hypocritical, saying, "You too." This is the cruelty of the world. No one knows whether separation is a farewell forever. Catalina's beautiful eyes flickered, and she smiled lightly. "I buy you a drink next time we meet." Ji-sun said brightly, "Okay." As he spoke, the steam motorcycle sped away with a roar, and disappeared into the darkness in an instant. Chapter 301. Half a month later. More than 200 kilometers northeast of the ruins of Valen City, there is a large swamp forest filled with miasma. The map is marked with Plague Swamp. A few days ago, the vanguard of the Hydralisk Legion arrived in this area, and found a large number of ancient architectural remains in the swamp. The entire legion was stationed at the edge of the swamp, and began to explore and excavate. However, because there are countless poisonous monsters in this swamp, and the terrain is complex, the progress of the exploration is not ideal. Fortunately, a large number of mercenaries and hunter groups from the Red Dragon Kingdom also came to reinforce during this period. This provided sufficient manpower for the land reclamation. Tens of thousands of adventurer tents were also set up beside the military camp, stretching over a large area. The living environment in the southern continent is more severe, which also makes them have a more profound hunter culture than the eastern continent. There are not only thousands of large teams in the camp, but also small adventure groups of more than a dozen people and lone hunters. In a corner of the camp, a mercenary flag of the two-headed viper is hung on a tent. The bonfire dispelled the light green mist, and the food smelled delicious. The hunters were excited to talk about topics related to the swamp ruins. TSK, the old world is really a good place. Fortunately, our leader has a strong background, so he is qualified to be the first fleet to open up the wasteland. Otherwise we would really miss this opportunity to make a fortune. Yes. In the wilderness of our southern continent, we can only hunt some monsters and fight hard to get some materials. It's not like the old world. Finding an ancient ruins casually is like picking up money. Various ancient relics are piled up into mountains, and high-level different dimensional spaces are everywhere. The old world is full of ruins, just like gold mines. If we can survive this trip, it will take several lifetimes. Hey, by the way, what do you think those people from the Hydralisk Legion want to find in this swamp? This damn place is full of poisonous creatures, and there are so many casualties, but they are still wasting time. I say, why not go to another city to excavate ruins, so that you don't have to soak in poisonous water all day long? I heard that yesterday there was an unlucky guy who was penetrated into his penis by poisonous insects in the water through his crotch, so he had to be killed. Hiss. What do you know? The ruins that the military is eyeing must be good. Judging from the antiquities unearthed in the past few days, the specifications of this ruins are very high, and it seems to be related to some family secrets of the Bai family, the god thief during the Talon period. There must be some good things. Hey, Bai family? No wonder there are so many strange monsters in the swamp. Viper Mercenary Group. It is a large mercenary group in the Red Dragon Kingdom, and the financial backer behind it is a Grand Duke of the kingdom. That's why they were hired by the royal family at the first time, and came to the old continent to open up Wasteland. This vanguard has more than 1,000 people. Next to a tent, a thin-faced man, with a hood covering his eyes, was sitting by the campfire. He was cutting meat with a knife, eating, and listening with interest. Ji-sun had been mixed into the mercenary team for several days. Today, he finally found an opportunity to replace this guy named Lorne. He originally planned to repeat the same trick and replace the identity of a soldier to go directly to the Hydralisk Legion, so that it would be easier to contact the Toad. But he gave up after trying it once. The last incident was a big deal, and the top leaders of the Hydralisk Corps were also on guard. The other party probably guessed that there was an enemy who was good at disguise. So the sergeants in the Corps would hardly go out alone, and Ji-sun had no chance to replace them. Most importantly, the tent of the Corps Commander Herman was not far from the iron cage, and anyone who approached the Toad would be heavily scrutinized. Ji-sun could only think of a way to go around. After trying for several days, he finally found the Viper Mercenary Corps that was close enough to the military camp. The camp also has a normal nighttime routine. Now it's time to rest. After dinner, most people chose to rest in the tent. Ji-sun did not show any abnormality. At midnight, A black shadow quietly sneaked into the darkness and moved towards the huge iron cage. As long as they are human, it is impossible to guard tightly all the time. After observing for a few days, he also roughly figured out the work and rest of the high-level leaders of the Hydralisk Legion and the shift change time of the open and secret sentries, and finally found a little gap. And it was obvious that Aragorn was also creating opportunities for him. The toad cage made some misleading noises from time to time, exposing the surveillance methods hidden in the dark. Jisun's risk was also much smaller. At this moment, he controlled his shadow to hide in the darkness of the cloak, successfully avoided the sentry, and quietly came to the prison car. Aragorn obviously suffered a lot during this period. Perhaps the people of the Red Dragon Kingdom also expected that someone wanted to rescue him, so they strengthened the means of confinement. Before, it was just a slave collar and chains, but now there were several spell nails that pierced the toad's limbs. Blood was still flowing from the wounds. It seemed that they wanted to keep it in a weak state. But the broad toad face looked indifferent from beginning to end. Jisun had already understood that this guy's previous plan was only to save Alice and the other person. And it itself had no hope of leaving alive. Jisun's shadow was hidden in the dark of the lighted prison car, and he greeted, "Mr. Aragorn, how is the situation?" Suddenly hearing a human voice, Aragorn was surprised for a moment, but as if it was expected, he murmured, "You really dared to come back." After all, he rescued Alice, and got almost all the information he wanted. It didn't matter whether he was rescued or not. On the contrary, it would be a huge risk to contact him again. If it were someone else, he really didn't think he had the courage to contact him again under such circumstances. But Aragorn also understood the guy in front of him. When the other party dared to take the risk to cooperate, he felt that this guy was very different from ordinary people. After all, she was the person he missed the most. Aragorn asked, "How is Miss Alice now?" Jisun responded, "She and Alan are in a relatively safe place." "Yeah." Aragorn heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. His big eyes were full of relief. This way, it doesn't matter what his situation is. Aragorn understood something when he didn't see Jisun's people. He said, "Your shadow's secret is amazing. I'm worried that you will be discovered if you disguise yourself as someone else. After all, the people of the Holy See have been alerted by the last incident. This method is indeed hidden, and it is almost impossible to detect it by normal means. Even if it is detected, no one can be caught." Aragorn then put away his previous worries. "You mean, the people in that tent are from the Holy See?" Jisun has heard about the situation of the Holy See from Alice. The people in the Holy See are all dragon descendants with very pure blood, and they are very powerful. Moreover, their power is above the royal power, they are loyal to the dragon, and they also have some special means. Aragorn, yes. Time was running out. Jisun didn't bother to say anything, and directly asked, "Is there a way to save you?" Aragorn spoke calmly about his situation. "I'm afraid there's no chance. The Holy See is coming for the jar. They will never let me go." Jisun knew this, of course. If he were a high-ranking official in the Holy See, he would never let Aragorn go, and would use him to death. But at least one thing is certain, Aragorn will not die before finding the jar. Jisun had already thought of what he wanted to ask, so he got straight to the point. "What's in this plague swamp?" Aragorn said, "Maybe there's a jar." Jisun asked back, "Maybe?" Aragorn replied, "Yes. The plague that once ravaged the Talon dynasty was caused by several spell pottery jars. One of them appeared in this swamp. The poisonous fog and those monsters in the swamp are almost all caused by this reason." Jisun knew that he was so obscure because he was afraid of being contaminated. But he will not be polluted. Jisun did not waste time and asked directly, "What ability does that outer god have?" Hearing this, Aragorn was also surprised. "Do you know that the outer god is sealed in the jar?" Jisun said, "Yes. I know a little. I know scarlet corruption, and have encountered vampires. He has encountered 3 jars, and he has 2 of them. So he is more curious about what is in the other jars." When Aragorn heard this, he almost couldn't hide his surprise. Could it be that scarlet corruption has appeared in the East Wasteland? That's not right. That outer god had descended in divine form before. That scarlet pollution even destroyed most of the Talon dynasty. Your eastern continent was not polluted? There were some problems, but they have been solved now. Jisun didn't explain much. This matter would be too much to explain in detail. Aragorn also knew that time was precious, so he didn't ask much. But the look in his eyes showed his extreme surprise. He still couldn't believe that the Eastern Wasteland, a place without even a 7th level, could withstand the ravages of the scarlet pollution. Before he could think about it, Jisun asked again, "Are there any opportunities in the swamp, or is there anything worth noting?" Now that he knew about the scarlet corruption, Aragorn felt that it was much easier to explain, and said, the title of that outer god is Source of Plague, the source of toxins and plagues. However, this outer god is a purely destructive god. He does not need faith, nor does he pollute faith. He only causes the extinction of living beings and gains power from death. If you really want to go in, it is best to find a top card master who is proficient in medicine, and prepare some more antidotes. He also saw that Ji Sun's mentality was that of an adventurer who would never back down because of danger. Even if he wasn't there, he would definitely be interested in the swamp. After all, this guy already had 2 jars on him. Ji Sun nodded, and he had also had these thoughts for a long time. Aragorn asked again, do you know why I became like this? He asked himself and answered, because my ancestor was infected in the battle with the outer god. This plague curse has also accompanied our Frederick family for thousands of years. Of course, it's not all bad. A lot of our family's extraordinary power is also due to this curse. Oh! Ji Sun was slightly surprised, but then he understood. Aragorn's toad form is not only covered with poisonous pus, but even his breath is poisonous mist. Ji Sun felt that Aragorn and the environment of this plague swamp seemed to fit well. It turns out that the source of pollution is the same. If it were someone else, they might not understand what the plague curse is. But Ji Sun could understand it accurately, because he himself was infected with blood plague. If it weren't for some special circumstances that suppressed the pollution, he would be a vampire at this moment. And Dr. Merlin has already studied it, that is, the gene chain has been tampered with. This means that if he has offspring, this pollution will also be inherited. But what surprised Ji Sun was that he could resist the pollution because of the special circumstances, and Aragorn could also, maybe it was. Innate virus antibodies, or hero profession also has something to do with it, but as long as they are not dead after being contaminated, they will become stronger because of the contamination. The principle is probably like this. But the price of scarlet corruption is to become a vampire, and the price of the source of the plague is to become a toad, although Ji Sun is also very interested in this outer god of plague. But he still thinks that it is best not to be infected. The werewolf form is just fierce, and the vampire is okay. And the toad is really ugly. Aragorn looked at Ji Sun's strange expression, and couldn't guess what he was thinking, but added a reminder, I don't know much about the ruins. But this relic was once a secret tomb of the Bai family, the god thief. If there are still descendants of the Bai family in your east continent, you may know something if you ask them. Ji Sun asked a word he didn't understand. Secret tomb of the immortal family? Aragorn said, yes. The sequence of the god thief has always been mysterious, and the inheritance has been cut off in the south continent. I don't know the details. Ji Sun listened thoughtfully. As it stands now, it is completely impossible to rescue Aragorn by force. There are at least 2 or 3 level 7 warriors in this camp, and countless level 5 and 6 dragon card masters. Even if the high-powered warriors of the entire eastern wasteland gather together, they still have no chance of winning. The only thing that can be used is the plague swamp itself. Just like the other dimensional space before, using the dangerous environment to create some opportunities. Ji Sun told Aragorn about some plans that he had deduced before. It also thought in this way. Many of their ideas can match. But there is no suitable opportunity at present, so we can only wait for the opportunity. The two chatted for a while, and Ji Sun found that his shadow was more effective than expected. The sentinels rotated, and no abnormalities were found. Since he was not discovered, Ji Sun did not waste the opportunity and chatted a few more words. At this time, he also asked the question he was curious about before, saying, Mr. Aragorn, do you know the magic secret art of inducing the fall of the gods? Alice told you? Aragorn was not surprised to hear this. After all, everyone would be curious about the magic secret art. He seemed to know why Ji Sun asked this question, and without waiting for Ji Sun to answer, he continued to ask, Are you very curious? Why, I am a hero sequence, but I know this magic forbidden art of the natural disaster sequence? Ji Sun did not explain much, yeah. Aragorn smiled mysteriously and said, This is a field that only top-level card masters can touch. Speaking of which, it is somewhat related to what I told you before, observing the laws of war. Ji Sun, oh? Even though his brain has connected all the extraordinary knowledge he has mastered, he still can't figure out what the two are related to. This is a complete blind spot in knowledge. Aragorn said calmly, In fact, the hero sequence also has its own magical secrets. But that has always been a taboo technique of the Talon royal family. No one except the royal family can touch it. Ji Sun was also very curious and asked, Why did the royal family ban the secret method of the hero sequence? It turned out that it was not a generational break. It was banned. But being reminded of this, He thought of something in an instant. Since it was banned by the royal family, then this secret method must have affected the royal rule. Aragorn's next answer also confirmed his statement. You may have guessed that the ruling class never likes to see heroes appear. Ji-sun also understood immediately. Heroes represent the will of the people, which will affect the authority of the ruling class. Aragorn asked again, do you know what the destination of the hero path is? I don't mean the career path, but the destination of life. Ji-sun really hadn't thought about this question. While thinking, Aragorn's tone suddenly became meaningful. If you are familiar with the laws of history, you should know that in chaotic times, there will always be some heroes. They are loved and admired, and have powerful military forces, and can even end chaos. This is a fate that is very suitable for being a king. And the fact is true. In history, more than 90% of the first kings of various dynasties were people with heroic destiny. Hearing this, Ji-sun suddenly realized. It is true, people with heroic destiny are not necessarily in the hero sequence, but the card master in the hero sequence must have heroic destiny. When a hero appears, it would be strange if the king is not afraid of such a person. Aragorn said, so, no matter what dynasty, the fate of heroes is almost fixed. Either they become the ruler, or they disappear from the world, or they are killed by the ruler and have a bad end. There are only 3 ways. Ji-sun already understood. No wonder the Augustus royal family banned the secrets of this sequence. This makes sense. Aragorn slowly revealed some ancient secrets that ordinary people had no way of knowing. I don't know what the exclusive magic secret of the hero sequence is called. But it is said that when this sequence practices the exclusive secret to the top, it will turn into an angel. At the end of the Talon dynasty, there was a god-level national angel, and that was the top hero cultivated by the Augustus royal family. Angel? When Ji heard the first half of the sentence, he felt that the secret method was very far away from him. But when he heard the second half, he felt very familiar. Angel? Could it be the weeping angel who was killed by Nanjing's ancestors, and whose body was sealed everywhere? No wonder Ji-sun was in such a strange mood. Because the angel's soul was still in him at this moment. So this is the hero sequence? For a moment, all the related fragments and clues in Ji-sun's mind seemed to be connected again. Now that the angel's body has been mostly unsealed, I believe that the magic secret method will see the light of day again in the future. However, the toad has not yet explained why you, a hero, know the secrets of the natural disaster sequence, before Ji-sun asked. Aragorn had already answered, do you know how heroes come from? Or, in other words, under what circumstances will heroes be born? The previous words were just introductions, and now is the key point. Heroes are born? Ji-sun listened, and it seemed like a flash of inspiration in his mind. He realized that his previous thinking was solidified. He ignored some key issues. Hero is not just a career sequence. Like Catalina, her hero fate is formed after birth. Or, it is a title that requires certain conditions to be born. Just thinking about it, Aragorn slowly said, I like an old saying, heroes are made by the times. Hearing this, Ji-sun seemed to understand something. He also understood why Aragorn said before that heroes are also related to war. Heroes are always born in suffering, despair and disaster. A stable, peaceful and orderly world does not need heroes, nor will there be heroes. Just like the definition of happiness, it has always been given by suffering. People who have never experienced darkness will never be grateful for light. If there is enough suffering, and people want to survive in suffering, then heroes will inevitably be born. So, heroes and natural disasters in a sense, are opposites and coexist. This is why I can master the magic secret method of the natural disaster sequence of attracting the gods to fall. Because of my fate, I have a deep understanding of natural disasters. Oppositions are some of the laws of the universe that can only be touched by the top-level extraordinary realm. For example, light and darkness, water and fire, war and peace, healing and plague, chaos and order. The 52 demon god sequences are all extraordinary abilities to comprehend the laws of the universe. Of course, there will be opposition and companionship. Aragorn's words opened the door to a new world for Ji-sun. At this moment, the world in his eyes seemed to be circulating. The opposition between light and darkness makes everything of cause and effect. Thinking in this way, many of the laws in the 52 magic secrets are really contradictory. If you understand a certain set of laws thoroughly enough, then correspondingly, the opposite laws can also be understood more easily. I see. Once you understand one, you will understand everything. Ji-sun finally understood the laws of war that he had observed in the other dimension before. Heroes are born in suffering. Then war can also give birth to something else. War, plague, famine, brutality, fear, these originally indescribable laws of the universe, because war. This carrier, and it is materialized. It makes people easily touch and feel it. War is suffering for civilians, but for some people, it is a way to understand the laws of the universe, a means to achieve goals, and a ritual to ascend to the extraordinary. It is no wonder that the situation of the slave uprising in Valen City rebel camp became more and more bizarre. No wonder hundreds of thousands of people were killed. No wonder. Everything can be explained at this moment. Chapter 302. In the following days, whenever there was a chance, Ji-sun would go and chat with Aragorn. The two talked about the rescue plan and some extraordinary knowledge. Aragorn's Frederick family is a heroic bloodline that has continued for thousands of years. This ancient family itself has inherited many ancient secrets that others don't know. Perhaps because Ji-sun saved Alice, Aragorn answered almost everything he knew. Ji-sun also learned a lot of interesting knowledge. About the South Continent, about the world, about the extraordinary path. Every hero is destined to have an extraordinary life. Aragorn's ancestors played various important roles in history. Great adventurers, dragon slayers, exorcists, saviors, generals, many of them are famous figures in the history of the South Continent. Those epic stories that can only be heard from the bards in the tavern are just the stories of his ancestors for Aragorn. Ji-sun felt that just listening to those stories was a very wonderful experience. It was like the protagonist of a novel telling the readers his wonderful adventure stories in the book. Ji-sun had some superficial understanding of the law of time. Listening to the stories gave him a magical experience of traveling in an epic story. He saw the fate of each hero in those stories. He also saw the countless fates that heroes had in the world's big drama. Some people are destined to shine, and heroes are such existences. They must be standing on the top of the wave of the times, riding the wave. In addition to talking about these, there is also the magic secret method that caused the gods to fall. Ji-sun previously obtained the secret method in Battle of Iron Forge, which was just an introductory practice formula. But Aragorn's family has a bronze fragment of this secret method. Although the secret method on the bronze piece is not complete. But there are much more than Ji-sun's. And after thousands of years of comprehension and actual combat, the Frederick family has already gained countless experience and skills in this magic secret method. Ji-sun was overjoyed. The truth is, the secrets of personal cultivation are a very private topic. But Aragorn spoke without reservation. What Ji-sun didn't know was that Aragorn was willing to share some extraordinary knowledge because of cooperation and Alice's life-saving grace. But later it was because Aragorn felt that they had similar temperaments. His vision saw some qualities that Ji-sun himself didn't know he had. And coincidentally, Ji-sun also had the golden ball of power gemstone in his hand, an exclusive cultivation secret treasure that only existed in legends and could cause the gods to fall. Aragorn felt that this was the fate. The Plague Swamp is like the Xiamu City ruins that Ji-sun had visited before. There is almost no extra-dimensional space here. But it is a huge wild secret place in itself. There are many strange creatures in the swamp, and there are also some unknown level monsters and ancient prohibitions, and the death rate of exploration is very high. If it were a card master from the East Continent, he might really only be able to treat it as a forbidden zone and do nothing about it. But there are many top-level card masters in the Arel Empire. As time goes by, after the subsequent mercenaries and hunters from the Red Dragon Kingdom arrive, this open secret realm will sooner or later be flattened. Ji-sun's original plan was to wait and inquire about the news. See if there is a suitable opportunity in the secret realm to rescue Toad. This has been the case for the past few days. The hunter group led the war slaves to open up the wasteland and go deeper and deeper. People also gradually came into contact with the central area of the swamp, and while obtaining a large number of ancient treasures, they also brought out a lot of information. Ji-sun analyzed the intelligence every day and discussed with Aragorn to see if there was a suitable opportunity. But the opportunity did not come, but an accident did. This day, in the camp of the Viper group, Ji-sun was packing his bag. In the past 2 days, the high-level officials of the Red Dragon Kingdom issued a lot of tasks to explore the depths of the swamp. It happened that the main force of the Viper group also arrived, and they planned to break camp and set off. The sudden explosion and shock wave shook the entire camp and disrupted everyone's rhythm. Boom boom. It was deafening. The shock wave overturned a large number of tents like a wave. The adventurers looked at the depths of the swamp and talked about it. What happened? This shock wave is from those guys from Dongwang. I heard that someone from Dongwang was found in the ruins 2 days ago, and General Heeman of the Hydralisk Legion personally led people to round up them. It seems that there will be results today. Ji-sun sniffed the faint smell of gunpowder in the shock wave. He also knew what was going on. Although there have been battles between high-level card masters in the swamp these days, the sound of bomb explosions is still very special. People in the South Continent don't use bombs. So it can only be someone from the East Desert. Who is in the swamp? Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly and fell into thought, looking at the explosion equivalent and element fluctuations. It should be the sound of a K-35 magic bomb detonating. This military-controlled item is difficult for ordinary people to obtain. K-35 is currently one of the top military bombs in the East Continent, and it poses a certain threat to 5th and 6th level card masters. Although there are many East Desert card masters in the old world now, most of the people who may have this kind of bomb are in the Alliance army. But I have always been in contact with Katarina. How could I be completely unaware of it? Ji-sun didn't figure it out. But he had an inexplicable premonition. I always felt that the person in the conflict might be related to me. Moreover, General Herman, the commander of the Hydralisk Corps, and another 7th-level mercenary commander went to encircle and suppress them personally. No matter who is in the swamp, it is likely that they will not escape. Thinking of this, he rushed into the swamp in the direction of the explosion. Without confirming who it was hard to settle the intuition in his heart. Ji-sun rushed into the depths of the swamp quickly. The plague swamp had been explored for many days, and adventurers had opened up several safe passages. Ji-sun had already drawn a detailed map in his mind with the information he had obtained in these days. He knew clearly where there were high-level monsters, and where there were deadly poisonous miasma. Although this was the first time he entered the plague swamp. But just like walking into his own backyard, Ji-sun did not encounter any danger and rushed for dozens of kilometers. Soon, he met a group of Hydralisk soldiers escorting a dozen wounded prisoners out of the swamp. Ji-sun knew they were from the East Continent as soon as he saw their attire. The prisoner walking in front had a beard and looked like a sloppy drunkard. Ji-sun took a look and found that he recognized him. He was surprised at the same time. Broken Gunner Anrose? This person was none other than the Revolutionary Army cadre, who had shown his face in the last battle before the burning of the old Honglu. Ji-sun looked at the other captives again, and found that many of them were wanted criminals of the Revolutionary Army who had been on the federal wanted list. He suddenly thought, in other words, the people who fought in the swamp before were members of the Revolutionary Army? No wonder. He had asked Catalina before, and originally the Lionheart family also wanted to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army to form an alliance army. But because the Lionheart family was an official army after all, they had many conflicts with the Revolutionary Army. In the end, the negotiation failed. The two sides have only had some communication on intelligence sharing and supplies. So the K-35 bomb in the hands of the Revolutionary Army can be explained. However, it was because he was sure that it was the Revolutionary Army that Ji-sun's expression became solemn. He may not care about other people, but there is a friend he knows very well in the Revolutionary Army. If cadres like Anla's were arrested, would the deputy leader Qin Rushi also come? Ji-sun frowned and fell into deep thought. There are not many card masters in the East Desert who can have 2 7th-level people to personally encircle and suppress. Maybe she is here, but why are the people from the Revolutionary Army here? Are they coming for the Bai family ruins? Ji-sun suddenly thought of the information that Aragorn told him. This plague swamp is a secret tomb of the immortals of the Bai family. And Qin Rushi has inherited the Bai family, so it is reasonable for her to come to the ruins to find something. This is troublesome. Ji-sun's eyes trembled frequently. Qin Rushi was not seen among the captives, which added a lot of uncertainty. Was he not caught, or was he killed, or something else? But the 2 7th levels had already gone to encircle and suppress him. In any case, if Qin Rushi came, he would definitely be in a bad situation. It was a pity that he could not contact him. The communicator was still a laboratory product, and it was currently in mass production, so intelligence communication was also a big problem. Qin Rushi came to the plague swamp, and he might have contacted himself. But the Joel he disguised before was dead, and he missed it. Ji-sun followed the escort team, and listened to the chatter of those people for a while, and found some key clues. That is, the 2 7th-level commanders of the Legion Hermann have not returned yet. Moreover, the people of the Hydralisk Legion want to bring the toad into the swamp. This means 2 possibilities. A master has escaped, and they are still chasing him. Taking the toad in, it is likely that there is a major discovery in the swamp, which requires 2 7th-level people to explore in person. Ji-sun was also glad that he decisively came to see the situation. If Qin Rushi really came and did not die, her situation would definitely be bad. 2 level 7 surrounded her. Even if Gongwu came, he might not be able to save her. After knowing the situation, Ji-sun did not hesitate, and the thought came to his mind instantly, I must go and take a look. He did not know if he could help, but he was sure that he must go and take a look. It would be best if Qin Rushi did not need help. The only thing was that if she needed help, no one could help her here. Only Ji-sun himself. Thinking of this, he continued to rush towards the depths of the swamp without hesitation. There was still a faint smell in the air, which was left by the people who had escorted the prisoners. The werewolf's keen sense of smell allowed Ji-sun to smell an accurate route. However, he did not dare to underestimate the high-ranking officers of the Hydralisk Legion. After running for a while, he was about to reach the area where the battle took place. Ji-sun suddenly stopped. He suddenly realized that it was too obvious to continue tracking like this, and if there were still people alive, they must have escaped. He would not be able to meet them if he went there, and he might encounter the Hydralisk Legion waiting for siege and attack reinforcements. Thinking of this, Ji-sun quickly thought about the recent intelligence in his mind. According to the direction of the previous battle explosion, he quickly deduced, if you are surrounded, the most likely escape direction will be these directions. But you have to be wary of being surrounded by others, and the tracking card master can only choose the most dangerous area. So, if Aunt Qin really comes, the most likely escape direction she will choose is near the Peifeng Temple. Ji-sun knows Qin Rushi's character very well. I am the world, and he can think from the perspective of the characters, so he quickly deduced a coordinate. Thinking of this, he changed his method without hesitation and rushed towards the goal. Step, step, step. Half of his foot was in the soft muddy water, and there was a slight sound of breaking water all the way. As he went deeper, the fog around him became thicker and thicker. The visibility in the swamp was very low, and the luminous algae provided a weak light source, reflecting a light green poisonous fog that was as thick as cotton. The poisonous fog is a compound toxin. The deeper you go, the more toxic it is. This is a deadly threat that even high-level gas masks cannot completely filter out. But at this moment, Ji-sun is completely unaffected. Another hidden attribute after being infected with blood plague also came into play at this moment. Theoretically, toxins are a branch of plague, and from the perspective of personality, blood plague comes from the outer gods, which is a more violent blood poison pollution than any conventional toxin, so by accident, Ji-sun's toxin resistance is very high now. Even if he breathes with his mouth and nose exposed, these toxins have no negative effects on his body. However, the danger deep in the swamp is only the best way to deal with the poisonous fog. Monsters are overlord blood leeches, water lizards, green-scaled flower pythons, magic crocodiles, colorful poisonous spiders, parasitic human-faced beetles, burrowing worms, corpse-eating magic flowers, and various highly toxic creatures can be seen everywhere. They are predators in the poisonous fog. They will emerge from any unexpected place and prey on prey that enters their territory. Ji-sun had previously obtained detailed information about these swamp creatures from the adventurer's intelligence, and was familiar with their living habits. He rushed all the way, avoiding them whenever possible. That's why he didn't cause too much trouble. But even so, he killed quite a few. At this time, Ji-sun suddenly stopped. The flying knife lingering around him picked off the fluorescent leech that was sucking blood on his skin, and a drop of green blood dripped. The blood fell on the water plants exposed to the air, and immediately corroded the fresh green water plants into a ball of mud. This is a new species that has never appeared in the intelligence. It just attached itself to me and easily bit through my protective chi. If it weren't for the blood plague that caused the leech to have some indigestion, Ji-sun wouldn't have even noticed it from beginning to end. He looked at the insect corpse that was broken into 2 pieces, and then at the fog that was already pitch black, and his brows became more and more furrowed. There are too many secrets buried in the plague swamp, and even the top-level card masters dare not go deep into it rashly. Ji-sun doesn't think that as a 4th-level card master, he will definitely be able to get out alive if he continues to rush here. Moreover, even if Qin Rushi was really nearby, trying to find her like this would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's eyes narrowed, and he decisively took out a fireworks launcher. After arranging some backup plans, he pulled the trigger towards the sky. Swoosh! Bang! The sky exploded with brilliant fireworks. This was a special signal firework. The light could penetrate the fog and spread far. Ji-sun knew the risk of doing this. Although if Qin Rushi was nearby, she might be able to see it. But at the same time, the enemy will definitely see it. Ji-sun thought about it, but still did it. The first signal fireworks did not attract people, but only attracted a few light-hating monsters. Ji-sun changed the location and sounded it again. Still no use. Change again. The map in his mind was divided into grids, and he tried one by one. Theoretically, if Qin Rushi is really in this area, he will always see it if he keeps trying. The final risk is to see whether Qin Rushi finds him first, or the enemy or monster comes first. Just as Ji-sun was setting off fireworks, a pale and obviously injured figure was fleeing hastily in the swamp deep in the fog. As she ran, she looked back at the fog from time to time, her crystal eyes full of coldness. Qin Rushi knew that she had been marked by the tracking card master. She had tried various methods but failed to get rid of the enemy's perception, and she had no hope. What's more, there were 2 7th-level enemies. Fortunately, she survived the previous battle, but she had already consumed a lot of physical strength. If they are blocked again, there will be no chance of survival. The only hope Qin Ru could think of was to lead the enemy to this more dangerous area. Fight risk with risk. But this method is not very promising. The risk of posing a fatal threat to the 7th level is even greater for her. However, just when Qin Ru was about to gamble on that slim luck to see if she could encounter a swamp monster that could kill the enemy and survive before her spell power was exhausted, suddenly, a bunch of fireworks exploded in the sky. Although the piercing red light of the fireworks was almost imperceptible due to the fog, Qin Rushi still saw it, and her expression suddenly froze. As her thoughts turned, she suddenly thought of something and shouted in her heart, "That guy is here?" This custom-made fireworks was the signal agreed upon with Ji-sun before. She knew that Ji-sun was undercover in the enemy camp. But she didn't expect that he would find her in this way. Unlike Ji-sun's expectations, Qin Rushi came to the Plague Swamp earlier than the Hydralisk Legion. When she found out that adventurers from the southern continent had entered the swamp, she tried to contact Ji-sun, but Joel had disappeared. So she gave up. After all, Qin Rushi was here to find the remains left by the ancestors of the Bai family. She didn't want Ji-sun to participate in such a dangerous exploration. This guy. Qin Rushi looked at the fireworks, her eyes full of complexity. She knew Ji-sun's character very well. If that guy could guess that she was here, he would definitely not fail to think that his situation must be desperate. But that guy still did it without hesitation. Using such a big target as fireworks, he announced loudly that he was here to help. He was willing to help regardless of his life and death, and this friendship was beyond reproach. But the enemies chasing him were 2 level 7 and a large group of elites. How reckless! Qin Rushi scolded in her heart. But this was not the time to think about those useless things. She rushed towards the direction of the fireworks decisively. She knew that if she really went there, she would definitely lead the chasing enemies there, which would directly lead to Ji-sun's situation being very dangerous. But Qin Rushi also knew the guy's character very well. Absolutely rational and crazy and stubborn. When he planned to use this method, he must have known the result. If he didn't wait for someone, he would continue to try. He would never back down. And if he didn't go, the enemy would definitely be attracted. Qin Rushi ran towards it, and various thoughts flashed through her mind quickly, but most of them were mumbling, "What a mess." She thought about going over and showing her face, and then immediately letting Ji-sun retreat. She led the enemy away. Maybe she could save one. But while running, suddenly, Qin Rushi had an idea. Her expression instantly brightened. Oh right, that secret technique. Before, if she wanted to survive by herself, she could only rely on that little bit of luck. There was no other way. But now, looking at the fireworks, it seems that there is one. Although Ji-sun is a 4th level card, Qin Rushi is very familiar with his abilities. If we really talk about the ability to hide and save lives, Ji-sun is better than the average 5th and 6th level card masters. Especially in this swamp. Thinking of this, her speed increased again, and she rushed towards the direction of the fireworks. Ji-sun had already lit the 4th fireworks. Although it caused a lot of trouble, his intuition told him that he had to do this. Just when he thought he had to change the place and release the fireworks for the 5th time, the turning point came. Suddenly, a figure was seen in the distance rushing out of the thick fog. Enemy? Or there was only a shadow left near the fireworks, so Ji-sun was not afraid of being discovered. As soon as he turned his thoughts, he recognized the graceful figure before he could see the face clearly. It's Aunt Qin. Ji-sun was both happy and surprised. He was happy that his calculation was correct, and he finally met her. He was surprised that seeing Qin Rushi's hasty escape, the situation was probably very bad. However, as soon as he turned his thoughts, Qin Rushi also saw the mark left near the fireworks. She changed direction and rushed towards the fog at a high speed. Ji-sun quickly sneaked out of the water. He just bumped into Qin Rushi, who was rushing over. The deputy leader of the revolutionary army looked at Ji-sun, who appeared in front of him at the critical moment, and her eyes were complicated for a moment. But she also knew that even if the plan she thought of was very dangerous, as long as she asked, this guy would definitely agree without hesitation. So she didn't waste any words at all, and said hurriedly, "I'm marked, but I have a new secret method that can parasitize in your body." Ji-sun listened and said without hesitation, "Okay." Since Qin Rushi didn't ask him to escape, then this plan has a chance to survive. No matter what it is, if there is a chance, he will definitely try it. As he said, before Ji-sun could figure out what the plan was, he saw Qin Rushi shed all her clothes on the ground like she was shedding her skin. Before Ji-sun could see the naked figure clearly, he felt the scent of a mature woman brushing into his nose. Very close. Then his neck hurt, as if he was bitten. Looking again, the white scene flashed and disappeared. Qin Rushi was sucked into the wound on his shoulder, and disappeared on the spot. Ji-sun watched as his pupil shrank, thinking, the Bai family's secret field parasitic technique? He was not unfamiliar with this spell. He had encountered it several times before, and was parasitized. Oh, I almost forgot that Qin Ru had inherited the Bai family's legacy, so it was right for her to learn this secret technique. The two of them only exchanged this one sentence, and Ji-sun already knew what Qin Ru was thinking. She was marked. Only by using this parasitic technique could she avoid being marked. And she needed someone who could take her away in a parasitic state. Although the plan was risky. But in the complex terrain of the plague swamp, Ji-sun was determined to escape, so he might not be caught up so easily. Qin Rushi had saved his life more than once. It was a great honor to be able to help. Ji-sun never considered any risks from beginning to end. He ignored the pile of clothes on the ground and retreated to the retreat route he had found before without hesitation, disappearing in the mist in a blink of an eye. Chapter 303. Ji-sun had just left. In the swamp, the commander of the Hydralisk Corps, Herman, and a group of people hurriedly chased after him. In the thick fog, they found the place where the two had last met. Looking at the clothes in the water, the expressions of the group of people also became solemn. In the team, standing with Herman, was an old woman with half black and half white hair. This was the leader of the Poison Vine mercenary group, the Black Widow Heather. Diamond 3 Plague Doctor, a 7th level professional voodoo master. An auxiliary card master who is good at using poison, detoxification and driving various poisons. Her dry branch-like hands picked up the clothes soaked in the water, put them in her nose and sniffed them, and finally shook her head, and muttered to herself, "Strange, the poison mark has completely disappeared." The target should have used some unconventional means to avoid the leakage of biological energy. After a pause, a trace of contemplation and doubt appeared in her turbid eyes, and she said, "I have never seen this method. I think it is probably the lost secret method of the professional sequence." Those card masters in the East Wasteland have also passed down some interesting spells. Hearing this, Herman said helplessly, "It should be the fireworks just now that pointed the way." The woman's companion came to pick her up. Heather said, "There are traces of dark elements left here, and the understanding of the law is not too high. The person who picked her up may be only level 5. But he has good hiding skills. It will take some effort to find him in this swamp." Herman listened and sighed slightly. This person said it is difficult to find, so it is really difficult. Herman had already begun to think about retreating. After all, he was just a 6th level war slave, not worth wasting too much time. But at this moment, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. The previous inexplicable disappearance of the Valen City rebel camp has not yet been investigated. Although it is basically confirmed that it was the hidden man of the rebel dragon army who came to rescue the people. But who cracked the space, who was rescued, and how did he contact the Toad? There are many doubts, and there is no definite clue so far. Now seeing that a level 6 being chased by the Legion had escaped, Herman always felt a little strangely familiar. There were almost no useful clues left at the scene, which could explain a lot of problems. Wise, calm, and decisive. The most important thing is courage. Knowing that the 2 level 7s of the Hydralisk Legion were surrounding them, he still dared to rescue them. This courage is not something that ordinary people can have. This is exactly the same as the previous plan to contact the Toad and rescue a few slaves under the heavy protection of the Legion. It gives people the feeling of a guy dancing on the edge of a knife. Herman doesn't think it's such a coincidence that their Hydralisk Corps encountered 2 such people in a short period of time. It's more like the same person. However, saving slaves can be figured out. What's the meaning of saving the people in Dongwang? Is it also for the ruins? In that case, there is no time to delay. Just thinking about it, the people in the team also started to discuss. They were the only ones who knew how difficult the opponent was just now after chasing all the way. If it were any other 6th level card master, he would have died countless times. It's no wonder that he has such an outrageous combat power if he can comprehend the domain at the 6th level. If it were our southern continent, I'm afraid that 2 or 3 card masters of the same level would be unable to defeat this so-called legendary card master from the Eastern Wasteland. The card masters in the Eastern Wasteland have lost their inheritance, and the strongest is only at the 6th level. It's not surprising that the card masters have been stuck at this bottleneck for thousands of years, and have figured out some tricks to master the domain in advance. But then again, that woman's domain is really domineering. The gods of the war sequence descended to the earth, and there are several very strange immortal methods. If she really advances to the 7th level, she will be a formidable enemy. It doesn't matter. The top card masters of the kingdom have also come to the old continent one after another. Even if there are a few 7th level card masters in the East Wilderness, they can't make any big waves. Let's hurry up to explore and complete the tasks assigned by the higher-ups. The church is determined to get that thing. If we can't find it, we can only go to see it with our heads held high. Yes. There seems to be a large underground ancient ruins under that swamp. According to the current clues, it is most likely the secret research institute of the Bai family. If it is really what we think, it is possible to find that thing. Let the people below quickly get the toad to confirm it. Although Herman decided not to continue chasing. But he always had a bad premonition that this trouble was not over. However, compared to a 6th level, they have more important tasks. The entire Legion has been exploring the plague swamp for so long, and seeing that there has been a major discovery, they can't continue to catch mice. It takes too much time to find the person. Meanwhile, deep in the swamp, there is a ruined building. A group of mysterious people wearing white cloaks followed the passage and went underground. This is a cement passage with mottled white paint on the wall, and the words EP281 Research Institute can be vaguely seen. A group of people are trying to crack the door control in front of a sealed steel door. At this time, a nightingale phantom appeared in the void. What do you mean that woman escaped? Yes. The news just came from our people lurking in the Hydralisk Legion. With our information as a guide, and 2 7th level people, they still couldn't stop her. How is it possible? Yes. That person used several life-saving methods in the battle that had never been seen in the intelligence, and the key point is here, those secret arts are not war sequence spells, but are very similar to our Bai family's secret arts. You mean, that woman used some of our Bai family's immortal secret arts? The final method of escape is likely to be the secret fuel parasitic technique? Yes. Among those secret techniques, there is suspected to be an ancient forbidden technique that our Bai family has lost. The man in the lead listened to the information reported by the fairy, and slowly took off his cloak, revealing a fair and handsome face. If Ji-sun was here, he would definitely recognize at a glance that this was the first genius of the Bai family by way whom he had met before. The corners of his eyebrows, which were more charming than those of a woman, narrowed slightly, and a fox-like sly smile appeared in his eyes. Hee, if we really talk about seniority, that person is still my aunt. But it's strange. When her mother was expelled from the Bai family, she had sealed all the inheritance memories of the Bai family's secrets with an oath. Where did that woman learn it? At this time, someone else in the team spoke up. The people of the Revolutionary Army found the Secret Research Institute before us, so it's not surprising that they found some inheritance. She has the blood of the Bai family, has good talent, and maybe she got the recognition of a certain immortal by chance. This is also the reason why they use spies to guide those people in the southern continent to encircle and kill the Revolutionary Army. Before, the Bai family thought they were the first group to come to this ruins. Unexpectedly, after arriving, they found that the Revolutionary Army had already been looking for this research institute. This immediately made the Bai family feel a sense of crisis. Qin had already proved her combat power when she fought alone against the 2 kings and 4 knights in the Xinqiu treasure house. If you want to kill her, it is almost impossible without the 7th level strength. The Bai family did not want to fight her to the death, so they chose to kill with a borrowed knife. Who saved her? It's not clear yet. But judging from the situation, the person who picked her up should also be lurking in the adventure team of the southern continent. Otherwise, it would be impossible to get accurate intelligence and rush to reinforce so quickly. TSK, if my aunt escapes, it will be a big trouble in the future. Although Bai Wei said this, there was no worry on his face. He looked at the locked mechanical door in front of him and muttered to himself. So many poisonous creatures gathered in the swamp, our Bai family's inheritance treasure Wanxian Lantern should be in this research institute. As long as we can find it, my Bai family will prosper in no time. That's right. Besides, This was once the secret tomb of my Bai family's ancestors, who worship the immortals. If we are lucky enough to get the recognition and blessing of a certain ancestral immortal, our Bai family will have a foothold. The situation on the old continent is very complicated. Since my Bai family's sect was destroyed, the battle back then must have been extremely tragic. It's hard to say whether there are any ancestral immortals left. Faith is immortal, gods are immortal, and incense is continuous. Those top immortals will not disappear so easily. Keep an eye on the movements of the Hydralisk Legion and attract them as soon as possible. Sacrificing those people, not to mention the ancestral immortals, at least can awaken some high-level immortals. Yes. Ji-sun knew that there must be a high-level card master who is good at tracking among the people in the Hydralisk Legion, who could force Qin Rushi into a desperate situation. Although he felt that the traces he left behind had been wiped out very cleanly, he was afraid of some supercognitive perception methods. The inheritance of those card masters in the southern continent has not been interrupted, so this possibility is still very high. Ji-sun ran all the way in the swamp. He used shadows to mislead from time to time. But soon, he breathed a sigh of relief. The warning device behind him had not been triggered, which still meant that there was a high probability that no one was chasing him. Seeing this situation, Ji-sun automatically sorted out the dozens of situations in his mind, and finally came up with the two most likely ones. First, either two level 7s were not interested in chasing a level 6 and thought it was a waste of time. After all, although the card masters of the South Continent and the East Continent were hostile, the current roundup was just to capture a few war slaves. If the cost is too high, it will be meaningless. Second, either they have more important things to do. Ji-sun is more inclined to the latter, his eyes narrowed slightly. Did you find a very important clue in that swamp? Ji-sun and Toad talked a lot about the situation of the Arel Empire these days. He knew that the orders of the Holy See had a higher priority than the royal power. The people of the Holy See wanted to find the jar, and the people of the Hydralisk Legion would never dare to delay. Now even the Toad who had been imprisoned in the camp has been transported here, which means that there must be a major discovery in the swamp. Thinking of this, Ji-sun stopped. Finally, he got the person back without any danger. Time was no longer urgent. He glanced at his shoulder from the corner of his eye. He looked at the wound that looked like a snake bite, and raised his eyebrows slightly. "Aunt Qin?" He tried to shout. But there was no response. Many of the Bai family's spells were family secrets, and the outside world had no idea of the principles. The secret fetal parasitism was one of the very strange spells. Even though Ji-sun had been parasitized before, he still didn't know how the principle of this spell was achieved. It seems that the parasite is on the verge of death before it is forced out. It seems that she cannot communicate with Qin Rushi for the time being. Or maybe she has no plan to come out in the short term to avoid some kind of sensing method? Or maybe she is seriously injured? In any case, the person has been rescued. Ji-sun is not in a hurry. Anyway, no one is chasing him, and he has no sense of urgency. Since those people didn't chase him at the first time, they won't chase him later. Ji-sun changed direction, and didn't continue to escape to the dangerous area. The several escape routes that were previously set up were no longer necessary, and he returned to the safe road back to the camp. These routes that had been explored were marked along the way. From time to time, adventurers coming to the swamp could be encountered. Not long after, Ji-sun followed the smell and encountered the large group escorting Toad. Perhaps because the Hydralisk Legion had made a big move, the perceptive people had already sensed the opportunity, and countless adventure groups also poured into the swamp. Judging from the number, most of the hundreds of thousands of adventurers in the camp outside the swamp were probably here. Ji-sun looked at this group of people. His eyes were full of brilliance. The opportunities that these people could see, he could certainly see as well. And he could see it more deeply. In Ji-sun's eyes, everything in the world had a line of destiny that was constantly moving and deducing. I am the world, and can deduce the source and result of events. Recently, this magic secret method has become more and more proficient, and he saw something different. Why do I feel like these people were deliberately led in? For He-Man of the Hydralisk Legion to come and explore in person, it goes without saying that it must involve some important discoveries. With such a great opportunity to get rich, it is normal for mercenaries to flock here. But Ji-sun has experienced Jia Yu's layout several times, and deeply realized that a truly brilliant layout has almost no traces to follow. To see through this kind of layout, you can't just look at the big picture, but observe the details. For example, Aragorn said there might be a jar inside, and coincidentally, Qin Rushi also appeared here. When Ji-sun thought of this, he thought about these 2 points and found a problem. It's not right. The Revolutionary Army is an expert in guerrilla warfare for many years. The plague swamp is so large, but they were discovered so easily and blocked? Could it be a traitor? Ji-sun suddenly thought of something. Qin Rushi is meticulous. It stands to reason that he would never be blocked and killed so easily. Only a traitor can explain everything. Ji-sun's thoughts extended along this line of thought. It's interesting. The traitor leaked the location of the Revolutionary Army to the people of the Hydralisk Legion and killed someone with a borrowed knife? Assuming this possibility, there are only a few possible conclusions. Under absolute strength, conspiracy is unnecessary. The overall strength of the southern continent crushes the eastern wasteland, so there is almost no need to deploy spies. The previous battle at the Gold Nugget Wharf lost a 7th level card master, which made it difficult for the people of the southern road to trust the surrendered eastern wasteland card master. Therefore, assuming there is an insider, it can only be someone inside the eastern wasteland. And the eastern wasteland card masters in the old continent are mostly members of the Alliance army. There is no hostility between the two. So those insiders are most likely from the restored Orlan royal family. The Bai family also came to the swamp? Ji-sun pondered for a moment and thought of the best answer. If we really want to talk about spies, the Bai family's God Stealer is definitely the most suitable career sequence for spies he has ever seen. Various immortal and mysterious spells make people hard to guard against. It's like if Ji-sun hadn't seen it, how would he know that a living person could parasitize in a person's body? If Ji-sun could sneak in, others could certainly do so. The Bai family might have arranged for people to sneak into these adventurers from the southern continent. Even the top leaders of the Hydralisk Corps. This can also explain everything reasonably. Borrowing the power of the Hydralisk Corps, severely inflicting heavy damage on the Revolutionary Army Qin Rushi and his group. But the question also arises. So why did the Bai family attract so many people into the swamp? When Ji-sun thought of this, he suddenly realized that this was a chain of tricks. The trick of killing with a borrowed knife is indeed a good one. But it will also expose the secrets deep in the swamp. Obviously, the people of the Bai family did not mind this, but deliberately attracted these people in. Looking at the crowd in front of him, the colorful threads of fate in Ji-sun's eyes suddenly turned into a gray and dead color. I am the world repeatedly traced the source, deduced, and eliminated, and finally, he was sure that everything he thought of now had no logical flaws. In other words, he was likely to deduce a result that best fits the actual situation. Sacrifice? This word popped up in Ji-sun's mind instantly. Allowing so many people to enter can indeed help to open up the wasteland. But after the opening up of the wasteland, the strength of the Bai family is not qualified to snatch treasures from the hands of these strong men in the southern continent. So the only possibility is that they are sure that these people are not a threat. And only dead people are not a threat. The swamp was originally a secret tomb of the immortals of the Bai family. No one knows what is inside better than the Bai family. The immortal secrets of the God Stealer sequence and the Shinto secrets of the old God believers have many similarities. The Bai family did this with both motives and means. This is also the only reasonable explanation. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's expression became playful. Tsk, these guys from the Bai family are really ruthless. From this point of view, the East Continent is not vulnerable. The more bizarre the situation is, the more inexplicably attractive it is to Ji-sun. He looked at the gray thread of fate, and suddenly his eyes fell on the iron cage wrapped in black cloth. This is the world in Ji-sun's eyes at the moment, the only thing that is not gray. It represents the mysterious black. In the iron cage, there is a hero imprisoned. Just like the copy of Valen City Rebel Camp, Gron is a plot anchor. In Ji-sun's eyes, the hero Aragorn is also an anchor at this moment. Even if everyone else is dead, the hero will not die so easily. Ji-sun thought of this, grinning, and there was only one strong idea left in his mind. He wanted to go in and take a look. He was originally planning to find a chance to rescue Toad. Now it seems that the most feasible opportunity has come. Chapter 304. Ji-sun had been in the adventurer camp for several days before, and had already observed several backup identities. He followed the team heading deep into the plague swamp, and easily found a replacement identity and mixed into the team. The large army was not moving fast, and the target was too large, which also attracted many monsters in the swamp. There were battles from time to time. Fortunately, the Legion pushed forward, and there were no obstacles along the way. Oh, such a big battle, what's going on? It is said that a large ancient ruins was found deep in the swamp, and many treasures were unearthed. Let me tell you, it is not said that our group's pioneer hunters have confirmed that it is the family base of the White family of the God Thief of the Talon dynasty, a very large underground city. I heard that if you dismantle any door inside, you will find valuable red copper alloy. The White Family of the God Thief sequence? Oh, thousands of years ago in the Talon period, they were top nobles. And the God Thief sequence is a broken generation sequence, and it is said that they have the ability to control gods and demons. Hey, if we can get the Card Master inheritance of the Bai family, we will be rich. The news seemed to have wings, attracting almost all the adventurers near the Plague Swamp. As they walked along, the number of people in the large group increased. The status of the God Stealer Bai family in the Talon dynasty in the past was considered to be a prince level now. Not only was it rich enough to rival a country, the Bai family was also a top dignitary who truly controlled the resources of cutting-edge card masters. In the team, Ji-sun listened to the news and had a general impression of the underground city called EP281 Research Institute. In the mouths of these hunters from the southern continent, it was like a treasure house with even the gates cast in gold. However, Ji-sun was very calm when he heard it. In his eyes, the underground city was a carnivorous plant that exuded an alluring aroma. After many deductions, he had completely confirmed that the Bai family had arrived at the swamp. So these news must have been spread deliberately by them, in order to attract as many people as possible. There are also masters among these people from the southern continent, and they may not have failed to see the hidden danger. But finding the jar is the first priority, and they will never give up. Besides, the strength of those guys from the Holy See is not that simple. When Ji-sun thought of this, he also saw the huge iron cage covered with black cloth in the team not far away. There were also a few mysterious guys wearing cloaks near the iron cage. Ji-sun also wanted to contact the Toad before. But not only were the people from the Hydralisk Legion on guard, but seeing that the guys from the Holy See had been following the iron cage, he decisively gave up the idea. Although they were covered with cloaks, Ji-sun could see that these guys were much higher in status than the Hydralisk Legion. Even the 7th-ranked Deputy Legion Commander had to salute when he passed by. Their strength was definitely not weak. TSK, I wonder if the Bai family can deal with these people. Seeing this, Ji-sun felt a kind of gloating in his heart, as if he was watching the snipe and the clam fighting each other. At present, it seems that since the Bai family dared to set up this game, they must be sure of it. The people of the Holy See are mysterious and powerful, and the Bai family may not know their existence. In a fierce fight, one of the two sides will be injured. This is also what Ji-sun thinks is the best chance to rescue Toad. The deeper the swamp, the more monsters there are. The large army cleared obstacles and marched all the way. After walking for nearly a day, they finally arrived at the destination. When Ji-sun followed the large army, the swamp ground here had been completely solidified into hard land, and the densely packed marching tents that could not be seen at a glance had been set up. The flames dispelled the poisonous fog, and the camp was in full swing. Large objects cannot be put into the storage ring. When Ji-sun arrived, he saw groups of adventurers carrying metal objects several meters, or even more than 10 meters high to the ground. These metals were faintly red copper in the firelight, and various mysterious spells were engraved on them upon closer inspection. As previously rumored, this research institute was full of red copper alloys. Red copper is an inert extraordinary metal that can ward off evil spirits and demons, and most importantly, it can suppress plagues at the level of mysticism. When Ji-sun saw these metals, he thought about what Toad said about there being a jar inside. He guessed the purpose of these red coppers. Just like mithril is used to seal the scarlet corruption, such a large sum of money means that this research institute was probably used to deal with the outer god called the source of plague. Ji-sun has a deep understanding of the severity of the pollution of the outer god. The people of the East continent cannot bear it, and it is unknown whether the people of the South continent can withstand it. Moreover, after thousands of years, no one knows what is going on inside. But seeing that these adventurers can dismantle the things in the laboratory, it shouldn't be a big problem. The largest tent in the camp is the temporary office of the Adventurers Union. It's already full of people. New ruins always need a lot of manpower to open up. Various recruitment information is dazzling. New information is updated on the notice board every moment. The Iron Boots mercenary group is recruiting people. The 22 area exploration, healing professionals are coming. The group will start in 10 minutes. B-level bounty, C11 area exploration, lacking an expert who knows how to unlock and decrypt. Come here if you know the ancient Caesar code. Explosive Bear Group is recruiting for the underground area, and a large number of healing card masters are recruited. Buying a batch of war slaves at a high price. If there are transfers, please contact the Bald Eagle Group. Individual adventurers and teams who have made major discoveries obtained from the Red Dragon Kingdom's bounty, title, and territory bounty. When the large army arrived, the adventurers swarmed into the entrances to the dungeon. Ji-sun was not in a hurry to act. The Viper mercenary group he mixed with was the official mercenary of the Hydralisk Legion, and had to act with a large army. He was also certain that Toad would definitely create an opportunity, and it wouldn't be long before the main force of the Hydralisk Legion would go down. Ji-sun was in the camp, helping to set up the tent. He also controlled Shadow to get information. The conversations among the hunters, the recruitment information on the notice board, the ancient relics discovered. These fragmented information were like broken pieces of porcelain. When you piece them together, you might get a complete piece of porcelain. Ji-sun's brain was working rapidly, and he pieced together the situation of the research institute below bit by bit. The underground city is very large, and at least 7 or 8 areas have been discovered so far. There are a large number of monsters piled up, with varying degrees of danger and difficulty. Most of the wounded sent out have ulcerated skin, and their faces are black and green, which are obviously poisoned and contaminated by plague. There are also new monsters, putrefaction monsters, highly toxic gas, soul-eating wolf spiders, and plague zombies. These are mutant monsters that were not in the previous intelligence, and even the people of the southern continent have never seen. The monsters found in the Research Institute are not too strong, and the strongest is only level 6. But there are many of them, and they are highly toxic, which is very tricky. Ji-sun didn't dare to be careless, since the Bai family thought that this place could bury those people from the southern continent. It was also a fatal threat to him as a 4th level. All the clues he wrote down now could be his life-saving straw in the future. Ji-sun thought that he would be more confident if he asked more information before going down. But the teammates around him couldn't hold back. A large number of ancient relics were excavated, which made everyone jealous. The ruins are not a different dimension. If you go too late, they will be gone. How long do you think we have to wait? Look, those guys from the Snow Eagle group who came with us have only been down there for half an hour, right? They have already brought out so many things. Yeah. If we really wait any longer, I'm afraid we won't even be able to eat warm shit. Look, the iron chains those guys brought out are actually pure mithril. My goodness, how much do these big iron chains sell for? Hey, are those iron lumps the legendary mechanical equipment? Oh, this kind of taboo can only be thrown into the furnace. Ji-sun joined his teammates' complaints while observing the iron cage calmly. The guys from the Holy See went into the tent and didn't show up again. It seems that they planned to wait for these hunters to explore. Come to think of it, adventure is always done by the lower class. Ji-sun was also very curious about what Aragorn should do to get those guys to move. This wait lasted for several hours. The number of people in the camp did not decrease, but increased. It must be said that there is strength in numbers. The card masters in the southern continent were not weak to begin with. Tens of thousands of people poured into the dungeon, and soon figured out a large area of the dungeon. Suddenly, the opportunity came. An adventure group found a mysterious door leading deep underground. After finding a locksmith to open it, everyone found that it was the passage to the core area of the Research Institute. The adventurers soon found the second floor of the Research Institute. Although the second floor of the Research Institute caused huge casualties, there were also amazing discoveries. It is said that some well-preserved laboratories and a large number of precious ancient relics were discovered. However, as the exploration deepened, the death rate became more and more outrageous. According to the hunters, the second floor of the dungeon was not only full of deadly toxins, but also seemed to hide some terrifying monsters. Low-level card masters suffered heavy casualties, and even high-level card masters had a very high casualty rate. Except for a few elite groups, who continued to explore cautiously, others did not dare to enter the second floor. The progress of the exploration slowed down all of a sudden. At this rate, it would probably take 10 days or half a month to explore the area thoroughly. It was also in this situation that, and no one knew what Toad had said to the Hydralisks, the commander of the Hydralisks, Herman, suddenly ordered the main army to move out, and even brought the big iron cage with him. The Viper mercenary group where Ji-sun was located became the vanguard, and had to explore the way to the second underground floor first. Now the teammates were wailing again. Before, they wanted to go, but now they don't dare to go. The death rate is there. No one wants to die. But the official mercenary group is paid, so they have no choice. The noble army marched out, and other hunter mercenaries followed into the underground. The official group dealt with those difficult monsters, and it was also a time for the individual people to make a fortune. It's like a shark eating a big fish, and the shrimp can have a full meal by picking their teeth. The large army went down all the way. The area of this research institute is very large, just like a huge underground city. After entering the main body from the passage, each area is a silo. a cylindrical space like a bucket, with dense and orderly rooms layer by layer. It seems that many people once lived in this institute. The walls are made of thick concrete and steel, and there are rusty pipes everywhere above the head. Even though the steel structure has been corroded by thousands of years of poisonous gas corrosion, the main body of the institute is still intact. The first floor has been looted by adventurers, like a locust passing through, and all valuable things have been dismantled. Nothing worth noting. While his teammates were still complaining, Ji-sun had memorized all the passages he had seen, and was also analyzing in his mind how to plan the retreat route in case of a problem. The elevator was corroded, so they could only take the stairs. Ji-sun and his party walked down for nearly 300 meters before arriving at the huge mechanical iron door leading to the second floor. On the wall next to the door, the spray paint of EP281 Research Institute was still visible. Magic lights were hung on the walls along the way, and visibility was not bad. But as soon as they came down, a pungent smell like ammonia instantly rushed up, making people dizzy. These guys in the southern continent don't have gas masks, only simple anti-gas bags made of gauze and herbs, and the filtering effect is not very ideal. Fortunately, the official army is well equipped, and the wind filter cards are leading the way, which is much better. Everyone cheer up and be careful. If you feel poisoned, take the antidote yourself. Group 1, pay attention to the water under your feet. Group 2, look at the ceiling, and Group 3 will be the vanguard. Not long after entering the second floor, they came to a huge space. The concrete walls here were visibly stronger, and there were rows of prison-like cabins around. Ji-sun looked at the cabins around him, and felt a sense of familiarity. The architectural design styles of an era are similar. The 407 Abnormal Biology Research Institute he traveled to was also an underground research institute. It was almost the same design style as the one in front of him. Were these cabins used to hold experimental organisms? Ji-sun took another look and had a guess. Although most of the cabin doors had been corroded, it was still clear that these were not rooms for people to live in. Not only the rooms, he also saw some seriously decayed research instruments. Metal instruments and the like would corrode, but many of the glassware were well preserved. In the green water jars, there were various biological limb samples. A huge heart, an embryo of an unknown creature, a strange brain, tentacles, eyeballs. No one knew how they were preserved. After thousands of years, many samples were still not degraded. When Ji-sun saw these, he felt as if he saw Master Merlin's laboratory. He thought, what a pity! If these instruments were good, Master Merlin would be so excited that he couldn't sleep. If there were any research materials or something, it would be even better. After all, the technological level of the Talon dynasty is much higher than it is now. Splash. Splash. This layer is leaking a lot. Ji-sun followed the people of the Viper group and carefully waded through the water that was over his thighs, exploring all the way. From time to time, a corpse could be seen floating on the water. Ji-sun looked at the shrunken corpses and frowned. Did they get their blood sucked out? He thought of something and immediately became carefully observing the water and his own body. However, the exploration went more smoothly than expected. I don't know if it was because the dragon power released by the 7-level masters behind them suppressed the monsters here. They had hardly encountered any trouble along the way, except for a few unlucky people who were knocked down by the poison gas. They didn't encounter any of the monsters that caused huge casualties before. This is one of the advantages of being a dragonborn. The blood of the dragon is naturally more powerful than other lower creatures. Most monsters will avoid it when they sense it. Everyone thought it was because of the dragon's power. They gradually felt relieved when they didn't encounter any monsters. However, they didn't know that in the depths of the research institute, a group of people from the Bai family were whispering, "Master, almost everyone has come in, we can start." Hey, those level 7s from the southern continent have come in, which saves us a lot of trouble. Those monsters on the second floor are not something that low-level card masters can handle, so it's normal for them to be level 7s. If they can really help us deal with those monsters, maybe we can get those valuable research materials in the Institute. Yes. After all, we are studying the outer gods, and the value of those materials is not comparable to any relics. Without the obstruction of monsters, adventurers also poured into the second floor of the Institute. Everyone was exploring excitedly. Ji-sun, however, became more cautious. He knew that the Bai family must have arranged something in the dark. Once they started, it would be a life-or-death situation. After the 7th level entered, the difficulty of exploration suddenly decreased a lot. Especially the leader of the Poison Vine mercenary group, Black Widow Heather. This 7th level voodoo master used a few spell cards to transform into a human defogger and absorbed the diffused poison gas into his body in a blink of an eye. The air around him also became clear in an instant. This also speeds up the exploration progress. Ji-sun and his Viper group are the vanguard, and soon they came to the core area of the second floor. A closer look shows that in addition to the decayed room, there is actually a room with a closed iron door. Just by looking at the structure and material of the door, you can tell that this room is very special. Captain, come quickly, there is a well-preserved room here. The room has a password, called the locksmith. Ha! Looking at this layout, these must be the most important rooms in the Institute. There must be good things. The teammates were all very excited. After all, if they really found something, they would be the first to do so. Ji-sun also observed the layout. This room might really be the key to the entire second floor central control room. This major discovery also attracted the main force of the Hydralisk Regiment to come over. Perhaps they thought the jar might be inside, and even the Legion Commander Herman came to check it out in person. However, suddenly Ji-sun discovered a familiar abnormality. He looked down and saw that an inconspicuous leech had stuck to his leg without him knowing when. It's this thing indeed. Ji-sun quietly used a scalpel to cut the insect off. At the same time, he became alert. He had encountered this once before. This unknown leech could bite through the skin and suck blood without anyone noticing. He knew that trouble was coming. He couldn't detect it with such a strong perception, let alone others. He estimated that it would be difficult for an average 6th level card master to find this leech. In other words, many people who entered the second floor might have been bitten by this insect. Thinking of this, Ji-sun quietly distanced himself and slowly approached the iron cage. Chapter 305. General, it's not difficult to crack the password of this room. But the trouble is that the authorization level required is very high, which looks like a bloodline authority restriction. Unless you can find a specific authorization item, such as an ID card. Otherwise, it may take a long time to crack it. Go ask the people below if anyone has found something similar in the ruins. Yes, sir. By the way, can it be opened violently? Almost impossible. I used a 7th level cutting card and couldn't leave any trace on this door. The whole room is made of a special alloy, and there are sub-god level restrictions. I estimate that at least a 9th level spell is needed to break the restrictions on the door. After everyone was excited, they were immediately poured cold water by reality. The password door of this room could not be opened, which meant that they would have to spend a long time here. League leader Herman looked at it with a frown. But he couldn't think of any other way. Since the Toad has determined that there is a high probability of a jar here, they have a reason not to give up. The Hydralisk Legion surrounded the central control room, thinking about how to open the door. However, at this time, the 7th level Voodoo Master Heather was the first to sense something, and suddenly his expression was stern. No, there is something in the water. Everyone was suddenly awakened by this reminder, and looked into the water. They only then discovered the abnormality. Some translucent floating creatures appeared in the water at some point. Hey Lao Luo, why is there a bug on your neck? I help you pull it off. What's the matter? You can't pull it off? Mark, there seems to be one on your arm too. No, there's one on your neck and legs too. Damn, what the hell is this? How did it get into my armor? Help me get it off. Oh no, these leeches have paralysis toxins. They are sucking blood like crazy. The light in the Institute is dim, and visibility is very low. Those leeches are like chameleons. They can change color according to the environment. So when people found out, everyone had a few leeches quietly attached to their bodies. The tricky thing is that they are like mosquitoes, and you can't feel them when they bite. When people found out about the problem, they had already injected toxins, and sucked a lot of blood. The people around them didn't realize the seriousness of the matter yet, and were looking for leeches attached to each other's bodies. At this time, the Voodoo Master Black Widow Heather also picked up a bug and observed it carefully. It looked like an inconspicuous leech, but the blood was highly corrosive after being cut off. The next scene made everyone's back shiver. The body of the worm was still twisting after being broken into 2 pieces, showing no signs of death, and the wound was healing visibly. In a blink of an eye, it changed from 1 worm to 2. It was like a copy, exactly the same. Seeing this bizarre scene, she suddenly thought of something, and her expression changed drastically. Be careful, this is the Abyss Devil Leech. This is an ancient demon worm that can suck a dragon dry. I didn't expect to see this ghost thing that had long been extinct here, breaking through the armor, splitting and regenerating, almost immortal. A large number of them is a fatal threat to top powerhouses. As he spoke, the 7th level powerhouse had a look of horror on his face, as if he had guessed some terrible consequences, and shouted in a hurry, "Quick, everyone get out. Looking at the poison expert Heather, everyone, including the Legion Commander Herman, immediately realized that something was wrong. I don't know if it was because of this voice that alarmed some intelligent beings. The translucent insects that had been quietly sneaking in the water just now no longer hid, and suddenly lit up with fluorescence. They rushed towards everyone in the ruins like a madman. In a blink of an eye, the water up to the waist and thighs seemed to turn fluorescent. Looking closely, countless insects appeared from nowhere in the water, on all sides, and rushed towards everyone in the water. The atmosphere of terror spread among the crowd in an instant. Oh damn! How can there be so many insects? Help! Save me! I can't kill them! I can't kill them at all! Almost instantly, the green fluorescence filled the entire pool. Those adventurers, who had no time to react, were immediately covered by hundreds of leeches. The little bugs that were harmless just now instantly turned into deadly killers. The bugs easily bit through the protective chi, cur seals, and even dragon scales, sucking blood crazily. Anyone who was immersed in the water was surrounded by the swarm of bugs. They could not be killed, nor could they be shaken off. A bug was like a cut on its body, with blood gushing out. But in the blink of an eye, the bodies of those low-level card masters shrank visibly. All I could hear was the sound of people falling into the water. Death is like harvesting wheat. Once you fall into the water, you will be instantly wrapped in green fluorescence, and insects will enter your body through your mouth and nose, and there will be no chance of survival. Even if there are people around, no one can save you. Everyone is busy with their own affairs. On the second floor of the huge research institute, wailing and screaming are heard one after another. Physical damage is useless, use fire. Alchemical salt is useful. No, who brought more alchemical salt? Hurry up and save me. Quick, use fire to drain the water element. The adventurers tried every possible means, but physical means were almost completely useless. Even if they were cut into dozens of pieces by the sword energy, the leech fragments could still survive. In the blink of an eye, they turned into new living bodies. Except for crushing them into ash, they are almost impossible to kill. Even if it is an elemental attack, except for the fire burning effect, other elemental damage has very limited killing effect on this insect. Moreover, there were too many bugs, and they had quietly attached themselves to almost everyone. If we really wanted to kill the bugs with fire, we would have to burn the people as well. Not far away, Ji-sun had quietly retreated to the iron cage that imprisoned the toad. But even he was very dignified. He expected that there would be trouble, but he never expected that there would be so many bugs. It was simply endless, and these abyss devil leeches were different from those encountered outside. The ones here seemed to have higher bloodlines and more bizarre abilities. Unkillable, cut off and regenerate, naturally high magic resistance. Ji-sun's pupils spread out, taking in the entire research institute. He also found that these bugs did not attack randomly, but first quietly attached themselves to the low-level card masters on the periphery. By the time they were discovered, the encirclement had already been completed. Ji-sun thought, are these bugs intelligent? Just like ants, a single individual may not have a complex consciousness, but they have some collective consciousness as a group. Or, is there some kind of insect king? The voodoo master Black Widow Heather obviously knew the origin of the bugs better. Seeing this scene, she was already sweating coldly. Just now, Heather thought she could try to clean up the bugs, but she saw that the bugs had intelligence and immediately realized that something was wrong. Her tone became sharp again, and she shouted, retreat quickly, there may be a leech king. If it was just the devil leeches acting on instinct, it would not be a big problem. But once there is a leech king, it means that they are not just a swarm of bugs, but also individuals. Hearing this, the army commander Herman, who had transformed into a fire dragon and spewed fire everywhere, did not want to fight. He shook his body, and burned a large area of nearby water with a mouthful of dragon flame. The battle broke out, and the dragon's might instantly swept the entire space. However, when Ji-sun saw this, his pupil shrank slightly, and he felt that something was wrong. The life level of this leech is not worse than that of a giant dragon. At this moment, the red dragon that Herman transformed into, which was more than 10 meters long, was also crawling with fluorescent insects. Although the protective field was not bitten, countless insects were also frantically devouring the energy overflowing from his body. The most outrageous thing is that the dragon's might did not shake the insects off. This means that this devil leech is either at level 7 or has a life status similar to that of a dragon. In either case, it is not good news for Ji-sun. Ji-sun quietly left the crowd before, and thus avoided the area where the leech army attacked the most fiercely. At the same time, because his own blood is polluted, he will feel uncomfortable after the insects absorb it, which also makes it easy for him to find the insects attached to his body. The scalpel cuts randomly, but it is fine for the time being. Ji-sun followed the people around him and ran towards the gate of the second floor. Originally, he wanted to temporarily avoid these ubiquitous insects. But before he could run to the entrance, he saw countless people on the first floor rushing towards the second floor in fear. Seeing that the people on the second floor underground wanted to run out, there were people coming from the first floor who shouted to stop them. Don't go up to the first floor. There are highly toxic spores in the air outside. When the two groups met, they took a closer look and saw that those who rushed into the second floor of the institute from outside were experiencing a terrifying scene. As they ran, some granulation tissues grew on their skins. Almost in an instant, the granulation tissues absorbed nutrients from the body and turned into colorful mushrooms. Each of them looked like a mushroom man from a fairy tale. There were countless colorful mushrooms growing on their bodies. But the more luxuriant the mushrooms, the shriveled their bodies became. As they ran, they turned into a fungus bag that provided nutrition for the mushrooms. What's more terrifying is that as they ran, the mature mushrooms also released some dust-like spores in the air. Damn it, that's a parasitic monster hell corruption mushroom. Be careful not to expose your mouth and nose to breathe. That monster is a parasitic monster. The hyphae it spreads will parasitize the body through breathing and skin. Someone was still shouting a warning. But it was too late. Like a plague, the hyphae of the mushrooms exposed to the air had almost covered almost every corner of the institute. The card master, who had no means of restraint, had no time to call for help, and had already found mushrooms growing on his skin and in his internal organs. Those mushrooms are frantically extracting nutrients from the body. Ji-sun is a qigong master, and his body is covered with qi throughout the process. The internal circulation of qi can also block the parasitism of spores for a short period of time. But others are not so lucky. Like harvesting wheat, people in the ruins fell down in large numbers. Ji-sun looked at the thousands of mushroom people rushing in, and couldn't help but feel numb on his scalp, muttering in his heart, the Bai family's methods are really evil enough. The mushroom spores on this layer, and the devil leeches on the second layer are all plague monsters. It's not that strong. But it just gives people a feeling of having no way to deal with it. There is no way to deal with it except to avoid it. But the current situation is that there is nowhere to escape. Going to the first floor of the institute is a dead end, and the second floor is also a dead end. Even the camp on the ground is probably not in a good situation at the moment. This situation is irreversible. Just these two monsters, among the hundreds of thousands of adventurers who came to this EP281 institute, I'm afraid only 1 in 100 can survive. Ji-sun had long guessed that this was a sacrifice from the Bai family. Except for the somewhat surprising method, the current situation was not surprising to him. Judging from the current situation, whether it is mushroom spores or leeches, they are not fatal to level 6 or 7 card masters in a short period of time. But when Ji-sun saw this, he didn't think it was over. He deduced in his mind, after the sacrifice, those guys from the Bai family should use their big moves to get rid of these high-level card masters from the southern continent. If we don't escape now, we will be in big trouble. Moreover, the main structure of this research institute is so well preserved. If the Bai family really comes in advance and obtains the right to use it, once the door is closed, they can't escape even if they want to. If Ji-sun wanted to survive, the best option was to rush out as fast as possible. But after thinking about it, he felt that if he really escaped, he might not be able to survive. And once he escaped, he would inevitably expose some of his methods and arouse suspicion. Most importantly, the only chance to rescue Toad would be missed. At this moment, Toad was still locked in the iron cage. But because the cage was above the water surface, and the few people from the Holy See also used some special methods, the leech had not climbed up yet. At the critical moment of life and death, no one obeyed the ban on approaching the iron cage. Seeing this, the nearby adventurers and soldiers also clung to the prisoner car in order to survive. A small iron cage hung hundreds of people. When Ji-sun saw this, a trace of determination flashed across his eyes, and he decisively chose Aragorn as the survival anchor. Compared to escaping, following the Toad may not be more risky. With this thought, Ji-sun also ran over in the chaos. Like other adventurers, he hung on the iron cage in horror. If you want to rescue Toad, you must first hand it the master key of Jamil. This is also the only chance to get so close to the iron cage in the past few days. However, the cloaked men of the Holy See were obviously prepared. They carefully stared at every person in the iron cage. Ji-sun did not dare to expose his flaws. However, in the blink of an eye, the news that made everyone despair came again. Before Ji-sun had a chance to hand the card to Toad, at this moment, He suddenly heard the whole space click. Click. The gears meshed with each other. Oh no! The gate of the ruins is closing. Damn it, we are going to be trapped here. Escape quickly. Seeing this, the people of the southern continent realized that besides them, there seemed to be other outsiders in the ruins. Moreover, those outsiders also controlled some of the authority of the ruins. Now, even the Legion commander Hermann felt that something was wrong. Before, the door was not closed, and they could advance or retreat. But if the ruins are really sealed, no one can guarantee what will happen. No one thinks that those who control the closing of the door will have good intentions towards them. Now, either try to rush out or be trapped to death. Ji-sun also keenly caught that Hermann's eyes exchanged with those people from the Holy See. As a result, they chose to stay here. Because they also knew that if the jar was really in the ruins, those outsiders might also come for that thing. If you go out, it doesn't mean that the jar will still be here next time you come in. Even if the people of the Hydralisk Corps choose to stay, the second floor door of the Research Institute has slowly closed in the blink of an eye. The retreat has been blocked. Ji-sun looked at it, and a hint of solemnity and contemplation appeared in his pupils. This Research Institute is likely to study the outer god in the jar. The high standards are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even if thousands of years have passed, it is not a big problem to trap and kill these card masters, who are only at the 7th level at most. Ji-sun kept observing the people from the Holy See. Those guys didn't seem to be as anxious as they should be to be trapped to death, which proved that they might have other cards. Thinking of this, Ji-sun was no longer anxious. The spores had no effect on him in a short time. And those devil leeches couldn't be killed, and they couldn't be killed completely. But Ji-sun carried a lot of miscellaneous items. If he was really surrounded by leeches, at least alchemical salt would be enough for him alone. Ji-sun deduced the direction of countless situations in his mind. No matter which one, the current situation is not a desperate situation for him. However, Ji-sun knew that the crisis was not limited to this, and wondered in his heart, why did the Bai family sacrifice these people? As soon as this thought came up, the expected accident occurred. Everyone watched, and some ghost-like spirits slowly appeared in the air. Although these spirits were strange and varied. But the most common ones were snakes, insects, foxes, and crows. Seeing this, Ji-sun murmured, "The 4 great immortals of the Bai family." Seeing this, he already understood the purpose of the sacrifice. The insects will not die, and the immortals will not die. The people of the Bai family used the souls of more than 100,000 people to recondense the spirits of the immortals that had disappeared in this research institute. Seeing those floating spirits, Ji-sun's eyes gradually became playful. The immortals worshipped by the Bai family during the Talon period had combat power comparable to that of gods and demons. If these descendants of the Bai family really awakened a certain ancient immortal, this would be very interesting. The people of the Hydralisk Legion looked at these immortal phantoms, and their expressions were not very good. But at this time, the trouble was not the ancient immortals, who had just condensed. At this time, the countless devil leeches in the water also sucked blood, and they emitted strange green light. In the dumbfounded eyes of Ji-sun and other survivors, the green lights gathered together, like gathering sand into a tower. 30 or 50 leeches merged into a large leech, and then 100 large leeches merged into an even larger one. It turned out that these devil leeches could not only split, but also merge, seeing the monster getting bigger and bigger. Even though the surviving high-level card masters used all their means, they could not see the possibility of killing it except hindering the progress of the monster's fusion. In the blink of an eye, the green light in the huge pool converged into a terrifying demon leech as huge as an aircraft carrier. It continued to merge and grow. This was not something that could be stopped by alchemical salt. Even the fire dragon breath of the Legion leader Hermann could only burn it to a crisp, but could not kill it at all. In nature, the size of a monster is usually proportional to its combat power. The little demon leech just now was not even a first-level one, but the Leech King in front of him already had a terrifying momentum that could crush anyone present. Black Widow Heather also had a very ugly expression, and said in a deep voice, "Abyss Demon Leech King, I didn't expect this mythical creature to really exist." Hermann asked on the side, "Can it be killed?" Heather thought of the contents recorded in the ancient books, and said solemnly in her cloudy eyes, "This is the legendary Abyss undead creature. Once it evolves into the Leech King, even the dragon can't do anything about it. It can split and merge infinitely. In theory, as long as it still has a body, it will be immortal." Hermann asked, "What should we do?" Heather said, "We can only slowly consume it, but it has absorbed too much human blood. I guess we can't outlast it." She had only read some fragments of this legendary creature in ancient books, and didn't fully understand it. When she heard this, the expressions of all the high-level card masters froze. However, in the moment when everyone was talking, the Demon Leech King took the lead in launching an attack. It looked like a jellyfish, with countless swaying fluorescent tentacles emerging from its body. In the blink of an eye, the Demon Leech King seemed to have turned into a giant caterpillar. Ji-sun looked at those tentacles, and suddenly felt a sense of fatal crisis with goosebumps all over his body. He didn't know this monster, nor did he know what methods it had. But the sense of oppression of death was as real as it was. The monster was so big that all the cards of the Hydralisk Legion flew and exploded. Amid the boom explosion, the whoosh 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 sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded, which made people's scalps numb. Not good. Be careful. Several top-level card masters had noticed something in advance and wanted to warn. But the monster was too big, and its tentacles were like tree roots, already covering every corner of the second floor of the Institute. Although Ji-sun also keenly captured the crisis, he couldn't think of any way to deal with it. It's like a summer rainstorm. Even if you hold an umbrella, you can't avoid it. At a very fast speed, Ji-sun watched the fluorescent tentacles shooting from all directions. He wanted to dodge, but found that there was nowhere to hide. Even though he cut off dozens of tentacles with a flying knife, he was pierced through by several tentacles in an instant. These tentacles, like the previous magic leeches, also have the breaking power property. Ji-sun's body was easily pierced, let alone others. In this moment, together with the survivors around him, they were pierced into one piece like mutton skewers. The situation changed so quickly that people were completely unprepared. Even if he was prepared, he couldn't do anything. Card masters below level 6 were almost wiped out in an instant. No solution. Ji-sun quickly deduced various possibilities in his mind, but he didn't find any chance for him to survive. He looked at the tentacles that penetrated the wound, and his expression was extremely solemn. Even if he had the undying curse, he wouldn't die for the time being. But what about the next step? However, when he looked at the toad and wanted to put the last hope of breaking the situation on this anchor point, something unexpected happened. A blood-colored little bat flew out from a ring on his right hand. Ji-sun looked at him with a strange expression for a moment. Wankai? A thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Since the only fatal method of the Devil Leech King against him is blood-sucking, and the spirit of the God-Stealer Ring Wankai can also suck blood, which one is more powerful? Chapter 306. Ji-sun was pierced by the fluorescent tentacles of the Abyss Demon Leech King, like a candied hawse. Instantly, he clearly felt the weakness as if his artery was cut, and the blood was sucked away by the tentacles that penetrated his body. Like the adventurers around him, his body was like a deflated balloon, visibly shrinking. He was about to die on the spot. However, at this moment, a turning point appeared. A trace of scarlet on Ji-sun's finger quietly lingered around the wound, instantly stopping the trend of blood ferociously pumping out. He was also delighted. Really good. Wankai. This ringwraith absorbed the divine substance of the scarlet sect in the Shinshu treasury last time, and now has reached the level of a 4th or 5th level card master in the law level. Although it is definitely not as good as this Leech King who has lived for who knows how long. But at least it is much stronger than a few tentacles. Without the danger of life, Ji-sun was not in a hurry to get away, and just hung on the tentacles. Wankai turned on the blood-sucking mode, not only stopped the outflow of blood, but also sucked back a lot of blood from those tentacles, feeding Ji-sun's gradually shriveled body. If Ji-sun wanted, he could even restore his body to its original state in an instant. But he didn't know if such an action would be discovered by the Leech King. So he didn't dare to suck blood too ostentatiously. He just kept his body shriveled, but not dead, hanging in the air. The Leech King seemed to think that it had captured its prey, so it stopped manipulating new tentacles to surround and kill. The tactic of pretending to be dead worked, and Ji-sun breathed a sigh of relief. He also observed the surrounding environment. In this situation, relying on Wankai alone is not enough to survive. No matter who wins the battle, it will not be a good thing for Ji-sun. The tentacles of the Leech King spread all over the second floor of the Research Institute, and the attacks were as dense as a rainstorm, with no possibility of escape. In a very short time, the card masters below the 6th level were almost wiped out. And those 6th and 7th level card masters, including Herman, were also caught in a difficult and fierce battle. Those cloaked people from the Holy See finally showed their skills, and all kinds of exaggerated dragon language spell cards were flying all over the sky. Ji-sun looked at those methods, and secretly thanked himself for not exposing himself rashly before. These are all high-level card masters of the Red Dragon Kingdom, and most of their professional materials are fire dragons. On the second floor of the huge research institute, card masters transformed into various red dragon forms, with dragon roars echoing in the space, and dragon breaths burning large areas of fluorescent tentacles into ashes. However, the Leech King has the ability to split and merge infinitely, and the number of tentacles is endless, so it is impossible to kill it. The flame dragon breath can only limit the spread of the tentacles, but it cannot solve the root cause. The surviving card masters, including Herman, could barely protect themselves, but the size of the Leech King was getting bigger and bigger, and it seemed to have the upper hand. The two sides fell into a war of attrition. The change came very suddenly. Even Aragorn in the prison car was caught off guard. He guessed that Ji-sun should be near the prison car at this moment, but he didn't know which one. But watching the countless tentacles pierce through the hundreds of people hanging on the prison car, he also thought it was bad. Just thinking about it, a black shadow quietly stuffed a card into the prison car in the chaos, and at the same time a familiar voice sounded in his ear. "This is the collar key, Lord Aragorn, be careful." It was Ji-sun who inserted the card. Now the people of the Holy Church were fighting fiercely with the Leech King, which gave him a split-second opportunity to contact the Toad. Seeing this, Aragorn responded with great surprise, "How are you?" He never expected that in this desperate situation, Ji-sun had not forgotten his promise, and wanted to save him. "I won't die for now." Ji-sun's body was still pierced by the tentacles, and he turned and asked, "By the way, why didn't the tentacles attack you?" He also found that the tentacles pierced everyone near the iron cage, but only ignored the Toad in the iron cage. Aragorn was obviously confused and responded, "I don't know either. It's probably because of my blood curse." Ji-sun also felt a little solemn after listening to it. The previous judgment was correct, the hero might not die. But it's hard to say about others. Ji-sun also speculated that the tentacles did not attack Aragorn because of the blood curse, but he didn't have that kind of thing. This survival plan was also ruled out. Just thinking about it, Aragorn also knew that the situation was critical, and directly proposed the only way he could think of to keep Ji-sun alive, saying, "If you can get into the prison car, I can swallow you into my stomach temporarily, and you should be able to avoid the attack of the Leech King." But not for the time being. Ji-sun knew what he was going to say, and immediately denied this plan. If he was swallowed by the Toad, he would most likely be able to avoid the tentacles. But in this way, the people of the Hydralisk Corps would immediately discover his relationship with the Toad, and would definitely be alert. Even if he avoided the Leech King, the threat of the people of the Hydralisk Corps would be no less than that of the monster. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Ji-sun didn't think this was a good choice. After handing over the collar key smoothly, Ji-sun also completed a task. His peripheral vision scanned the entire space. The fluorescent tentacles of the Leech King have spread all over the second floor of the Research Institute. No matter where he hides, there is no safe place. He scanned several circles, and finally landed on the central control room, with the door tightly closed. At present, this seems to be the only safe place in the entire Research Institute. As long as he can get in, he can not only avoid the Leech King, but also those 7th level card masters can't do anything to him. Although he may be trapped inside, it is already the best and only choice. The current situation is that the Leech King is more likely to kill those people in the Hydralisk Legion. Even if the Red Dragon Army really had some trump card and killed the Leech King, but eventually found out that Ji-sun was not dead, they would definitely guess that there was something wrong with him. Staying outside would definitely lead to death. And there was another hidden threat. The Bai family members, who were behind the scenes, had not shown up yet. The shadows of the immortals in the void were becoming clearer and clearer. Ji-sun didn't think that the Bai family would let outsiders like them live. Various thoughts flashed through his mind. Among the several options that Ji-sun deduced, going to the central control room seemed to be the least risky option at the moment. And he always felt that there might be something very important in the Institute in that room. However, how to open it was a problem. The locksmith expert had confirmed before that the possibility of unlocking the door with the access control technology was almost zero. To open it, some specific authorized items within the Institute were needed. And there was another most important reason why Ji-sun dared to think of this plan. That was that he had the special item God Stealer Ring. This EP281 Institute was the secret base of the Bai family, so the authority should be related to the Bai family. As luck would have it, the God-stealing ring in Ji-sun's hand was a treasure that only the head of the Bai family could possess thousands of years ago. Theoretically, the ring has a high authority. Maybe we can give it a try. The opportunity is fleeting. Thinking of this, Ji-sun immediately put it into practice. Coincidentally, at this time, the people of the Hydralisk Legion in the distance also discovered that the Toad in the iron cage was not attacked by the tentacles, and everyone gathered over. Probably they also wanted to find out why the tentacles did not attack the toad, seeking hope of breaking the situation. No one knew who had breathed out a dragon's fire and burned off the large fluorescent tentacles on the ceiling above the iron cage. Ji-sun and a large number of corpses fell into the water. His thoughts had reached their limit. He did not dare to reveal that he was still alive. He fell into the water and followed the shock wave of the battle. He then used his own energy to accurately change the direction of the water flow and avoid the battlefield area. Soon, Ji-sun was washed to the vicinity of the central control room without any danger. There were fluorescent tentacles everywhere, which could sense organic life forms. However, Ji-sun's seriously injured body had very weak vital signs, and he did not attract many tentacles. With Wonkai sucking blood to save his life, it was not a big problem. And Shadow was a pure elemental body, and would not be bound by the tentacles at all. Ji-sun did not dare to expose his true body to open the door. He controlled Shadow to hold the God Stealer ring, inserted through the gap between the tentacles, and carefully went to the door of the central control room more than 10 meters away. Finally, Shadow approached the door and placed the ring just in the identity verification area of the password lock. Ji-sun looked at the complex and ancient door placket in front of him with a stern look. At this moment, his breathing seemed to stagnate. Suddenly, he saw the mysterious spell on the door control light up. The door is open. Ji-sun was overjoyed. As he expected, the ring has a very high authority. It was also an expected surprise. But the crisis was not resolved. On the contrary, it was even more dangerous, because almost at the same time, almost everyone on the second floor of the entire research institute found that the door was open. Thinking of this, Ji-sun gathered the spell power without hesitation. The green healing light of the undying curse lingered all over his body, and his body was instantly restored. At the same time, there was a loud bang. He stepped into the air and rushed towards the alloy door that had just cracked a little. Ji-sun knew very well that now was the most critical moment of life and death. Milliseconds mattered, and it was about life. Almost at the same time, the tentacles around him also reflexively discovered the surging vitality that erupted from his body and pierced through like lightning. However, with Herman's 6th and 7th level card masters attracting firepower, the center of the battlefield was no longer on his side. Ji-sun's controlled scalpel accurately cut off the hundreds of tentacles. Before the other tentacles surrounded him, he was only one step away from rushing into the gate. However, the closer it got to the last moment, the more Ji-sun felt a bad premonition in his heart. In his perception of intention, he clearly sensed several murderous intents that were like real eyes locking on him. The perception of the 7th level card master is very sharp, and Ji-sun doesn't think that his previous little tricks can completely hide those guys. At least the voodoo master Black Widow Heather didn't. Plague Doctor card masters are more sensitive to life force. From the beginning, she noticed that there was a dying person in the water. But at that time, the old woman never thought that the dying person was actually a spy from the East Wasteland, who was hiding so deeply. And Ji-sun's sudden attack was too sudden, which also surprised Heather. Although Herman and his men were shocked by the dragon form that was spitting fire everywhere, they were too far away to stop him. And Heather is a warlock card master. The fastest reaction and the longest attack. She watched Ji-sun burst out, and a card printed on it instantly appeared in his hand, and a dark light shot out. Ji-sun caught a glimpse of the black light and recognized the origin of the spell. He thought to himself, 6th level arcane, dark voodoo ray. The power of this spell is not too great among the same level, but it is superior in terms of extremely fast attack speed. Moreover, the old woman predicted the path of Ji-sun's rush to the gate. As the card collapsed, the spell hit almost instantly. Ji-sun knew he couldn't avoid it, so he tried his best to avoid the vital parts. The black light also passed by his heart in a thrilling way. The next second, with a bang, a disheveled figure fell into the room. At the same time, the shadow that rushed in immediately closed the door. Outside the door, Herman and others watched the door close, and their expressions changed drastically. Damn it. This central control room was also the only safe place in the institute that they felt. Now, the light of hope lit up for a moment, and then went out again. Hearing the crisp sound of the door closing, Ji-sun felt relieved and murmured in his heart, "Finally I survived." But before he could take a breath, he looked down at the wound in the middle of his chest and frowned. The 6th level spell had already crushed 2 major levels in the law level. There was a burning sensation at the wound that could not be shaken off. Even the healing of the undead curse could not completely prevent the spell from eroding the body. Seeing this, Ji-sun quickly took out a high-level potion from the storage ring and poured it on the blood hole. Zizizi. The potion was poured on the wound, emitting white smoke. The severe pain made Ji-sun gasp. What a vicious spell. This was the first time he was hit by a 6th level spell, and he also felt the crushing damage to the body caused by this high-level law damage. Luckily, his physical fitness was strong enough. Otherwise, if it were another 4th level card master, this spell would have killed him even if it didn't hit the vital point. But even so, if he wanted to recover from this injury, he would probably have to spend a lot of life. While Ji-sun was treating his wound, he was also observing the closed room. As he expected, this was the Research Institute's central control room. His first reaction was that there were no monsters. Ji-sun was truly relieved. However, before he had time to observe more, he suddenly felt a swelling in his shoulder, as if something was about to break out of the skin. Huh? Ji-sun raised his eyebrows. He was no stranger to this feeling. He guessed that it was probably because he was on the verge of death just now, and it seemed that the secret embryo parasitism technique had been activated. Some kind of stress reflex. Qin Rushi, who was parasitic in his body, was about to come out. When Ji-sun thought of this, there was even a trace of relief in his eyes. The time was just right. If he came out earlier, even if Qin Rushi was much stronger than him, he would not have survived the situation just now. As soon as the thought came to his mind, the expected scene took place. Ji-sun glanced at it from the corner of his eye, and the skin on his shoulder bulged out in the shape of 5 fingers, as if trying to break free. In a blink of an eye, he saw a smooth arm stretched out from his shoulder. Then came the head and body, and finally the pair of slender legs. In a blink of an eye, Qin Rushi appeared in front of him. Although a lot of vitality was extracted, it was not a big problem compared to the injury. Ji-sun lay weakly against the wall, with a smile on the corner of his mouth, looking at the living person who appeared out of thin air in front of him with interest. The secret fetus parasitism is a physical parasitism, with no external objects at all. Qin Rushi's graceful figure full of charm was exposed to the air. Although she was protected by the holy light armor, her graceful figure could still be vaguely seen. As soon as she came out, Qin Rushi glanced at him with a stern look, and when she saw that the environment was safe, the stern look in her expression was subsided. She looked at Ji-sun and immediately asked, "What happened? How did you get hurt like this?" Her memory was still stuck on the time when the two met in the swamp before, and she thought that it was because of her that Ji-sun was chased and killed and got hurt like this. She felt guilty. Ji-sun knew what she was thinking, shrugged, and said in a slightly helpless tone, "It's not what you think, but I may have brought you to another worse situation." He described what happened before in the shortest possible words. After a while, Ji-sun finished his story, and said in a slightly helpless tone, "So, the current situation is that there is a big battle outside, and we may be trapped here." "Ah?" Qin Rushi listened, and her expression became more and more strange. Ji-sun saved her life before. She certainly didn't think she was being dragged down now. What Qin Rushi found strange was, how did this guy survive until now? Just hearing that there were several 7th level outside, as well as the Holy Church and an unknown powerful Leech King Abyss Demon Leech King, even she didn't think she could survive in that situation. Why did Ji-sun survive? No matter how you listen to it, it's unbelievable. Moreover, knowing that the ruins are dangerous, he not only didn't avoid it, but came directly. However, thinking that this guy has been acting like this since they first met, Qin Rushi also expressed understanding. Her thoughts turned around, and she sorted out the cause and effect of the matter. "So, I was ambushed by the Bai family." Ji-sun nodded. "It's likely to be like this." Although he hasn't seen anyone from the Bai family so far, all the signs have proved his speculation. So that's it. After hearing this, Qin Rushi realized that she and the Revolutionary Army were not trapped by accident, but were plotted against. No wonder, she always felt that something was wrong. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in her wise eyes. But because she knew the truth, Qin Rushi looked at Ji-sun again, and her heart was more surprised. She also discovered his meticulous and outrageous deduction ability. She didn't even find the people from the Bai family, and this guy deduced it just based on some seemingly clueless clues? Qin Rushi had seen this ability before, and knew that Ji-sun and the Light Chaser knew each other. That's why she asked in surprise, "Have you learned I am the world?" Ji-sun smiled without commenting. "It's barely an entry level." Qin Rushi listened with a hint of surprise in her eyes, but also relieved. "It's really amazing." She watched Ji-sun grow up step by step, and she was even more impressed. The room in the central control room was not big, the door was closed, and there was no sense of urgency. Qin Rushi's injuries were already very serious, and when her vigilance was relaxed, her blood and she suddenly surged in chaos. She couldn't even maintain the armor of the gods, and the holy light on her body dissipated in an instant, and her beautiful figure was completely exposed to the air. Ji-sun blinked. In front of him was a beautiful figure with mature charm. The peaks were full and heavy, but there was no sign of sinking. Standing proudly, his eyes followed the trend down, and her skin was delicate and white. Her hips and legs were round and tight, with both feminine softness and a strong sense of explosive combat power. The holy light lingering on her skin was like a Valkyrie descending, adding a bit of beauty. Although it was not the first time they met, Ji-sun's eyes looked at her, and naturally appreciated her a little more. Qin Rushi naturally noticed that look, but she did not show any strangeness in her expression, and she was calm and composed. She did not feel offended, nor did she feel uncomfortable being naked. Not only had she been seen naked by this guy in front of her a long time ago, when they were gambling in Honglu. More importantly, her relationship with Ji-sun was not that of an outsider. The two of them not only had a life-and-death friendship, but also had the instructions of Song Yu, the old ancestor of the Song family, and the fake contract they had signed when Ji-sun gave her the secret box entrusted by the ancestor of the Bai family. Qin Rushi did not think it was necessary to be restrained about this little detail, and did not take it to heart at all. This feeling was mutual. Ji-sun had deep respect and admiration for Aunt Qin, who had helped him many times. Appreciation was also appreciation of beauty. There was no intention of offending her at all. He could even sincerely praise her without any distractions. Aunt Qin has a great figure. Qin Rushi didn't care about being looked at a few more times, but she still felt that this guy should restrain himself. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes at Ji-sun and asked, "Don't just look at me. Do you have any clothes?" In order to get rid of the mark lock, he discarded everything including the storage ring. Now he has nothing on him. Ji-sun smiled, of course. His storage ring is always equipped with various props and clothes for disguise. He found a suitable female dress and handed it out. Qin Rushi put on the clothes. The beautiful spring scenery was also covered up. The two talked about business. Qin Rushi said, "According to what you said, I may know why those people from the Bai family sacrificed so many people." "Oh!" Hearing this, Ji-sun also cast a curious look. After all, to think of a way to break the deadlock, the most important thing is to know what the enemy is going to do. Now the Bai family's motive for sacrifice has become the biggest obstacle for his deduction. Qin Rushi thought of something. His eyes were like mist, and he said in a deep voice, "The people of the Bai family are most likely looking for the 10,000 Immortals Lantern, one of the 3 great treasures of the Bai family during the Talon period." After a pause, she explained the reason. "This time I came to this relic to find this exclusive treasure of the God Stealer sequence." Ji-sun listened thoughtfully. "Wanxian Lantern? Just by the name, you know it's a powerful treasure." Qin Rushi continued, "This relic is also a secret tomb of the immortals of the Terran Bai family. It used to be a place to worship and nourish the immortals. Later, the great disaster caused the collapse of the empire, and those immortals also disappeared. The Wanxian Lantern can not only nourish the immortals, but also preserve a trace of the immortals' divine thoughts, even if there is only a trace of residual soul. The Bai family sacrificed those hundreds of thousands of adventurers from the southern continent in order to recondense the incense, and see if they can make those ancient immortals who disappeared here condense their immortal bodies again. So that's it." Hearing this, Ji-sun's eyes narrowed slightly. He had deduced this possibility before. But after hearing this conjecture from Qin Rushi, he also felt that the situation seemed to be more outrageous than expected. The two looked at each other, and Qin Rushi also said some of Ji-sun's thoughts at the moment. She said, "The God Stealer sequence is very special, and the Terran Bai family once had more than one god-level ancestral spirit family. Even if it condensed a dead remnant soul this time, it may still recover its former combat power if there is enough incense offerings in the future." Ji-sun's eyes jumped for no apparent reason. Jia Yu had said before that the Bai family might be the strongest among the 5 major federal senators. Now it seems that it is even far stronger than the other 4 families. If the Bai family really finds the 10,000 Immortals lamp, and gets the recognition of some ancient immortals, and the ancient inheritance, the degree of their strength will increase unimaginably. This is the foundation. Ji-sun was also full of emotion in his heart. No wonder. After talking to this point, he finally understood the confidence of the Bai family in setting up this game. After the sacrifice, they will be recognized by the ancient immortals, and they may not be stopped by a few 7th-level immortals. Correspondingly, Ji-sun and his partner are definitely in a bad situation. Now they are still being held back by the Leech King and Herman, so it is okay for now. If the Bai family is really free, even if Qin Rushi is here, the chances of their survival are extremely low. Qin Rushi, who was standing aside, obviously guessed Ji-sun's thoughts and said, but there is still a chance. The Bai family should not have a 7th level person now, so the threat to me is not too big. As she spoke, she glanced at Ji-sun and said, and similarly, I am here to find the Wanxian Lantern. They can get the recognition of the immortals, and I also have the blood of the Bai family, so I can do the same. If I can get the recognition of a certain ancestral immortal, then our situation can be reversed instantly. Yes. Ji-sun listened and nodded. His thoughts were already racing. This conversation suddenly made him see the hope of breaking through the desperate situation. And the hope is great. Qin Rushi has inherited the ancestor of the Bai family, and his strength and talent are excellent. To be honest, she is more qualified than the others in the Bai family to be recognized by the ancient immortals. There may be a chance of a comeback. But now the trouble for Ji-sun and his partner is how to solve the embarrassing situation of being trapped here. Thinking of this, Ji-sun looked at the central control room. In addition to some instruments, there are also a large number of data cabinets. Ji-sun's intuition told him that this room, which no one had been to for thousands of years, might contain the most important truth of the entire research institute. Chapter 307. With the help of the legendary Qin Rushi to dissolve the erosion of the spell, Ji-sun's injuries, which originally required a great price to suppress, were treated in a short time. Without the danger of life, the two began to look for clues in this central control room. Thousands of years have passed, and the alchemy lamps on the walls of the room are still bright. The metal file cabinets are as new as ever. Ji-sun had noticed before that there was a crystal ball in the most eye-catching position in the room. It looked like some kind of magical black technology. Ji-sun guessed that this thing probably required permission to open. Coincidentally, he had the God Stealer ring, and Qin Rushi was of the Bai family bloodline. The two of them met all the access control requirements of this research institute. But after all, it was an instrument from thousands of years ago, and neither of them had much hope that it would work. After some tinkering, he used the ring to obtain permission, and with bloodline authentication, he got a few energy crystals to replace the stone powder in the energy tank, but he didn't expect that the magic device was actually triggered. Hey, it's still intact? Ji-sun looked at the crystal ball that was slowly lighting up, and in amazement, he had already guessed what it was. Qin Rushi also found it very novel. This kind of ancient magic device can't be seen now. The two stared at the crystal ball, and a pattern slowly emerged on it. It was a green fluorescent thing that looked like water plants. Qin Rushi didn't understand what the picture was, but Ji-sun was very familiar with it. Is this the real-time picture of the second floor of the Research Institute? It seems that I was right. This is a crystal ball. In other words, it is the monitor of this world. With this reminder, Qin Rushi realized that those fluorescent water plants were the tentacles of the monster. But because she recognized it, she looked at Ji-sun with more surprise and said, "You just survived the attack of this monster?" Seeing the real thing, she realized how terrifying the Leech King in Ji-sun's mouth was. Just the size alone makes people gasp. Yeah, this monster is really tricky. It can break through the barrier, penetrate armor, and suck blood. Ji-sun nodded and briefly introduced it. But now is not the time to talk about this. He looked at the picture in the crystal ball, as if he found something unusual, and his eyes gradually became serious. Qin Rushi also found something at the same time, and said, "Did those people from the southern continent escape, or were they killed?" Ji-sun also showed a hint of doubt in his expression, and said, "They should not have been killed. The Leech King can be seen in the crystal ball, but no trace of fighting can be seen. It was not long ago, even if Herman's 7-level warriors were defeated, their combined combat power was very strong, and they would never be killed so quickly. A more reasonable explanation is that they either escaped, or used some special relics to hide their tracks and avoid the attack perception of the Leech King." Ji-sun's thoughts were rapidly deduced, and a deep flash of light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, he looked at the wound on his chest that had not yet healed completely, and realized some deeper plans, muttering to himself, "So that's it. That's what those guys from the southern continent are thinking about." Qin Rushi didn't follow his train of thought, and cast a questioning look. Ji-sun's eyes turned, and his mind had repeatedly deduced the flash of inspiration just now. He had a look of certainty on his face, and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, I should be marked." Qin Rushi immediately understood what this meant and responded, "That 7th-level old woman is indeed good at marking and tracking. I was locked by her before, and couldn't escape." Yeah, this is exactly what Ji-sun meant. The spell that Black Widow Heather used just now actually had two plans. If they killed him, they could take the opportunity to enter the central control room. If they didn't kill him, the mark was a backup plan. But after being marked by the enemy, he was not worried, but a bold plan came into being in his mind. Ji-sun raised a slight sneer at the enemy and said to himself, if nothing unexpected happens, those guys should be waiting for me to lead the way somewhere now. Now it seems that Herman and his people have always had a way to escape from the second floor of the Research Institute. They had been holding on to not escape before just to find the jar. After all, in their known intelligence, they have confirmed that there are more than just them in this ruins. There are also enemies of unknown origin. Ji-sun thinks that Herman and his people probably think that he is the hidden man of the behind-the-scenes plotter. After all, he just opened the door access control in front of everyone. If he wasn't an insider, he wouldn't believe it. So Herman and his men must have been worried that the jar would be taken away quietly by others, so they could only bite the bullet and fight back. But now, the prey has been marked. There is a better choice. Pretend to retreat, and wait for the outsider to really get the jar, then kill them by surprise and reap the benefits. Qin Rushi looked at Ji-sun's calm expression and guessed that he had a response plan, and asked, so what are you going to do? Ji Xuandao said, I have carefully observed that some of the people from the Holy See use cards that seem to be the law of space. If those people have left the second floor of the Research Institute now, they are likely to have mastered some kind of law of space. Space spell? Qin Rushi's face also showed a solemn look when she heard it. The law of space is a high-level law. Once this ability is mastered, it will be very tricky. If she really fights head-on, she feels that she is afraid that she will not even have a chance to escape. But Ji-sun's expression was not so pessimistic. He added, but they don't have the ability to enter this room, that is, the prohibition rules of this room exceed their spatial displacement capabilities. It is likely that they don't know what is happening in this room now. So whether it is the people of the Bai family, or those people in the South Continent, they don't know your existence, Aunt Qin. This is an advantage we can use. Yes. Qin Rushi nodded. Having said that, her current strength and injuries are still not optimistic. Before she could say anything, Ji-sun's eyes suddenly became sharp, and he changed the subject. I have a plan. Hearing this, Qin Rushi had actually guessed something, and asked directly, are you planning to divert the blame? Ji-sun's eyes were filled with incomprehensible depth, and he nodded yes. It seems that the two of them have no chance of winning whether they are facing the people of the Bai family, or those of the South Continent. The most ideal situation is that the two enemies fight to the death. But both sides are not stupid. And the Bai family definitely does not want to face the people of the Southern Continent head-on. So, this requires a fuse to bring the two sides together. Coincidentally, Ji-sun was marked. Once he walked out of this room, he would definitely be sensed. Qin Rushi thought of Ji-sun's plan, but her expression was not optimistic. This plan sounds easy. But the difficult part is the risk of execution. Even if she felt that she had no chance of survival if she went. Qin Rushi looked at Ji-sun and said bluntly, but that's very dangerous. If I can't survive, any plan is meaningless. Ji-sun shook his head, and a very confident smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No. It looks dangerous, but it's not. No matter which side I am caught by, they will definitely be curious about the information on me. So I will definitely not be killed at the first time. And only by choosing this way can we have the greatest chance. The more desperate the situation, the more excited the brain is, and the dozen or so cells in the heart are helping to make plans. He fell into a very mysterious state at this moment. The deduced future lines, like the past, played out clearly in his eyes. It was a kind of certainty that the future development of the event line was completely deduced. Thinking of something, Ji-sun added, the fact that the Bai family can find this place means that their family has inherited some information about this research institute. Since the sacrifice has begun, they are likely to have found the 10,000 Immortals lantern at this moment. If we don't do something, the opportunity will be missed. You? Hearing this, Qin Rushi looked at Ji-sun, hesitated for a moment, but didn't say anything else. After the two of them talked, she realized that Ji-sun had actually considered everything. He was even more thorough than she was. Qin Rushi suddenly felt the pressure inexplicably relieved. Although the two of them were two major ranks apart, she admitted from the bottom of her heart that this was a truly reliable teammate. Qin Rushi was relieved and at peace. While looking at Ji-sun, she also exclaimed, my ability to be the world is really as tricky as the legend says. She had never fought against the light chaser. But now, she had seen it from Ji-sun. This kind of careful thinking ability predicted almost all possible situations in the future. Before the battle, they already had a chance of winning. In the crystal ball, the Leech King outside stopped attacking after it had no more targets. It was still absorbing nutrients from the corpses. This central control room was very safe, and Ji-sun and Qin Rushi had a moment of peace and rest. While discussing the follow-up plan, The two of them searched for the information in the filing cabinets. The technological civilization during the Talon dynasty was very advanced. Even after thousands of years, everything in this room was well preserved. Here, G found what he needed. In those files, he knew what happened in the Institute. File number 001, the Institute contained a leaked special grade pollutant. Involving high-level outer gods, it was classified as SSS level top secret, and no one had independent access rights. They began to try to seal and contain it. File number 079, the third containment plan failed, and it was confirmed to be a high-level complex plague law pollution. They tried to activate the backup plan and used the Oncean lantern to burn the power of the outer gods to weaken the pollution. File number 1089, a minor leak occurred in the laboratory, and the outer gods attempted to escape from the pollution. Level 1 alert, isolation and disinfection. File number 2213, the Soul Keepers of Rune Highlands discovered the extinct mythical species, the Abyss Devil Leech King, which was a major surprise. We used the characteristics of monsters to absorb the uncontrolled plague pollution in organisms, effectively suppress the spread of the disease, and allow the test subjects to survive longer. The record files are as follows. File number 2279, preliminary research on related plague potions, named Hope Potion. However, the potion can only cure the plague to a certain extent, and cannot cut off the pollution. The outer gods cannot be killed, and our abilities cannot reseal them. They will always exist. The psychics came up with a new plan. Just like the immortals choose the companion card master, let humans become the carrier of the outer gods. Perhaps they can seal the pollution source in a limited number of years. Unfortunately, the probability of finding someone who can withstand the pollution is very slim. File number 3001. Experiments confirm that the three sequence professions of paladin, hero, and plague doctor have strong resistance to pollution. Natural super antibodies to the plague were found in the experimental subjects. The research institute was attacked, and the central control room was automatically locked, and the data was sealed. In the room, only the sound of swish swish was heard. The phantom of the clown appeared behind him. With the blessing of comprehension, the brain has been running to the extreme. Ji Sun's eyes trembled frequently, and changed lines quickly. Wherever he looked, the lines of text on the files in front of him seemed to be copied in his mind. These files were top secret even for the Bai family thousands of years ago. There were too many high-level secrets involved. Ji Sun did not look at those obscure research materials. He was more concerned about what happened in this research institute. On the side, Qin Rushi also looked sideways. Originally, she wanted to help find the information. But looking at this scene, Qin Rushi felt that there was no need for her to get involved. This reading efficiency was 10 times faster than her own, which made her feel amazed. But she did not disturb him. In order to help Ji Sun read more efficiently, she even took out the documents from the cabinets and neatly stacked them where Ji Sun could easily get them. Ji Sun read dozens of lines at a glance, concentrating. Soon, the documents around him piled up like a small mountain. He was sure that there was a pottery jar in this DP-955 Research Institute. The Leech King outside is a monster used to filter out the pollution leaked by the Lord of Plague. However, compared with some expected intelligence, Ji Sun is more concerned about the words captured in the details. For example, the Leech King was found by the Soul Keeper in the Rune Highlands. He had heard of the Rune Highlands before. Ji Sun thought of the map he had obtained from the rebel camp in Valen City, which pointed to a place with this name. Moreover, the title of Soul Keeper is also very special. Only the top dignitaries would have professional guardians, who would guard the family tombs for generations. Judging from the various relics excavated in the Old Continent, there were a large number of dignitaries in the late Talon dynasty, and there were also many large tombs. It is not surprising that there are tombs in the Rune Plateau. Ji Sun looked at the line of handwriting and instinctively came up with a guess, so there is a very important tomb on the Rune Plateau. This seemed to be another broken message. But Ji Sun thought of what Jia Yu had said before, that any fragment of this world is meaningful. It's like porcelain fragments buried in the soil. In the eyes of ordinary people, they are just some useless fragments. But in the eyes of historians, those broken porcelains are concrete symbols of countless information such as economy, technology, scientific and technological level, population distribution, climate, etc. If there are enough fragments, you can see the historical truth buried by time without even seeing the whole picture. In connection with a series of intelligence, Ji Sun suddenly had some guesses. Could it be that the tomb of Augustus is in the Rune Highlands? This thought flashed through his mind. Ji Sun remembered it in his mind. Right now, he has to focus on something else. No wonder Aragorn's ancestors didn't die after being infected with the plague. It turns out that the hero sequence really has natural plague resistance. Hope Potion can solve more than 90% of the plague. In this way, it seems that the problem is not big. Use the human body as the carrier of the seal of the old gods? How strong must the card master be to integrate the power of the old gods? And this plan has been almost completed. The ancestors of the Bai family are really amazing. As time went by, the information in Ji-sun's mind became clearer and clearer. Soon, it was basically clear what happened to this relic. In short, this secret research institute sent a can with a contaminated leak. Then the Bai family began to study the sealing and treatment plan. The experiment was repeated countless times over a long period of time. Finally, due to some unknown accident, the control room was sealed and the archives were suddenly cut off. There is a lot of information in this central control room. Ji-sun did not read the research materials that accounted for more than 90%. It took nearly an hour to finish reading. No wonder they made such a special room. It can be seen that the people of the Bai family also knew that the plague could not be stopped, and they wanted to preserve these precious research materials. Finally, Ji-sun finished reading the last piece of information and put it beside him, and he also let out a long breath. Looking at his relieved expression, Qin Rushi's eyes showed a hint of expectation. She then spoke, curiously asking, "Did you find anything?" Ji-sun's expression had completely relaxed, and he grinned and responded, "This institute basically has no secrets for me anymore." Qin Rushi, oh? Ji-sun accurately found a few drawings from the pile of information, pointed to the densely packed structural drawings, and said, "This is the design drawing of the institute. There is an emergency escape passage in it. We can leave the institute through this passage and avoid the Leech King outside." Hearing this, Qin Rushi's pretty face also showed a hint of surprise. "Can I get out?" Although she has good combat power, she doesn't know everything. Especially these obviously encrypted and sophisticated design drawings in front of her. "Yes." Ji-sun nodded, and then said, "But it's not a good choice to go out now. I plan to go to the 3rd floor first." That's right. He had guessed before that this research institute had a 3rd floor in addition to the 1st and 2nd floors. That's where the jar is sealed. He didn't find a way to get there before, and the research institute design drawings he just found accurately pointed to a space more than 1,000 meters underground. After a moment of silence, Ji-sun said, "If I'm not mistaken, the Bai family should be there right now. And judging from the gathering of the immortals outside, the sacrificial process has been completed. They should be offering sacrifices at this time, waiting for the immortals' approval. This is also the best opportunity." Before, Ji-sun was not sure how long it would take for the Bai family to offer sacrifices to the immortals, but after Qin Rushi, an expert, explained, what the Bai family was going to do was no longer an unknown that depended on guesswork in his eyes. Qin Rushi's expression also became serious when she heard this. She knew that Ji-sun did this not only to prevent the Bai family from obtaining the inheritance. The most important thing is that even if the two of them go out like this now, they will definitely be killed by those people in the southern continent. There is only a way out if the trouble is diverted to the east. Thinking of this, she said decisively, "Okay, I go with you." Qin Rushi knew that this trip was dangerous. But even if it was a life-or-death situation, she would never let Ji-sun bear it alone. Hearing this, Ji-sun shook his head and smiled mysteriously. The Fox Fairy of the Bai family is good at intelligence. They leaked the news before, which led the people from the southern continent to surround and kill you, and Qin. Later, they must have known the information that you were rescued by someone, and even guessed your hiding method. If I appear in front of them, they may not be able to guess that you are parasitic in my body." After taking a breath, he looked at Qin Rushi and said, "So, if you really want to go down with me, you will definitely be restricted." Qin Rushi also frowned when he heard it. Thinking carefully, this is indeed reasonable. She now has a deeper understanding of the abilities of the Mind Stealer sequence, and it is clear that the Bai family's methods should not be underestimated. However, if the secret fetal parasitism technique is not used, both the Bai family and those people in the South Continent will discover themselves. If we really go head-to-head, we will definitely not get the upper hand. She understands the reason, and she can't think of a better way, so she asked directly, "Then what should we do?" Chapter 308. Ji-sun asked directly, "Aunt Qin, what are the conditions for getting the recognition of the immortals?" Whether Qin Rushi can be recognized by the super-level immortals is the most important key to whether the two can survive in the end. In order to prevent the plan from going wrong, Ji-sun needs as much accurate information as possible. He also wants to deduce whether he can find more opportunities in the intelligence. Hearing this, Qin Rushi replied, "There are generally two ways. The first is to contract with the companion immortals since childhood. In that case, It usually depends on the bloodline talent. The immortals will choose the host that matches them. Secondly, they will meet a suitable immortal contract. In this case, in addition to the bloodline and the professional ability of the God Stealer sequence, the most important thing is the immortal's recognition of the card master's own talent. After all, the immortal's practice is also directly related to the host. The higher the potential, the more likely they will be recognized by high-level immortals. Of course, there are also some sacrifices. Contracting an immortal is like taming a monster as a fighting partner. If it does not have absolute strength, it cannot be tamed. The sequence of the Bai family's God Stealers is quite special, as it is a bloodline incense offering. They not only have a companionship contract with the immortals, but also a relationship of mutual growth. Ji-sun was thoughtful and grasped a key word: sacrifice. Yes. Qin Rushi thought about it and continued to explain. Sacrifice is generally not too important, but it is also crucial. Well, it's probably like a fishing bait. You have to take out a suitable sacrifice so that the immortals will be interested in showing up and taking a look. But, as she said this, she looked over. Ji-sun also understood this look. Qin Rushi had thrown away all his belongings in order to save his life and escape, so the sacrifices he prepared were naturally gone. If he really wanted to get a sacrifice, he had to ask Ji-sun for help. Ji-sun never thought this was a problem. As long as he could get it, he would never hesitate. This was the only way he could help. He asked directly, "What do you need for the sacrifice?" Qin Rushi was not polite and said, "Spiritual items. Active flesh and blood is best." The two looked at each other. Their expressions also revealed a little strange. The Bai family sacrificed hundreds of thousands of adventurers, and they couldn't replicate the specifications of the sacrifice. Qin Rushi added, "Normally, the sacrifice is just a token of the heart, and it's good enough for the immortals to feel the sincerity. But this relic was once the secret tomb of the immortals of the Terran Bai family, and there must have been immortals above the 7th level. So I'm not sure what the situation is with those super-level immortals. But I think the higher the level of sacrifice, the better the effect should be." Ji-sun also understood it completely. Sacrifice is a stepping stone. Only if the sacrifice is good enough, it is possible to catch a big fish. Qin Rushi can advance to the legendary level, which may be considered as the best talent in the East Wilderness. But in the Talon Dynasty 3,000 years ago, when the God-level card masters existed, it was nothing. If the 10,000 Immortals lamp really awakens the immortals of some top immortals, Qin Rushi's talent may not be able to attract their attention. Besides, the Bai family came prepared, and perhaps there are other better means or inherited treasures to contract the immortals. The only way Ji-sun and the others can think of is to offer sacrifices. Thinking of this, Ji-sun fell into deep thought. The Bai family in Dongwon offered sacrifices of more than 100,000 people. Originally, Qin Rushi wanted to beat them in offering sacrifices, but it was impossible. But suddenly, Ji-sun remembered that he had a special material on him, and asked, "How about divine material for sacrifices?" Qin Rushi was stunned at first, and then said, "Divine material is of course the best. The immortals follow the god-stealing sequence, and they can steal divinity to improve their own cultivation. This is a more direct source of energy than the power of incense and vows, and it is the best sacrifice. But that kind of thing is not easy to find. Even if she searched everywhere before, she only found some ancient relics with a little divinity." Qin Rushi wanted to say that the thing was hard to come by, but looking at Ji-sun's expression, she guessed something and couldn't hide her surprise. "Do you have it?" "Yes." Ji-sun nodded, rolled up his sleeves, revealing the vein-like lines on his arm, and said, "Didn't I destroy the blood pool of the Scarlet Sect in the Shinshu treasure house before? By chance, I found this thing that the believers prepared to revive the outer gods." The sealed part of his arm was the scarlet corrupted active blood vessel. This is a divine substance that can carry the arrival of the outer gods. Theoretically, it should fully meet the conditions. Qin Rushi took a look and couldn't hide his surprise. "You want me to use this as a sacrifice?" Ji-sun said, "Yes. If it's possible." Qin Rushi carefully felt the divinity of the seal, frowned. "But, this is a very precious material. Your career sequence is very special, and you may need it when you reach a higher level. This material is already a surprise. But it is because the value is too high that makes her hesitate." Before she finished speaking, Ji-sun shook his head and said, "The treasure has to be kept alive for people to have meaning. And the value of the material lies in its usefulness. All his current thoughts are for the subsequent battle plan. Any factors that can increase the success rate of the plan, if you can do it well." Ji-sun bet all the chances of turning the tables on Qin Rushi. Only if she is recognized by a higher level immortal than those people in the Bai family, the two of them will have the greatest chance of getting out alive. Shin Rushi can certainly understand this, but this material is indeed too precious. If you borrow it, you can't pay it back. I just got my life saved, and I already owed a favor to the big man. Now it seems that I am going to owe another one. But before she could say anything more, Jisung was ready to unseal it and asked, Aunt Shin, this divine blood vessel is very polluted. Can you control it? Looking at the expression that didn't care about the treasure at all, the hesitation in Shin Rushi's eyes finally disappeared, and was replaced by decisiveness. She nodded and said, yeah. No problem in the short term. Jisung smiled and said, that's good. Just when Jisung and the others entered the central control room, there was a huge space under the research institute. The dim light illuminated the surrounding rock walls with a coppery metallic luster. A closer look revealed dense and mysterious runes carved on them. Around the huge space, more than a dozen animal-shaped stone sculptures as high as 100 meters stood steadily. Snakes, insects, crows, foxes, bears, tigers, cranes. Each statue exuded an ancient and simple atmosphere. These were the immortals who had guarded this sealed space for thousands of years. They were angry and majestic. Right in the center of the statues was the pyramid that was more than 30 meters high. If Jisung was here, he would definitely be familiar with it at first glance. In front of the pyramid, there is an ancient bronze pot-shaped oil lamp. The oil lamp is engraved with patterns of thousands of beasts, and the handle is inlaid with several colored gems. At this moment, wisps of green smoke like souls are emanating from the gooseneck-like lamp mouth. The green smoke lingers in the entire hall, as if it has injected spirituality into the immortal statues around it. In the dense smoke, indescribable breaths slowly condense, becoming heavier and heavier, giving people a sense of mystery that countless gods and demons are hidden in the smoke. At this moment, a group of people wearing cloaks were performing a sacrificial ceremony around the magic lamp. Behind each of them floated their own companion immortals. No one disturbed them, and the sacrificial process went very smoothly. The effect even far exceeded expectations. The people of the Bai family also showed satisfied smiles on their faces. This sacrifice was very successful. The Wanxian lantern has recondensed some of the immortal spirits that dissipated that year. With the protection of these immortals, my Bai family can be said to have truly risen. Yes, this time we also have to thank those guys from the South Continent. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for us to get so many blood sacrifices. When I was sacrificing just now, I clearly sensed the existence of the ancestor netherworld crane. Haha, with the help of this super-level immortal, I will have no problem entering the 7th level this time. I have obtained the recognition of the ancestor's spiritual consciousness of the three-eyed phoenix, and have signed a companion contract. When I nurture and restore the ancestor's soul completely in the future, I will at least be able to enter the 8th level smoothly. These immortals were originally contracted immortals of the Terran, by family 3,000 years ago. The contract that originated from blood, coupled with the grace of reshaping the spiritual body, also made all the descendants of the Bai family in front of them get great opportunities. At this time, the scroll in the hand of the foxy white-faced man in the lead gradually lit up. A series of mysterious golden words flashed in the void. This scroll is unknown to outsiders, but it has a great origin. It is the secret scroll of immortal law, which is listed as one of the 3 great inherited treasures of the Bai family together with the God-stealing ring and the 10,000 immortals lamp, although it is only a fragment. But the scroll records a large number of exclusive spells of the God-stealer sequence created by the ancestors of the Bai family, as well as the contract documents of the top immortals of all generations. The significance of the inheritance of the Bai family is more important than anything else. However, because the era is too long, the contract masters and immortals have passed away, and most of those ancient contract documents have become dim. Most of the super-level spells cannot be understood by anyone. At this moment, as the 10,000 immortals lantern recondensed the residual souls of those immortals, the gray contracts on the scroll also lit up again. Incense never extinguishes, immortal spirits never cease. With the return of the immortals, the Bai family will soon regain its glory. Bai Wei looked at the scroll in front of him, and the spirit in his eyes never faded. Suddenly, he seemed to have caught something, and said in surprise, "Hey, I seem to see the name of a certain ancestral immortal." Really? Upon hearing this, the people of the Bai family behind him were ecstatic. If they really had the protection of the ancestral immortals, their Bai family would really stand up. Not to mention that they can be fearless of the threat of the Arel Empire in the southern continent. At least they have a real basis for many years to come. Even if the top enemy wants to harm the Bai family, they have to consider the Zuling immortal family. However, After carefully observing the golden words that could not stay in the mind that appeared on the scroll, Bai Wei murmured slightly puzzledly, "But it's strange. It seems that the spiritual pressure of the Zuling Lord is very strong, and it seems that he is not a residual spirit." After trying to communicate, Bai Wei's expression was also slightly embarrassed, but the ancestor didn't seem to want to pay attention to me. After saying this, everyone was also surprised. Ah, how could it be? It should be a certain ancestor spirit who is cultivating in the old continent. An ancestor of that rank must have very high requirements for the host companion. Perhaps it is normal that we are not talented enough to be favored by the ancestor. Yes. However, after all, it is the immortal spirit blessed by my Bai family, so there is a bond of incense after all. There are many people with outstanding talents in my Bai family over the years. After I go back this time, I will gather all the family members, and I may find someone that the ancestor will like. That's right. This group of people also thought of some reasons. But no matter how you look at it, the result is good. As long as the immortals recorded in the secret scroll of immortal law must have a contract with the Bai family, there will always be opportunities to contact them in the future. They are not in a hurry. Knowing that such beings are still alive is already great news. The sacrificial ceremony has been very successful. The purpose of the Bai family has been achieved beyond expectations. When the many immortals and the 10,000 immortals lantern are stable, everything will be done. Strange, the battle up there ended so quickly? Those guys from the South Continent knew they couldn't kill the Leech King, so they naturally retreated. They are probably waiting outside to ambush us now. It's a pity that our hidden man is also dead, otherwise we would not know what happened. Don't be careless. From the intelligence we got before, the Holy See also has experts coming. Those guys are very powerful. They can escape, which shows that their methods are not simple. It's a pity that the Research Institute didn't trap those people from the South Continent to death. Otherwise, when they and the monsters are both defeated, we really have a chance to get rid of those 7th level ones and get some rare materials. But then again, what is the source of pollution sealed by this pyramid? It seems that those people from the Southern Continent are also coming for this source of pollution. It's a pity that the written records are broken. But according to the limited clues at present, it may be the foreign god called the Lord of Plague. Foreign god? The last time, the scarlet corruption in Innocent City almost made us suffer a great loss. Fortunately, the 13 Knights are not weak, otherwise we really wouldn't have discovered that those foreign god believers have infiltrated the Federation for so long. It is also thanks to the wisdom of our ancestors of the Bai family that they used the 10,000 Immortals lamp to burn for thousands of years, to burn out the divine substances at the pollution source. Otherwise, we would not have been able to come to this place. The people of the Bai family chatted with each other. Only Bai Wei's expression occasionally showed a little bit of sullenness. His companion fairy is the silver-eyed fairy fox. This gave him extraordinary wisdom and crisis perception ability. Although the situation in front of him was obviously very good, for some reason, Bai Wei always felt that some very important information was ignored. But no matter how smart he was, he could not figure out where the sense of crisis came from without some key information. And this sealed space was the area with the highest level of authority in the entire Research Institute. Except for the direct bloodline of their Bai family, no one else could come in. There was no entrance either. Bai Wei thought that he was probably overthinking. However, at a certain moment, his eyes suddenly became cold, and he shouted in his heart, "Oh no, someone is coming!" The elves arranged at the entrance sensed that an outsider had sneaked in and issued an early warning. Almost instantly, the group of Bai family masters also discovered the intruder. Everyone rushed towards the entrance. Even though the intruder was very skilled, how could he resist the full force suppression of several 6th level masters? He was caught immediately without any resistance. Bai Wei shouted, "Leave him alive." In his opinion, it was strange that an outsider could find this sealed space. If he didn't figure it out, he felt that there would definitely be a big problem. In a blink of an eye, the intruder wearing the South Continent adventure clothing was captured and tied up. Even a 6th level person used a mantra spell on him, which instantly eliminated his disguise and turned him back to his original appearance. Everyone in the Bai family was shocked when they saw that familiar face, because they had seen this face on the federal wanted list many times. It was none other than Ji-sun. "It's you?" The moment Bai Wei recognized Ji-sun, his brows furrowed. At the same time, he thought of something, his face changed slightly, and he shouted urgently, "Quick! Seal him!" Seeing Ji-sun appear here, he suddenly understood everything in his mind. It must be that woman, the deputy leader of the Revolutionary Army, the Valkyrie Qin Rushi. His nominal aunt happened to know this guy, and their relationship was extraordinary. In other words, When she was rescued before, it was this guy named Ji-sun who took care of her. And now this guy is here, it must be because of Qin Rushi. After all, that woman also has the blood of the Bai family. However, that woman and her mother had been expelled from the clan long ago, so why did they know about this research institute, and how did they know about this sealed place? Bai Wei had more and more doubts in his heart. And the sense of crisis became stronger and stronger. He looked at Ji-sun in front of him and asked coldly, "How did you find this place?" Ji-sun grinned with a mouthful of bloody white teeth. He was stabbed several times, and his meridians were blocked. He was already hanging on half his life. The Bai family's methods were ruthless. However, Ji-sun was also very clear that these methods were not used because they were afraid of him, a fourth-level player. Instead, they were afraid of Qin Rushi. Secret embryo parasitism was the Bai family's secret technique, and these guys knew how to deal with it. The acupoints were sealed, so even if Qin Rushi was living in his body, there was no chance for him to escape. Instead, he was trapped in a dead end. However, Ji-sun was extremely calm, because he had already deduced everything. From the beginning, he didn't expect not to be caught. I didn't think I could keep any secrets in front of a few level 6 people. And there was no need. Because at this moment, the expected change happened. Before those guys could use their interrogation methods, a space crack with red and black light appeared out of thin air beside Ji-sun. A claw covered with black dragon scales stretched out. Seeing this, the faces of the Bai family members all changed greatly. They never thought that people from the South Continent would appear here directly. Chapter 309. A few minutes ago. The adventurer camp on the ground of the Research Institute. The bonfire was still burning, but countless tents were dead silent. A closer look revealed that the entire camp was full of mushrooms and shriveled corpses with hideous death. At this moment, Herman and a dozen surviving high-ranking soldiers all had black faces and stayed in the Legion commander's tent. Before entering the ruins, they left the space coordinates on the ground just in case. They didn't expect to really use them. I was lucky enough to escape with my life because of this. It seems that those guys in Dongwang had a plan in advance, just waiting to lead us to the second floor of the Research Institute to trap us to death. Yes. I am afraid that we came here because of the information deliberately spread by the traitors they planted, just to have enough people to sacrifice. It is also fortunate that Lord Thorn has the spatial ability, otherwise all of us here would probably die under the tentacles of that Abyss Devil Leech King. Heman, this time the Hydralisk Corps was completely wiped out, and the high-level officials of the kingdom blamed it. I am afraid that you and I will not be able to escape the heavy responsibility. It's not just you. This mission was issued by the church. If we don't complete it, all of us will be punished. But as long as we can find the spell pottery jar, there is still a chance. Damn it! When the Empire's Void Dragon ship is delivered, I will be the pioneer and lead the troops to flatten the East Wasteland. Don't say those useless things. Now prepare, we must not let those people run away. Thanks to Mrs. Heather for leaving a mark, otherwise we would be in big trouble. As long as that guy leaves that room, we can find them. In the tent, everyone was chatting. The atmosphere was a bit dull. This time, the Hydralisk Legion and hundreds of thousands of adventurers were completely wiped out. Not only did they lose face, but they also suffered heavy losses. No one expected that a small East Wasteland that was not even at the 7th level could cause them to fall so hard, while chatting. Suddenly, the Black Widow Heather looked stern and said in surprise, "Hey, that person's coordinates appeared. Just 2,000 meters underground." Hearing this, everyone in the tent was delighted. Without any hesitation, the middle-aged man in the cloak who had been silent all the time instantly transformed into a black dragon. A dark gold card in his hand collapsed, and a lightning-shaped void crack suddenly appeared. Whether it was a trap or not, they had no choice. Everyone filed in. In a blink of an eye, they were on the 3rd floor of the Research Institute. Herman and his group looked at this mysterious sealed space, and were also slightly surprised. They were all prepared to face the traps full of murderous intent. Unexpectedly, they found the right place, looking at the pyramid tens of meters high in front of them, and then looking at the immortal statues around them. This is a sealed place with extremely high specifications, and it must be directly related to the jar. Found it. Herman and his men were excited. In a blink of an eye, they looked at the astonished faces of the Bai family, and the faces of the Hydralisk Legion were full of cold murderous intent. Surprise? Surprise? It was this damn group of East Wilderness people who almost wiped out their army. Now you know what despair is. The people of the Bai family looked at the group of Dragonborn card masters who came out of the space cracks, and their expressions were instantly awkward. This sealed place has a super level restriction that interferes with space. Under normal circumstances, even card masters who understand the laws of space cannot sense that there is such a space underground. Unless there are precise coordinates. Bai Wei thought of something, and his peripheral vision suddenly glanced at Ji Sun, who was imprisoned all over his body. It was that guy. At this moment, the people of the Bai family also understood everything. Someone must have a space mark left by those guys from the southern continent. He was captured on purpose just now, just to attract the enemy and divert the trouble. Damn it! Everyone in the Bai family cursed in their hearts. However, it was too late to come to their senses at this moment. Those guys in the Hydralist Legion were full of anger. When enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. Almost the moment the two sides met, there was no opening dialogue at all, and dozens of various spell cards in their hands shot towards each other. Boom, 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 the light of various elements of the law exploded like 1,000 cannons. However, there were 4 7th-level Hydralisks. Although the Bai family had a slight advantage in numbers, the strongest was only a 6th-level legend. Moreover, they were caught off guard. When the two sides met for the first time, everyone in the Bai family vomited blood and was defeated. In the fierce battle, the people of the Bai family did not care about a prisoner and instantly gathered into a defensive formation. Ji Sun, who had expected it, adjusted his posture as much as possible to protect his vitals, waiting for the battle shock wave to hit him, and he was ejected like a cannonball. Bang! A dull sound. It hit the metal wall heavily. Puff! Another mouthful of turbid blood spurted out, and Ji Sun felt a fatal pain as if a bull's horn hit his heart, and he almost fainted. But then, a hideous and excited arc appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hey, I'm not dead. The most dangerous moment in the whole plan was this moment. Only if he didn't die in the first wave of conflict between the two sides, he would have a chance to watch the next big show. As seen in the design drawing, this sealed space has a large number of forbidden magic spells to prevent pollution from leaking out. The laws and elements that the card master can call from the surrounding space are almost zero. So the power of the dozens of spells just now is many times weaker than those released outside. Although there are many uncontrollable risks in a closed space battle, it is generally within expectations. With the blessing of the hero cloak, his luck seems to be good, and several fatal injuries did not kill him on the spot. This also gave Ji Sun the possibility of recovering from his injuries with the undead curse. Similarly, the people of the Bai family did not suffer a big loss because of the forbidden magic field. The forbidden magic area restricts everyone in this space. Normally, the Dragonborn card master has more spell power and a crushing advantage in rank, so it should be a one-sided situation. However, this is the home court of the Bai family. The conditions of the God Stealer sequence are only a small part of their combat power. A larger part of the combat power comes from the Immortals. Almost at the moment of the first encounter and retreat, the Bai family, led by Bai Wei, and more than a dozen people all showed their contracted Immortals behind them. Either one or several. Snakes, insects, crows, foxes, bears, tigers, cranes. Some were evil and strange, some were mighty and domineering, and some were solemn and sacred. Among the Immortals who gradually condensed their spirit bodies, there were a few who were as light as smoke and clouds, but they exuded a faint golden light, and exuded an indescribable sense of etherealness. These were the top-level Immortals who had just sacrificed more than 100,000 people, and condensed their spirit bodies with the 10,000 Immortals lantern. As the various Immortals appeared, the momentum of the Bai family suddenly soared. And at the same time, they took out a spell card with the same pattern in their hands, and infused it with spell power. The secret scroll of Immortal Law in the hand of the leader Bai Wei was shining brightly, and his expression was serious. He shouted, "Immortal Law, all Immortals return." In an instant, a cloud-like spell pattern condensed on the skin of more than a dozen people, and suddenly became immortal. The aura of more than a dozen people plus 20 or 30 Immortals condensed into one, and the posture was terrifying. In terms of momentum, it was not weaker than the 7th level on the opposite side. Ji Sun looked at it, and was shocked. Combined attack spell? I have always heard that the Bai family has a lot of evil spells, and now I see it, it is really eye-opening. Not only are there many strange spells used by the Immortals, but the Bai family also uses a variety of spells. Many of them are very unpopular spells on the market. Controlling the undead, controlling insects, communicating with spirits and controlling beasts, controlling plants, the god-devouring insect that is like a sandstorm, the hellfire vine that can melt steel, and the soul-draining king that can cause soul-damaging attacks on human targets, are all extremely rare secret spells. But the power is not small. The Immortals have given the Bi-family card masters a higher combat power than their rank. The heritage that has been passed down for countless years has become their greatest reliance. Ji-sun looked at the Bi-family members blessed by the Immortals, and his eyes narrowed slightly, thinking, why does this immortal secret technique feel very similar to the divine power? The Bi-family members joined forces to use immortal spells that were higher than the level, which also made them exude an aura similar to the divine power that did not belong to mortals. It was because of this aura that they did not lose the upper hand under the pressure of the dragon's power. But although he was surprised, Ji-sun felt more at ease when he saw it, and muttered to himself, only such a Bi-family is qualified to fight against those people in the southern continent. Before, he was worried that the Bi-family didn't have the strength to confront the Hydralisk Legion head-on. Now, it seems that they do. Looking at the group of Eastern Wasteland card masters, who were supported by the Immortals, Herman and his companions realized that they were the descendants of the Bi-family, the former god thief. All doubts were solved. This is the ancestral land of the Bi-family, so it is reasonable for them to set up such a trap. The two sides fought fiercely in this sealed space, completely ignoring Ji-sun, who was hiding behind the statue in the corner. Boom boom. The shock waves of the battle were higher and higher. Even in the aftermath of the battle, Ji-sun almost died several times. The hero cloak on his body had already cracked, but he didn't dare to take it off. Ji-sun suppressed his breath and carefully observed every detail on the battlefield. This high-level battle was the first time Ji-sun had seen it. Even though there was a risk to his life, he gained a lot. You observed the immortal law of insect sea sand waterfall, and the insect control skills plus 11. You were affected by the void dragon breath, shock plus 1, and you touched a trace of the mystery of the space law. You were affected by the soul shock, and the soul spell experience plus 33. You observed. Enlightenment kept appearing. Ji-sun fell into that wonderful state of perception. Both sides of the battle almost represented the top masters in their respective professional fields. Various rare spells and extraordinary abilities emerged one after another, like a living encyclopedia, showing one by one. This is a wonderful learning opportunity. As long as you are alive, you will always learn. Ji-sun observed very carefully. And the more you understand the enemy's methods, the greater the probability of survival in the future. This fierce battle in the sealed space has been in full swing since the beginning. The two sides fought back and forth, and the fight was extremely fierce. After all, the overall level of the Bi-family was too different, and those immortals who had recondensed their spirit bodies had not yet recovered and had limited combat power. As time went on, they were obviously at a disadvantage. But those people in the southern continent also knew that it was not easy to kill these people from the Bi-family. After all, they also saw those golden immortals. After the extraordinary advance to the 7th level, the top level field, each level of strength has a qualitative leap. Those golden immortals were once top level existences. If they really drag it out, they will become stronger and stronger after absorbing those sacrifices. Moreover, some people in Herman's group are proficient in divination and prophecy. They have some bad premonitions at the moment. They always feel that there is a deadly threat hidden in this space. The people of the Bi-family know this better. When the Wanxian Lantern absorbs the hundreds of thousands of sacrifices, or if they are lucky enough to awaken a certain ancestral fairy, they may not be able to deal with these enemies in the southern continent. But they know better than the people in the southern continent that the exchange of fire between the two sides this time was not accidental, but was deliberately designed. In addition to the two of them, there is also a third party. The people of the Bi-family knew very well that Ji-sun dared to attract the enemy here. Even if both sides were injured, he, a 4th level person, would not be able to take advantage. There must be some means behind it. And the fact that Ji-sun could come to the 3rd floor of the research institute was full of doubts. If it was delayed any further, something unexpected might happen. After the fight, both sides realized that they had to solve the problem as soon as possible. So, since they couldn't kill each other in a short time, achieving the goal became the top priority. The people from the southern continent naturally saw the pyramid in the center. It is not difficult to guess that the jar they are looking for is most likely sealed in it. While fighting, Herman and his group also started to destroy the seal of the pyramid, wanting to grab the most important thing first. The specifications of the seal are very high, and it was almost impossible to destroy it. But after thousands of years, the energy of the seal has long dissipated, and there is also a black dragon that can tear open space cracks. Crack! Crack! The tearing of space made a sharp sound like a lightning explosion. As the black dragon punched out, the bricks and stones on the pyramid began to crack. Ji-sun looked at it without worrying about pollution leakage. He had encountered several cans before, and the pollution from the outer gods that others were afraid of was not a big problem for him. Besides, since those guys in the southern continent dared to dismantle it violently, they must have some means to solve the hidden dangers. On the contrary, Ji-sun looked at the black dragon that could tear the space, and another thought rose in his mind. The law of space is indeed a high-level law, so strong. Is that guy a void dragon? If I can really get out alive, it would be great if I can get some of this void material as a job transfer material in the future. Whether it is used to save lives or fight, the space law is an excellent choice. Before, because there were very few space materials, I almost didn't consider it. Now seeing this void black dragon, Ji-sun feels that there is a lot of hope. The battle between the two sides looks fierce, but Ji-sun also sees that they both want to leave. This situation is not surprising to him. If both sides can't kill each other, a stalemate is inevitable. Evacuation after the stalemate was inevitable. Even if they didn't know about the existence of Ji-sun's third-party force, the 7th level card master's crisis sensing ability was extremely strong, and he must have noticed something. At this moment, there was a loud bang. The black dragon finally smashed the surface brick wall of the pyramid with one punch, and through the crack, the ordinary spell pottery jar inside could be seen. Seeing this, both the people of the Bai family and those in the southern continent could not hide their surprise. This was the first time they had seen this kind of jar. However, Ji-sun was very calm, not surprised by it, and muttered to himself, "The timing is just right." This was the 4th jar he had seen, nothing special. He was even relieved that he didn't see the pollution warning. This was another most dangerous link, because the seal was broken and the pollution would affect everyone at once. But it seems that this jar didn't leak. Hey, that's not right. Didn't the research reports say that the pollution leaked? Otherwise, they wouldn't have made such a big move to seal the tank. How could there be no pollution? Ji-sun's mind was racing, but he didn't hesitate at all. He crushed a card in his hand and sent a signal to Qin Rushi. Almost instantly, several bangs were heard, which were obviously the sound of explosives. The entire sealed space began to tremble violently. The faces of the people from the Bai family and the South Continent also changed, and they all realized something. Someone destroyed the passage of the Research Institute and wanted to lure the Leech King down. This is Ji-sun's plan B. No matter who wins, he and Qin Rushi may not be able to escape the pursuit. They must consume their living combat power as much as possible. Since both sides failed to fight to a loss, then some external objects must be used. The Central Control Room has access control authority for the entire institute. Ji-sun and Qin Rushi had been tinkering in there for a long time before, and they had already discussed the strategy. Open the access control on the 3rd floor of the institute, and then use explosives to blow it up, attracting the water and Leech King on the 2nd floor. This is Plan B. Even though the structure of the institute is extremely solid, Ji-sun is proficient in architecture and engineering, and has blueprints. With precise directional blasting, multiple holes were easily created between the 2nd and 3rd floors. Almost at the same time as the explosion, the sound of splashing water resounded throughout the space. The 2nd floor of the institute was flooded with the 3rd floor. There were countless fluorescent bugs in the water. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the Bai family and the people of the Hydralisk Corps froze. Ji-sun chose the time of explosion very cleverly. He waited until the group of people in the southern continent saw the jar, confirmed that the target was in front of them, and were reluctant to leave before detonating it. He knew very well that finding the jar was a death order from the Holy See. Now the Hydralisk Corps was almost annihilated, and the Corps commander Herman and his men were already sentenced to death. Only finding the jar was their only hope of survival. So even if these guys died, they would never watch the jar being taken away. And those people in the Bai family were even worse. They didn't have the ability to move in space. Now that the Leech Emperor had come down, it would depend on whose means could survive longer. Chapter 310. The sealed space on the 3rd floor of the Research Institute is much smaller than the 2nd floor. The water on the upper floor poured in like a dam bursting, and the water depth soon reached above the knees. Countless devil leeches condensed into tentacles in the water, sharp as spears. They were attracted by the breath of living people and stabbed like lightning. The people in the southern continent had experienced the power of this thing before, and no one wanted to tangle with it. But Herman and his group did not get the jar in the pyramid, and had no intention of evacuating at all. They used dragon breath to resist the fluorescent tentacles while destroying the pyramid. The Bai family didn't know why the group of people from the southern continent wanted to find the jar. But what the enemy was anxious to find was what they wanted to stop. Besides, if they really let this group of people escape, they would have to face the almost unstoppable Leech King alone. Everyone could figure out that it would be better to have a group of people to share the firepower of the Leech King. The two sides continued to fight over the jar. Ji-sun, the instigator, was pierced by multiple tentacles again. But he was used to it. He avoided the fatal weakness and used the same trick again, sucking blood with Wang-Kai, and continued to pretend to be dead. The Leech King had a certain intelligence, but it was not very high. He could not distinguish the target of his pretending to be dead. At least, he was not the priority target. Although the people on the other two sides now knew that there was a third party behind the plot, it was an open conspiracy, and had to be fought. And they were all busy fighting for the jar, and no one had time to pay attention to a small fourth level, who was hiding in the tentacles. If it was just those fluorescent tentacles, Ji-sun's chance of survival would be even higher than those of the 7th level. The development of the matter was almost exactly the same as his deduction. The two-way melee between the Bai family and the people of the southern continent turned into a three-way melee with the fluorescent tentacles. Casualties also appeared one after another. If they were to fight against the Leech King alone, both sides would have the strength to fight. But in a three-way melee, they must always be on guard against the other side's mischief. The Bai family has an insect controller, and the threat of the Leech King to them is much smaller than that of those people of the southern continent. The crisis has become a help. The people of the Bai family also knew this. Now they have been targeted. If they don't kill more of these people from the south continent, they will not be able to escape smoothly if they really leave the institute. The more the two sides fight, the more jealous they become. Ji-sun ignored the fierce battle over there. No matter who wins or loses between the Bai family and those people from the south continent, it has nothing to do with him now. The purpose of provoking a fight has been achieved. What Ji-sun has to do now is to save his life as much as possible. He controlled his chi and floated upstream in the water, trying to stay as far away from the battlefield as possible. Finally, I found a safe corner to hide. The fighting lasted for more than half an hour, and suddenly stopped. I don't know what happened. But judging from the fighting, both sides must have suffered losses. The number of living people that Ji-sun sensed, the chi, also dropped from more than 30 at the beginning to less than 10 at the end. I thought it was likely that Herman's group stole the jar, and then escaped using space means. The people of the Bai family might have other means. Ji-sun didn't think much about it. For him, this result was already very ideal. Without those high-level card masters with full vitality, the tentacles of the Leech King collapsed again. The water was full of tiny translucent leeches. Ji-sun suppressed his life state very low. The Leech King obviously had no interest in this kind of blood food that was not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Although he was covered with devil leeches, it was not a big deal with Wang-Kai sucking blood to save his life. In this way, he drifted in the water all the way, and after floating for nearly an hour, Ji-sun returned to the second floor of the Research Institute. In the central control room, Qin Rushi watched Ji-sun come back safely, and the worry between her eyebrows disappeared. It's good to come back alive. I wanted to help just now, but I found that I couldn't help much in that situation. Ji-sun didn't feel it was too thrilling. After all, most of the situations were expected. As for the other luck-based processes, it doesn't matter. Being alive is the result. However, when the two looked at each other for a moment, Ji-sun also keenly noticed the abnormality in Qin Rushi's expression and asked, "Aunt Qin, what happened?" Qin Rushi frowned slightly and said, "I seem to have failed." Failed? Ji-sun was stunned for a moment, then realized what she said, and confirmed, "You mean your sacrifice failed?" "Yes." Qin Rushi nodded. She didn't seem to understand it herself, and after a moment of silence, she said, "I don't know what went wrong. But the fact is that I offered the sacrifice according to the method of sacrifice. But the result is that I didn't get any response from the immortals." As she said this, her expression was full of apology. After all, scarlet corrupted active blood vessels is a rare top-level divine material, and it would be a pity to waste it. Ah! Hearing this, Ji-sun was also very surprised. He never expected to fail. He had seen the immortals summoned by the Bai family on the 3rd floor before. Each of them was domineering and powerful, and some golden immortals with terrifying pressure appeared. In other words, there are indeed many ancient immortal souls in this immortal secret tomb. So how could it fail? Qin Rushi is impeccable in terms of qualifications, talents, marks, bloodline, and sacrifices compared to those people of the Bai family. It is impossible to fail. Not to mention that it must be a golden immortal family. At least a few ordinary immortal families should respond, right? This feeling is like a pond with many fish. The high-level bait for fishing sharks has been eaten, but not even a small fish has shown up? Is there something wrong with the steps? Qin Rushi looked at Ji-sun's expression, her eyes dimmed, and she blamed herself deeply. Sorry. Her sacrifice failed, not only because it was not recognized by the immortals. It also meant that the two people's chance of survival was cut off. Now they were not only targeted by the group of people from the southern continent, but the people from the Bai family would definitely not let them go. Both sides were offended. Once they left the ruins, they would be hunted down. Only with the recognition of the high-level immortals, Qin Rushi would have the strength to fight against the 7th level. Otherwise, there would be no chance of winning. However, Ji-sun looked at Qin Rushi's expression and laughed disapprovingly. "And Qin, there is nothing to apologize for. Now it seems that there is a high probability that some sacrifice procedure went wrong. I think it is understandable. After all, Qin Rushi, the God Stealer, is a career sequence that changed halfway. Normally, the box that Ji-sun found in the mithril vein was for the descendants of the Bai family. The ancestor of the Bai family who left the box probably thought that as a descendant of the Bai family, he should also know the Bai family's secret techniques. But Qin Rushi didn't know any of the Bai family's secret techniques before. It was roughly equivalent to giving her a sword manual without any sword skills foundation. Learning it was always a castle in the air. It was normal to have mistakes. Ji-sun didn't feel that the materials were a pity at all. Now that the situation was like this, he would not think it was Qin Rushi's fault. If anything, it could only be blamed on bad luck. Qin Rushi could see that Ji-sun really didn't care. She was even calm about the impending desperate situation. But after all, there was a problem with her own link, and she couldn't get rid of the guilt. Ji-sun seemed to have skipped over this matter completely. He said directly, "And Qin, get ready, we are going to rush out. The two of them can stay in this central control room all the time, and there will be no problem in the short term. But if they stay for too long, there is no guarantee that other masters will come from the southern continent. Now, while the Bai family and Herman's group are seriously injured, this is the best time to break out." As he said, he directly told his backup plan, "I have another ally. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be waiting nearby to pick us up. If we join forces, we may not have no chance." "Ah?" When Qin Rushi heard this, her eyes were filled with surprise. Is there a backup plan? However, judging from the current situation, there is at least one surviving enemy who understands the laws of space. Unless Gongwu comes in person, who can save them? Ji-sun knew what she was wondering about and explained, "I knew a high-ranking member of the Rebel Dragon Army in the southern continent before. He is very powerful." He briefly explained the situation of Aragorn. All he could see in the crystal ball was an empty iron cage, and the big toad imprisoned inside had disappeared. If Aragorn escaped, he would definitely find a way to pick him up. Ji-sun had no doubt about this. Qin Rushi listened to Ji-sun's words, and then he understood where his confidence came from. If there was a 7th level, their chances of winning would indeed increase greatly. But? Qin Rushi looked at Ji-sun, and his deep pupils glowed with a strange color. This guy always brings surprises to people. Ji-sun stuffed everything that could be taken away from the central control room into the storage space, including the imaging crystal ball. The two opened all the passages on the first and second floors of the research institute, and then rushed out like lightning the moment the control room was opened. Rush all the way. Although the Leech King has no solution, it takes a certain amount of time to condense its tentacles. It is not a closed environment, and after understanding its habits, it is not absolutely fatal to high-level card masters. Ji-sun and Qin Rushi rushed all the way to the first floor of the research institute smoothly. There are a lot of deadly spores floating in the air here, but the two people wearing full-body chemical protection suits are not affected at all. They chose the route they had planned before, and rushed out of the ground smoothly. The ground was full of corpses with mushrooms growing on them. The two did not stop and rushed all the way to the depths of the swamp in the west. Almost as soon as the two escaped, Qin Rushi suddenly looked as if he had discovered something, and his expression suddenly condensed into a realm of gods descending to the earth. Ji-sun also fired the signal flare without hesitation. A glance behind him showed a space crack. 4 people came out of the crack. The leaders were 2 level 7s. One was Heather the Black Widow. Ji-sun was surprised that this voodoo master could survive. The other one was the middle-aged bearded man who controlled the space. There were 2 level 6s. Even Herman, the commander of the Hydralisk Legion, did not appear here. In other words, he died in the ruins in the battle just now. There were only 4 people, and the pressure was much less than expected. However, it was still fatal. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes, and noticed the cloth bag hanging on the waist of the middle-aged man. He thought, is the jar on this guy? At this time, Qin Rushi said solemnly, if there is a chance, you find a chance to leave first. I will hold them back. Ji-sun shook his head. With a person with spatial ability, and an old woman who is good at marking and tracking, the probability of his escape is basically zero. The only way is to fight to the death. When the two sides met, Ji-sun and his companions did not continue to escape. The four people from the South Continent with dark faces on the opposite side did not take action immediately, except to see who caused them such heavy losses. It seems that they are also waiting for something. After the two sides confronted each other for 2 or 3 breaths, something huge seemed to rush over from the fog in the swamp. Paw, paw, paw. A series of water stepping sounds. Ji-sun knew that the four people from the southern continent were also waiting for Aragorn. And Aragorn would definitely come to help. So this was a battle that was bound to happen. The 6 people from the two sides of the confrontation all looked at the huge figure jumping in the fog. However, Ji-sun looked at it and had a bad feeling. Because this was different from what was discussed before. Aragorn clearly said that after removing the magic slave collar, he would be able to suppress the curse on his body and restore his human form. Why is he still in a toad state? Not long after, a huge toad jumped in front of him. Aragorn's toad face showed a very human apology. While he was staring at the 4 people opposite Heather with full vigilance, he also explained to Ji-sun, something unexpected happened. I have a hidden trick set by the Holy Sea, and I didn't realize that I can only use less than 20% of my strength now. Concise and to the point. He felt it necessary to tell this situation in advance. On the other side, the middle-aged man who turned into a black dragon showed sarcasm in his eyes, as if he had expected it. After all, those methods were left by their high-ranking officials of the church. Otherwise, how could they be assured of bringing this guy to the old world? Ji-sun's eyes twitched when he heard this. Aragorn, who has 20% of his combat power, may not be as strong as Qin Rushi. What's more, he is in the form of a beast. This is difficult. Fate is really like a drama, suddenly making some unexpected tricks on people. The battle was originally said to be 50-50, but now there was no hope of survival. However, even though he only recovered 20% of his strength and knew he might die, Aragorn still came without hesitation. Seeing this, Ji-sun exhaled a breath of turbid air, and there was nothing to say. The only way was to fight to the death. Thinking of this, Ji-sun turned around and rushed out without hesitation. In a battle of this level, he could not help much. It was impossible for him to go back to the institute. Ji-sun now thought of the only solution to break the situation, which was to try his luck in the dangerous area deep in the swamp. See if he could find any swamp monsters above level 7, or any safe haven that would be beneficial to them. Otherwise, the 3 of them would surely die today. As soon as he rushed out, there was a fierce battle behind him. Qin Rushi and Aragorn understood tacitly why Ji-sun turned around and ran. They knew that Ji-sun was not trying to escape, but to find a glimmer of hope. So they had to do their best to stop him. If they could delay it, maybe they could wait for that glimmer of hope. Running all the way. The poisonous fog of the swamp hit his face, making it wet. Ji-sun had all the information collected by the adventurers in his mind. He also knew the distribution of those high-risk areas. Ji-sun ran towards those areas. The 4 people from the southern continent had no intention of chasing him. Even though he ran several kilometers in a flash and no one was chasing him, Ji-sun still felt that the shadow of death was following him. Where's the chance to break the deadlock? He knew that he had a mark on his body, and he couldn't run away no matter how hard he tried. The real sense of death pressure made his brain fall into an absolutely calm and high-speed thinking state. In this state of great fear of death, the deduction ability of I am the world was exerted to the extreme at this moment. Even if there is still a glimmer of hope, he will not give up. At this moment, various fragments of information flashed through Ji-sun's mind like slides. All the information about this plague swamp, information about the enemy's extraordinary abilities, and then splicing, deduction, error, overturning, rededuction. In an instant, dozens of ideas were deduced at the same time. Ji-sun thought of countless plans. But no matter how he deduced, he felt that they were dead today. Qin Rushi and Aragorn couldn't hold on for long. Ji-sun himself might not be able to find that ray of hope alive. Although he is still alive now. But never before, more than at this moment, did he feel the cold feeling of the Grim Reaper's scythe against his neck more clearly. Is it really going to die this time? Ji-sun once again felt the extreme excitement brought to his brain by the coming of death. This state made him feel great. There was no other time that could allow him to observe the world and his heart more clearly than this state. He was not afraid of death. But he did not want to die like this. After having this belief, it seemed that all his thoughts were serving this idea. Destiny is like a clown, giving people fright and surprise. The turning point came very suddenly. As he was running, Ji-sun suddenly had an idea in his mind. Ji-sun suddenly felt that the death crisis that lingered in his mind disappeared out of thin air. As if he had thought of something, he stood still. He deduced the flashing thought again, and the corners of his mouth cracked to his ears, and he suddenly realized, oh, that's it. On the other side, Qin Rushi and Aragorn were fighting with the Black Widow Heather and the other four. Both of them used desperate means to stimulate their potential, so that they could survive for a moment in the hands of two 7th-level enemies. They all knew what Ji-sun was going to do, but they didn't hold out much hope, because they couldn't hold out for much longer. The black dragon that could use the law of space had a crushing method, strange, sharp, and decisive. It made people see no hope at all. The two thought that the only thing they could do was to delay time as much as possible, maybe allowing Ji-sun to escape far enough. At this moment, bang! A sound. Qin Rushi was flashed in front of the black dragon and punched on the armor of the god. The 7th Order space law directly blasted through her domain, and she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards 100 meters. Aragorn was busy taking care of himself, and the huge toad body was beaten back by the other three. Just when the two were about to face defeat and death calmly, a figure walked out of the mist leisurely. Qin Rushi saw the person clearly, and her pale face changed. Why did this guy come back? Even Aragorn and the four enemies on the opposite side were surprised. They couldn't think of what Ji-sun meant by coming back at this time. Knowing that there was no chance of winning, he came back to die. However, when Qin Rushi looked at the indifferent expression on Ji-sun's face, a thought popped up in her mind that she couldn't believe. Could it be that this guy had a solution? Ji-sun walked to Qin Rushi's side and helped the seriously injured Qin Rushi up without any hurry. Qin Rushi was shocked and doubtful. If you really want to die, it doesn't matter if you die together. But Ji-sun's expression seemed to have no awareness of facing death at all. Instead, he muttered to himself in the air, it's almost time. That senior should show up soon. This was obviously not said to herself. Qin Rushi thought Ji-sun was talking nonsense at first. But her mind turned and she suddenly understood something. You mean? Ji-sun looked up at the fog in the sky, as if he was sure there was something there. I just thought about all the details carefully. I found that your sacrifice before, Aunt Qin, might not have failed. It was successful. It's just that the senior may have some ideas. This. Qin Rushi's crystal eyes trembled frequently. As soon as these words came out, the mysterious feeling in her heart became stronger and stronger. That was a feeling of establishing a contract. The fairy contract has always been two-way. The host offers sacrifices to get the response and recognition of the fairy family. Similarly, the fairy family also wants to test the host. Especially some top-level fairy families, they have their own pride. It's not because of the by-family bloodline and contract that they have to give face and respond. If the host's conditions do not satisfy them, it is normal to ignore them. Obviously, Qin Rushi's qualifications are probably fine. At least, she can get some responses from ordinary immortals. But the fact is that she did not get any response. If there is no problem with the sacrifice procedure, then a top-level immortal has taken a fancy to this host, and wants to test whether his character is qualified to become its host. Ji-sun just stood there, completely ignoring the enemies, who were staring at him covetously. This crazy and confident aura not only aroused everyone's curiosity. Even in the void, a voice came out, "Boy, did you recognize me?" Hearing this, Ji-sun was stunned. He was not surprised to get a response. Because this is the result that I, the world, deduced that it would almost happen 100%. But, he was surprised by the word. Recognize. The immortal of unknown level said this, which means that they had seen it before. Ji-sun searched for the qualified object in his mind. The next moment, he immediately realized who was speaking. He had indeed met many by-family immortals. But he had only met one top immortal. That was the dragon-scale king snake that had lived for thousands of years, and was encountered in the sealed area of the mithril mine 100 years ago. Ji-sun had never thought that the big snake would be here. Moreover, Qin Rushi had also been recognized by this person.